Chapter 741 Final Asterisk Eradication of the Poisonous Tumor. Chapter 741 Final Eradication of the Tumor. Qin Fang wasn't joking with him, but directly came for real. For the first time, fear, unwillingness, and trepidation appeared in the eyes of these 5 unruly and debauched deities who had never placed Qin Fang in their eyes. What is this situation? Why was I really able to deprive them of their divine positions? Why was I able to capture them to the human emperor hall without any effort? Main, what demonic magic did you use? Holy shit. Why did I arrive here all of a sudden? Me. You don't want to strip us of our godhood. I shall die a horrible death. His grandma. Me. Do you really have to be like this? The divine positions were being stripped away, and these deities were still cursing Qin Fang. It was only when the divine positions were completely stripped away, and they could no longer feel the surging power within their bodies that they panicked. And only then did they kneel down at Qin Fang's feet, begging for mercy and wagging their tails. Coronation of the Human Emperor. Please forgive us for our ignorance. Coronation of the Human Emperor. We were wrong. Truly wrong. Please, give us back our power. These 5 deities all knelt on the ground, begging Qin Fang to bypass them with snot and tears. Regarding this, Qin Fang was silent and wordless as he threw them out of the great hall of the Human Emperor. And his cold voice resounded once again. Depending on your performance, if you are able to make a great contribution to the human race within 10 years, and are able to guarantee that you won't die, I'll give you back your divine positions. These 5 deities immediately froze, hurriedly kneeling and kowtowing in gratitude. To be honest, they also knew in their hearts that this divine position would probably not come back, and the only thing that awaited them was death. A single slip of the tongue would lead to 1,000 hatred. Qin Fang's move was successful in establishing his authority, and he looked at the deities within the Human Emperor Hall, saying, "Do you all have any different opinions?" As Qin Fang opened his mouth once again, the entire hall of human emperors fell silent. No one dared to speak or make a sound again. Oh! Since all of you are silent, let me clear up the legacy of history. Qin Fang coalesced a list of names and began naming them one by one. God of Bad Luck, Ken Light. Goddess of Hope, Bright Yellow. God of Heavenly Spirit, Inkworm. Qin Fang counted them one by one. 123 of them. This list, which the prophet god had just given him surreptitiously, was the cancer of the entire Qixia mountain, the source of the struggle for power. This was also a test from the prophet god for Qin Fang. A test to see if Qin Fang was hardened? A test to see if he dares to make a move. The godsmith Lu Long, the god of goodness, were also watching from the sidelines, expecting Qin Fang to suppress these gods just a little bit, not daring to ask Qin Fang to divest them of their divine positions. The gods who were named by Qin Fang, although their hearts are apprehensive, but not too afraid. After all, they are a whole. Their combined power, the entire human race have to shake on 3 times. What can he do? Human Emperor? Joke only. Me. You can't really think of yourself as an onion. Haha. I'm really going to die laughing. What's the point of naming us? How about we ask for 2 less artifacts? Haha. Me. You don't really think that a human emperor is capable of doing everything, do you? Let me see. What is our human emperor coronation calling out to us for? These 123 deities. Each of them looked as if they were not afraid of the sky and the earth, not putting Qin Fang in their eyes in the slightest. Qin Fang coldly glanced at them and continued. You and the others have repeatedly refused to change. The Plague Dharma God Elder has already given you a chance to be reborn. Why didn't you seize it? Why do you still want to plague Mount Qixia? Why do you still want to lay your hands on the legendary levels of the human race? And why do you still want to be able to destroy everyone else because of a small family? Today, on behalf of the entire human race, will read out your 9 major sins. First, withholding resources from becoming a god. Second, abusing lynchings and oppressing your compatriots. Third, collaborating with the enemy. Qin Fang read out the 9 offenses in detail. But these human deities remained indifferent. Human Emperor. These people here, we fully occupy 1/3 of the deities in Mount Qixia. Do you dare to touch us? Haha. If we die or get injured, this fringe area of the human race, is it difficult for the human emperor to guard it? Haha. A mere divine spirit primary divine artisan wouldn't really take himself seriously. Adu. Human Emperor. You are so powerful. Coronation of the human emperor. I'm so scared. These deities were emboldened. Even if they were collaborating with the enemy, selling out the interests of the human race in exchange for their own cultivation resources? Wasn't this a normal thing? They had decided in their hearts that they were the mainstay of the human race. So who would dare touch them? If they were to die, the entire human race would also die. The newly appointed human emperor? Would he dare to touch them? They wouldn't dare. They would only be criticized. And after the human emperor had finished criticizing them and establishing his authority, they would do whatever they wanted to do. Qin Fang also knew what was going on in the minds of these deities. Only that a trace of indifference appeared at the corner of his mouth as he frankly said, "Can you all confess your sins?" In order to perfume Qin Fang, these human deities all waved their hands and spoke casually. Plead guilty. Plead guilty. Hurry up and get it over with. Count on it. Right. This is making us all quite tired. I don't know what you're up to. We plead guilty. Hurry up and criticize a meal. End it. Qin Fang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were already filled with endless killing intent. Good. Since you have already confessed your sins, according to the decree of Mount Qixia, all of you should be beheaded. So please go on your way. Seniors. When Qin Fang finished speaking, he was ready to activate the seal of the human emperor and completely obliterate them. These 123 deities were dumbfounded, incredulous at this. Qin Fang? How could he dare? Could it be that he didn't understand the importance of these deities? We are the mainstay of the human race. You dare to kill us? On what grounds? What have we done? You have no right to kill us. Agu, you want my old man to die. I see that this human emperor has made it to the top today. In that case, you go die as well. These 100-odd human gods, evil to the core, wanted to fight with Qin Fang in blood. And for a while, within the entire human emperor hall, swords were drawn. The prophet god, the god of kindness, the divine artisan Lu Long and other deities were also frightened by Qin Fang's voice. What? Qin Fang actually wanted to kill them? So forceful? Don't dare to think about it. Really don't dare to think about it. The god of goodness had originally thought that if I dared to teach them a hard lesson, this human emperor would not be a loss. But who had thought? Qin Fang wasn't depriving them of their godhood, but wanted to completely kill them. Good. Really good. The god of kindness couldn't help but give Qin Fang a shout out. This was only a human emperor. This was only the temperament that a human emperor should have. The god of prophecy also narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't feel right, he still firmly supported Qin Fang, divine craftsman Lu Long, Force Prime and the others. There was even no need to say that this was Qin Fang's hardcore. However, there were also some deities that could not see the reality of this moment and pleaded for mercy for these deities. I hope that the human emperor coronation will be extraordinarily gracious. Right. Human emperor coronation. Why don't we let them go to the border to pay for their sins? Or it would be better to kill them all? Coronation human emperor. Please also think twice. These voices, all good old men, pleaded for them. Qin Fang indifferently spoke again. Whoever pleads for them, one strand will be punished for complicity and die. As soon as these words came out, the deities who pleaded for them closed their mouths and stopped speaking, and could only stand aside with sorrow in their eyes. Who could have thought that on the first day of the human emperor's ascension to the throne, bloodshed would occur? I wonder, who would win in the end? What if these deities overthrew the human emperor? What would they do then? This matter? It's hard to mess up. Me. Are you sure you want to completely tear your face off? Me. We will give you one last chance to give up your accusations against us and recognize our position. I can recognize your position as the human emperor. Only, in the future, you have to listen to us. I know. You don't want to die either. Colleagues, I hope you won't intervene. This is a matter between us and the human emperor. Whoever intervenes, and is recognized by us as having a relationship with the human emperor, the next to be liquidated, will be you. This was a naked threat. And one could also hear the arrogance of these deities. They also do have arrogant capital. These repeated offenders even collaborate with the enemy of the human race among the deities. The existence of a top god, 10 senior gods, more than 100 intermediate gods, almost occupy half of the human race's war power. This kind of newly promoted human emperor? With what to fight with them all? Sometimes, having a passion is good, But if you are too confident, this is not good. Who else wants to join them? It's all possible. Qin Fong sat directly on the seat of the human emperor and stared at them, twisting his wrist and moving his neck, seemingly victorious. Do it. These deities knew clearly in their hearts that if they did not resist, they might actually die. And if they did, they might still be able to live. Thus, the battle started at once. The prophet god, the god of goodness, wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Qin Fong with a look. Qin Fong stood up and looked at them indifferently, saying, "You guys still don't understand the human emperor." In the next second, all of these human deities who dared to make a move towards the human emperor, regardless of their deity level, were all confined to the divine power in their bodies, kneeling down on the ground, their hands carried by an inexplicable force in the void, and their strength was all gone. My human emperor was majestic, looking at him as if he was looking at a mole cricket. These deities instantly panicked. You looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what was happening. This wasn't scientific. Even the prophet god, the god of goodness, and the onlookers of the deities expressed their incomprehension. What kind of demonic magic are you casting? If you have the guts, let go of us all. Let's duel. Grass. Me. What kind of skill is this? These deities screamed hysterically, trying to mobilize the strength in their bodies. But their bodies were empty, as if they had been devoured by something. Qin Fong sacrificed the seal of the human emperor and once again judged these human deities. The god of Yiling became a god by absorbing the faith of the human race, but after becoming a god, he did all sorts of bad things. First forcing 7 legendary level geniuses to join you, and suppressing them in 100 ways. And afterwards, he was even worse than a beast, forcing 150 ants to marry. And each one of them was a supreme heavenly talent. Qin Fong recited the gods past as if he were counting his family's treasures. And finally, with a hostile voice, he shouted, "Senior Plague Dharma God will not kill you. I will kill you." After saying that, within the seal of the human emperor, a terrifying ray of light shot out and merged into the body of that god, absorbing all of that god's divine power and divine position into the seal of the human emperor. Then he became a cup of yellow earth and disappeared, completely vanishing in heaven's mandate. Even how these human gods perceived it, they could not detect it. Qin Fong once again took care of himself and started judging the next human deity. Within a short span of 10 minutes, Qin Fong destroyed 35 deities, making them turn into yellow earth and disappear. Finally, these deities knew that they were afraid. This human emperor seal actually possessed the terrifying ability to seal their strength and destroy them. Wasn't this bullshit? How could they still play with this? Coronation of the human emperor. We were wrong. We are willing to go digging for 1,000 years. 10,000 years. But please still leave us alive. Coronation of the human emperor. I'm the only one left in my family. I'm about to become extinct. Please also look at my old mother's face. Spare me this time. I promise. I won't do it again. My honorable and lovely human emperor coronation. I believe that you won't be so heartless. This time, the feelings of these deities were one more sincere than the other. But Qin Fong remained expressionless as he continued to announce the death sentences of these deities. Qin Fong's chanting speed was not fast, and the sound of his chanting was not loud. But there was a feeling that made people shudder and tremble with fear. This was the human emperor. The onlookers, the gods, have swallowed their saliva. Any who no longer dare to do things that are sorry for the human race. The god of goodness, the prophet god looked at each other. All of them are very satisfied with this one's human emperor. These tumors should be completely removed. This time, it was the best opportunity. Finally, an hour later, Qin Fong managed to kill all of these 123 moth-eaten deities of the human race. And the ethos of the human race was cleared. Qin Fong opened the human emperor's eye and checked the entire human race's qi. In the beginning, the human race's qi was as high as 1,000 feet. But it was golden with a very deep scarlet color. This was the human race's grievances accumulating. Not a good sign, but now, although the human race's qi was only left at more than 700 zhang, the overall color of the qi was indistinguishable from the other, with a brilliant golden yellow color, and no scarlet in existence. This was instead a good thing for the entire human race. Seniors, I'm sorry to see you laugh. The late generation should not have been like this when they first ascended to a high position and started to use force. But the late generation really can't stand to see this. And I really don't want the foundation of my human race to be destroyed. Qin Fang began the protagonist's speech, expounding the bad effects of not eradicating these deities with emotion and reason. The human emperor is wise. The human emperor is wise. Such voices chanted out from within the hall of human emperors. The issue that everyone is most concerned about at the moment is none other than the lowering of the combat power of the human race. But I would like to tell you all that instead of lowering the combat power of my human race, it will instead increase. Qin Fang began to distribute the artifact Soul Divine artifact that he had forged, allowing these deities to personally experience it. And after experiencing it, the eyes of the deities were all shocked beyond words. This divine weapon? If you were to equip 10 of them, wouldn't it be equivalent to 10 helpers of the same rank, fighting together? What a terrifying divine weapon. Senior God of Kindness, please also help distribute these divine weapons. Even if the attributes don't fit, seniors don't need to worry. I'm still able to forge them. Qin Fang left. No. To be precise, he left with the Prophet God. Just now, the Prophet God had transmitted a voice to him, saying that there had been this legend circulating amongst the human race about the 9th human emperor. A prophecy that had to be told to Qin Fang. Chapter 742 The chance of promoting to the super god level. The inner hall of the Hall of Human Emperors. This was the most secretive area within the Hall of Human Emperors. Since the 8th human emperor had died millions of years ago, this place was sealed, and no one was able to enter it anymore. Here, for the entire Hall of Human Emperors, is the most important. The inner hall of the Hall of Human Emperors is able to condense the human emperor's fortune, condense the fortune of the human race, and condense the purest divine power. Qin Fang had just led the Prophet God to step into it, when he felt a sea of terrifying qi surging, almost piling up the entire space. Qin Fang sacrificed the seal of the human emperor and let it frantically absorb all these human emperors' qi luck. The first human emperor had even touched the boundary of the super god level, so he must have been able to ascend after devouring all these human emperors' qi. The strength of the other human emperors had also improved greatly. Buzzing, the seal of the human emperor was like a hub, descending above the human race's qi, suppressing the human race's qi. For a time, the entire members of the human race felt the solidity of the human race's aura, as if something had returned. As for this pure divine power, it made the Prophet God unable to help but cry out in pain, saying outright that Qin Fang was the Lord of Heaven's destiny. Such a large batch of pure divine power was definitely capable of allowing 10,000 deities to appear in the human race. And this was the beginning of the human race's takeoff. This was the beginning of the human race's takeoff. This was the human race's heritage. This was the correct way to open a human emperor. No wonder every real human emperor in power. The number of human gods at least broken 10,000. And once the emperor fell, the number of human gods that is constantly declining, and ultimately only broke 1,000. To now, there are only 300. No, more than 100 of them. It's no exaggeration to say that the current period is the lowest period of the entire human race. If the ancient gods take the opportunity to attack the human race? If the ancient gods took the opportunity to attack the human race? Senior Prophet God, you should first gather the divine power of this place and prioritize its distribution, in order to strive for a rapid increase in the strength of my human race. Seeing that the Prophet God was so excited, talk about things? It was probably not a good idea to talk about it. So he could only let him arrange these divine powers first. The Prophet God took out a thick list and compared them one by one before assigning them divine power. These years, the Prophet God had been exhaustive about the human race, and he knew almost everything about the human race. Qin Fang waited silently. For a long time, the Prophet God finished distributing 50%. He took it away to help the human race create more deities. The remaining 50%, it was Qin Fang's coronation of the human emperor. Your strength also needs to increase rapidly. These pure divine powers are the steps to your promotion, Qin Fang hurriedly said. Senior Prophet God, someone else's human emperor, you shouting, makes me strangely uncomfortable. The Prophet God bowed directly and said with a straight face, coronation of the human emperor. You should adapt to fit in. Furthermore, shouting at our seniors again? It is no longer appropriate. You are now the emperor of the human race, our only leader. You should possess majesty. Qin Fang was silent and smiled faintly. Senior Prophet God? I am me. I have never changed. Why should I be asked to pretend to be someone else? Even if I am the Emperor of Heaven's mandate, I am still Qin Fang. Qin Fang was not prepared to change. Making changes. Was he still him? The Prophet God was stunned. Then laughed out. Good. Coronation of the human emperor. Good. The Prophet God tidied up his words for a while, before he quietly spoke to Qin Fang. Qin Fang, what I want to tell you is this. According to the ancient prophecies that have been passed down by the human race, the ninth truly meaningful human emperor that appeared in the human race was able to completely remove the chaos of the ancient deities, and completely lead my human race to the pinnacle of the heavenly mandate. Unfortunately, for so many years, the human race has never appeared as a true human emperor. No one has been able to complete the 7 examinations of the human emperor. And even in the long history, the 7 examinations of the human emperor have been forgotten. And every human emperor has been randomly elected and randomly appointed, and are all puppets of others anyway. Good thing. Now that you have appeared. Coronation of the human emperor. I can't see the future in your body, but I can sense the future of the human race. Shining brightly. The Prophet God said. Suddenly excited. Qin Fang nodded his head. Since he had become the human emperor of the human race, these were the burdens on his shoulders. Elder Prophet God, you can watch the arrangements first. This is the governance advice given to me by the God of kindness. You can combine with him to deal with whatever happens to the human race. I will go and forge equipment to add deeper depth to my human race. Ding. Do you recognize the Prophet God, Willow God as High Priest? Appointment successful. Ding. Does it recognize the God of kindness to become the High Priestess of the human race? Appointment successful. These were the 2 new professions created by Qin Fang, second only to the human emperor, capable of handling almost anything of the human race. Letting Qin Fang manage the human race? He really couldn't do it. There were specializations in the arts, and it was better to leave professional things to professionals. The Prophet God nodded and said, Thank you for your trust. Coronation of the human emperor. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to the human race. This splash of system beeps also appeared in the mind of the God of goodness, and immediately nodded, possessing a deeper understanding of Qin Fang's vigor. The source of these tumors of the human race was removed, and the first thing the Prophet God did was to remove the carrion next to the tumors. Simply put, it was to destroy the families behind these deities, leaving no survivors. These gods are unrepentant. Their offspring? Although they couldn't all be killed in one shot, the Prophet God still felt, let's kill them in one shot. Who knew that they would later on? Would they bite back? Would they do something out of the ordinary in order to help their father overturn the case? It was an unchanging truth from the beginning of time that one must first secure the interior. Thus, the only remaining 100 or so deities of the human race opened a massacre. The massacre of this one. An existence below the god level? No idea at all. It was a premeditated extermination operation. Blood was shed, and all the sins were placed on the Prophet God. The Prophet God felt all of this and was silent. Afterwards, the Prophet God began to arrange for precautionary work. Within Mount Qixia, no gods were left behind, and all of the gods of the human race were sent out to guard the borders of the human race, or to kill other gods. In a word, the gods of the human race should be the ones that appeared at the forefront, not the ones that moped around in the back, and existed to oppress the people on a daily basis. The God of goodness, on the other hand, began to implement his policies, gradually advancing them, such as the latest. Mount Qixia establishes a divine virtue appraisal system. What is the divine virtue assessment system? The God of kindness believes that the reason why the gods of Mount Qixia are corrupt and have even finished rotting at the roots is that there is a lack of supervision over the gods. Throughout history, once one became a deity on high, they were considered to be resting on their laurels, and even if they made a mistake or did something bad, they would be lightly dismissed. And now, no, the divine virtue assessment system will be assessed every year. By the heavenly order of the human race is responsible for supervision. By a special organization is responsible for supervision. If it is found that some of the deities' divine virtue has deficiencies, the first year it is assessed poorly, and the second year, if it continues to be assessed poorly, it will be stripped of its divine position, so that he can feel the hardships of the human world. This, as also a form of urging for the deities of Mount Chishio. The implementation of this policy was very much favored by the deities, who said that they were not afraid of the shadows when they were upright. Deity appraisal system. This was also proposed by the god of goodness. Every human deity should be beheading a fixed number of ancient deities every year. This should be used as a KPI for the yearly appraisal. If you complete it, then you will be able to have a performance. If you can't complete it, I'm sorry, you'd better continue to work hard. This side suggests that you should continue to fight with the ancient deities. The implementation of this system was aimed at making the human deities not to be paralyzed in their past merit books. The implementation of these systems was something that every single one of the deities looked at with great joy. Even they had all pondered over them before. But in the end, they could only give them up because of too much resistance. Now that the god of goodness had brought it up again, these deities were still very much in favor of it. The god of goodness proposals were not just these. There were many more, and each of them, for the present-day human race, was a shot in the arm. All very useful. The human race, under the governance of the prophet god, the god of kindness, the Chi was becoming more solid. Qin Fan began the forging. Only it was not the human race's divine weapons that were forged, but the divine weapons of the divine beast clan. Ding, dong. The clear sound of forging resounded continuously. This matter of me becoming the emperor of the human race spread at the speed of light throughout the entire human race. For a while, voices of astonishment rang out, and there was an even greater portion of people expressing disbelief. This is too fake. What? Did you guys hear the system beep just now? Player me actually became the emperor of a clan? Why do I feel it's so fake? Me, is only a simple primary god. How did he do it? Impossible. Completely impossible. I don't believe it. What's there not to believe? Within 3 days, I will be completely enthroned. No. You guys are saying that player me is able to become the emperor of the human race? Then us? Aren't we also able to become the kings of our respective races? Within the human race. Within the 10,000 races. The players all started such a discussion. Qin Fang had achieved human emperor, and no one was happier than those belonging to the Tianyang towns. Zhuge Tianyan had a dumbfounded look on his face. Has this town lord actually achieved human emperor? This heavenly sun town, isn't it going to take off completely? You say, this isn't right. I've only just become a deity. How did this boss achieve the so-called human emperor? Zhang Ming, president, has achieved human emperor? Ah, this our 10,000 empty lane guild. Won't we be walking sideways in the future? Batian, good brother. To be able to achieve human emperor? Songhai, marred. Now, if Songhai guild wants to take revenge, it can be said that it's a long way off. And we even have to be worried that this human emperor coronation won't trip us up all of a sudden. Shueqinger, not bad. Qin Fang is still very powerful then. Shuebing, on the other hand, was in disbelief. The poor boy that she had once looked down on had achieved the so-called human emperor? In that case, it seemed that Qin Fang would also be able to be worthy of Shueqinger. This human emperor, in itself, was a very high status. Rainy night, not bad. A step closer to the final process? Another step forward. As for the other consortiums that wanted to invest in Qin Fang, their intestines were repenting at this moment. Why didn't they get a little tougher? Why weren't they more resolute? Maybe they would have been able to fight for the human emperor's gains. Now, the proceeds of the human emperor have all been taken over by the Shui family. How big a piece of cake must this be? However, the Shui family was not an ironclad one. There are many clansmen who want a piece of the cake. They also want a piece of the cake. One must know that that is, Qin Fang, was nothing more than a lowly commoner of the broken earth. Wouldn't they be able to take it easily as the high and mighty deity clan? However, Shueqinger's attitude was tough. She wouldn't make a move if anyone made a move against Qin Fang. And when the time came, in case the entire Shui clan was annihilated, don't blame her for not having warned. These words? The entire Shui family didn't care at all, because it simply couldn't happen. Ancient deities. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, the newest human emperor of the human race has been identified. It's me. Me, the level of a primary god. But I don't know why. But the human emperor seal actually chose him. Coronation Celestial Emperor. What do we do now? Should we obliterate this human emperor in advance? It's really a nail in the coffin of my ancient divine spirit clan. How come it's against us every time? Already can't be killed unless we, the 10,000 gods, unite? Is it hard to believe that you guys have forgotten the terror of the seal of the human emperor? Silence fell within the heavenly emperor's decree as these ancient gods thought of the fear of being dominated by the human emperor's seal. This was simply an unbearable piece of history. Right. The seal of the human emperor? This is the seal of the human emperor. A top deity? All of them were once easily obliterated. Terrifying. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The heavenly emperor was ready for his next dose. Whoever is able to decimate the human race's emperor will be directly granted a chance at the super god level. This was the voice of the heavenly emperor, directly granting the most heartwarming rewards. A half-step super god level reward? It's fine for me to target deities, but for me to target human emperors? It was still a bit short. After all, as the old rivals of the human race, their research on the human emperor seal was also very deep. Super god level? This was the super god level. Countless deities stuck at the level of top deities? Unable to survive. Who understands this feeling? Who wouldn't want to be at the super god level? This is the super god level. You know? Even the heavenly emperor is only at the super god level. The existence of the 9 kings? It's also only a half-step super god level. This one reward being handed down would definitely make the entire ancient world go crazy. No. Not just the entire ancient gods, but the entire 10,000 races. This smattering of the heavenly emperor's hunting order was aimed at the entire 10,000 races. And whoever was able to kill the human emperor would be able to honor this reward of his. At this moment, the 9 kings among the ancient deities were all directly moved. Going to make a move? This was the voice of the king of space. He really wanted to make a move. This was a super god level. Want to make a move? This was the voice of the king of karma. Want to make a move? This was the voice of the god of fate. They seemed to be asking others as well as themselves. The body of the human emperor me? It must contain some great secret. There must be something extraordinary. This was recognized by the ancient gods. By all the races. But how to behead Qin Fong? This was difficult. Qin Fong was the first to know about this. He had to move. He couldn't stay in the human race. With the current strength of the human race, it was simply impossible to carry the covetousness of these 10,000 races. After Qin Fong had forged nearly 10,000 divine beast divine artifacts, Qin Fong wanted to travel to the divine beast clan as the human clan's human emperor and have a friendly meeting. This might be the best solution to the national war. Chapter 743 The 5 Ancient Clans Tripods. Among the ancient gods, some of them were not clear about the terror of the seal of the human emperor and decided to make a move. One must know that the heavenly emperor hadn't revoked the rewards of the last mission. Nowadays, if they were able to kill Qin Fong, they would be able to obtain half-step super god level weaponry in addition to super god level chances. This, which one of the ancient deities could still sit still. As a result, 10 high-level gods who had escaped from the trap and 8 top gods who had just escaped from the trap got together and prepared to start a war against the human race's Mount Qixia, wanting to destroy Mount Qixia and the newborn emperor of the human race. This was a case of heavy rewards being rewarded with courage. However, these ancient gods were not stupid. Cannon fodder still needed to be prepared. This war, at the very least, would take a few months to prepare. Tianyang Town. Elder Ancestral Dragon. Help me contact the Divine Beast Clan and ask them if they still recognize me as a prophet god of the Divine Beast Clan. Becoming a human emperor. Qin Fong was inexplicably paranoid. No matter to whom. He always felt that these people wanted to harm me. The Ancestral Dragon, the Holy Qilin, and the others hurriedly appeared, shouting, You are definitely the prophet god of my Divine Beast Clan. Ah, this is something that no one can change. And my Divine Beast Clan will definitely treat you as if you were the first. Qin Fong sighed, and let them watch this Heavenly Destiny's highest specification hunting order issued by the Heavenly Emperor. After reading it, the Ancestral Dragon, Sacred Qilin, and the others were no longer firm. Such a generous reward, not to mention other divine beasts. Even they were also a bit moved. Super God level? This is a super God level. Throughout history, there have only been a few super God level existences. If the Divine Beast Clan could have a super God level powerhouse, They wouldn't have to stay in hiding for 100,000 years. They wouldn't have to stay hidden in the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, the 100,000 great mountains, 103 top divine beasts were meeting to discuss how to handle their relationship with me. My opinion is very clear. Using me? In exchange for our future. It's absolutely worth it. Right. This is a super god level hidden secret. We've been in this realm for such a long time. I'm going crazy. Don't you guys want to break through? These top divine beasts had been in this realm for 1,000,000 years at the very least. And this feeling of having no stored advancement. Who understood? They wanted to break through. And this time was the best opportunity. Right. And the method we traded for me to break through to the super god level can also be passed on to other divine beasts. This is the greatest chance of awakening for my divine beast clan. You guys? What do you think? Bai Zhe, as the most senior amongst the top divine beasts, opened his mouth and spoke sternly. I don't agree. According to the prophecy, I'll be able to lead our divine beast clan to the top. You guys? Don't be so shallow. Okay? I am very important. Bai Zhe, you're confused. What can I help us with? Nothing more than some divine weapons. Now, we ourselves are capable of forging divine artifacts. So my role, which is dispensable, is just icing on the cake. Right. White Zephyr, you're old and confused. I suggest replacing another clan member to become the leader of our clan. The Divine Beast clan was in the middle of a heated discussion. And at the same time, the Heavenly God also released a statement. The Heavenly God, will kill it. This statement immediately made some of the senior gods and top gods of the Heavenly Destiny clans lay down. And panic appeared in their eyes. There was no other way. Paradise God. This was the most powerful existence in the Paradise God clan. And it was rumored that his strength had reached the half-step super god level. Who would dare to grab it from this one? There was once a top deity level wild god who was insensitive and grabbed a mission with this one. And these Paradise gods, with a turn of the hand, rubbed the top wild god to dust. Paradise God race. This is a race in the western part of the Heaven's Destiny. It is said that the entire god race has either white or dark feathers on their backs. And they are born to control extremely strong power. And the race is so powerful that they once invaded the ancient divine spirit race in the central region of the Heaven's Destiny. But they were forced to retreat, and they could only occupy a corner of the western part of the Heaven's Destiny. Millions of years ago, the heavenly raccoons used Mount Chixia as the center, occupying a large area, but never brought down the entire Heavenly Destiny. This heavenly divine race, that is, was born together with the ancient divine spirit race. Together with the ancient divine spirit race, the strength was very strong. It was said that there were at least 8 half-step super god levels within the clan, second only to the 9 kings of the ancient deity clan. However, the Paradise God clan had never given birth to a super god level. Otherwise, the Paradise God clan wouldn't have settled in the barren west, and would have long since opened a war of plunder against the human race in the center. This time, the Paradise God chose to make a move, presumably for the chance to break through the mystery of the super god level. Once he obtained it, the entire Paradise God race would be able to get a great boost in strength. The top god in the Divine Beast clan said anxiously. You guys see? Opportunities are fleeting like this. The Paradise God is all set to strike. It's over. Who dares to grab it from him here? My Divine Beast clan? It may seem powerful, but in the eyes of the Western Paradise God clan, it's no shit. Or not. Let's put up a fight. Will I first trick over? First shot. After all, my clan's old ancestor, the Dragon of Time and Space, is still there. He certainly will not force my Divine Beast's clan to exterminate the clan. The Divine Beast clan had other small thoughts. But suddenly, the north of Heaven's Destiny abruptly resounded with a smattering of sound, as if it was able to purify all distracting thoughts and evil spirits in heaven and earth. It was the voice of the strongest person of the mechanical Buddha clan in the north. Rulai. And it resounded throughout Heaven's Destiny. The mechanical Buddha clan will kill me. So I ask all the monks to please be magnanimous. This smattering of voice carried an extremely strong confidence, an extremely terrifying killing intent. To talk about the mechanical Buddha race. This was also a legendary race. This race was not born, but was created later in life. At the beginning of the birth of the ancient gods, this heavenly destined land of the extreme north also gave birth to the Buddha race. This race achieved the fruition of a Buddha. also known as a deity. By enforcing the Buddhist principles of heaven and earth, the race was very strong. But compared to the ancient divine spirit race, it was not even close. As a result, they could only cower in the northern region, comprehending the Buddha's principles and protecting themselves. The strongest person of this race? Just a top god. However, in order to be able to go further, the strongest person of the Buddha race, according to the characteristics of the Buddha race, combined with the method of creating races of the heavenly raccoon, and successfully fabricated the race of the mechanical Buddha race. But he was only on the path of the top gods to go further, and did not break through to the half-step super god level. At the beginning of the mechanical Buddha race's fresh birth, no one cared about them, and only regarded them as little shamans, practicing Buddhism together on weekdays, and even more, treated them as slaves, assisting in doing some odd jobs. But with the passage of time, the mechanical Buddha clan showed terrifying enlightenment. The cultivation of Buddhist doctrine is simply a day-by-day, and eventually even gave birth to the so-called half-step super god level of power. This time, can let the Buddha clan to sit down all. This, the mechanical Buddha clan was able to give birth to a half-step super god level? This is not bullshit? So, a debate began. The Buddha clan failed miserably, was crushed by the mechanical Buddha clan. Even the Buddha clan's patriarch, who has the deepest understanding of Buddha theory? No exception. After failing in the debate, the mechanical Buddha clan imprisoned all the Buddhas. With their failure, they created a monument to the mechanical Buddha clan. Mechanical Buddha clan successfully stood firm. When the raccoon led the ancient gods, want to make the mechanical Buddha clan submissive, suddenly found that this clan has been unconstrained, can only listen to it. In this clan, a full 7 half-step super god levels had appeared. This time, they also came out for the chance of transcendence. These two, both strong, were once a great danger to the ancient divine spirit clan. But? You think that's the end of it? No. To the east of heaven's destiny, there also exists a terrifying race. The sea race. The east side of heaven's destiny is the boundless ocean, occupying almost 30% of heaven's destiny's territory. And in the boundless ocean, a powerful race was born, the sea race. Sea tribe. No fixed form. Maybe lobster form. Maybe octopus form. All have. Among the sea tribe, the most powerful is the half-step super god level peak sea god. According to the rumor, is only one step short of the so-called super god level can be promoted. His strength was the strongest amongst these half-step super god levels, and he had once fought with the first heavenly emperor without being killed, which was the most glorious battle record. And amongst the endless seas, no one knew what their true strength was. The external publicity merely possessed only 7 half-step super god levels, but the various races all guessed it was more than that. Endless seas, in general, do not mix with the great events of heaven's destiny, basically considered to be uncontested. But this time, it is a blatant announcement. The sea tribe also want to take a shot at me. This smattering of sound numbed the entire heavens mandate 10,000 races. Is there more? The answer was yes. The last incomparably strong race also still existed in the south of heaven's mandate, the chaos race. The members of the chaos race were few. Very few. But every one of them made people anxious. For example, the chaos god who once made the entire ancient divine spirit race anxious. That is, from the chaos race. The chaos race is rumored to be a race that was born before heaven's destiny was born. And there is no way to know whether it is true or not. From the beginning of their birth, they have been living in the southern region of heaven's mandate, constantly devouring the entire edge of heaven's mandate, attempting to devour the entire heaven's mandate. They seem to have only one task, to devour and destroy. The upper limit of this race is only 9. However, the strength of each of them was a half-step super god level existence. This was also the reason why the chaos gods were so difficult to kill in the first place. This race, instead of following the wishes of the heavenly emperor and launching a hunt for Qin Feng, it seemed to have no regard for the so-called supergod level chances. And instead, it sent a message to me. Between heaven and earth, chaos will always exist. This puzzling phrase, Qin Feng didn't understand it at all alright. The reappearance of the 4 great races had left the entire 10,000 races of heaven's destiny in a suffocating feeling. This, countless members of the 10,000 races, who had not yet become gods, were pondering. What kind of magic power does this human emperor me have? It was actually able to make the Heavenly Emperor pay such a deep price to erase him. Wow. Is anyone able to give me a little bit of science? The owner of these voices. Who are they? So loud. They are making me sleep. This sound was that of a newborn brat who didn't understand the horror of these four great races at all. Right. How come I've never heard of it before? Even in the records of the Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion? Come out quickly and give me an explanation. Don't say it. These are legendary races. The deity-level old man hurriedly covered his grandson's mouth, preventing the trouble from coming out of his mouth and being targeted by a super god-level powerhouse. Oh, little ancestor, don't get yourself into trouble. These powerful races? Not something we can discuss. Such words resounded continuously amongst the races of Heaven's Mandate. The Heaven's Chance Pavilion kept up with current events and was the first to announce information about the four races for 100 copper coins. This price, not too high, was acceptable to a large number of players, and they purchased it in droves. The four races, once with the ancient gods, a race of 5 powerful races, respectively, Mechanical Buddha race, Sea race, Chaos race, Paradise God race. The introduction of the Heavenly Mechanical Pavilion was very complete, and after reading it, the players of Heaven's Destiny then understood. Holy shit. So powerful? No wonder I didn't know about it. Players with these four races? You guys are going to take off. Guess not. The player's focus was always different. With such a powerful race striking, I feel that I won't survive an episode. I also feel that. Player me achieving the so-called human emperor. I admit that he is indeed very strong. But may I ask your excellency? The legendary four races forced their way into the palace. How will you break it? These four powerful and boundless races, who once dared not utter a fart during the time of the Plague Dharma God, had all been warned by the Plague Dharma God. But now, rumor had it that the Plague Dharma God was dead. So they started bouncing around again, showing off their might. It had to be said that the Heavenly Emperor's hand was playing dirty. This move, for the Heavenly Emperor, had 100 benefits and no harm. 1. It forced out these extremely deep hidden races. 2. As soon as these races made their move, as the human race responded, they would also be able to see the depths of the human race and know if the Plague Dharma God had actually died. 3. The human emperor must die. Mount Chixia showed strong concern for the statements of these four races. Human emperor? It couldn't carry it off. The Plague Dharma God passed away. These four great powers? How should we deal with it? Right. What can we do about this? Can it be that the heavens are going to die for my human race? The deities of Mount Chixia all remained pessimistic. Qin Fang was not puzzled or surprised by the appearance of these four great races, because in the 8th year of his previous life, these four great races had appeared and also launched a siege against the new human emperor. But unfortunately, the pestilence Dharma God would step in. Since this was the case, what was Qin Fang worried about? Eventually, the Plague Dharma God would strike. It wasn't just these four major races, but during these millions of years of rest and recuperation, the major races of the Heavenly Destiny continent, many of them had become very powerful. These were the real old silver coins. The four major races? Just an appetizer. The curtain was gradually raised on this great drama. The only thing that made Qin Fang sigh was, the direction of Heaven's Destiny was directly advanced by 4 years. This? Does it make any impression on Qin Fang? Well, not really. Because Qin Fang had followed the version closely, and his strength had also reached the god level, and he was the human emperor of the human race. As for the other players, on the other hand, it had a great impact. For version straight ahead in one go, but they? Still mixing it up in the second version. This is too difficult. How can they play? Dying? Really dying. The current average level of the players is still just 80 levels. But now, super god level existences have appeared. How can they play? Chapter 744 Pure God Position Flower of God. These Heaven's Destiny players were saying that they were going to die. Really die. Grass? This doesn't give us a chance to live at all. Yeah. Divine levels are flying all over the place. And we're still legendary levels. Huh? What does it have to do with you guys? You bunch of weaklings. Deities are the ones you need to look up to for the rest of your lives. Even if Heaven's Mandate is being updated, it has little to do with you guys. Don't look at the fact that I've become the human emperor of the human race. So you all think that you're alright. So take a pee and look at yourselves. The interactive section of the destiny of heaven above. The words of the players constantly. There is positive energy. Naturally, there is also negative energy. Heaven's destiny for this. Without any reaction. This game, Heaven's destiny, was extremely open. And there was no such thing as a step-by-step script. In the previous generation, there was no such bug as Qin Fong. All kinds of copies. All kinds of plots naturally pushed a little slower. But now, the speed has accelerated by several years of light. Which is also inexcusable. Pestilence Dharma God. Li Qi is hiding in the dark and drinking tea. Even, Pestilence Dharma God is looking at Li Qi's iron face. The appearance of the four major races has a certain impact on Li Xia's plan. I even became the human emperor. He cannot carry the threat of half-step super god level awe. If you want to kill, I will definitely die. But, I can't die Li Xia is currently torn. Whether he wants to make a move or not. A cup of boiling hot tea was swallowed by Li Xia. He squinted his eyes, staring at the position of the four major races. Li Xia said with slight annoyance. Pestilence. At that time, I told you that wildfire can't be eliminated. And spring breeze blows again. It's better to completely eradicate these four major races. Look, now they've come out to discuss people again. What to do? Pestilence still had a calm face as he said. Eradicate? You think I don't want to. But can I? Or can you? Li Xia had a hard time comparing. At that time, they, indeed incapable. But now, they have the ability, but cannot be free to strike. But the moment of necessity, it was still possible to strike. Pestilence Dharma God filled up the teacup and said, there is no need to worry. This kid of mine has a lot of ghostly ideas in his mind. He will definitely be able to deal with it. Maybe this crisis is also a brand new chance for him. The Plague Dharma God was very able to look on the bright side and console Li Qi. Tianyang Town. Qin Fong spoke to the ancestral dragon and the others with a sincere face. I want to visit the 100,000 mountains. I wonder if the Divine Beast clan agrees. Ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts were silent. At such a juncture, how could they not know what was in Qin Fong's mind? Which was nothing more than not wanting the flames of war to ignite in the human race's territory, but rather wanting to draw the scourge to the east. And the best region to do so? There was none better than the Divine Beast clan. The 100,000 mountains, where the Divine Beasts clan resides, is easy to defend and difficult to attack. And the Divine Beasts are plentiful in number. A full 10,000. Which is an extremely strong and powerful force. But once I descend to the 100,000 mountains, the subsequent half-step super god level of the four major races will strike? Divine Beast race? How can they carry it? What awaits the Divine Beast clan is a catastrophe. The current strength of the Divine Beast race is strong. But compared to the four ancient races, it is not too strong. It was no wonder that the ancestral dragon was silent. At a time like this, who wouldn't have their own interests as their main goal? Qin Fong was not in a hurry either, but said indifferently, if the Divine Beast race joins me this time, in the future, I will guarantee in the name of the human race's emperor that the human race and the Divine Beast race will join together from now on. The human race will be honored while the Divine Beasts will be honored. This was Qin Fong's attitude. If the Divine Beast race was merely capable of enjoying blessings together, but not being able to suffer together, was such a race worthy of the human race to draw in? Qin Fong's attitude towards the Divine Beast race would have to change. You want divine artifacts. You can buy them with resources. And the price? It wouldn't be the current price. The ancestral dragon was silent for even longer. And only after a long time did he say, I need to discuss this with Bai Zhe. Qin Fong did not rush, and gave the ancestral dragon enough time. The ancestral dragon dialed Bai Zhe's communication, and explained the situation at this moment. After listening, Bai Zhe could not help but let out a sigh. He understood in his heart that this was a test for me. And this test would determine my attitude, and the future of the Divine Beast clan. If it was before, Bai Zhe would definitely invite me to come. Even if he would face a great crisis, he would definitely invite, but now? No way. Not only are the four ancient races, even the Divine Beast clan is also eyeing me. If I come to visit the Divine Beast clan, I might not be taken down by the ancient four races, but instead be digested by the Divine Beast clan from within. That's what would be greatly undesirable. Bai Zhe was very distressed. He felt that the hope for the complete rise of the Divine Beasts clan was going to pass from his hands. Ancestral Dragon, don't ever let me come to the 100,000 mountains. My Divine Beasts clan is internally preparing to make a move against me. After these words, the Ancestral Dragon instantly understood. A super god level chance. This reward was too heartwarming. Even the Divine Beast clan was moved. Ding. Communication has ended. Bai Zhe hung up the communication. But not a moment later, Fatty Forsaken's communication directly hit Ancestral Dragon, who inquired in confusion. Fatty Forsaken, do you have something to do? On the other end of the communication, Fertile Legacy spoke in a sinister manner. What did Bai Zhe say to you just now? We don't care. But we have to see the human emperor of the human race arrive at the 100,000 mountains within a day. Otherwise, your old wife, your children and grandchildren, we'll all pinch them to death one by one. Ancestral Dragon, I hope you can take into account your family's feelings. Such a communication was not only received by the Ancestral Dragon, the Holy Qilin, the Amethyst Cow, the Space Phoenix, and so on all received it, using their closest people as a lure, forcing them to give in, forcing them to bring the human emperor to the great mountain of 100,000. Or else, your loved ones will all go down to be buried with them. The divine beasts of the 100,000 great mountains had finally decided to use strong-arm tactics, taking a step ahead of the four ancient races, beheading Qin Fang first. This was the optimal solution at the moment. These threatening words immediately made these five divine beasts furious and furious. But there was nothing they could do. Their soft underbelly was being held in someone else's hands. What else could they do? The five divine beasts had gathered together and had yet to speak. Just by looking at the expressions on the faces of the divine beasts, it was able to explain everything. Can it be that we really want to betray me? I am our good brother. How can we betray him? But if I don't go, the ones who will die will be our heirs. I know that you guys are thin-skinned, but my child cannot afford to be lost. This was the determined voice of the Space Phoenix. It was already very difficult for her to conceive an heir, and after so many years, she had only been able to conceive a homologous Space Phoenix, who absolutely could not afford to lose. I am now the human emperor. He is not a nameless junior. If something really happened to him in the 100,000 mountains, the relationship between our divine beast clan and the human clan would be truly disgusting. Irreparable. This point. Have you guys considered this? The ancestral dragon was sternly against it. But looking at the Space Phoenix's scarlet eyes, he still said, in this matter, let's tell Qin Fang and let him make a decision. If he goes, then he goes. If he doesn't go, we will return to the 100,000 mountains on our own. I don't believe that these white-eyed wolves will dare to really make a move against our heirs. In the end, the five divine beasts agreed to this idea and went in search of Qin Fang. During this time, Qin Fang dialed Yu Zhe's communication. Boss, what is your business? Yu Zhe's words revealed deep exhaustion. Yu Zhe, from now on, put all of your resources into the research about the human body. I want to see brand new results within a month. This was Qin Fang's brand new request. And it was also the grand wish that Qin Fang had made when he achieved Human Emperor, which had to be returned. Yu Zhe did not say anything. Instead, he took a pen and brushed something. And only after he finished writing, did he tell Qin Fang rigorously, Boss, at the very least it will take 2 months. The time is too tight. Qin Fang changed his words. Okay. 2 months then. Yu Zhe, why do I get the feeling that I've been duped? Qin Fang, he. The longest time frame I have in mind is half a year. But it's best if I can produce results within 2 months. After arranging this matter, Qin Fang couldn't help but talk about Yu Zhe's family matters, solemnly saying, Yu Zhe, when do you want to make a clean break with the Rain family? I'll sit in for you with the identity of a human emperor, so that you can make a bold and unrestrained scene. Even if you want to start another lineage of the Rain family, I will also support it. This sentence instantly made Yu Zhe was in tears. His mood stirred, excited to a degree that was hard to repeat. Never thought that the boss, no, the human emperor actually still cared about his matters. And every word was said above his chest. Yu Zhe, the general manager who had followed Qin Fang step by step from the beginning to the present, second only to Qin Fang as the chairman of the board of directors, had once belonged to the Rain family, and was also equipped with a tragic life. The Rain family, which was also a deity family amongst the human race. For so many years, the number of deities that had appeared within the family was quite a lot. And the maximum number of deities at the same time had reached 5. This is already a frightening number, but rarely appear in the eyes of the world. Turn behind the scenes, quietly contribute to the human race. So many years is also considered to be peaceful. There has not been any illegal and disorderly things. The current tragedy of the human deities in the 3 southeastern districts has resulted in the Rain family now only having 2 deities left. One being Yuzei, and the other being the old ancestor. As for the massacre at the Human Emperor Hall on Mount Chixia, there was no Rain family. The Rain family, this is a very large family. The sordid things within the big families. Know it all. Rain Zephyr, as is the father's drunken and promiscuous maid-born heir. From a young age in the Rain family is a small transparent. Plus his father is not a direct relative, which makes the status of Rain Zephyr even lower, especially after the death of his father and mother. Yuzei was reduced to a boy in the Rain family, and was bullied all day long, and was eventually expelled from the Rain family's genealogy, and sent to the Heavenly Faith shop in an extremely cheap package. It was only by chance that he was opened by Qin Fong in a diamond treasure chest, and became one of the speakers of the 10,000 empty alleys. And step by step, along with the 10,000 empty alleys getting bigger and bigger, he also succeeded in achieving the divine position. As for with Li Qi, this is still a child. Rain Zhe within the Rain family once had the honor to see Li Qi one side. Then, the entire Rain family was on tenterhooks to meet the big man, and no one dared to be careless or neglectful. Once asked, it was only then that he learnt that it was Li Qi who was going to descend on the Rain family, which also made Li Qi's figure firmly imprinted in his mind and soul. As for Li Xie asking him for fine wine, Yuzei must have asked for it directly from within the family. The family knew that this was a fine wine for Li Xie, and took out many bottles at the first time. However, there are still a lot of sordidness that is not enough for outsiders to know. For example, what the Rain family wanted to bypass Yuzei and directly contact Li Qi, wanting to embrace this thigh. For example, the Rain family still looked down on Yuzei, believing that he was not worthy of becoming a member of the Rain family. These words were deeply seared into Yuzei's heart. However, they were all countered back by him one by one, causing the Rain family's calculations to all fall flat. Over the years, as Yuzei achieved divine spirit, the Rain family had also revised their genealogy, wanting to allow Yuzei to return. But Yuzei had ignored them lovingly. Yuzei knew clearly in his heart that these people, fancy not him, but this daily income of 10,000 people group, and want to take possession of it again. The nastiness of these big families. Yuzei couldn't finish talking about it even if he talked about it for a day and a night. After the war in the 3 southeastern regions, the Rain family once again sincerely invited Yuzei to return and promised the so-called second elder position. But Yuzei Renjio was unmoved. Now, with these words from Boss, he was finally able to raise his eyebrows completely. Boss, when I finish the matter at hand, I will definitely trouble you. He nodded his head before hanging up the communication. And in an instant, Qin Fong took out the time trader's contact from his backpack and scratched it twice. Buzzing, a spatial rift opened, and the scruffy appearance of the time and space merchant fell out. Qin Fong's eyes frowned slightly. Why did he feel that the time and space merchant in front of him? It seemed like he had aged a touch? Could it be that it was his illusion? At the same time that Qin Fong was sizing up the time and space merchant, the time and space merchant was also sizing him up. The golden glow that this kid was emitting? It was practically surpassing some old gods. This kid's depth. So deep. Elder time and space merchant. I want to purchase props that can help ordinary human races become gods. I wonder if you have any. Qin Fong still remembered Zhuge Tianyan. This one? He had exhausted himself for the entire Tianyang town. But with his current physical condition and mental condition, he might not be able to withstand it a bit. Qin Fong needed him to become a god. He needed him to help with the affairs of Tianyang town. The time and space merchant smiled mysteriously and kept rummaging around in his backpack, eventually handing 3 items to Qin Fong. Item 1, Pure Godhood. Prop description, refining and fusion can achieve the lowest grade of human deity, and cannot advance an inch in a lifetime. Sale price, 300 billion copper coins. Item 2, Divine Object, Flower of God. Item description, A flower that survives in the depths of the heaven's destiny earth that is condensed by pure divine power. After fusion, it can become a primary deity, and cannot advance an inch. Sale price, 500 billion copper coins. Seeing this, Qin Fang couldn't help but be puzzled. This low-level deity and primary deity? What was the difference? The time and space merchant said. A low-level deity. That is, one who has just broken through to the attribute of 100 million. That is, cannot advance an inch. Primary deity? The highest attribute can reach 1 billion. Qin Fang instantly understood. And with curiosity, he looked at item 3. Item 3. Blessing of the Ultra Divine. Item description. Can become a deity in the blessing of the super god level. Up to the highest level of becoming a senior deity. Price, 50 trillion copper coins. This price? It simply reached the heavens. Qin Fang weighed his options for a long time, but still purchased the lowest grade pure godhood. After all, Mr. Zhuge Heavenly Fate didn't need that much combat power. Ding. Pure God bit inventory, 3,000. Qin Fang's heart was moved, and he raised his head, his eyes sparking straight up as he said, Elder Time Trader? Divine artifacts? Is it able to offset the price? Time and space merchant, yes. But price-wise, it might be a little lower. Chapter 745 Backhandedly suppressing all enemies in the world. Qin Fang smiled faintly, and took out 10,000 pieces of artifact soul artifacts, without changing his face. Explaining to the time and space merchant. Elder Time and Space Merchant. These are the artifacts forged by my newly comprehended forging method. So take a look at it, and see how it looks. How much is the price? This should be a bit better than an ordinary divine weapon. The time and space merchant carefully checked it out, and eventually gave the price with a light in his eyes. This thing? My price is 80 billion copper coins per divine artifact. To be honest, this price was already very high. Qin Fang was already satisfied. After all, it was the purchase price for a large quantity. Qin Fang said, Buy this inventory. I will buy them all. These pure divine bits seemed useless now. But in Qin Fang's mind, the usefulness of this thing was great. Ding. Transaction successful. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining pure god bit asterisk 3000. The price of the pure god bit was 300 billion copper coins. And Qin Fang's 10,000 pieces of artifact soul divine artifacts were just enough to cover the debt. The transaction between the two parties was successful. And the two parties did not owe each other anything. Qin Fang still wanted to make some more deals with the time and space merchant. When all of a sudden, he heard noisy voices outside. Very urgent. As if something big had happened. Where is the Emperor? Where is the human Emperor? We want to see the human Emperor. Urgent matter? Really urgent matter? Yes. Me. You quickly come out. Dying awe? Me. I am the ancestral dragon. I won't lie to you. Such voices kept ringing out, which caused Qin Fang to be very surprised in his heart. What was wrong with Ancestral Dragon and the others? Just now, Ancestral Dragon and the others had once again received a communication from the Golden Crow within an hour. If the human emperor did not arrive at the 100,000 mountains, he would first kill 1/3 of their clan. That was why Ancestral Dragon and the others were so anxious. Qin Fang turned around and just wanted to ask the Time Trader to wait for a while. But the Time Trader had long since disappeared. AI. Qin Fang sighed and pushed open the door, looking towards Ancestral Dragon and asking him what had happened. Ancestral Dragon, Sacred Qilin, and other divine beasts informed Qin Fang of the cause and effect of what the 100,000 mountains had just discussed, letting him make up his mind, bluntly stating, even if you don't go, we won't blame you for this. That's what they are destined to do. At this moment, the Space Phoenix had already left alone in a hurry and traveled to the 100,000 mountains to rescue her heir. Qin Fang pondered for a while. The corners of his mouth brought on a smile. Go. Why not? The bottom of the Ancestral Dragon's eyes flickered with a touch of disbelief as he said, Do you know that you are traveling to the 100,000 great mountains? What will you experience? The divine beasts of the Golden Crow sect must have already set up a dragnet just waiting to kill you. And you still dare to go? Really don't want to die. The Sacred Qilin also stopped it. If you go and die, it will definitely cause a complete break between the Divine Beast clan and the human clan. Do you know the consequences? Although the Amethyst Demon Bull was usually big-headed, it was now able to carry its weight. Me. To be honest, I don't recommend you to go. Qin Fang raised his hand, signaling them that there was no need to say more. This 100,000 mountains. He had to go there today. There was no other reason. With his Time Dragon's detachment, with the 8 human emperors within the seal of the human emperor, and with the pestilence Dharma god's covert protection, this world was so big. Where couldn't he go? Yu Zhe, give the pure godhood of this one to Zhuge Tianyan, so that he can become a god early. Qin Fang briefly arranged the work in Tianyang town. That is, he followed Ancestral Dragon and the others to the 100,000 mountains. Ancestral Dragon, remember to tell them not to make things difficult for your clan. This is our grudge. What grudge is there with them? Ancestral Dragon, Saint Qilin and the others couldn't figure out what was going on in Qin Fang's mind for a while. They didn't know what exactly he was thinking. The 100,000 great mountains. A full 3,000 divine beasts conspired, targeting Qin Fang, wanting to behead him. And among these 3,000 divine beasts, more than 500 of them were top gods. And the rest, either their vassals, that is, were at the level of senior divine beasts. Good. The fish has taken the bait. This was the voice of the Golden Crow, with a dash of pride and sinister as well as disgust. The Golden Crow was clearly the leader of these human slaughtering emperor alliance. The order to behead Qin Fang, the overall planning, was all formulated by him. These divine beasts, too, were basically all under his command. The Great Mountain of Death. It wasn't an ironclad one, but there were different factions. Bai Zhe was a faction. The Golden Crow was a faction. And there was also Fu Shi, who was also a faction. White Zephyr's faction. Basically are some of the world of the beasts. Do not want too much involvement in the 100,000 mountains. Simply put, is very lazy. Cannot do things. Do not do things. But for Bai Zhe's prophecy, they are still very convinced. Firmly on Bai Zhe's side. Agree with every idea of Bai Zhe. Fu Shi also has a tiny bit of human blood, human head and snake body. Who does not know his past? Only know that he, after continuous efforts, also became a top divine beast. And he, for the divine beasts of the tribe's contribution, is very great. Proficient in gossip. Can accurately help divine beasts tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. Divine beasts clan can be preserved. And Fu Shi has a lot to do with White Zephyr. Fu Shi is in favor of a faction close to the human race, and will not take the initiative to provoke a war. For this time, the Golden Crow faction of practice. White Z. Fu Shi this is strongly opposed to. That they move will cause great harm to the entire divine beast of a tribe. However, who would not have thought? Jin was surprisingly so sinister. He ordered his subordinates of the divine beasts, the White Z, Fu Shi ministry of the children of all captive over, forcing them not to intervene. He, truly, wanted to become a super god level too much. In order to achieve this goal, Golden Crow was able to do whatever it took. Bai Zhe, under Fu Shi's casting, could only choose to remain unmoved. Golden Crow, according to rumors, is the moment of birth of the Great Sun. That is, the most ancient gods. The survival of the age of a very long time. But after continuous nirvana, lost the memory of the ancient times. Can only be forced to join the divine beasts of family. He was trapped in the top of the level of the beast for too long. He really wants to transcend it too much. Only by transcending would he be able to retrieve his memories of the ancient times. And only then would he be able to completely awaken and restore his former glory. As for the death or life of these divine beasts, he wouldn't care at all. Set up a great formation and wait for my arrival. The Golden Crow's mouth was tinged with a smile. And he had even begun to fantasize about how he would trade with the Heavenly Emperor for the chance to break through to the super god level. The entire 100,000 mountains were in an inexplicable atmosphere. The members of Fu Shi's faction and Bai Zhe's faction had all reached a certain extreme of anger towards Jinwu's faction, but didn't dare to explode, as they all had soft underbelly pinched in their hands by Jinwu, the Holy Qilin, Ancestral Dragon, and the others descended to the 100,000 mountains and roared with a voice as loud as a bell. Golden Crow, let my clan go, and I can spare you. Golden Crow, don't take things to the extreme. Otherwise, even if he achieves the super god level, we will pull you down. Golden Crow, you shall not die. In the face of the Holy Qilin and other divine beasts' voices, the Golden Crow then smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth and said, I would also like to ask the 5 of you to watch the battle from the sidelines. And when I kill the human emperor, I will definitely ensure that all of your clansmen will be able to return to the throne intact. However, if you all want to make an enemy of me, I'm sorry. Your clansmen will probably go up in smoke at your choice. This was a threat. But these 5 divine beasts, including those that were from Fushi's faction and Baizei's faction, were all powerless to do anything about it. The golden crow transformed into a great sun in the firmament, recklessly blooming out the light belonging to itself, and blandly said, "Ah, where is the human emperor? Why hasn't he not appeared yet?" In the past, Qin Fang could appear at will. But now, Qin Fang had achieved human emperor. So naturally, he could not be so casual, only to see a splash of 7-colored light in the vault of the sky. The gorgeous chauffeured seat came galloping from afar, the body the color of amethyst, showing all the luxury. Pulling the carriage were clearly 9 7-colored steeds. Qin Fang was sitting steadily in it. Quite the aura of a human emperor. This was the way a human emperor appeared. However, Qin Fang was still a bit short. When the first human emperor of the human race traveled, it was claimed that 1,000 deities willingly opened the way. 1,000 fairies danced. 909 colored swimming dragons pulled the whiskey. The Xian Huang Qi tumbled, and the human race's Qi followed, showing the extravagance of the human emperor. This time, Qin Fang's traveling was also very hurried, and he could only barely manage to put together the shabby chuffing seat, which was not a disgrace to the human emperor. Qin Fang wore a black python robe and an imperial crown on his head. His face was slatternly, quite majestic. The 7-colored light was getting closer and closer, stopping at the top of the 100,000 mountains. Qin Fang was indifferent to the 100,000 mountains in his Chuki, still sitting upright, not even looking at the 100,000 mountains. It was not the first time Baizei had seen Qin Fang, but this time, it left a deep shock in his heart. Who could have thought that the brat who once still needed the shelter of the Divine Beast clan had now achieved a high position as the human emperor of the human clan? Fushi also sized up Qin Fang at the first moment. This was his first encounter with Qin Fang. The previous times, Fushi was in seclusion and had not met. As soon as they met, Fushi projected that this golden crow's action was bound to fail. He had underestimated the human race's depth. The golden crow was very upset in his heart. He also condensed his own body and transformed into the emperor's phase. He and Qin Fang stared at each other in the vault of the sky, and said disdainfully, "Human emperor, I suggest that you cut yourself off, or else it will be very painful if I kill you later on." The golden crow looked down on the human emperor. The strength of a primary god? It seemed like he was able to crush it with a backhand. This battle, the entire heaven's destiny 10,000 races, were almost all paying attention. The ancient gods watched silently, calculating in their hearts whether they would be able to intercept it. Incidentally, they were calculating to see the player's true strength. Qin Fang let out a shameful laugh, stood up, and said in a domineering manner, "Golden Crow, have all your people arrived? Spare me the trouble of going to kill them one by one and getting tired." On this journey, the ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts naturally told the whole thing. All informed Qin Fang, it was only the Golden Crow faction that wanted to kill you, and the other divine beasts were still all holding a peaceful heart towards the human race. The Holy Qilin also figured out that since the human emperor dared to go, then there must be a backhand all. The seal of the human emperor. Yes, with the seal of the human emperor. At the very least, it is not a problem to keep the human emperor. The Golden Crow laughed wildly and recklessly. Human emperor? You don't feel that you possess the seal of the human emperor? Then you'll be able to compete with me. I admit that the seal of the human emperor is very strong. But the human emperor's virtual shadow sealed within? It's only at the level of a top deity? How can you compete with us? Me here? 500 top divine beasts piggybacking on the top level, and 2,500 high-level gods. Millions of years ago, when the seal of the human emperor last appeared, the human emperor's shadow was indeed at the level of a top deity. But now, after millions of years of condensation and breakthroughs, the strength of the first human emperor, it's already broken through awe. This is the difference between the difference in information. Sometimes, but it's going to kill people awe. Qin Fang wasn't going to ink anymore. He directly appeared from among the chuffing seats and offered up the seal of the human emperor. The figures of the 8 once ancient human emperors appeared from them one by one. Infinite majesty burst out. The human race's chi luck was added to it. And the strength of each of the human emperors had reached the top of 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 the top god's level. An infinite sense of power burst out, causing the entire Mount Chixia to be in an ironic battle intent, as if it was between mountains of swords and seas of blood. These 8 human emperors? Which one of them hadn't killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? These were all once reflections of history. Qin Fang bowed towards the 8 human emperors and said, I also request that all the human emperors protect the future of my human race and guard the monument of my human race. The 8 human emperors who were like shadows also bowed slightly towards Qin Fang. And then that was when the slaughter began. For so many years, because of the nourishment of the human emperor seal, the strength of these human emperors seemed to have no end in sight, rising continuously. Although they did not break through, they were not far apart. The first human emperor guarded Qin Fang's side and did not make a move, since the Golden Crow wanted him dead. There was no way. One could only make the Golden Crow disappear completely. Bai Zhe, the divine beasts of the Fushi faction couldn't help but freeze. This? The human emperor even went ahead and counterattacked? So strong? The Golden Crow was also stunned, and immediately had the 3,000 divine beasts follow the established formation and launch a siege against the 7 human emperors. He, on the other hand, was prepared to compete with the first human emperor beside Qin Fang. The first human emperor had his own aura, and he was completely different from what Qin Fang gave off. It was as if he was an infinite abyss, capable of devouring everything. Whether it was a former follower or a present-day person, no one was able to know what was going on inside him. He stood in place like a statue, as if he was able to support the entire firmament. The first human emperor. This was truly the great one who brought the human race out of the darkness. You are not my opponent. And besides, you shouldn't mess with the human race. The first human emperor spoke calmly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Madness appeared in the Golden Crow's eyes. Oh, really? As he spoke, the Golden Crow rushed towards the first human emperor, snapped, only to see the first human emperor's backhand. That is, he suppressed the Golden Crow, cupping it in his hands to make him unable to move. This is the power of the super god level. The top god simply cannot resist, even if the first human emperor was only a half-step super god level. It was not something he could resist. The Golden Crow fought to struggle, but it was as if he was stuck in a quagmire and could only struggle powerlessly. Panic appeared in the Golden Crow's eyes. He had still underestimated the human race. After so many years, the first human emperor within the human emperor seal had actually broken through. The first human emperor gently pinched, and the Golden Crow's silhouette was transformed into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated into the heavens and earth, easily sending him to nirvana, not resurrecting himself. Even if he was resurrected, the Golden Crow was him. But he was not the Golden Crow. In a flash, the first human emperor stepped forward and said, either submit, or 100,000. You choose. As he spoke, a terrifying super god level majesty swept across the entire 100,000 mountains, and these divine beasts of the top gods immediately half-kneeled on the ground to show their submission. At this moment, the entire 10,000 races of heaven's destiny were shocked. The human race? Surprisingly, it possessed another half-step super god level combatant, the Plague Dharma god. This was in existence at the peak of the super god level, which was able to suppress everything. Now, it was so hard to wait until the Plague god died. Is it possible that the human race? Is it possible that the human race is going to reappear with a super god level existence? This can't be tolerated. Really can't be tolerated. Not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. Chapter 746 Divine Beasts and the Human Race Working Closely Together. Throughout history, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Since they lost, these divine beasts could only resign themselves to their fate and were branded by the first human emperor, controlling life and death. The first human emperor once studied the way of the imperial beast and has a very high level of achievement. The human race in the field of divine beasts basically are the first human emperor contract. The human race imperial beast master of the profession is also the first human emperor to pass down. These contracts are all master-servant contracts, and they are directly branded on top of the human emperor seal. As long as the human emperor seal is not broken, This contract will not lose its validity. This batch of power is also regarded as a wealth left to the subsequent human race. White Zephyr, Fushi, the two factions of the beast. See the scene. The heart cannot help but produce a touch of rabid death fox sad feeling. So? Is this really right? Is it hard to really watch the divine beasts of the same sect being enslaved by the human race? Mr. White Zephyr, should we? Stop it a bit. These are all our brothers in arms and legs. Right. White Zephyr. Even though we are different from them in terms of philosophy. We are all from the same clan after all. By Zay. Let me see this clan enslaved. I can't do it. I want to rebel. White Zephyr. You should give a statement. You can't just stand by and watch. Thus, Baizé listened to his clansmen and stepped forward. Please be merciful. Human Emperor. Most of these divine beasts were compelled by the Golden Crow. And now that the Golden Crow has been removed by the Human Emperor's might, can you give these divine beasts a way out? Baizé put his own posture very low. Even if I am not as strong as him, the Human Emperor's identity is enough to make him bow down. After all, behind me, it was a half-step super god level powerhouse. And that was his background. Fushi also stood out after thinking about it and bowed towards me, requesting that the Human Emperor could be lenient. Qin Fong glanced at Baizé, and then looked at Fushi, and said indifferently, Mr. Baizé, your face, I still have to give it. Let's do it this way. These divine beasts suppressed the chi for my human race for 30,000 years, that is. Let them go free. What do you think? This was the concession Qin Fong gave after thinking about it. And it was also a necessary concession. Otherwise, it would be really pushing out the Divine Beast clan. To be honest, the human race still needed to join hands with the Divine Beast clan right now. But those words? He had merely said it to Baizé. As for Fushi, Qin Fong didn't bother. What kind of goods was he? Unfamiliar. This caused Fushi to be embarrassed for a while, but did not show it. When Baizé heard Qin Fong's concession, a flash of gratitude appeared in his heart. Just now, even if I really did not give him the slightest face, what could he, Baizé, do? Wouldn't he still have to take it? Who let the Divine Beast clan have no super god level powerhouses? And my attitude is already very obvious. This Divine Beast clan, he is more close to him Baizé. As for who is Fushi, he does not know. This is the best signal. Baizé bowed once again. The corner of his mouth brought on a smirk and said, I will thank the Human Emperor in this case. Please come inside. Let's talk about the cooperation between the Divine Beast clan and the Human clan in detail. Qin Fong gave the Ancestral Dragon a look that took care of it. Everything. It was that simple. The Ancestral Dragon, the Holy Qilin, and the other top powerhouses couldn't help but be stunned. I originally possessed such a card. No wonder I dared to travel alone. Fushi, this faction of divine beasts, can't help but not have a good face to me. Mad? What's so godly about it? Isn't it just a broken human emperor? Yeah. Look at that lofty look of his. Even Lord Fushi dares to ignore it. Later. Must give him a good look. Fushi under the command of the divine beasts. All for Fushi. Fushi. This. Didn't show no any abnormal. Said no harm. These are small things. Everything should be for the sake of the big picture. The more Fushi is like this, the more unwilling the members under his command are. The more they want to embarrass Qin Fong. The good show was about to begin. The half-step super god level powerhouses of the four ancient clans were all concerned about the events of the Divine Beast clan. And the patriarchs of these four clans could not help but remain silent for a long time. The first human emperor had broken through to the half-step super god level. And this was still the bottom card revealed by the human race? Would they still possess other cards? One must know that the human race had been a sinister and cunning race since ancient times. Maybe they're still hiding something. The human race couldn't be trusted. Perhaps even the news that the plague Dharma god had died couldn't be trusted. For a while, the four ancient races didn't even know if they should go after the human emperor. The old Buddha of the mechanical Buddha clan attributed from his bitter meditation and took a step out. The entire heavenly destiny shook. There was going to be a change in the sky. The strongest of the heavenly gods also revealed a terrifying pressure. The golden feathers of the 12 wings behind his back unfolded as if it was a great sun, pushing straight towards the Divine Beast's clan. The god of the sea held a pure black-colored trident in his hand, shooting straight out from the depths of the seabed, as if it was a black shadow. speeding towards the Divine Beast's clan. This scene caused the entire Divine Order's deities to be shaken, scattering their own voices to investigate the situation. These three were all deities that had once been contemporaries of the first Heavenly Emperor. The first Heavenly Emperor had already died. While they still existed, all with unfathomable strength, even Heavenly Emperors, who had achieved the super god level, did not dare to move them easily. All three of them had the means to temporarily raise their strength to the true super god level. With the power of the entire clan, they were undefeatable, immortal and indestructible. Divine Beast Clan. White Zephyr solemnly invited the human emperor to visit the entire 100,000 mountains, introducing the terroir and landscape of the 100,000 mountains, before leading him to the council hall to discuss the matter of the alliance between the human race and the Divine Beast race. This is a formal meeting. Everything is naturally the highest specification. Wine, food, beautiful dance, and so on. All arranged on. The scene was once very luxurious. Avu. Mr. Baizet was able to put up such a big show. Those who didn't know thought you were entertaining the Heavenly Emperor. This was the Divine Beast of Fu Shi's faction, who took the lead and began to lash out, not giving Baizet, or me, the slightest bit of face. Qin Fang's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched quietly like an old monk. This matter was a family matter of the 100,000 mountains. It was extremely good for him to watch quietly. Some years ago, Qin Fang visited with the Divine Beast clan's prophet god. There hadn't been so many twists and turns between factions. It hadn't been so clear-cut either. To put it in perspective, back then, Qin Fang was merely a pawn. How was he able to see so much? To put it bluntly, it's very simple. Everything you see now is just what others want you to see. Baizet's face was very embarrassed. He couldn't intervene. He couldn't bother with Fu Shi's faction of Divine Beasts and Fu Shi is on the surface of the reprimand. In fact, not pain. And the meaning of harboring is obvious. For a while, the scene was surprisingly stalemated. Human Emperor. Now it's your human race? Wanting the help of my Divine Beast clan. I'll trouble you to lower your stance a bit. Okay? This was again with an extremely strong hint of provocation. And although it was accompanied by a salutation, this salutation was, well, unpleasant. Right. The human race now has a mere 100 or so deities. If you join forces with my Divine Beasts, you might be able to keep your position as the human emperor. Otherwise, what kind of thing are you? The more these words were said, the more excessive and unpleasant they became. However, Qin Fang remained expressionless as he looked at Baizet and then at Fu Shi. Seeing that neither of them had any reaction, he then said, Elder Baizet, are you able to handle this? Baizet shook his head helplessly. This was beyond his jurisdiction. Qin Fang looked at Fu Shi again. Senior Fu Shi, are you sure you don't care? Mind your own business. Yellow-mouthed child. Hurry up and kneel down and sink to Lord Fu Shi. Maybe we will still be able to spare your life. Qin Fang took a deep breath. A smile, if any, appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really couldn't figure out how these Divine Beasts managed to be so idiotic. Did they really think that he didn't dare to kill? Did he really think that the others had to ally with the Divine Beast clan? Qin Fang stood up and looked indifferently at Fu Shi. Within 3 breaths, make the Divine Beast that insulted me just now kneel down and smack himself on the ground. 10,000 times heavily. Or else I'll personally crush you to death. Qin Fang wouldn't bother with these minions. It was Fu Shi he was targeting. Fine. Since you guys want to stand up for Fu Shi, I'm going to target Fu Shi. Fu Shi's face instantly turned blue, looking at me with resentment. His subordinates, on the other hand, once again began a tirade of obscenities. An intense celestial battle began in Fu Shi's mind. 2. Fu Shi's expression was very anxious and somewhat flustered. He didn't know what to do. And there was still a faint fluke in his heart that Qin Fang didn't dare to make a move. 3. A touch of biting killing intent seemed like extreme ice enveloping Fu Shi, causing his mind to freeze, feeling a strong threat of death. This time, he completely collapsed, forcefully ordering the Divine Beast that had just insulted me to kneel down and smack himself in the mouth. These Divine Beasts were shocked. We are defending you. Is this how you treat us? Lord Fu Shi? He wouldn't dare He wouldn't dare to tear his face off with us Right now it's him who needs us, not us who need him. You don't need to lick him Oh, looks like they're not listening to you too much In that case, You go to hell. The first human emperor silhouette had, at some point, appeared behind Fu Shi's back, capable of decapitating him at any time. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. These divine beasts were forced by Fu Shi's terrifying pressure to kneel on the ground and began to smack their own mouths. Fu Shi was able to survive, but the members of his faction were already centrifuged against him. Fu Shi, well, I don't need to lick him, but I'm afraid of dying. Bai Zhe watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but exclaim, what ingenious wisdom. What amazing tactics. Qin Fong sat down again. Before he said indifferently, now, are we able to talk about business? However, I now need someone from the Divine Beast clan who is truly capable of making decisions to talk to me. Otherwise, everything is exempt from discussion. Bai Zhe. Fu Shi's face darkened instantly. This? Could it be that Qin Fong still wanted them to fight to the death and completely unify the entire Divine Beast clan? This? It couldn't be done in a short period of time. At this moment, a flash of beautiful voice came out from within the river of time and space, calmly saying, Human Emperor, I'll talk to you. I wonder if I'm qualified. The silver-colored dragon of time and space danced out from within the vast river of time, condensing the most arcane Dao body and talking to Qin Fong as an equal. What kind of artifact was this? The scales above each piece of the dragon of time and space seemed to reflect a scene from the future, allowing one to become directly engrossed in it. Excitement, and disbelief flowed from the eyes of Bai Zhe, Fu Shi, and the entire divine beast of Mount Qixia. This? The dragon of time and space is still alive, and her aura is so imperceptible? Can it be that the dragon of time and space has already been promoted to become a half-step super god level? Or a true super god level powerhouse? This time, the entire 100,000 mountains of divine beasts, as if they had found the backbone of the general, hanging hard finally put down. The Divine Beasts clan definitely counted as a strong clan. The human emperor got up, greeted the dragon of time and space, and blandly said, naturally, I don't know, elder dragon of time and space. How do you want the human race to ally with the divine beast race? I have 3 sets of plans here. The dragon of time and space did not reply, but instead asked rhetorically, dare I ask the human emperor, can you tell me in detail? Qin Fong sorted out his language and said, the first plan, the divine beast race and the human race will watch over each other and help each other as much as possible when they encounter danger. This is the most basic and is considered preliminary cooperation. The second option, the divine beast clan and the human clan cooperate in depth. When one side is in trouble, they must support each other. Resources within the territories of both parties can be traded. The third option, the divine beast race and the human race cooperate completely, becoming an inseparable whole, sharing all resources. Each of the options, Qin Fong told in detail. This was compiled by the God of Goodness. The upper, middle and lower 3 strategies. It all depended on the choice of the Divine Beast clan. But no matter which one, all of them were favorable to the current human race. After listening, the Dragon of Time and Space has not yet spoken. Fu Shi, under the command of the Divine Beasts, Ying Long said, Human Emperor, your wishful thinking cannot help but play too loud. Which of these options are my Divine Beasts clan to suffer? It had to be said that Ying Long's sentence was spot on. And it was indeed true that the Divine Beasts present were basically unwilling to agree. Qin Fong was not annoyed. And instead of ignoring Ying Long, he looked at the Dragon of Time and Space and continued. The future. I'm sure you've already seen it. Do you think it's worth it? The Dragon of Time and Space nodded solemnly and said, the Divine Beast clan will engage in complete cooperation with the human clan from today, sharing all resources. The Dragon of Time and Space ordered that even if the Divine Beast clan was no longer willing, they could only agree. Qin Fong stretched out his hand and shook it with the Dragon of Time and Space, saying, a wise choice. After a moment's pause, Qin Fong then said, I will send the God of Goodness to take over the specific matters of cooperation. So you can also send a Divine Beast, the Dragon of Time and Space directly designated by Zhe to interface with the God of Kindness. There was no room for error. Bai Zhe nodded and said yes, perhaps sensing the dissatisfaction of Fu Shi's faction. The Dragon of Time and Space directly exuded the power of the River of Time, suppressing the entire 100,000 mountains, and a bashful voice resounded in the minds of every divine beast. From today, Divine beasts will no longer be divided into any factions. And it is all for the betterment of the Divine Beasts clan. The numerous divine beasts nodded their heads in agreement, not daring to say more. After discussing this matter, Qin Fang, the dragon of time and space, could not help but give his eyes to the distance. 3 extremely strong auras sped in from all directions. The dragon of time and space glanced at Qin Fang and signaled for him to leave the battle. It could not break out in the 100,000 mountains. Otherwise, the Divine Beast clan would be destroyed. Qin Fang, didn't we agree to work together? Is this backfiring? The dragon of time and space looked at Qin Fang and said, I know a place that can resolve this crisis. And once you get through this crisis, only then will you be considered a true fish in the deep sea and a dragon swimming in the sky. A place also inexplicably appeared in Qin Fang's heart, and his eyes glowed as he went to explore his own being. That gigantic figure, the dragon of time and space said, as an ally. This time, I will escort you and ensure that I will deliver you safely. Chapter 747, Beginning Phoenix, Super God Level. Pawn. Ding. The Dragon of Time and Space invites you to conclude a contract of eternal alliance between the Divine Beast clan and the Human clan. Do you agree? Agree. Ding. The pact is concluded successfully. Buzzing. The human race's auras seem to be like oil cooked by a blazing fire, rising violently by a large margin. The Divine Beast clan's fortune was the same, growing very rapidly. The fusion of the two races would benefit both sides greatly. The God of Goodness arrived at the 100,000 mountains to discuss the specific matters of the alliance with Bai Zhe. Qin Fang was looking at the Dragon of Time and Space. The mist on her body had quietly disappeared, and he was already able to know her strength, half-step transcendent God level. An existence like the Dragon of Time and Space, who was born to be attuned to the long river of time and controlled the power of time, should logically be extremely powerful. I wondered how much of a difference there was between it and the super God level. The Dragon of Time and Space also knew Qin Fang's strength. The human emperor's strength reaches the primary God level, while the Dragon of Time and Space reaches the intermediate God level. Your strength is still too weak. Qin Fang couldn't help but give the Dragon of Time and Space a blank look. How long have you been cultivating? From the time you were born until now? At least 5 million years. And him? Only 2.5 years. To be able to reach the strength of a primary god. This is already an invitation to heaven's good fortune. Could it be that he wanted Qin Fang to achieve the super god level in such a short period of time? To achieve the super god level. Would that be reasonable? The Dragon of Time and Space forgot about this as the memories resurfaced in her mind. And she always felt that I am from the same era as her. I'm going to give you an opinion. Return to the past. Sense the divine position. Raise it. And when you return again, your strength will definitely be able to rise swiftly. Qin Fang continued to blankly glance at the Dragon of Time and Space. I don't know. I am the time-traveling skill is still cooling down. Looking at Qin Fang's expression, as if he was caring for a retard. The Dragon of Time and Space couldn't help but be enraged. It couldn't help but give him the first blow. Qin Fang perceived a dense sense of oppression, as if it was the destruction of a planet, causing one's heart to palpitate. And this feeling of destruction was directly *3. The sea god silhouette that covered the entire firmament. The figure of the mechanical Buddha that reflected the heavens. And the voice of the heavenly god that resounded through the clouds. All covered the entire 100,000 mountains. The Dragon of Time and Space grabbed in the void, and grabbed out a massive shadow from behind Qin Fang's back. And within it was Qin Fang's confused shadow. The power of time and space continued to merge into it. And this massive shadow continued to gaze. And eventually turned out to be exactly the same as Qin Fang. Except that by looking at his appearance, he seemed to be a little more vicissitudes. The just condensed Qin Fang saw the Dragon of Time and Space. Now Qin Fang's figure was not surprised in the slightest. On the contrary, he calmly said, Dragon of Time and Space? Those who play with time will also be played with by time in the end. Take note of yourself. Qin Fang's entire body was as petrified as if he had been petrified. Shocked as he looked at what was in front of him. What is happening here? Is it hard to believe that this virtual shadow is the future him? The impact on him was simply too great. He just wanted to open his mouth. But all of a sudden, he felt that the distance between him and the future Qin Fang was being drawn away without limit. As if there was a mysterious force stopping him. The Dragon of Time and Space sensed this scene and couldn't help but say, the you of the past and the you of the future. Can't communicate. This is the limitation of time. Qin Fang's head was about to explode. After all the fuss, this was really his future self. The Dragon of Time and Space did not care about the past Qin Fang, but instead looked at the future Qin Fang and said without a trace of anger, "If I don't shout at you, the past you won't be able to pass this hurdle at all. The future you? Still a dead one." The future Qin Fang, on the other hand, said, "The power that you are extracting from me now will be retributed on him in the future. So be good." After hearing this, the Dragon of Time and Space expressed his indifference, briefly informing him of the current situation, and telling him to go and lure away these three half-step transcendent god-level existences. Future Qin Fang's eyes showed disbelief. "These are three half-step super-god levels. You want me to find death?" The Dragon of Time and Space grasped. 30 minutes. That's not difficult. Right? Future Qin Fang thought for a long time, but still decided to make a move. The Dragon of Time and Space awakened the consciousness of past Qin Fang and brought him back to his senses before he said, Later on. You follow me, and we'll sneak out from within the long river of time and space." Qin Fang could only nod numbly. In the next instant, the slightly vicissitude-ridden Qin Fang rose up from the sky, displaying a terrifying half-step super-god level of power. A touch of the power of the seal of the human emperor coalesced, and greatness was added to his body, making him faster. The mechanical Buddha, heavenly god, and sea god instantly turned around and went after the future Qin Fang. Buzzing, terrifying waves like the sea suddenly appeared in the vault of the sky, strengthened by the divine power of the half-step super-god level, squeezing towards future Qin Fang. Future Qin Fang quickly shifted his figure to avoid this terrifying domain attack. Ding! The trident was condensed into the strongest single attack by the sea god, and it was caught off guard as it fiercely blasted on top of the seal of the human emperor. The seal of the human emperor trembled violently twice, converting from a substantial situation to an illusory one, but it still carried it. The future Qin Fang even took advantage of the force of this counterattack and quickly disappeared far away for some distance. The mechanical Buddha condensed the Buddha character seal in the dome of the sky, as if it contained a small space inside, quickly enveloping towards future Qin Fang's position. This was a spatial type of restriction skill. The future Qin Fang seemed to have predicted this. Lifting his hand and pointing, the terrifying might was like a heavenly collapse, destroying this Buddha character print at the first time, becoming a touch of wind in the sky and the earth, disappearing into thin air. Disbelief appeared in the eyes of the mechanical Buddha. How could this be possible? This half-step super-god level skill of his had just been realized and had never been used before. How could the human emperor crack it and still be so clean? The mechanical Buddha didn't know that in the future, Qin Fang had fought him many times to the death and knew his strength the best, which was why he was able to break his divine skill in an instant. This small episode immediately caused the mechanical Buddha to fall into contemplation, into self-doubt, and he did not return to his senses even when the future Qin Fang had already disappeared far away. The god of heaven, the god of the sea naturally wouldn't take the initiative to wake him up. One less opponent. It was better this way. Future Qin Fang's speed was getting faster and faster. It looked like he could not catch up. The sea god stopped and gave up the chase. But at this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of the heavenly god's mouth, and 12 golden wings appeared behind his back, making his entire person look very holy. Buzzing, Paradise God's speed increased to the extreme, drawing a beautiful arc in the firmament before disappearing. The future Qin Fang took a look at the time. There were still 15 minutes left. He also began to burn his origin to make himself faster, and the scene was stalemated for a while. Within the 100,000 great mountains, the past Qin Fang followed the Dragon of Time and Space as he traveled within the river of time, speeding towards the endless ocean. This scene, below the super god level, no one perceived it, however. Above the super god level, it could not be hidden from their eyes. Plague Dharma God. Lycia couldn't help but sigh that the Dragon of Time and Space's method was good, but it was quite costly for me. In case the future me was suddenly drained of the power within his body at the moment of fighting with a strong enemy, one could only imagine what would happen to him. The Celestial Emperor was Indius, the power of time and space. It really is a power that is blessed by nature. But unfortunately, the god of time of the ancient deity clan didn't know where to go. Or else, only when he devoured the Dragon of Time and took control of the power of time would he be able to completely transcend. The hidden super god levels hidden in the shadows also sked their tongues and sighed at the magic of the power of time. The future Qin Fan was constantly pinching the time. Finally, at the last moment, his figure turned into a bubble and disappeared. However, he still whispered at the last moment, "Heavenly God, it's nice to see you again." The heavenly god was puzzled. Why would I say that? He had obviously met me for the first time. The future Qin Fan smiled mysteriously and completely disappeared without leaving any traces. The heavenly god reached out and fished. There were just 3 or 4 points of light, slipping in his hand. As for me, where there is still half a shadow, the sea god, the mechanical Buddha finally rushed up. They only saw the heavenly god of fishing. That is to determine that the human race's human emperor must have fallen into his hands. Cannot help but one in front of the other to surround the heavenly god. Let him hand over the human emperor. Or else, please blame them for not being polite. Paradise god. The secret of advancing to the super god level is not something you can keep to yourself. Hurry up and hand over me. Otherwise, it's inevitable that we'll have to do over a fight today. And also see if your strength has improved after so many years. Heavenly God had bitter words to say. He really did not take down me. But unfortunately, the current situation, no matter what he said, these two people will not believe it. Difficult to get. I didn't take me down. Believe it or not. After the heavenly God finished speaking, he wanted to leave. Saying so much to them? And what's the use? The mechanical Buddha, the sea god, stopped the heavenly God's way, saying that he had not taken me down. But in reality, he was anxious to leave. Do you see the two of us like mallets? How could we possibly believe your bullshit? The smell of gunpowder between the 3 people was getting stronger and stronger. And it was about to explode at the touch of a button. Idiot. I have long escaped. This is his location at the moment. Hurry up and go. Maybe we can still catch up. Suddenly, a grand, irresistible voice rang out in the hearts of the 3, giving them direction and informing them of my trajectory. Without a trace of temper in their hearts, the 3 half-step super god levels quickly chased towards this coordinate. These 3 half-step transcendent god levels would not go deeper into which transcendent god level it was. And it was nothing more than wanting to kill someone with a knife. This knife? They were willing. The plague Dharma god. The evil god suddenly burst out. Good guts. This was a Tao sound. And in the entirety of heaven's destiny, only existences with strength at the super god level or above were able to hear it. Thus, these super god level existences began to eat their melon. In the next second, the plague Dharma god, evil god, descended to a dead volcano that had been silent for millions of years before, and made a direct move. The volcano destroyed. Magma spewed out, and a bright red body swayed out. Looking at the plague Dharma god, evil god with a hint of a mocking smile. For the news of the death of the plague Dharma god? It was nothing more than a small trick concocted by the heavenly emperor to deceive his subordinates. Nothing more than to make them attack the human race with more vigor. Did the plague Dharma god die? These super god levels knew better than anyone else. The plague Dharma god's face turned blue as he said, "Beginning Phoenix. This time? You've gone a bit too far." This was a deeply hidden super god level. Even at the same level, he had never been detected. But now, he was forced out by the pestilence Dharma god with a single slap. All of a sudden, the entire heaven's destiny's super god levels couldn't help but want to get to know this new super god level. And some of them even greeted and drew together and so on. With different purposes. Beginning Phoenix see themselves exposed, but also not annoyed. But towards the 4 sides of the bow. To the existence of all the super god level formally declare her existence. And then with a touch of nothing to worry about. Looking towards the plague law god. The evil god. Provocative, this human emperor. Seems to be dying. I advise you to. Or go back earlier. Beginning Phoenix perhaps slumbered for too long, and was too confident in the power of the super god level. Making his brain burn out all of a sudden. Yes, in his time, the super god level was already the strongest and able to rule over the entire heaven's destiny. So he could naturally be carefree when he achieved the super god level. Didn't he see that the mechanical Buddha and 3 others who were once his contemporaries were still running around to achieve the super god level? This was the gap. And it made his heart so sour that there were no words to express it. The plague Dharma god calmed the depression in his heart and looked towards the evil god, calmly saying, "Who is going to make the move?" Beginning Phoenix took over the conversation. Rather arrogant, the two of you might as well come together. I'll see if I can cope with the two super god levels. By and large, the evil god said blandly. Forget it. It's better for me to make a move to destroy this arrogant frog at the bottom of the well. As he spoke, the evil god opened his hand, as if the whole of heaven's destiny was in the palm of his hand. Almost everything was under his control. The universe was spinning around him constantly. The evil god, becoming heaven. Buzz, the evil god's grip. The beginning Phoenix was like a ball of paper, being ravaged wantonly, unable to resist, unable to make any extra movements. One could only see the horror in his eyes, as well as the intense disbelief. What kind of power is this? The evil god said. I hope that in your next life, be able to be smarter. The evil god clenched his fist, as if it was a crusher, crushing beginning Phoenix's body, essence and whatnot, making him become a nutrient of heaven and earth, returning to heaven and earth anew. And the entire heavenly destiny's aura was suddenly a few points denser. This smudge, so that the entire heaven's destiny's super god level existences could not help but feel a chill down their spine. Shivering. This is? What level of power to actually decapitate the super god level like slaughtering a dog. The evil god didn't bother with him, but instead looked around and said, I hope you all aren't uneducated. Within the rules, the two of us turn a blind eye. But outside the rules, whoever dares to make a move, we will dare to strangle him alive. This threat, it worked. The heavenly emperor who was sealed in the central region of heaven's destiny was trembling continuously at this moment. This was the emotion of fear. From the time he was promoted to become a super god level, this emotion hadn't appeared for a long time. But today, it appeared again. In the netherworld, a faint voice came out. Nothing. What are you guys doing messing with these two plague gods? However, this beginning Phoenix's resentment, it can be used. It can make the netherworld reduce millions of years of gestation. My time to get out of the trap is fast approaching. In all parts of heaven's destiny, the extremely deep hidden super god levels had panic flashing out of the depths of their eyes. This was simply not a power they could comprehend. Is it hard? Is there a whole new realm above the super god level? This was the only question that appeared in the minds of these super god levels after they had achieved the super god level. They now had an answer. Chapter 748 Endless Sea. The Plague Dharma God. The evil god returned and his figure turned into streams of light and disappeared. The entire heaven's destiny's super god level existences were all muted, not daring to let out a single fart. This was simply going to scare people to death. Beyond the super god level, this realm actually exists. Then, how should this realm be named? Perhaps only the god of plague, the god of evil, can know. The current heavenly emperor is cowering in his seal, unwilling to come out into the world, and has even reinforced himself with several layers of seals. Targeting the human race? Doesn't he want to die? Not to mention that the plague god is still alive. Even if it's Lixiao alone, he can't even handle it. The position of heavenly emperor? Whoever he wants to be. Suddenly, the current heavenly emperor seems to understand why his predecessor inexplicably disappeared. The first 4 heavenly emperors? Why have they all disappeared? Where did they go? It looks like there is a huge possibility that they were assassinated. The god of plague law. The evil god returns, drinking tea once again, quietly observing the changes in the wind and clouds. Although I am experiencing a crisis, if he is able to pull through with his own strength, his future is unlimited. However, the evil god is also constantly observing. If I am in a crisis of falling, he will still make a move. In the middle of the long river of time. Thud. Thud. Knock. The half-step super god level mechanical Buddha. The half-step super god level heavenly god. And the half-step super god level sea god. Although they couldn't directly fish for Qin Fong in the long river of time, it was still possible for them to cause a small area of chaos in the long river of time. Unable to do anything about it, the dragon of time could only be forced to withdraw from the long river of time and return to heaven's mandate anew. The 3 half-step transcendent god-level supreme powerhouses were the first to detect their aura and rushed up. The dragon of time and space had no choice but to burn the origin in her body and accelerate her escape. She squeezed Qin Fong in her hands, not daring to be careless for a moment. For pairs of feathers behind the heavenly god appeared again, achieving 20 feathers heavenly god, rapidly approaching. This extreme speed, instantly with the mechanical Buddha, the sea god pulled away from the distance. Buzzing, condensing the mighty heavenly shadow. Magnificent, spectacular, majestic building shadow appeared, as if with a seal function generally, shrouded in the top of the head of Qin Fang, the dragon of space and time above. The heavenly god roared, "Dragon of time and space, it's not easy for you to cultivate to the half-step transcendent god level. Leave me behind and you'll still be able to live. Otherwise, beware that your path will stop here." The dragon of time and space didn't say a word, hell-bent on escaping. The heavenly god's face twisted. "Don't refuse to eat the punishment. Fall." The dragon of time and space glanced at the huge building, constantly searching for a chance to break through the gaps. Dang. In the end, the dragon of time and space finally detected a hint of a loophole and quickly broke out. Only her speed was far inferior to that of the heavenly god, and it didn't take long for her to be targeted by the heavenly god again. As Qin Fang watched the situation in the outside world from time to time, he also understood the perilous situation at this moment, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. "How about it? You summon my future body once again, so that he can assist in the battle." As the dragon of time and space fled, he jerked blankly at Qin Fang. "Are you really stupid? Summoning your future body multiple times will cause you to be extremely weakened at some point in the future. Do you really not want to die? There's a possibility that you might actually die in the future." Qin Fang acted very boldly. "If we don't summon the, we will have to die now." The dragon of time and space thought for a while, as if he had made up his mind about something. From the time you and I made an alliance, we have lived and died together. This is not only about you and me, but it is also about the two clans. Fight." In the next second, a smudge of a shadow appeared behind the dragon of time and space. A small section of the river of time and space merged into it, and the future dragon of time and space was summoned out. Looking deeply at Qin Fang, and without having to say anything more, he took the initiative to block the forefront, assisting Qin Fang in escaping. The future dragon of time and space was very strong, and it was not a problem to fight 3 with 1. When the mechanical Buddha, Sea God, and Paradise God saw the future dragon of time and space, their hearts and minds shook violently as they marveled at the magic of the power of time and space. All of a sudden, they seemed to understand why they were fooled just now. It must have been the virtual shadow of my future. No wonder it's exactly the same as my aura. So that's how it is. The future dragon of time and space was very domineering and vicissitudes, and blandly said, "I'm blocking you all for 30 minutes. So please give me a thin face." Tearing and pulling, the future dragon of time and space directly cut through the firmament, and the silhouette of the long river of time and space crossed between them, blocking their way. The mechanical Buddha, Sea God, and Paradise God knew clearly in their hearts that they could no longer get around the future dragon of time and space. So without any nonsense, the 3 of them joined forces at once, wanting to defeat or even kill him. I wonder if by decapitating the future you, the present you, will it be affected in some way? Although the mechanical Buddha was a Buddha, he had a strong killing heart, and even labeled himself, "Today's killing was for tomorrow's non-killing." Buddha's angry eyes withdraw. The Vajra pestle was sacrificed, and the pitch-black skulls surrounded the circumference in a circle. A good piece of creepy scene, reflecting the mechanical Buddha all black. For a moment, it was unknown whether the mechanical Buddha was a Buddha or a devil. Phew! A gloomy wind gusted. A terrifying light enveloped. And as if these skeletons had come to life, they began to tear into the body of the dragon of time and space. Poof! As soon as the river of time washed over it, these black skeletons immediately turned into a tattered color, as if they had experienced millions of years. The mechanical Buddha was very distressed, and the attacks at his hands became even more vigorous, frantically greeting the dragon of time and space's body. The 20 feathered wings behind the heavenly god directly coalesced into light black colored feathered swords, attacking the future dragon of time and space. Each strike seemed to have a heavenly shadow imprinted on it, and the power of each strike was very terrifying. Sea God did not attack, but quietly watched from the sidelines. He saw the figure of me fleeing, even towards the endless sea. Hey, don't you know that the endless sea is his lair? Waiting for me to escape to the endless sea as his home turf. Me? What else can I do? The sea god wasn't in a hurry. Not at all. As the dragon of time and space fled, he took a deep breath and said, It's better to revive the dragon of space. With his spatial power, he might be able to help us quickly reach where we want to go." Qin Fang quickly handed over the ring of the golden dragon, a wisp of the golden dragon's intention, the remnants of his soul, and other items to the dragon of space and time. The dragon of time and space understood everything after just a glance. Why she had searched for so many years without finding the wisp of the remnant soul of the golden dragon of space. It turned out that it was in my hands. This wisp of the remnant soul. Or 5 million years ago. In the change of Chixiao Mountain. The golden dragon died. Qin Fang deliberately retained. Waiting for today. The dragon of space and time used its own origin power as a guide to restore the life force of the golden dragon of space, allowing his remnant soul to return and his intention to return, aided by the long river of time constantly washing over the body of the dragon of space. In the end, the space golden dragon opened its eyes. A divine aura that belonged solely to the ancient times wandered. Primary God, intermediate God, advanced God, top God. In the blink of an eye, the space golden dragon's strength seemed to have blown up like a balloon, advancing to the peak of a top God. This? Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. The good thing was, the stronger the space dragon was, the better. Only his eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity about this strange world. As if he had just been born. The dragon of space and time didn't have that much time to teach the golden dragon of space one by one, directly condensing a seed of time and integrating it into the body of the golden dragon of space, allowing him to comprehend the history of these 5 million years in an instant. This was a very tricky method, but it could only be used by the dragon of space and time. Firstly, the dragon of space and time and the dragon of space were both in the same origin. And furthermore, the strength of the golden dragon of space had reached the peak of the top gods and was able to withstand it. When the space golden dragon opened his eyes again, there was no longer any confusion in his eyes. He was clear and understood everything. He looked towards the dragon of space and time and helplessly said, "Sister, you have really invited a big trouble." Saying that, the golden dragon of space skimmed its lips and glanced at Qin Fang, as if it felt that Qin Fang was a liability. The dragon of time snapped and slapped the space golden dragon, saying, "What are you talking about? This is your savior, and this is how you talk to your savior. If it wasn't for me, you would have died long ago in the ancient times." The space golden dragon also just skinned himself for a moment. The corners of his mouth hurriedly put on a smile and said, "Lord, don't be angry. I was just joking. Just now." After probing, the space golden dragon realized a master-servant contract with me actually existed in his body. And even if he had achieved top god, he still couldn't break free. Helpless, he could only resign himself to his fate. Qin Fang expressed indifference. This kid just owes it to be cleaned up. While speaking, Qin Fang, the dragon of time and space, and the dragon of space had already stepped into the endless sea. As far as the eye could see, there was the sea, the endless sea, the blue sea, the sea of crisis. Golden dragon of space, help us scout for my shadow in the seas. These words directly blinded the space dragon. What is the meaning of this? Aren't you right beside me? Unable to do so, Qin Fang had no choice but to explain once again. After hearing this, the golden dragon of space directly froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. What? Lord, the same body as yours, only expanded 100 times, 1,000 times. How could there be such bullshit? The dragon of space expressed its disbelief, but still mobilized the power of space to probe the surrounding. At this moment, the dragon of space and time suddenly turned pale and said, "My future body is also hanging. Quick, look for it." The god of space understood that the situation at this moment was very dangerous, so he pulled his own talent to the extreme and quickly probed the entire endless sea. Click, click, click. The portal of teleportation kept opening, and the bodies of Qin Fang, the dragon of space, and the dragon of time and space kept shifting and probing, but without any gains. The god of the sea, the god of paradise, and the mechanical Buddha all felt that something was wrong. How did my speed become so fast all of a sudden? What had happened? Endless seas. This is the paradise of the sea god. Here his perception is raised without limit. Although he is still far away from where I am, he has already seen me with the help of his infinite vision. Beside me? Hooray, there is another unfamiliar face and mastery of the power of space, which is able to allow them to escape without limitations. So that's how it is. However, I endless see not much else. Super god level powerhouse many Do not know this next? How do you break it? The mechanical Buddha. Paradise God was constantly hovering at the edge of the endless sea, seemingly making some kind of decision. Mart, is this me retarded? Surprisingly, he ran into someone's lair. Spitting blood. Where is his brain? Once I enter the endless sea, do I still want to live? These two were very unwilling, stomping their feet straight at the outskirts of the endless sea. But there was nothing they could do. They could only watch the sea god strutting home. This time, they finally did understand why the sea god didn't make a move to behead the future dragon of time and space just now. It turned out that he had already known that my destination was the endless sea. Ah, waiting for a rabbit. The danger level of this endless sea is simply higher than the sky. Who dares to enter all? Although the endless sea declared to the public that there were only 6 half-step super god levels, the mechanical Buddha and heavenly God had a feeling in their hearts that as long as they dared to step into it, they would definitely be devoured with no bones left. In the end, Paradise God, mechanical Buddha guarded the periphery of the endless sea. They still wanted a piece of the pie, and even hoped that I would be able to escape from the endless sea. This maneuver of me escaping into the endless sea made the entire half-step super god level of heaven's destiny. All of them could not understand. Me? What is this doing? It feels like such silly behavior. Yeah. The endless sea. Doesn't he know that this is the land of the sea god? I'm already dead. Who knows what he was thinking? Such voices continued to ring out. But there were also some super god levels that seemed to see the point. It seems that I am looking for something. This? Oh. Unless he is able to find a super god level powerhouse. Otherwise, I can't think of how he'll flip it. Super god level? Is it that simple to achieve? It's really laughable. Endless sea. The sea god unleashed the war sea god's trumpet, causing all the powerful people in the entire endless sea region to awaken, especially the half-step super god level powerhouses, who were emphatically awakened, so that they could go to besiege me. These sleeping half-step super god levels understood the seriousness of the matter in an instant, and they mobilized some of their long-dormant divine power to move around twice. This was an excellent opportunity to achieve the super god level. Who would be willing to give it up? Buzzing. 6 half-step super god level powerhouses jumped out from the endless sea, blocking the entire endless sea. Now, it was directly a case of shutting the door and catching a turtle in a jar. I will not be able to fly. The dragon of time and space wanted to grab the future shadow of the dragon of space so that he could deal with the situation at this moment. But when he grabbed it empty. Qin Fong froze. The dragon of time and space froze. And the dragon of space directly revealed a look of horror. What? I actually have no future? It's over. It's really over. Can it be that I will die here? The golden dragon of space couldn't help but begin to have wild thoughts. The dragon of space and time hurriedly comforted him. It's fine. It's possible that you are now not a true flesh and blood body yet, so it can't capture your future. The golden dragon of space and time panicked a bit and could only keep opening portals, jumping and escaping. However, the siege of the 6 half-step super god levels made the encirclement smaller and smaller, and it was thought that it wouldn't take long. They would be caught. The dragon of time and space anxiously inquired, "How is it going?" Still not sensing it, beads of sweat also appeared on the space golden dragon's forehead, and he even began to doubt that this thing was it not non-existent. Qin Fong was also anxious. He had already seen the 6 gigantic shadows in the firmament. Put up a fight. Dragon of time and space. You extract Xiao Hei's future. Qin Fong summoned Xiao Hei. Beating a dead horse. Chapter 749 Meeting across 5 million years. The dragon of time and space could only be a dead horse. Grabbing in the void. Suddenly a huge black shadow appeared in the entire vault of the sky, looking towards the endless sea with indifference. Humph. The black shadow seemed to be very dissatisfied. A wave of anger sweeping through the entire heavenly fate was born. Who is it that dares to move time? Summoning me back to the past. An ending voice came from within the black shadow, and the entire endless sea trembled. The dragon of time felt the divine power within her body being drained in an instant, even extracting 1,000 years of her lifespan, which stabilized the black shadow and allowed him to successfully descend. The entirety of time was horrified, and then ecstatic. She had actually pulled out a super god level existence from Little Black. Now, it's stable. The dragon of space, on the other hand, was incomparably strange. This little guy? Surprisingly able to achieve the super god level in the future? How could it feel so sad? These half-step super god level powerhouses of the sea god faction each retreated. A look of fear appearing in their eyes. It was still a natural fear. A fear of the super god level. Half-step super god level. Although also took the 3-word super god level. But with the real super god level between the strength. But a sky. An earth. With the crushing of an ant is not much difference. If they weren't in the way of Poseidon's face, these half-step super god level existences would have definitely turned their heads and left. Even the god of the sea couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. What kind of existence had he provoked? Surprisingly, he was able to summon a terrifying existence at the super god level. Hee. No. This should also be a figure from the future. How could such a powerful existence be summoned from the future without paying some price? I'm sure they are in the worst state at the moment. And now is the best chance. This super god level existence was the biggest obstacle. Should we let the other half-step super god levels test the waters first? But these half-step super god levels are so sinister. They definitely won't go into battle. Although the endless sea is nominally the Lord. But no, it is only clear in his own heart. This sea god is only the nominal co-owner. In fact, all the half-step super god level are equal. Outside the heavenly god. Mechanical Buddha also perceived this touch of terrible breath. The heart cannot help but be grateful. Fortunately did not chase to awe. Otherwise, may be dead. However, this should also be a future shadow. Strong. Should also be strong limited. Heavenly God. The mechanical Buddha decided to wait and see. If the sea race was blown up, they might be able to pick up a bit of a bargain. These super god level powerhouses of heaven's destiny also sense this strange and powerful super god level aura. However, this aura gave off a feeling of lethargy. And although it was strong, it was rootless and could collapse at any moment. Who is this? The aura of a long river of time was so strong. Could it be that it was a terrifying powerhouse from the future? The 9 chaos gods of the Chaos God clan stopped devouring and raised their heads, looking into the distance. What a familiar aura. This seems to be the scent of a pure chaos god. Is he revived? This is our brother's aura. But how could the 10th chaos god clan appear? No. There's also the aura of the future on this. Which means that one of us will die in the future and be replaced by him. Who will die? This smattering of words instantly caused all 9 chaos gods to fall silent, all wanting to erase this unknown danger. The deepest rule existed in the Chaos God clan. Heaven's destiny could only allow for the existence of 9 chaos gods. And it was impossible for a 10th to appear, unless one of those 9 died. The chaos gods sighed, all wanting others to step in and kill the future danger. But no one of the 9 chaos gods stepped in, because they felt that the future deaths were definitely not theirs. If they made a move, wouldn't they be doing it for others? The aura emanating from within this terrifying black shadow was not only targeting the other half-step super god levels. It was also targeting the dragon of time and space, Qin Fong and the others. Qin Fong also felt the sensation of his flesh and blood being squeezed, as if he was going to die in the next moment. Little Black, what are you doing? Suddenly, Qin Fong wanted to take a gamble that in the future, Xiao He would definitely not break the contract with him. So he roared out, angrily denouncing this smattering of black shadows. Ah! Boss's voice. Why is it so familiar? This strand of voice immediately became a childish voice, looking towards Qin Fong with a hint of doubt. Boss, you're still alive in this time and space. A voice of sudden surprise rang out, and the figure of Little Black, who had gone through many vicissitudes of life, was drilled out of the huge black shadow, with a lot of his fur turning white, and his black eyes becoming cloudy. But the aura was unspeakably powerful. The future Little Black then rubbed against Qin Fong's trouser leg affectionately. The sadness brought with it a rich surprise. Qin Fong simply wanted to vomit blood, listening to Xiao He's words. The future him was dead? Wasn't this bullshit? Qin Fong didn't believe that he would die. The dragon of time and the dragon of space were also silent. I would die? What about this divine beast clan that contracted with the human race? The current Xiao He's eyes were confused. What was this for? Who is this? Why does it feel so similar to my breath? Buzz? Time fluctuates. The long river of time shatters for a few minutes, and the future silhouette of Little Black whirls around and blurs for a few minutes. This is what happens when you leak the secrets of the heavens. The dragon of time spat out blood, surprisingly. It's true. Qin Fong. on the other hand, was very open-minded and said, "Don't bother about the future beforehand. Little Black, help me deal with the present. Seek out the other me. Or get rid of these C-Race's half-step super god levels." As soon as these words came out, Xiao He instantly looked around, understanding which point in time in history this was at. He wanted to say something anxiously, but in the end, he sighed and did not say a word. Although Qin Fan was curious in his heart, he understood that if Xiao He was giving away information, he would definitely leave there. The crisis at this moment still could not be lifted. "Little Black, stop talking. I will deal with the future." After Little Black heard this, he fell silent, pondering for a while. He said, "Boss, the other you. We can't even seek it out. Only you can seek it out. All I can do is to help you seal these half-step super god level existences, so that they don't get in the way of your quest. With this glimpse of the future, I am able to seal them for 3 days. If you still can't find them within 3 days, I suggest you leave." Xiao He glanced at the dragon of time and space. In her current state, she would never be able to grab another future power again. When Xiao He left, the 3 of them would definitely be considered fish meat on the chopping board. Thank you, Blackie. Boss, I'm really happy to be able to see you again. I hope you can change your fate." Xiao He said so, tears flowing profusely. "Boss, I really don't want to leave you. But, boss, everything depends on you. And the future also depends on you all." Xiao He once again transformed into a black shadow, covering the entire territory of the Sea Clan as if it were night. All the living beings in this domain seemed to enter into a static domain. And this was up to Xiao He's means. The means of the super god level. If you are not at the super god level, you really are all ants. Xiao He's silhouette dimmed even more. Only a thin line remained as he begged and pleaded not to leave. "Boss, the future is incomparably dark. You must live." Xiao He used up his last ounce of energy to utter such a sentence, and then completely became a bubble and disappeared. Heaven's destiny. These super god level existences wanted to say to the evil god, "Isn't this super god level meddling? This you do not care? We made a move against me, and you are going to make a move. And now a super god level has appeared on Qin Fang's side? You just don't care. You're really double standard. Plague Dharma God, isn't this nonsense?" This is the special discourse of the strong. The 2 powerhouses, Heavenly God and Mechanical Buddha, sensed the changes in the endless sea, and the shock of the 2 could be imagined. Was this the means of a super god level? Freezing a third of the heavenly beings in one go? The endless seas became a place of death. This? Who understands it? There were flames burning in the eyes of the heavenly god under his curiosity. Now at a time like this, it might be able to completely erase the entire endless seas at the half-step super god level all. Should we make a move? With such a great temptation, Paradise God did not hold back after all, and entered it with a flash. And then, he was also frozen in it, becoming a puppet. The mechanical Buddha hurriedly moved away from it, fearing that he would be affected. This was too terrifying. Truly too terrifying. The dragon of space and time had weakened to the extreme, and even walking had become a luxury. Thus, the dragon of space and the dragon of time and space looked at each other and directly merged, becoming a splash of gold and silver dragons in the heavens and earth, which was truly the final form of the twin dragons of time and space. The dragon of space controlled the bodies of the twin dragons. Snapped, and the dragon of space kept opening the doors of space, leading Qin Fang through them in search of the other him. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Qin Fang kept exploring, but he did not detect any traces. 5 hours, 10 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours. The god of space had taken Qin Fang to almost the entire endless sea. But then, it was impossible to probe. Unable to probe even the slightest shadow. This? How strange. 5 million years would be considered a sea change. The location must have changed. Lord? Is it possible? We don't have enough time. The gold and silver dragons of time and space were anxious in their hearts. They were still short of the last day. What should we do? If we can't find it, we'd better hurry and escape. Qin Fang guessed the dragon of space and time's thoughts and said, "The mechanical Buddha is still waiting outside. If we go out, will you be able to stop him?" The dragon of space was instantly silent. "Hey, a dilemma," Qin Fang said. "Find the other me. Find out the history of 5 million years. That's our only way out." The dragon of space worked harder, probing deeper. Qin Fang continued probing for 66 hours. The dragon of space and time. Qin Fang had no gains. Qin Fang was anxious. Really anxious. He couldn't help but release his own strongest aura. His voice raised to the highest. The encounter 5 million years ago. Do you still remember? I don't have much time left. If you don't show up, I'm going to die. The last 6 hours? If you don't come out, I'll have nothing left all. Qin Fang's voice kept ringing. And then continued to wait. This? Me here? Suddenly, a flash of a voice suddenly rang in Qin Fang's mind. Seemingly far away from him. Qin Fang was appalled. Space? Did you speak to me? The space golden dragon couldn't help but be creeped out. Saying, no. Where is there anyone? Where is the voice? This area is already a dead land. Where is there any sound? He couldn't hear it at all. Qin Fang told the dragon of space to shut up as he checked the surroundings, wanting to search for the origin of the sound. I'll wait for you. I'm waiting for you here. I've been waiting for you for so many years. Intermittent voices continued to ring out, integrating into Qin Fang's sea of consciousness. Ding! You have entered a brand new scene. A smattering of a three-dimensional map seemed to appear before Qin Fang's eyes. And a large red dot appeared. Dragon of space. Go. Qin Fang followed the guidelines, and brought the dragon of space to keep moving to find the other him. Caw 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 caw. Space shattered as Qin Fang went deeper into the seabed, finally meeting the other him. It was a huge statue, lying peacefully in the deep sea, buried by the mud and sand, leaving just a head outside. The dragon of space mobilized its own divine power and cleared away all the mud and sand from the huge statue, revealing its true face. When he saw the true face of the stone statue, the dragon of space was instantly terrified, and he felt a different aura. Who on earth was this? It was surprisingly far beyond him in terms of life essence. Dragon of space and time. Help him up. The golden and silver-colored dragon of space and time expanded its own body and merged into the back of the stone sculpture Qin Fang, and fought him up. Buzzing, the stone sculpture Qin Fang stood up. All the mud and sand and whatnot on his body was washed away. Now, the stone sculpture Qin Fang, who had been sleeping in the deep sea for more than 5 million years, revealed his true appearance. Qin Fang also enlarged his body, locked eyes with the stone sculpture, and blandly said, I'm coming. The stone sculpture Qin Fang opened his mouth and said, well, well. I have been waiting for the pit for 5 million years. Between words, all these fragments, and whatnot on the surface of the stone sculpture Qin Fang's body turned into stone and fell down. The interior of the stone sculpture was white flesh and blood skin. Living beings. Eventually a huge version of Qin Fang was revealed in front of Qin Fang. Qin Fang. Long time no see. Ancient Qin Fang was expressionless, as if he was unable to control his own facial muscles. But he was able to let people perceive his emotions, which seemed to carry a touch of elation. The golden and silver-colored dragon of time and space had an even clearer perception at this moment. The power of this origin was far beyond their perceptions. It was simply not of the same latitude. How could one know such a powerful person? Who are you? The current Qin Fang asked the doubt of 5 million years. To be honest, Qin Fang really wanted to know who he was, why he had landed here, and why he looked the same as him. Ancient Qin Fang was finally able to control his facial muscles and smiled slightly. I am you. Qin Fang was shocked in his mind. This answer he had expected. After all, Xueqing, Rainy Night had said a lot to him, and seemed to be verifying the correctness of their words step by step. Can it be specific? It's a very good story. Chapter 752 Truths. Beautiful/cruel. The Celestial Emperor fought to see what was happening in the Endless Sea, only to find that the place had become a void that his spiritual power could not probe into at all. Even a powerful existence beyond the super god level, such as the Plague Dharma god and the Evil god, could not perceive the situation within, as if it was nothingness. This place, in the moment when the present Qin Fang met the past Qin Fang, it became chaos, became nothingness, covering everything, and all the powerful people in the outside world could not perceive what was happening here. As for Rainy Night, he was perhaps the only one who understood the reason why this place was prone to change. So he took a deep breath and took a step across. That is, 10 million miles. Ancient Qin Fang raised his head to look into the firmament, memories appearing in his eyes. This is a story from a very long time ago. You and I came from a 9th level planet, the Tan Lang world, and were the sole heirs of that world. Only that our world was destroyed by an even stronger mysterious force. And it was only you and I who struggled to escape with the blessing of our Father. You and I drifted in the universe for too long, encountering countless crises to the point of destroying our ship, and ultimately had no choice but to rely on our powerful physical bodies to wander the universe with great difficulty, to see if we could find the nearest world to recuperate. Coincidentally, you and I landed in the Heavenly Fate world. The grade of Heavenly Fate isn't high, but it's still around the 3rd level, able to help you and I regain a certain amount of strength. And even with a bit of luck, we might even be able to save up a spaceship. But unfortunately, you and I still ran into an accident when we fell into the Heavenly Destiny world. Time? This is a very strong rule, and is also your and my origin rule, which originally did not exist in the Heavenly Fate world. No. Or rather, in planetary worlds lower than the 8th level, the power of time did not exist at all. They could not grasp it. They could not return to the past. And they could not penetrate into the future. This is also a restriction for lower civilizations, and a protection for the universe. However, you and I entered the Heaven's Destiny world, which unexpectedly caused the Heaven's Destiny world to produce the first strand of the rules of time that shouldn't have appeared, causing you and I to be torn apart, splitting into two, with me descending 5 million years ago, and you being born 5 million years later. We are one and the same, except that I am the Qin Fang that belongs to the past, and you are the Qin Fang that belongs to the future. And because of us, this side of the world has also given birth to more beings who have mastered time. For example, these two beside you. After hearing this, Qin Fang couldn't help but feel that his brain was a muddle. This, so light and strange. It was simply incomprehensible. However, looking at the eyes of the ancient Qin Fang had to believe it again. You are the past, and I am the future? Is it hard to believe that there is still a present Qin Fang? Or perhaps, neither of us is a complete body? Right now, Qin Fang felt that his head was not enough. Ancient Qin Fang said, I'm not sure. I've only met you. Maybe it exists. Maybe it doesn't. No, that's not right. What is the relationship between the Heavenly Fate world and the Blue Star? Why did I descend to the Blue Star? According to your logic then, I should also have been born in the Heaven's Destiny world 5 million years later. This was the biggest problem. If one could not figure it out, nothing would be explained. Ancient Qin Fang said, Have you seen the Rainy Knight? The current Qin Fang nodded, having met and talked to him once. Ancient Qin Fang said, Rainy Knight has not lied. We are not below him. He is also the sole heir of a level 9 world. And the world he was once in was also destroyed. In line with us, both are space wanderers. It's just that Rainy Knight's hands control nearly 90% of the resources of a level 9 world, while we, empty and everything, have been destroyed. The space-time dual dragons heard a shockingly big secret, and the entire dragon froze. Qin Fang also reluctantly accepted the setting, but his eyes were still puzzled. If Rainy Knight wants to rebuild the splendor of a 9th level world, he must constantly fuse lower level worlds before he can succeed. The Heavenly Fate world, the Blue Star world that is one of his attempts. Level 3 Heaven's Destiny world. Level 1 Blue Star world. These two worlds are highly similar. Fusing them with each other won't be too difficult. The moment we appeared in the Heaven's Destiny world, these two worlds had already created a mutual attraction and began to fuse. It's also possible that the terrifying might born when the worlds fused with each other managed to tear you and me. Or more of you and me. All of this is possible. Now Qin Fang seemed to understand a bit more, but still inquired, why did Rainy Knight choose to carry out the fusion of the two worlds in the form of a game? Couldn't it be told directly? Ancient Qin Fang said, it's because of Rainy Knight's bad taste. I heard that when he was wandering in space, he mistakenly intruded into the blue planet. He was forced to become a player and play the game. The current plague farcer, that is, was his big number at that time, and can also be called a doppelganger. With this, the current Qin Fang understood 20%. But there was still a doubt in his heart. Why is my life so miserable? If he had not been reborn, he might have died long ago. Ancient Qin Fang smiled bashfully and said, as the heir of a 9th level world, you wouldn't have died so easily. Because of the time fluctuations, all of your divine power has disappeared. But the reincarnation seal is still in your body. Every time you die, it triggers a reboot of the reincarnation seal. To put it simply, it's the rules of time that you hold in your body that will bring you back to life. However, these rules of time will sometimes be time acceleration, sometimes time regression, and sometimes time standing still, each varying. If my records are good, this is already your 364th reboot. Luckily, in this life, you managed to retrieve a strand of the power of time. And you and I have finally come across each other at this point in time. This is not easy. It is simply considered historic. All the doubts in Qin Fang's mind now disappeared. This was the truth of it all. The space-time dual dragon said, "What a thick thigh I've hugged." Ka ka ka. The field of time stasis set up by future Xiaohei disappeared. And these half-step super god-level powerhouses of the Sea God clan withdrew from the stasis. And panic couldn't help but appear in their eyes. Just now, although they had fallen into stasis, their consciousness was awake. They knew that they had been sealed. But they couldn't even move a single muscle. How powerful an existence had to be able to do that. The human tribesmen. What a powerful tactic. Sea gods? Are we sure we want to be enemies with them? Such an existence? Shouldn't we get on good terms with him? These half-step super god levels of the Sea God clan still chose between their lives and breaking through to the super god level. Super god levels were certainly powerful, but there was only one life. If this was decimated, their status, everything they had would go up in flames. The Sea God was also pondering. His eyes looked not far away, and he couldn't help but be appalled. What is this? Damn it. How could there be a huge me? And his aura, like an abyss, is unexplorable. This small one me. Is the honor? It's hard to believe that this gigantic me. Is it his future again? Phew. I'm still not willing. Who goes to test it? I promise him millions of years of prosperity in the afterlife. If he violates it, the heavens will strike 5 thunderbolts. This was the Sea God's oath. An oath to the sea race's half-step super god level. Sea God, I'll help you fight the front. But you have to treat my heirs well. Don't let them become extinct. This was a powerful half-step super god level who was about to die at the end of his life. And for the sake of his children, he decided to put up a fight. With a thud, his heart beat. A terrifying might swept over him, and endless ice cones were condensed, about to fall on Qin Fang's body. Qin Fang also sensed this flash of aura in an instant, and he could not help but look towards ancient Qin Fang, saying, "What do we do now? Will you be able to solve it? After so many years of cultivation, what level of strength have you reached?" The ancient Qin Fang laughed and said, If I were to count hard, my strength should be considered to have recovered to the super god level. But to deal with the situation in front of us, it should be enough. Ancient Qin Fang stood in place, quietly waiting. This ice cone, which was sufficient to decimate any top god, turned into ice crystals in the heavens and earth and disappeared under a single finger from ancient Qin Fang. Along with this one, the half-step super god level powerhouse also became a handful of blood mist that dissipated into the firmament, allowing the energy of the endless sea to increase in intensity. This was the strength of the ancient Qin Fang, and with a wave of his hand, a half-step super god level existence that was strong enough to have an impact on the course of the entire heavenly destiny continent died. At this moment, who would dare to go up and touch the misfortune of the half-step super god level powerhouses of the entire sea race? They all scattered in a swarm, pouted, and hid. Transcendent god level. This was a transcendent god level. Fortunately, they did not show any dissatisfaction towards the transcendent god level. Otherwise, maybe this transcendent god level powerhouse would take it out on them. The god of the sea still didn't want to give up. This, even if it's a shadow of the future that I summoned. It can't always exist. There will always be a day when it disappears. Right. Then he will strike again. This is the best moment. Heavenly God hurriedly ran out of the endless sea in a puff of smoke and returned to heaven without looking back. The mechanical Buddha took one look at the situation and understood that something wasn't right. But he still wanted to wait and see. Ancient Qin Fang Hui hand, indicating everything? It was simple. Before he could strike, the other party fell. And then he looked at Qin Fang with burning eyes, as if he had something to say. The current Qin Fang was a little hairy from his stare, and could not help but inquire, "Are you and I going to fuse? After fusion, whose intention will be the main one?" When he uttered these words, The current Qin Fong was even ready to resist. He could not endure his own demise. He would rather die. The ancient Qin Fong seemed to have sensed Qin Fong's thoughts and boomed. Qin Fong, why do we need to fuse? Isn't it good to be like this now? Don't worry. If you encounter a crisis, I will step in. You are you. And I am me. But you can't pay no price at all if you want me to make a move. How about this? You help look for the power of time. Materials that contain time. Species. I'm useful for all of them. And can help us recover our strength quickly. Let me tell you. If you agree to let me devour the dragon of time beside you, I can help you out 10 times. This made the current Qin Fong's mood inactive. But he still inquired with certainty. Are you sure? Sure. Definitely. As well as definitely. The dragon of time's body was trembling. And the spatial golden dragon was guarding the dragon of time's side. As if it was going to die with ancient Qin Fong. Although he had received the assurance of the incumbent Qin Fong. Right now, Qin Fong's heart still could not be at ease. He always felt that ancient Qin Fong was holding something bad in his heart. He knew too much about himself. However, because of the current Qin Fong's lack of memories and other reasons, he was unable to come to the correct conclusion. At this moment, Rainy Knight's figure stepped into this place in a span of 1,000 miles and softly said, "It's not that he doesn't want to fuse you, but that he is unable to do so. Ancient Qin Fong? You're not honest. How can you be so deceitful?" Rainy Knight's direct tirade caused the current Qin Fong to be instantly on guard. Far ancient Qin Fong, on the other hand, was furious, cursing Rainy Knight for appearing and spoiling his good deed. Just a little bit closer, he would have been able to fool the present Qin Fong successfully. Now that Qin Fong sensed such an expression on future Qin Fong's face, it instantly gave him a feeling like a needle piercing his back. And now Qin Fong chose to stroll behind Rainy Knight, which made him feel a little better. Qin Fong? Just now. What you, from the distant past, told you was probably right. But he hid one of the most important things. Your deaths over and over again were actually his doing. He couldn't wait for you to die quickly. Therefore, you can't make any deals with him. Rainy Knight's words were not shocking. And with one sentence, it directly made Qin Fong, the space-time dual dragon's brains confused. There was actually a second version. Who should they listen to? The story that Rainy Knight told Qin Fong was like this. After the two of you were torn apart by a mysterious force, the ancient Qin Fong preserved almost 90% of his strength, but was unable to grasp the power of time, whereas the Qin Fong who was born in the Blue Star did not possess a very strong power, but grasped almost all of the rules of the pure power of time. This makes the two of you two extremes. During the long years, the ancient Qin Fong constantly searched for you and did nothing to kill you. This is because once you die, a trace of the power of the rules of time within you will flow out and be captured by the ancient Qin Fong, allowing him to master the power of time and be able to possess even more powerful might. For so many years, every time you died, it was far ancient Qin Fong who struck behind your back. After so many years, the power of the rules of time in your body is still 50% left, and the power of the rules of time in far ancient Qin Fong's body has also reached 50% off. Originally, under this and that, you should have completely disappeared, completely fused by the ancient Qin Fong, becoming him. But, coincidentally, when you died for the 364th time, the origin power of the heavenly fate world, for some unknown reason, suddenly merged into your body, which also allowed you to successfully break away from the control of far ancient Qin Fong, allowing him to become a deity, and be able to speak clearly with far ancient Qin Fong face to face. After listening to this, Qin Fong inexplicably felt that this story was the true one. The ancient Qin Fong still wanted to weasel his way out of this, saying, "Qin Fong, we are the ones who are one. What does he know about outsiders? Rainy Knight is deliberately stirring up our relationship." Rainy Knight then spread his hands helplessly and said, "You can disbelieve me, but I will have to choose to work with the ancient Qin Fong." Rainy Knight's words seemed to reveal greater news. Chapter 751 Sealing Ancient Qin Fong Pestilence Dharma God's Death. The origin power of the Heaven's Destiny World? What is this? Qin Fong caught this glimpse of the most important information in Rainy Knight's words. He also saw a hint of surprise on ancient Qin Fong's face, as well as an expression that turned out to be so. This thing? It should be very important. Holding his forehead, Rainy Knight slapped his head twice and said with hatred, Qin Fang. Could it be that you still haven't realized? Qin Fang seemed to understand. Couldn't it be the forging failure? 10,000 times return system? Looking at Qin Fang's expression of dawning realization, Rainy Knight said, It's not too stupid. It is precisely because you have received the help of the Heavenly Destiny World's origin. This is how you were able to forge the equipment of any of the Heavenly Destiny 10,000 races. And this is how you were able to evade the probes from the ancient Qin Fang by virtue of the Heavenly Destiny World's cover. And were able to become a god. At this moment, Qin Fang completely understood. Why? The origin of the Heavenly Destiny World would choose me. Because you are the only one who can help the origin of Heavenly Destiny. This is something that perhaps you yourself have never realized. All these years, ancient Qin Fang appeared to be sleeping. But in reality, he was secretly devouring the origin power of the Heaven's Destiny World to repair his injuries. This is a great harm to Heaven's Destiny. And if it is not stopped, the Heaven's Destiny World will collapse, and the Blue Star will be completely destroyed. Oh yes, the reason why Blue Star entered the end times early. Namely because the origin power extracted by ancient Qin Fang was too vicious. And it could only enter the aging stage early, relying on the Sky City to live on. Qin Fang was once again shocked. Every bit of news that came out of Rainy Knight's mouth was a shocking big melon. Qin Fang had to run through it. It was still a bit too much to run through. In a way, you are Qin Fang. But not Qin Fang. Because everything you have received in terms of cognition was given to you by Blue Star. You have truth, goodness, and beauty, which ancient Qin Fang does not have. And the ancient Qin Fang had been decapitating you. So it was only because the origin of the Heavenly Destiny World decided to make a desperate attempt to split 50% of its origin and integrate it into your body. This made it so that the ancient Qin Fang could no longer devour sufficient origin power. If he were to forcefully devour it again, it would only lead to the complete destruction of the Blue Star, the Heavenly Destiny World. And he would need to drag his heavily injured body and continue to flee through the barren universe. Perhaps he would die before he could find the next planet with life. Therefore, ancient Qin Fang can only sleep, can only search for you in the dark. And now you? It is the ancient Qin Fang that must be devoured. You possess a space-time origin and a Heavenly Destiny origin, both of which are also what the ancient Qin Fang needs the most. Accompanied by Rainy Knight's in-depth explanation to him. The present time and space Qin Fang understood. Finally understood. Ancient Qin Fang still wanted to struggle, saying, Qin Fang, what Rainy Knight said was all false. If I wanted to kill you, would I have helped you kill the Sea Race's half-step super god level just now? Wouldn't I have just waited for you to die? Such a simple reason. Why don't you understand? That wasn't unreasonable. Rainy Knight spread his hands and said indifferently, a half-step super god level also contains a very strong Heaven's Destiny World origin power within its body. And the origin power that escaped from the half-step super god level that he killed just now was all devoured by him. So haven't you noticed that his aura has strengthened by another point? Rainy Knight's explanation was also reasonable. This time, the pressure was given to Qin Fang's side to see who he chose to believe. Qin Fang let out a sigh. Everything he knew was really too little. Qin Fang couldn't help but look towards the Dragon of Time and Space, wanting to ask for her opinion. The Dragon of Time hurriedly dodged back. Big brother? This matter? It's not something I can get involved in. I still want to live for 2 more days. These 2? Which one of them is easy to mess with? If I mess with these 2, I don't even know how I'll die. Qin Fang looked at the spatial golden dragon again, who was grinning greatly as he gave Qin Fang an idea. My lord, I feel that what Lord Rainy Knight said is true. Ancient Qin Fang immediately released a terrifying aura, crushing the space golden dragon into a meat cake and kneading it at will. The Dragon of Time secretly slandered. Really stupid and naive. This kind of thing. You also dare to get involved. Now it's gone. Rainy Knight waved his hand. The space golden dragon instantly returned to its original state. Looking at ancient Qin Fang, he said, annoyed really childish approach. Ancient Qin Fang took a deep breath and said, Qin Fang, you have to have your own judgment. You and I are only one. The reason why Rainy Knight he said that is because he wants to devour the origin of the Heavenly Fate world in your body yet. Along with the space-time origin, he also wants it. I told you last time. What is the most important thing in a level 9 world? It's the power of time. If Rainy Knight wants to re-establish a world of the 9th level, he has to have the temporal origin as a support. Otherwise, it's impossible to succeed. And you're also his prey. The choice before you now is actually quite simple. Either be devoured by me and achieve me, or be devoured by Rainy Knight and achieve him. But you and I are only one all. You should have returned to my embrace. These words instantly made the Qin Fong in the current time and space filled with a sense of caution towards Rainy Knight as well. Rainy Knight, on the other hand, spread his hands and expressed his indifference. You can choose to believe me or not. It's your freedom. After pondering for a long time, Qin Fong suddenly looked up to the sky and said, Senior Plague Dharma God, Senior Evil God, save me. A glint of eyes that looked at a fool surfaced in ancient Qin Fong's eyes. Didn't I say that just now? The Plague FA God is Rainy Knight's doppelganger. What a fool. How could I have a doppelganger like you? It's simply a disgrace. Rainy Knight, on the other hand, had a smile on his lips, as he seemed to understand what Qin Fong was trying to do. In the middle of his words, the Plague Dharma God, the evil god's figure descended to this place and said, Oops. This place is so lively. But I feel that it is still capable of being even more lively. The Rainy Knight moved. The Plague Dharma God and the evil god each moved as well, surrounding ancient Qin Fong in the middle of each other. The current time and space Qin Fong had a backer, and was only flabbergasted, saying, Why can only you devour me? I also want to devour you. Qin Fong had just long ago made a gesture with Rainy Knight, indicating that he still believed in Rainy Knight. So Rainy Knight summoned the Plague Dharma God, the evil god. These two, by far, were the strongest fighting force of heaven's mandate. The Plague Dharma God, evil god, together with Rainy Knight, combined their efforts to launch a tentative attack on ancient Qin Fong. In Qin Fong's perception, the two beyond super god level powerhouses, together with the unfathomable strength of Rainy Knight, should logically be more than enough to kill a super god level ancient Qin Fong. But the real situation was, the super god level ancient Qin Fong was even comfortable under their suppression. Ancient Qin Fong's eyes were filled with disdain. The depths of a level 9 world are not something you natives can understand. The universe realms of level 3 worlds are still really pathetically weak. Rainy Knight, your strength is only a half step at the super god level. If you were to advance to become a super god level as well, maybe I'd still be afraid of you guys today. Maybe I'd really fall in the gutter. Unfortunately, all sorts of air currents constantly appeared on the fingertips of the Plague Dharma God, transforming into swimming snakes, wanting to rush into ancient Qin Fong's body and weaken him. But when this air current was on the surface of ancient Qin Fong's body, that is, it directly vaporized and disappeared. The evil god used the power of emotions. Countless rays of light transformed into unyielding rays of light, trying to target ancient Qin Fong, but to no avail. While the Rainy Knight raised his hands, the forces of rules clashed. However, the damage inflicted on the ancient Qin Fong was very low, and as ancient Qin Fong performed various means, he even reversed and suppressed the Plague Dharma God, the evil god, causing them to retreat. The entire endless sea began to be in turmoil as marine life continued to disappear. Waves swept across the sea. The sky collapsed, and the entire heaven's destiny was dimmed in an instant, as if it was about to be destroyed. Rainy Knight stopped and also signaled the Plague Dharma God, evil god, to stop. If the battle continued, victory or defeat wouldn't be decided, but the heaven's destiny world would definitely collapse. Rainy Knight said, Qin Fong, we admit that even if we join forces, we will not be able to decimate you. So let's stop. Ancient Qin Fong had a triumphant, disdainful smile on his lips as he said, So weak. Really weak. Rainy Knight, Pestilence Dharma God, and Evil God fell silent. This was a fact that could not be refuted. Ancient Qin Fong continued, Qin Fong, if you roll over and let me devour you now, I can give you a way out. Only devouring your origin, so that you can live your entire life in peace. But your little girlfriend probably won't be able to live. The current time and space Qin Fong was instantly enraged. He was too weak. Even if he fought with the ancient Qin Fong, it would just be a waste of time. He needed time. Plus, how could he not figure out why the ancient Qin Fong was so powerful? The three most powerful people in his perception? Surprisingly, they were all helpless against ancient Qin Fong. The plague Dharma god sensed that something was wrong with Qin Fang and walked to his side, patting him on the shoulder and said, "Qin Fang. He is him, and you are you. You are not in the same category. Today, I will seal ancient Qin Fang and give you time to grow. The one who can kill him? Only you." The evil god couldn't help but nod his head as well. "And you didn't say anything." But looking at his expression, he seemed to be indifferent. Ancient Qin Fang said without any good humor, "You yaw. Do you know that I hate this look of yours the most? By virtue of having the heart of the 9th level, no one can decapitate you well. You put on an expression that you don't care about anything. What are you pretending for?" A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Rainy Knight's mouth, indicating that it didn't matter, causing ancient Qin Fang to become even more annoyed. The evil god also patted Qin Fang's shoulder and said, "Qin Fang, you are the only person we have chosen who can save the heavenly destiny world. We will help you by time." The plague Dharma god immediately rose into the air, and from his body, countless gray streams flew out, as if they possessed life, frantically merging into the endless sea, falling around ancient Qin Fang as if they were inscribing some special pattern. "Alien scum? Who let you invade our world? Grass. A bereaved dog. And you come to plague us? Mard. Seal me." The plague Dharma god was emotionally out of control, but still maintained a shred of sanity. "Do you know what my greatest strength is? It's sealing. Heaven and earth cage. Seal." The plague Dharma god's eyes cracked with rage, and his breath completely exploded. Ancient Qin Fang expressed his disdain, not even avoiding it, allowing a wave of powerful sealing power to descend on his body, saying, "Heh. A small sculpture. A seal of a mere aborigine. What can it do? It's nothing more than a fool's errand." In the next instant, countless gray streams of air combined to form a cage, wrapping ancient Qin Fang completely. Tearing and pulling, ancient Qin Fang gently tugged a bit. This seal namely shattered. And at once, his taunts to the plague Dharma god became even more piercing. I'm sorry. I haven't exerted myself yet. Why don't you rearranging it?" "Ha ha ha. This kind of rubbish. There's no need to throw it out to disgrace people. Right? So weak. Really weak. Rainy Night. You can't be this tiny bit competent. It's not like your methods." The seal of the plague Dharma god was constantly being torn apart. "I'll use my heart. I'll use my god. I'll use my origin. I'll use my life. Heaven and earth extinction seal. Done." A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the pestilence Dharma god's mouth, and his eyes were filled with determination. Buzzing, the pestilence Dharma god transformed into fire and light, forming the absolute seal of heaven and earth. Those seals that were randomly torn apart just now, all of them were deliberately done by the plague Dharma god. All he wanted to do was to stall for time so that he could lay down more seals. This absolute chanting seal. It was not something that could be finished in a short period of time. Ancient Qin Fang keenly sensed a hint of something wrong and wanted to avoid it. But it was already too late. This crystal-like seal had already wrapped to it, making it impossible for him to escape. This time, even if he exerted all his strength, he could not break free. This seal encompassed everything of the plague Dharma god, including the heaven's destiny world's counterattack. Rainy Night threw this gray crystal into the depths of the endless sea, using the origin power of the heavenly fate world to seal ancient Qin Fang. The plague Dharma god completely disappeared in heaven's destiny, unable to be resurrected again. The evil god bowed slightly, paying high respect to the plague Dharma god. Rainy Night, on the other hand, was calm, seemingly unaffected by the death of the plague Dharma god. Qin Fang looked at Rainy Night, who was not the least bit sad, and said, "Elder Rainy Night, Elder plague Dharma god, is it really your doppelganger?" Rainy Night raised his head to look at the sky and said, It is true." Qin Fang was puzzled. "Then your strength? Why?" The strength of the doppelgangers had all reached the transcendent supergod level. If Rainy Night's strength could also reach the transcendent supergod level, today's crisis? Wouldn't it be able to be easily lifted? Hearing Qin Fang's inquiry, Rainy Night said, "Qin Fang, there are some things that you don't understand. From now on, you have 1,000 years to raise your strength. You have to raise your strength to the cosmic level within 1,000 years. Otherwise, you still won't be able to fight against the ancient Qin Fang. Next time, it's not certain that someone will be willing to sacrifice themselves to preserve you." Qin Fang instantly became serious. He understood the meaning of Rainy Knight's words. 1,000 years. There was only 1,000 years left for him all. Elder Rainy Knight, are you able to instruct me on how to quickly increase my strength? Rainy Knight thought for a while and said, before you descended into the heavenly fate world, you lost a lot of your time origin. Basically, all beings who have mastered the power of time and space in heavenly destiny possess the power of time and space. So I think you should understand what I mean. Jin Fang's eyes were puzzled. The evil god said at this moment, Rainy Knight's meaning, that is, for you to go and kill a good deal more heavenly destiny deities that possess the power of time, and absorb the power of their time origin to enhance your strength. Chapter 752 Statehood, Xia. When the evil god's words came out, the Dragon of Time instantly shuddered and wanted to move away from me. He was the closest heaven's mandate deity to Qin Fang at the moment, and possessed the power of time. God knows if I will suddenly make a move on him. Seeing the Dragon of Time with such an expression, Qin Fang could not help but feel amused and said, don't worry. I won't make a move on you. There is no need to worry. After all, you and I have already signed a contract. The hanging heart of the Dragon of Time settled down. Rainy Knight remained calm and said, Qin Fang, all of this depends on how you choose. If you are unable to advance to become a cosmic level within 1,000 years, I will directly destroy the entire heavenly fate star, the blue star, so that everything will return to nothingness, fundamentally solving this hidden danger of yours. Qin Fang froze. Completely destroy? Don't you want to die as well? Rainy Knight did not give Qin Fang an explanation and left on his own. The evil god, which was able to see Qin Fang's doubt, said, you don't think? This is Rainy Knight's true self, right? Qin Fang suddenly froze, as if he was about to accept some reality again. The evil god continued, this is my guess. Even though I am at a low level, I am able to sense that your emotions are incomplete. And so are Rainy Knight's emotions. As if you are merely broken parts in general. The evil god has explained very straightforwardly. The Rainy Knight that left could not help but be surprised. Ouch! This person? It's pretty good, Perhaps when destroying the heavenly destiny world, he could be taken away. Let's go. After experiencing this, no one at these half-step super god levels should dare to touch you again. The evil god finished speaking. That is, he brought Qin Fang, the space-time dual dragons, and returned to the heavenly sun town. Qin Fang, work hard. After the evil god finished speaking, his figure turned into a bubble and disappeared. The god's expression was saddened. Plague Dharma god? This old chap who had accompanied him for so many years. Was he just going to leave? Saying that the Plague Dharma god was the doppelganger of Rainy Knight. This ancient Qin Fang is nothing more than that. It's really blind enough. Ding. The sea race has withdrawn from the pursuit of the human emperor. Ding. The Paradise God race withdraws from the pursuit of the human emperor. Ding. The Mechanical Buddha race is withdrawing from the pursuit of the human emperor. The voices of these three channels rang out sharply, as if they were meant to anger some terrifying existence. The sea race? Needless to say, this earth-shattering battle had erupted in the sea race, causing 70 to 80% of the sea race's living beings to directly die. A very terrifying statistic. And even causing the entire turquoise blue sea to become a sea of blood. Below the gods, they were basically cannon fodder, unable to carry even a little bit of the aftermath. As for the god level, they were just stronger ants, able to carry 3 or 4 hits, but would still die. And the top god level, and hidden in the deepest part of the ocean, were only able to barely survive. It was no exaggeration to say that this time was a huge crisis for the sea race. This was still the point of the 4. If they really went all out, perhaps the entire endless sea would be crippled. However, the living beings of the land surrounding the endless seas were blessed with seafood falling from the sky. With such a shock, which of these half-step super god levels of the sea race would dare to strike? Which one of them still dared to make a move? As for the heavenly god, the mechanical Buddha, the entire time they watched from outside the sea, this huge wave, this destructive aura, as if it was going to destroy everything. These were the human emperor's underpinnings. Who would dare to target the human emperor? Thus, these powerful 3 clans, all of them withdrew their hands, and no one dared to strike out at will. However, the closing down of the 3 ancient clans was no less than a small earthquake for the entire heaven's destiny. Ancient god race. Within the heavenly emperor's order, Countless deities expressed their disbelief. Why would the three ancient clans all of a sudden pull back? This human emperor? Is it really that strong? And it must have been scared out of their wits. They don't dare to make a move. I dare. A mere human emperor. I wonder what they are afraid of. Why don't you and I join forces and make a wave? Within the Heavenly Emperor's order was forever active. But it was mostly some low to medium level deities. As for the Heavenly Emperor, at this moment, he didn't even dare to let out a fart, and could only be constantly lamenting his ill-fated fate. This broken Heavenly Emperor. Whoever likes to be it. Annoying. The 9 kings of the ancient deities also did not say a word. Their faces were ugly, although they were not sure what was happening within the endless sea. But they could sense the fear of the 3 clans, and could see the panic of the 3 kings. These 3 were not even close to them in terms of strength. But they didn't even dare to target Qin Fang. They? And on what basis? To be able to become one of the 9 kings of the ancient world was not just based on strength, but more on brains. Judging the situation, the 10,000 races of heaven's destiny, too, were expressing their puzzlement. The thunder is loud, but the rain is small. Why would such a powerful ancient 3 races suddenly stop? You guys say? Is it because the hidden strongman of the human race has struck out? Fart strongman. What other strongmen does the human race have? The latest gossip is that the human race's pestilence Dharma god is still alive, and has named the human emperor to be preserved. So that's why these 3 races have laid down their arms. Is that so? But that's not the news I heard. But rather, the human race used countless resources, signed a lot of indemnities, and even took the initiative to inform of the method of breaking through at the super god level. And only then did they satisfy the 3 ancient races, thus quelling the battle. For a time, the entire heaven's destiny was rife with rumors. Which one should be believed? No one could say for sure. However, the 10,000 clans of heaven's destiny were still more inclined towards the second one. After all, the current human clan was too weak, and a random strike could cripple them. Within the human race, for such favorable news, there was rejoicing. What did it mean that no one dared to receive the human emperor's pursuit? It meant that the human emperor had purged all of his enemies and beaten them to the point of chilling. And that was why peace had been exchanged. The human emperor is invincible. The human race is invincible. Long live the human emperor. Long live the human race. All of these human races were cheering, all of them enjoying the victory that belonged to them. And as for the doubts from the outside world, they were directly treated as if they were deaf. These were all jealous of the human race. However, there was also a large portion of acute people who directly cursed with the heavens mandate 10,000 races, wanting to defend the glorious image of the human emperor. This battle of curses looked like it was going to be protracted for a long time. At that moment, the ancient divine race's 100 deities suddenly declared war on the human race's Tianyang town. The news of this one instantly caused the human race to freeze, causing the heavens mandate 10,000 races to mock the human race. See? The ancient god race wants a piece of the pie too. Go ahead and compensate. But how will you satisfy the appetite of the ancient god race? I'm really laughing my arse off. Just now there was a human race spraying with me. If you're capable, you'll let your plague Dharma god come out? Bah. Human race. Wait for the extermination of your race. If the ancient god spirit race is able to win this time, my race might be able to pose a certain threat to the human race as well. The human race's defense line is pulling a lot now. If they wait for them to return to the defense. Sorry. It seems like this territory has belonged to my mammoth elephant race since time immemorial. It's just that it was temporarily lent to your human race. And now we're going to take it back. The 10,000 races of heaven's destiny were stupidly excited. And there were not a few races that held such thoughts. The ordinary people of the human race, on the other hand, were very worried. At this moment, the human race was suffering from both internal and external problems. How could it withstand 100 ancient deities? 80% of the residents of Tianyang town wanted to escape and get away from this place. Is it hard to believe that my human race is really plagued with disasters? The only 100 or so deities of my human race? All of them have gone to the border. At this moment, who can rescue Tianyang town? I've heard that Tianyang town wants to be promoted to become a mega town. But it's a pity. It's really a pity. It's over. It's over. This is a test. If our human race can't carry off this fierce tiger of the ancient divine race, All the hungry wolves around will pounce on us. Mount Xixia. What's the commotion at Mount Xixia? It had to be said that there were still capable people in the human race. Analyzing the drawbacks of this matter in every way, the prophet god contacted Qin Fang at the first opportunity and said, Qin Fang, I am able to spare up to 5 intermediate-level deities to help you defend the city. The prophet god also had his difficulties. After all, he needed to coordinate the entire human race. The human race was not just the Tianyang towns. In response to the prophet god's words, Qin Fang did not say much, but directly said, Tianyang town does not need rescuing. I am able to handle it. The prophet god said, Fine. I'll give you 5 deities. What? You don't need it? The prophet god was slightly doubting his ears. Qin Fang didn't need deities to volunteer and couldn't help but say, Qin Fang, do you know that there are 22 top gods and 78 high-level gods amongst the ancient deities that are attacking this time? With you alone? How are you going to fend them off? Qin Fang said indifferently, It's not a problem. Just give me a batch of peak legendary level humanoids whose lifespans are about to come to an end. And for the rest, leave it to me. The prophet god pondered for a while, and still decided to trust Qin Fang. Thus, a full 10,000 peak legendary grade human races, whose lifespans were approaching their end, were secretly sent to the Tianyang town. Within the Tianyang town, there was a commotion at the moment. Let the Heavenly Sun City Lord come out and tell us what percentage of certainty we have in defending Heavenly Sun City. These were all refined egoists, wanting to avoid danger in advance. You brat. Show me some respect for the human emperor. Human emperor? Bullshit human emperor. Did I take him for a human emperor? This entire Tianyang town is almost gone. Who still considers him a human emperor? I've heard it all. It's impossible to send reinforcements this time. Qin Fang, come out and give us an explanation. Qin Fang, crawl out for me. These chaotic voices were getting more and more chaotic, with the vague feeling that they were going to rush to the city lord's mansion. These city guards warned many times, but all to no avail. Zhu Tianyan's figure appeared, majestic and terrifying, wanting to suppress by force. Just in time to try out the power of this deity? How refreshing it was. Yes, Mr. Zhu Tianyan, successfully promoted to become a deity. Even though it's the weakest deity, it's still a deity. Simply releasing a dash of his aura caused the players present to have their bones rattle. Wanting to kneel down, the vast number of city guards were immediately about to step in and remove these unruly people. At that very moment, Qin Fang's majestic figure rose from within the city lord's mansion, his eyes cold as he looked at these troublemakers, and said indifferently, There are no reinforcements for this Tianyang town. And my emperor's certainty of defending the city? Less than 1 in 1,000 confidence. From now on, the city gates are wide open. Whoever is not willing to stay in Tianyang town can leave there. Tianyang town will not stop. But you can't reverse the attack on Tianyang town, of course. Those who are willing to stay to assist Tianyang town in defending the city, my emperor will not treat them poorly, and will reward them one by one after the event. Anyone who dares to continue causing trouble will be killed without amnesty. After Qin Fang finished speaking with a murderous air, he returned to the city lord's mansion, leaving behind these troublemakers, who were looking at each other in dismay. These people originally thought that the human emperor would be able to have a solution. But who knew that it would be this result? Where are the shops? Where are my goods? Give me an explanation. Qin Fang, roll out and give me an explanation. Right. We've invested so much money in this place. Can it be that it's all going to waste? Hearing such brazen words, Zhu Tianyan couldn't help but laugh and said, It seems that the human emperor coronation is still too merciful, causing you guys to be so aggressive. Investments. It's hard to believe that you guys can only be allowed to earn and not lose. Where does that come from? Within 10 breaths. If you don't leave, you don't need to leave. With a crash, nearly 80% of the troublemakers left. But there was still a small portion that wanted to continue making trouble. Zhu Tianyan wasn't some corrupt scholar and directly said, Kill. The aura of the deity locked everyone present, making them unable to move. And then a massacre began. Seeing the massacre begin, these merchants no longer dared to be slick and began their departure. Not long after, the great migration of Tianyang town began. Qin Fang was merely indifferent to such a situation. Zhu Tianyan kept on counting the statistics. 10%, 20%, 30%. In the end, the total number of people in Tianyang town was reduced by a full 60%. Shuge Tianyan could not help but report this matter to Qin Fang. But the response he received was indifference. The human emperor's voice was like a loud bell. His words resounded throughout the heavenly destiny. The ancient deity clan's opening of the war. I have taken it. I will be waiting for you in the heavenly sun town. But I also ask you to face my wrath. These words were a strong declaration. A great confidence. But what the 10,000 clans heard was Qin Fang's colorfulness. A 1-2 punch. These 100 of ancient deities laughed, loving such a straightforward human emperor. Ding. The national war is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. All warriors. Ding. The rules of the national war will be announced soon. Please measure the area of the country for the last time, so as not to be unable to participate. Ding. The rules of this national war are completely different. Please prepare yourselves in advance. Such a system beep rang out, and the players expressed little interest. Compared to the national war, this human god battle was the best thing to watch. Qin Fang, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He attached immense importance to this national war, and even withdrew from Heaven's Destiny to personally ask Black Widow about the current real situation in Yang City. Black Widow hadn't seen Qin Fang for a long time, and when she saw Qin Fang exit the game, the two of them immediately closed the room. Not talking about business. Only talking about the wind and moon. Naturally, Qin Fang was also happy to collect his divine power and complete his sublimation, sparing no effort. Black Widow was exhausted and rolled her eyes, lighting a fire and swallowing clouds. Qin Fang waited for Black Widow to slow down before asking about the current situation in Yang City. Black Widow dragged her exhausted body to explain to Qin Fang. Currently, Yang City has a resident population of 10,084,000. And the entirety of our territory has a total population of 35,240,000. Along with Black Widow's explanation, a map of the domain slowly unfolded in Qin Fang's mind. Eventually, Qin Fang said, "Today, Yang City declares the establishment of a nation. The name of the nation, Xia." Chapter 753 Rules of the National War. Black Widow had no objections to Qin Fang's decision. "I'll prepare. You just ascend the throne." Black Widow braced her tired body and began to prepare for Qin Fang's ascension to the throne. Qin Fang's eyes flickered with a touch of heartache as he said, "Keep everything simple. There is no need to be too cumbersome. When we have defeated the entire Blue Star, we will have a good time. Or let the world thoroughly recognize my Yang City sons and daughters." Black Widow nodded her head in agreement, and then went to maneuver. 3/4 of an hour. Under Black Widow's planning, everything was ready in the entire Yang City. The Black Python robe, the Jade Seal of transmission, the civil and military officials, everything. All of it made Qin Fang stunned. This? What about emulating the emperors of 1,000 years ago? Is there any civilization left to speak of? But think about it. But also quite excited. After all, whose heart did not have a dream of the emperor? So, in the half push and half under the Qin Fang, dressed, followed the ceremonial officers to complete a series of actions. The official ascension to the throne as the emperor. From today onwards, Yangcheng proclaims the founding of the state. The state name is Xia. The emperor's name is Wuan. The capital is Yangcheng. The 8 parties come to congratulate us. Such a voice, like an imperial decree, resounded within the entire area under the jurisdiction of Yangcheng, accompanied by the roaring of the ceremonial cannons and the hissing of the warriors. The Xia kingdom was officially established, and Qin Fang was the founding emperor. The Black Widow was the female general in charge of everything, and everyone who followed Qin Fang was rewarded. As for Qin Fang, once again began the protagonist's speech, so that more than 20 million people in the summer country, all the blood boiling, want to die for Qin Fang. Black Widow's blood also boiled as she listened from the side. This was Qin Fang's ability. Even if he had nothing, he was still able to raise his arm and get everything. The national war will start. All legions are ready to start preparing for the battle. Qin Fang gave down a series of orders for the battle, telling them to get ready. It was night, and Qin Fang summoned Black Widow, Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, and other absolute believers together to tell them about the true nature of the national war. This national war is not a trivial matter. The Xia Kingdom needs to put forth 200% of its heart to face it. According to the requirements of this national war, territories with an area of 3,000 kilometers in circumference can all be called empires. This is the most basic condition for participation in the national war. Hidden Earth interrupted Qin Fang with a puzzled look on his face and said, Big brother Qin Fang, the rules of this national war. I remember that it will only be announced tomorrow. Ah? How come you know about it in advance? Could it be that you are really a GM? This question had been troubling Hidden Earth for a full 3 years. Not only was it Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, and the others also thought the same thing. It was only today that Hidden Earth had given it a pick. To be honest, every single one of Qin Fang's decisions seemed to have been made as if he knew the outcome in advance. And every single one of them was incomparably correct, even if it seemed very absurd at the time. In hindsight, it was able to prove Qin Fang's correctness. Qin Fang looked round at the crowd's eagerness for knowledge, smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, I am the GM. I have long since internally tested the 10 versions of Heaven's Destiny, and the current one is the 3rd version, and the rules of the national wars. I have long since known about them. When Qin Fang finished speaking, the entire council hall boiled over. Haha. I told you that Boss Qin Fang is a GM. Right? You guys still don't believe me. Wow 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 wow. No wonder. No wonder Big Brother Qin Fang was able to create such a large base from nothing. Awesome. Awesome. Haha. Then won't we win this national war of ours? Boss Qin Fang. Just set up the mission. We promised to complete it. Among these players present, only Black Widow had a smile at the corner of her mouth all the time. She was the only one who knew Qin Fang had traveled back from the future. At first, it was true that Black Widow didn't quite believe it either. But the shock that Qin Fang had given her was really too great for her not to believe it all. Qin Fang raised his hand, calming the crowd down, and said, All this? None of it is the point. After all, as time passes, my advantage in internal testing will become smaller and smaller. The focus right now is, as long as we succeed in obtaining the final victory in the national war, this blue star, we are within our reach. When these words came out, they were shocking, and all the people present exuded a look of disbelief, expressing confusion and a lack of understanding. This game, how did it get involved with the blue star? Qin Fang revealed a serious look as he once again said, This national war is both a collision of the major professions within Heaven's Destiny, as well as a collision of these empires of the blue star. And all of this comes from Sky City's bad taste. To put it simply, these super-powerful great forces of the City of the Sky want to have a massive reshuffle, wanting to bring the broken Earth back together and establish a unified great empire. However, this empire has to be firmly in their hands. Starting tomorrow, Heaven's Mandate will divide the broken lands into different empires based on the different areas occupied by different forces in the broken lands. As for those with insufficient power, they can have 8 hours to become someone else's vassal or be eradicated. Zhang Tu and the others could not help but be baffled. How did it feel that Qin Fang's big brother knew every word he said? But together they just did not understand it. They said, Boss? Can you speak in more detail? Right. Big brother Qin Fang. Totally unintelligible. It's so difficult. Why would the Heaven's Destiny national war be linked to the Sky City? Based on the limitations of their thinking, they didn't understand it all. Qin Fang pondered for a while and said, Within Heaven's Mandate, you win the national war. You get the rewards of Heaven's Mandate. But this? It doesn't end there. Blue Star's Sky City, based on the performance of the major empires in the midst of the national war, will help the victorious empire and remove the defeated empire. You guys can understand that Heaven's Mandate's national war is the process, while the destruction of the Sky City is the result. If we perform poorly as well, it's highly likely that we'll be purged in the end as well. This is Sky City's bad taste. Because they are powerful, they can do nothing. The moment these words came out, all those present understood, and they couldn't help but fight back a jolt, feeling a wave of coldness that pierced right through their hearts. An emotion called fear blossomed in their hearts. Hidden Earth asked with some shivering, Boss, in the middle of the inner test? Did the Sky City make a move? Qin Fang gave him a blank look and said seriously, It struck out. Hidden Earth said, What about the final result? Qin Fang pondered for a while and said, The final result is not informative. Qin Fang did not say more. So Zhang Tu and the others did not ask more questions. But they also understood the significance of this national war. Zhang Tu saw the pros and cons at a glance and said, "Boss, this time, although there are many crises, it is not a huge opportunity. If we are able to resist the pressure, we might be able to successfully unify the entire blue planet with the help of the power of the Sky City." Qin Fang's eyes lit up as he said, "Zhang Tu's statement is right. And it is also what I want to say. My truest thoughts. This time, our goal is clear. With the help of the Sky City's hand, we will successfully become the master of the Blue Star's broken earth." As soon as he said this, the hearts of those present were on fire, as if they had seen a bright future. Below I will introduce the mode of the national war to everyone. We prepared early. The rules are very simple. Each empire will be matched with an empire of similar strength to complete 3 battles, using a 2 out of 3 system. The first battle is an individual match. Each empire sends out 10 of its strongest players to face off. And if a certain side loses all of them, the first game ends. If it's strong, one can even string 10 together, creating the myth of invincibility. The second game is a team match. Each empire puts out 100 players each, to have a big melee, until one side all dies. Only then will it end. The third match is the Legion match. Each empire puts out 5,000 fighters, matching the formation system at will, and being able to obtain the final victory will be enough. But one thing that needs to be noted is, each person in the empire can only participate in one of these 3 battles. For example, if I participate in the first battle, I cannot participate in the second. Otherwise, it is considered a foul, and will be kicked out. At the end of the Heaven's Destiny National War, the Sky City will then step in and divide the empire you defeated under your name, and even force them to submit by forceful means. But then, there's a problem that arises: distance. For example, we are in the southeast of the Blue Star, such as if the empire we defeated is in the northwest corner, 100,000 miles away from us. We would not be able to accept this piece of territory, although it nominally belongs to us. The real situation, however, is not. Therefore, we have to gain a total victory and strive to include the entire Blue Star's territory within our empire. In this way, we are justified in our name. After Qin Fang explained so meticulously, Zhang Tu and the others instantly understood. This time, if we want to win all the national wars, we also need to use some brains. Ling, you assign specific numbers of people, and see how these 3 different battles can be arranged. And Zhang Tu, you follow suit with some ideas. Everyone, this Xia kingdom is mine, but it is also everyone's. I hope that you can fight to the last drop of your blood and work hard to build the Xia kingdom even better. Qin Fang finished speaking. That is, he was ready to land on heaven's mandate. Zhang Tu called out to Qin Fang and could not help but blush. "Boss, are you able to lift the divine crisis in this heavenly sun town? I've also invested in a shop. If it doesn't work, I'll rush to the Earth family to deal with it." Qin Fang directly gave Zhang Tu a popping chestnut and said, "Now is the best time to take the plunge. Go and buy a few more shops at low prices. When this divine war is over, the land prices of Tianyang town might have to rise wildly by 10 times. Zhang Tu instantly cheered and said, "All right. Fine, boss." Qin Fang executed his means and ascended to the Sky City. The City of the Sky was still so modern and so bursting with technology. Qin Fang first went to take a look at his parents, and tears seeped out of his eyes. These 2 old people, although they might not be related to him by blood, had a profound influence on his life and the shaping of his values. Qin Fang took out 2 copies of the pure God bit, and integrated them into the 2 old men's bodies by secretive means, and the power of the God bit would be slowly released until the 2 old men became gods, which was also considered to be a certain amount of insurance for their safety. After all, this Sky City wasn't safe either, and those who wanted to deal with Qin Fang might also be able to lay their hands on his parents. Without showing his face, Qin Fang quietly turned around and left. At the Shui family, Qin Fang entered silently and met up with Shui Qinger. Shui Qinger was fiddling with Qin Fang's dummy, sticking iron needles. Her mouth perked up. "I'll let you not come to me. I'll let you not come to me." When Qin Fang's figure appeared, Shui Qinger immediately smiled in embarrassment and threw the dummy in her hands aside. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth as he said, "Qinger, I came to see you." Shui Qinger pouted and said, "Finished getting bored with your linger? You just remembered me now? Humph. Qin Fong coaxed the boss for a while before he was able to coax him back, and looked squarely at Shui Qinger and said, "This time, I was pursued by the ancient three races within the heaven's destiny, and I encountered the ancient era of the past, and I also learnt a lot of secrets." Qin Fong began to tell Shui Qinger one by one. After listening, Shui Qinger couldn't help but exclaim, "In this, there are still so many twists and turns. 1,000 years of light. Can you do it, brother Qin Fong? My power of time? You can draw it at any time if you need it." Qin Fong hugged Shui Qinger and said, "I won't want your power of time. Silly girl." After venting his emotions with Shui Qinger, Qin Fong told her to be well, and then logged into Heaven's Destiny, Heavenly Sun Town. "Run, you fools. Aren't you running now? Tianyang Town is just about to break down. The ancient gods still have the last 5 hours before they arrive here. Retarded? I see that you guys are really retarded." The players who fled, the NPCs who saw that there were still obstinate people who wanted to join Tianyang Town in its destruction, they couldn't help but mock out. Bottom price dumping shop. There is still a year's rent. The original price of 10 million copper coins. The current price is only 3 million. Tearful sale. The original price is 1,000, 2,000. Now collectively $30. Brothers, come over and take a look. Take a look. You can't lose by buying. You can't be fooled. Such scenes could be seen everywhere. Batian led all the guild members, who had long since ascended the city walls, holding the heart of a man who would die to help Qin Fong defend the city. The matter of the human race joining hands with the divine beast race? It hadn't been made public yet. This time, it was the perfect opportunity to make it public. In the last hour, Qin Fong ascended the city walls and personally consoled the warriors as their morale continued to rise. Ding! The monster siege has begun. Before the gods arrived, the monsters went first. Rumbling. On the distant horizon, a whimpering black torrent appeared. This was an epic level monster, the iron-armored rhinoceros. For a while the entire ground shook, and dust was even lifting up. All troops on alert, each in their own way. Qin Fong's words hissed out, and the city guards were furious. Go out of the city to meet the battle. Kill. Kill. The tragic battle started at once, and the entire Tianyang town was filled with the color of blood. Killing, screaming, and being. All members of the Bastard Sky Guild, follow me and attack. All members of the 10,000 Empty Alley Guild, follow me. All members of the Elven God Guild, follow me. These filthy fools, die for me. Kill. Brothers, Tianyang Town cannot fall. The players, NPCs, who had already left, saw this scene and expressed their incomprehension. To work and kill for a town that would surely be destroyed. Was it really worth it? It really was a fool's errand. Chapter 754 The True Strength of the Human Race. In the middle of the Tianyang town, a veteran soldier covered in scars, with eyes like a demon's, was waiting patiently as a candidate to participate in the battle. His iron blood aura bursting out. He did not have the apprehension of a youngster, nor did he have the worries of a middle-aged man. All he had was endless calmness. If someone asks him, "Why do you want to guard this dilapidated town? Why do you want to guard this doomed and hopeless town?" his answer is very simple: no other. This place is his roots only. From the time his ancestors migrated to this place, his family has been fighting for Tianyang Town for generations. For the faith of the human race? For the future of the human race? This kind of false words he cannot say. What he wants to do: just die in front of his grandson. Die in front of his son. Don't let him experience the sadness of this human world can be. The middle-aged man is worried. In fear. They have more scruples. For the sake of the children and grandchildren. For the sake of the town. He seems to have no choice but to go to fight. Why? Because he didn't have a choice. Escape? How to escape? Might as well fight to the death. The youngsters were fearless after all. Even if they were facing epic monsters, they dared to charge and dedicate their lives. What were they doing it for? Oh! They seemed to be for nothing. For the sake of just this passion in their hearts. This is the true portrayal of Tianyang Town. These people of all shapes and sizes have coalesced to become the stubborn spirit of Tianyang Town. Perhaps you might mock them, but each and every one of them was worthy of respect. Qin Fong was inside the city lord's mansion, watching the scene in front of him with emotion. To be honest, his heart was also filled with tears. He wanted to stop it countless times. But reason prevailed, and he could only watch silently. These humanoids were not supposed to die. But in order to be able to pit against the 100 ancient deities that had come to this place, Qin Fang could still only endure the pain of giving them up. Ascendants? Were they indifferent? No. They were merely forced to choose in order to obtain the optimal solution. At this moment, Qin Fang seemed to understand why Bai Qi had to kill millions of descending troops in the book, which was also a helpless move. These dead generals, Qin Fang would set up heroic monuments for them to be remembered by future generations. Zhuge Tianyan's eyes were also seeping blood. This lovely young man. It seems that yesterday he was still calling out to him as his grandfather. This old man. It seems that the day before yesterday he was still discussing with him about the future of the Tianyang towns. This middle-aged man. It seems that yesterday Zhuge Tianyan had just helped him solve the housing problem. The battle gradually turned white-hot. The casualties on both sides were increasing dramatically. Ding. Tianyang Town Lord has turned on his side's morale bonus. Ding. Tianyang City Lord opens triple hunting rewards. Ding. Tianyang City Master opens legendary grade equipment redemption. This series of actions all caused the morale of the players in Tianyang Town to rise once again. The dead players immediately wailed and rushed forward once again. As long as the rewards were rich enough. These players were definitely humongous existences. Slaying 10 epic level monsters will enable you to exchange them for epic level equipment. Such a good deal? Damn it. What is this? Look. Killing 1,000 epic level monsters will also enable you to exchange for legendary level equipment. Our guild has already successfully exchanged 3 pieces. This time, it's an excellent opportunity. We must seize it and see if we can successfully exchange this divine artifact. What? Surprisingly, there's even a divine artifact reward? Definitely. Have you forgotten? Our Heavenly Sun City Lord is a divine artisan. As soon as these words came out, countless players who had participated in the battle went to flip through the list of reward equipment. Divine artifact, Sigh of the Goddess of Light. Requires 1 million cores of epic level monsters to redeem. Or 10,000 cores of legendary grade monsters. Although the threshold for the exchange of this divine artifact was very high. But with hard work, it was not impossible to complete it. At this moment, the players who had broken away from Tianyang Town, the NPCs wanted to return. This was a divine artifact. Who could resist such a temptation? Thus, in the teleportation portal, many players and NPCs appeared once again. And for this, Qin Fang came to the rescue. These players were gamblers. But could one blame them? Thud. A small section of the Tianyang town's wall collapsed. And countless monsters seemed to pour in like a flood, raising an army for 1,000 days. The city guards within Tianyang town brazenly struck out to remove these hidden dangers. Qin Fang also made his first move, suppressing the gap in this place with his god-level power, successfully blocking it and making this place a Jedi. And under the bloom of the terrifying divine power, even epic-level monsters all flew into ashes. The players defending the city breathed a sigh of relief. Only a slightly mocking voice rang out from the firmament. Agu. Isn't this the human emperor? Why is he still doing these dirty jobs? Yeah. Is it because your men are too incompetent? Aya. The human race has fallen to this level? The strength of this human emperor? It's only a primary god? Ha ha ha. Me. If you willingly give away 10,000 divine artifacts, and lead the human race to become my ancient deity's vassal again, you might be able to survive today. Otherwise, after today, the human race might have to re-elect the human emperor. Along with the arrival of the ancient deity, the good show began. For a time, the eyes of the entire heavens mandate 10,000 races descended here. You guys say? Are these ancient deities stupid? Knowing that the human race exists at the half-step transcendent god level, they still have to come and send themselves to their deaths. That's what you don't understand. Right. This ancient deity isn't stupid. But there are also undercards. You guys say? The ancient deities have a full 9 kings. 9 half-step super god levels. This time, could it be that even one of them won't come? I'll tell you guys. They're definitely here and are hiding in the shadows. You guys say? Is it possible for the Divine Beast clan to intervene? The 10,000 clans of Heaven's Destiny all began to speculate. But the final result? It had to be a case of continuing to watch. Maybe some surprises could appear. Qin Fang smiled indifferently and said, Is there anyone else? Qin Fang looked towards these ancient deities with a hint of pity, saying, You guys? It's really sad, being abandoned by the Heavenly Emperor without even knowing it. Don't you know what happened in the 100,000 mountains? As soon as these words came out, these 100 deities all laughed. And one top god, the god of wolf's teeth, directly laughed in shame. Isn't it just that the first human emperor of the human emperor seal achieved a half-step super god level? If this is your bottom card, I advise you, it's better to surrender earlier. At that very moment, an old woman descended from the firmament, dressed in a turquoise blue color, with the folds and everything piled up on her face. Her face was stern and terrifying, giving off the impression that she was by no means an easy character. The aura emanating from this old woman was incomparably terrifying, as if he was able to suppress a great world. Qin Fang and the others were very small in front of him. It must be the bottom card among the ancient deities, a half-step super god level powerhouse, specifically used to deal with the human emperor seal, goddess of wisdom, Venero. Qin Fang instantly recognized this half-step super god level powerhouse. In later generations, when this one struck, it was a terrifying existence, like the sky crumbling into the earth. This one, although she was known as the goddess of wisdom, she was as brainless as a brainless person. And when she encountered anything, there was only one option: to push across. To push everything across with force. Qin Fang can be once seen her, with this super strong force, managed to destroy the human race 3 super large towns. Let the whole human race heard that the color is changed. The seal of the human emperor was spinning in the vault of the sky, and the figures of 8 peerless human emperors stepped out of it, gradually solidifying. The first human emperor looked towards the goddess of wisdom with a look of surprise on his face, saying, Long time no see. Wisdom. You now? Like to use your brain now? Brain-dead thing? This was flirting. Flirting with her intelligence. The goddess of wisdom coldly grimaced and said, Against the human race, it is not yet worth it for me to use my intellect. Force can be pushed across. I revere wisdom, but I only exert it against opponents of equal rank. The first human emperor then hurriedly waved his hand and said, All right. No need to pretend. Who doesn't know this about you? Let's go. Song Dong Duel. Let me see if you've grown over the years. The goddess of wisdom was enraged and joined him, rushing to the sky above the vault of heaven as the amazing duel unfolded. The top wolfsbane god said, Me? Your biggest card disappears. No. These 100 of us. Can you block it? At these words, the 7 human emperors instantly did not like to hear them and stepped forward, saying, You rabble. God knows what you're noble about. Come. I'll burst you all. Ha. Once defeated men. If it wasn't for the passing of the old man, how could it be your turn to flaunt in front of me? Marred. You guys can't be. You can't really take yourselves seriously. The wolf-toothed god's face was slightly ugly, but he still said, Even if the 7 of you are able to stop us, but what about the rest of our gods? With just the 9th human emperor, I have a feeling that you guys won't be able to carry it off. At this moment, Qin Fang's figure began to grow huge, and scorn appeared in his eyes as he said, You know the Divine Beast clan? Concluded a contract of never betrayal with my clan? Just as the god of wolf's teeth felt a hint of bad luck, Qin Fang's voice resounded once again. Appear, Divine Beast Protector. Buzzing. All of a sudden, the shadows of a full 1,000 divine beasts appeared all around the Tianong town, and were looking at these high-ranked deities as if they were clowns. You guys? Wouldn't really think? My human race doesn't have any reserves. Right? Appear, 3,000 death gods of the human race. Buzzing. All of a sudden, a full 3,000 native deity silhouettes of the human race emerged. At this moment, the entire human race was shocked. Where did the human race get 3,000 deities? No. Something was wrong. The aura of these deities didn't seem to be too strong. And there were some that were very vague. It seemed that some peak legendary levels were able to touch them. This is not the end. The next instant, these human deities, the first time to activate the body of the artifact soul artifacts, a full 9 different attributes of the gods, once again appeared behind their backs. A terrifying might gradually formed. At this moment, the human race no longer had 3,000 deities of the lowest rank, but a full 30,000 deities. Even though the highest rank of these deities was only at the level of intermediate gods, the fury that fell together was enough to shake the heavens and make the entire heaven and earth change color. At this moment, inside the Heavenly Emperor's order, the human race? Surprisingly, it still possesses such an undercurrent yet. It's truly shocking. An alliance with divine beasts. 3,000 of the lowest class. A divine spirit that was catalyzed by a secret method. Together with a weapon soul divine weapon. Not bad. This power is very considerable. It's a pity. This is already the last card of the human race. Right? Uh-huh. Using one life to force out the bottom card of the human race? That's kinda okay. Next time, we'll be able to target the human race with a more targeted attack. Human race? Next time will be the time for your demise. The Heavenly Emperor's decree was filled with such voices. While the heavens mandate 10,000 races were the first to raise the danger of the human race. It's simply not too scary. The human race? It was surprising that it still had such depth. Although it wasn't as good as the ancient divine spirit race or the ancient four races. It was still much more powerful than the other races. But it was far too powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that the human race at this moment was even more powerful than before the battle in the Southeast Region 3 began. It was even more powerful. The god of Wolf's Tooth, who was the leader, saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but freeze. A trace of panic appeared in his heart. But there was only a trace of it. He still colored and said, "Heh, you human race? Indeed, you are a sinister and cunning race. But, even if you are able to leave us behind today, what can be done about it? We'll still be able to resurrect within the divine spirit abyss. And when we do, we'll destroy the towns in your borderlands one by one." The wolf-toothed god wore an evil smile, seemingly not taking this death seriously. The reason why Qin Fong had let the human race's deities, artifact souls, divine artifacts, including divine beast guards appear. That is, it was to flash their muscles a little bit, to ensure that other petty races wouldn't dare to make a move against the human race. As for these divine spirits, he didn't want to let any of them go. These could all be his underpinnings. Qin Fong said in a loud voice, "All the ancient deities. I wonder if have you ever felt fear? Boundless fear." The moment I said this, the entire Heavenly Emperor's decree, the King of Space, the God of Death, and other ancient deities that had once been dominated, all of them shivered, and a bold thought surfaced in their minds. Is it hard to be? Could it be that I am the black hand behind this? Qin Fong continued. Everyone. The show has begun. Dang. Ding. Qin Fong began to forge in front of the entire 10,000 races. Just as soon as he forged, the god of Wolf's Teeth instantly felt the divine power in his body begin to drain away. But he did not take it seriously. But as time passed, the god of Wolf's Tooth couldn't help but start shouting, "Ah! What the hell is devouring my divine power? Ah! What is it?" Such a voice rang out. And within the Heavenly Emperor's order, the gods who had once shared a common encounter all cast their eyes onto Qin Fong. It was him. It was actually really him. Along with Qin Fong's forging failure, the god of Wolf's Tooth said in alarm, Who is it?" With a snap, the body of the god of Wolf's Teeth suddenly turned into starlight and disappeared, becoming nothingness in heaven and earth. The god of space, the god of death, and even the star god, the stone-hammered. It really was the human emperor. This brat? Surprisingly, he possessed such an ability, and he was hiding it so deeply. Wasn't this a means to specifically restrain the ancient gods? Now, the entire ancient divine race, all of them began to panic. On the other hand, these 8 human emperors, whose hearts were on fire, and the prophet god, who had come to a sudden realization, finally understood why it was said that the 9th human emperor was able to lead the human race to a complete rise, and was able to put an end to the hidden dangers of the ancient divine spirits. With Qin Fong's means at this moment, everything was possible. Chapter 755. After seeing this scene, the players who had long escaped from Tianyang town could not help but have 2 words emerge in their minds: treacherous, cunning, shameless Qin Fong. I grass you immortal. All sorts of swear words were instantly arranged. This brat, from the very beginning, had lied to them, saying that the human race would not have reinforcements. Who had thought? This Tianyang town. There was no need for reinforcements at all. Question: is this considered a lie by Qin Fong? It didn't seem to count. Grass. Qin Fong is digging a big hole for old me. Old me shops. I I sold them all at a low price. Compensation? Qin Fang. You give me compensation for my losses. The merchants who suffered blood loss in this incident definitely broke 100,000. Many of the merchants had come to invest in Tianyang town because of its future and location. But who knew that Qin Fang would suddenly pull this stunt, causing them to lose all their money? For these voices? Qin Fang was not even listening. In the beginning, it was you who wanted to leave. Now, you want me to compensate you for your losses? Wow. Come over here. I'll give you a couple of hits. As for the players who had been helping defend Tianyang town, the NPCs, they had a feeling of keeping the clouds open. Batian directly jumped up and said, "Ha ha ha. I told you. I never fight unprepared battles. This time, the balance of victory is still ours. Handsome. Mai is too handsome. This is simply not too good. Ha. I'm really laughing my arse off. Turtle in a jar. That should describe them. Who understands family members? Isn't this a trap set up by human Emperor Qin Fang? Ha. You're right. Just waiting for them to burrow inside. This time, the city guards of Tianyang town, the players, all swept away the gloom and laughed freely, mocking the intelligence of this ancient deity, which was really worrying. Brothers, the crisis of Tianyang town has been lifted. But then, the task issued to us by the city lord has not yet ended. Quickly go and brush the monsters, or to exchange for divine artifacts. I don't know who shouted such a voice, instantly setting off the players in the entire Tianyang town, causing them to go brush the monsters with easy smiles on their faces. Hidden Earth boss? It's really the boss. They thought it was a situation of certain death, but the boss was even able to revive it. Tree of Life, awesome. Really awesome. Mount Chixiao. To be honest, the prophet god hadn't expected that the human emperor would be able to give him such a big surprise. From the apprehension at the beginning, to the communication with the gods from all sides of the human race, to the assistance of the gods in the shadows, to the present stupefaction, the prophet god's mood was as if he had been on a roller coaster, constantly falling and falling. This could really be too exciting. What shocked the prophet god the most was not the divine beast guards, but rather Qin Fang's 3,000 human deities. To know that what he had sent to Qin Fang, it was only 3,000 dying legend-ranked veterans. But Qin Fang had such a miraculous means that he was able to turn them. All of them had been transformed into deities. And they were still deities whose combat strength had directly exploded. Granted, their individual strength was low, but 10 divine weapons each? This was the greatest dependence. At the very least allowing their strength to achieve the level of an intermediate god. Artifact spirit divine artifacts were truly the strongest underpinnings of the human race. The prophet god was in an excited mood, hating that he could not personally go and sit in the Tianyang town. However, along with the ringing of Qin Fang's words, it also made the prophet god feel a hint of something wrong. Huh? The inexplicable deaths of these ancient deities? Surprisingly, was it Qin Fang's doing? The prophet god could not help but think of the first time Qin Fang had gone with him to hunt the god of darkness. As if it was namely the divine power within the body of the god of darkness that had suddenly been devoured by some terrifying existence, which had allowed them to succeed in beheading the god of darkness. Now that I think about it, everything is right. Originally, Qin Fang was the one who was behind it all. However, what the prophet god saw was not the demise of the ancient deities, but rather Qin Fang's great crisis. Ancient gods would tolerate such a huge threat? Surely, they would find ways to target Qin Fang and behead him. No! How should Qin Fang respond? But since Qin Fang dared to expose this card of his, then I guess he must have already made plans to deal with it. Tianyang town. Huh? Why? How did the god of wolf's teeth die all of a sudden? Before he died, he was shouting, "Monster! What on earth is that? Is it hard to believe that there is something dirty around us?" The human emperor. Do you guys think it has something to do with the human emperor? There's a king relationship. I see that this human emperor is just a godly man who beckons. The 100 deities were all worried and scared. However, they did not put the human emperor in their eyes in the slightest. Although the human emperor spoke truthfully and acted truthfully to make people believe that the death of the wolfsbane god was because of him, the ancient deities present did not believe it at all. Think about it. The human emperor was merely a blacksmith. He forged equipment, and he failed to forge it. So what right did he have to decimate the wolfsbane god? Even a half-step transcendent god-level god of karma couldn't figure out what kind of karma was involved. Wasn't this bullshit? Human Emperor. Pretending? We've already dismantled your trick. It's nothing more than a show. In a flash, these 100 deities were still the first to strike, wanting to go and behead Qin Fong. However, the 1,000 divine beast guards, around 30,000 human deities and chess soul shadows, all targeted these deities and took them down one by one. Qin Fong quietly said, "Don't kill them to avoid their resurrection in the abyss. I will let them die in fear." With that, Qin Fong once again began to forge the artifact soul divine artifact. An invisible shadow appeared in the abyss, where the god of wolf's teeth was located, still devouring the power of the abyss in large gulps. The god of wolf's tooth had just resurrected from within the abyssal spring. That is, he once again sensed this touch of terrifying power, and he couldn't help but land on the Celestial Emperor's order and anxiously said, "Coronation of the Celestial Emperor. Save me. Save me. Heavenly Emperor Coronet. I sense someone is after me, ah. And it's at the very least a super god level powerhouse. Can you save me, ah? I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. Save me." The god of wolf's teeth cried and shouted as he tore his heart out. However, it did not receive any reply from the Heavenly Emperor. This scene, all the ancient deities within the Heavenly Emperor's order felt incomparably familiar. Why did it feel like they had experienced it before? Oh right. The last deity who went crazy and disappeared from the scene. What was his name? He seemed to be the same. For a moment, the ancient deities were shocked and felt chilled. For the first time, a touch of doubt arose regarding the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor didn't even dare to intervene? Not even daring to speak. Did this mean that the strength of this terrifying creature had already surpassed the Heavenly Emperor? This was the point that caused the ancient deities to panic the most. Heavenly Emperor, heavenly destiny is so dangerous. I'd better choose the next Heavenly Emperor. Mard, his predecessor, the previous one, wasn't thinking the same thing. In the vault of the Heavenly Sun Town, Qin Fong revealed a cruel expression as he silently looked at these ancient deities before him. This smile, as if it was the smile of a devil, caused all of these ancient deities to feel trembling. Didn't you all say just now that the death of the wolf-toothed god wasn't because of me? Now? Are you guys still firm? Qin Fong was able to predict that the Heavenly Emperor's decree was definitely noisy within. Human Emperor? I don't believe it. If you're capable, kill me. This was the radiant god spirit, the top god amongst the ancient gods, who was still sticking his neck out, unwilling to believe. Qin Fong said softly, "Wait a while. I'll empty the wolf-tooth abyss first." As if to verify Qin Fong's words, the god of wolf's tooth roared loudly within the Heavenly Emperor's decree. "Grasp. The power of my abyss is gradually diminishing. I reckon that my next time, it's not even enough energy for resurrection. Ah. What's going on? I can't perceive who is devouring my energy. Can it be the Chaos Clan?" These words from the god of wolf's teeth directly caused the entire gods within the Heavenly Emperor's order to freeze. Especially these 100 gods in front of Qin Fong. "Brother Ah? Do you want to be so cooperative?" The human emperor's side just said it. And your side has interpreted it perfectly. This? What should we do? What else are these ancient gods playing at? Now it's real. What even the god of causes and effects couldn't explain, really happened. In the vault of the sky, the god of causes and effects was indeed probing this place as well. But he came to the same conclusion as these ancient deities. Bullshit. There was no causal relationship at all between the human emperor forging a divine artifact and the ancient deities being devoured for their divine aura. Even if the god of causes and effects was only one step away from the super god level, he didn't understand the causal relationship. But the way things were pointing told him that there must be a kind of causal relationship that he didn't understand. What exactly was it? He wasn't clear. Even when the Heavenly Emperor questioned him, the god of cause and effect said, "In this, there is no causal relationship." Such a statement, instead of reassuring the Heavenly Emperor, instead made the Heavenly Emperor even more wary. Which meant, the causality in this exceeded their knowledge. The Heavenly Emperor was silent. The Wolfsbane god's abyss was completely devoured cleanly, leaving behind only dried up springs. If the Wolfsbane god wanted to be resurrected again, it would be 1,000,000 years from now at the very least. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, the wailing of the god of wolves too ceased, and the ancient deities were all silent. knowing in their hearts, the god of Wolf's Tooth was dead. Then, was it their turn next? Qin Fong smiled blandly at the corner of his mouth and said, "Whoever screamed the loudest just now, I'll send him on his way first. And by the way, it's you, radiant deity." Ding. Dong. Qin Fong's forging began once again, and the screams of fear of the radiant deity once again appeared within the Heavenly Emperor's order. Once or twice, one could still call it a coincidence. But 3 times, 4 times, it was the human emperor's demonic techniques. Although he didn't know how he did it, there was definitely a reason for it. A top god level radiant deity died. The top god level Jinlan deity died. The top god level water deity died. Qin Fong wasn't in a hurry. He had used most of the light of the day and had only managed to behead 4 ancient deities. This was a speed that wasn't fast. But the torment involved wasn't something that an ordinary ancient deity could withstand. Human Emperor. Kill me. Human Emperor. Please, give us pain. Human Emperor. You're a devil. You really are a devil. I beg you. Can you kill us? Throughout the ages, there weren't many times when ancient deities begged for death. And Qin Fong had made history. However, how could Qin Fong cheapen them so easily? Stopping his forging and looking to his left and right, he majestically said, "Seal them all, and wait for when I think of it, and make a move on them once again." These words really let these ancient deities will thank Mada. Endless? This terrifying crisis against the heavenly sun town was completely cleared. 100 ancient deities, and a full dozen of top gods. This was an annihilating blow for any race. But who knew that for Qin Fong? For Tianyang Town? It was so simple and lightly passed. The 10,000 races of heaven's mandate needed to reevaluate the position of the human race. There seemed to be only 2 paths before the Heavenly Emperor now. Firstly, abdicate. And secondly, behead the human emperor of the human race to salvage his rock-bottom reputation. These 2. No matter which one. The Heavenly Emperor did not want to choose this Heavenly Emperor's position. Although he now understood that it was a big pit. But in order to get this position in the first place, he had paid too much. He really didn't want to give it up. As for beheading a human emperor, this might become a beautiful dream. Who else would be able to behead a murderer emperor? Super god level existences were all threatened by the evil god, the plague Dharma god, so that they wouldn't make a move. Otherwise, it wasn't like the super god level couldn't die. As for the half-step super god level, God knows what had happened to them in the endless seas. And after they came out, they didn't say a word about the endless seas. But no matter how much they said, and how generous the reward was given, they just weren't willing to make a move against the human emperor. And they seemed to have been scared out of their wits. As for the existence of the top divine realms, it wasn't enough for the human emperor to kill. The heavens mandate 10,000 races. This was even more of a group of soft bones. It was fine for you to let them fight a smooth battle. But if you let them target the human race at this moment, it was absolutely guaranteed that 100%. These heavens mandate 10,000 races would mutiny. Now, it seemed to have reached an impasse. Suddenly, the voice of the god of death sounded beside the heavenly emperor's ears. Coronation of the heavenly emperor. We still have one last move left. The heavenly emperor couldn't help but condense the silhouette of the god of death and looked towards him, saying, "Death, if you can help behead the murderer emperor, I'll grant you the throne." The throne of the ancient divine spirit clan was a half-step super god level. This was what the god of death wanted the most after being busy for most of his life. The god of death immediately dropped to one knee and said excitedly, "Coronation of the heavenly emperor. We can take advantage of the weaknesses of human nature. Do you think that among the human race, there is also a group of people who want to get the human emperor killed? Or to replace him? This is our opportunity. I've heard that recently. The human race seems to have opened some kind of national war. You see? Can we intervene and make this human race national war more difficult? And preferably, we can deliberately target the human emperor." The god of death's words immediately made the heavenly emperor's eyes light up. Don't be ridiculous. It might actually be possible. The human race? This race that was full of inferiority. Attacking it from within was perhaps the best way at this moment. The heavenly emperor continued with a light in his eyes. "Death, do you have any specific plans?" The god of death instantly gave the heavenly emperor a detailed plan this way and that. And in the end, the heavenly emperor clapped his hands and did it. "Human emperor? Let's see you this time. How can you still carry it off? At this moment, Qin Fong didn't know in the slightest that the Heavenly Emperor was secretly preparing to strike. No, not secretly, but had already struck. Chapter 756 Those Things from the Round Table of 10,000s. Even though the ancient gods had been sealed by the human race, they had still managed to make some small moves. For example, the dream god compelled a group of human geniuses, the insect god enslaved a group of human geniuses, and the titan god scooped up the brains of a group of human geniuses and replaced them. Over the years, even though a large portion of these enslaved, compelled geniuses died of old age, died in battle, and died of illness, there were still many, having stolen the high position of the human race. The Heavenly Emperor had not wanted to use this part of his card so early. But, in order to be able to decapitate Qin Fong, it seemed that there was only one way. Thus, the human race made some small moves, and Mount Jixia opened a round table of 10,000 people. Ding! Mega Town Lord. Asylum requests to open a round table of 10,000 people. Ding! Mega Town Lord. Phoenix requests to open a round table of 10,000 people. Ding! Mega Town Lord. Spirit Emperor requests to open the round table of 10,000 people. Such system beeps continuously rang in Qin Fong's mind, causing him to freeze. This 10,000 people round table? What was it? How come he had never heard of it before? Ding! Please determine whether to open the 10,000 people round table. Ding! If more than 999 super-large towns, and the city lords of large towns agree to convene it, then it is confirmed to be opened. Ding! The 34th agree. Ding! The 53rd agree. Ding! The 108th person agrees. Such a voice constantly rang beside Qin Fong's ears, causing him to be puzzled. Thus, Qin Fong dialed Divine Craftsman Lu Long's communication and asked what the round table of 10,000 people was. Just after hearing Qin Fong's words, Divine Craftsman Lu Long could not help but freeze, and then said in a serious tone with a touch of worry, Qin Fong? Are you sure that the city lords of these mega towns are going to open a round table of 10,000 people? Qin Fong nodded his head, sensing a tinge of discomfort, and said, Elder Godsmith Lu Long, can you explain to me what a 10,000 people round table is? Divine Craftsman Lu Long took a deep breath and said, the round table of 10,000 people, originating from the first human emperor, was established to prevent the human emperor from having too much power, resulting in the human race being on the verge of extinction under one's own will. And to a certain extent, it can be considered a means to restrict the human emperor. An existence that can join the round table of 10,000 people? Every single one of them has to be a city lord of a large town, or even a mega town, either with mega contributions to the human race. And that's what allows them to serve. To put it simply, you can treat the round table of 10,000 people as the antithesis of the human emperor. If 1/10 of the members of the round table of 10,000 people are dissatisfied with one of the policies of the human emperor, then they can be summoned to the round table of 10,000 people for a discussion of this policy. If in the end more than half of the people think that the policy of this article is really inappropriate, that is to say, it can be abolished by the human emperor's policy. If less than half, but more than 1/3, the decree of this article is shelved. But if the voice of the opposition does not exceed 30%, then this decree will still be implemented. The round table of 10,000 people. The greatest right, that is, during the inauguration period of the human emperor. It can initiate the appointment and dismissal of the human emperor once. But there is and only once. For example, your last unlucky human emperor was overthrown by the round table of 10,000 people, because he offended most of the human race, and went so far as to attempt to release all of the deities. And although he was ultimately stopped, he also caused great harm to the human race. In the end, the round table of 10,000 people unanimously agreed to remove him from the position of human emperor and sentenced him to death. After listening to Divine Craftsman Lu Long say so much, Qin Fong seemed to understand. This 10,000 people round table seemed to be aimed at him. But why? What had Qin Fong done recently? Could it be an alliance with the Divine Beast clan? No. Or was it Qin Fong's artifact Soul Divine Artifact, which was problematic? Or was there something wrong with Qin Fong's promotion of the 3,000 legendary ranks, whose lifespans were approaching to become the lowest level of deities? Qin Fong began to retrieve his own faults. But after thinking about it, these things that he had done recently were all beautiful, without any flaws, Divine Artisan Lu Long continued. Qin Fang. This round table of 10,000s doesn't feel like it's directed at you. But don't be careless. Curb your temper. Qin Fang nodded his head. Just after hanging up, the Prophet God's communication called again, saying, Qin Fang? Have you received the notification? The round table of 10,000s is about to open. Qin Fang lightly hummed and informed the Prophet God of what had just happened. For his part, the Prophet God said, Well, my speculation is similar to that of divine craftsman Lu Long. But you should also be careful not to be attacked by them all of a sudden. By the way, return to Mount Qixia as soon as possible. We still need you to preside over this meeting. Qin Fang nodded his head. His heart felt like it was blocked with a big stone. A round table of 10,000 people? He hadn't heard of it in his previous life. Qin Fang allowed the Dragon of Space to directly tear through space and throw itself onto Mount Qixia. Ding! The round table of 10,000 people. There are already 999 people who have agreed. It will open in 10 minutes. Please get ready. Buzzing. In the vault of Mount Qixia, a huge gladiatorial arena of greenish-gray colored stone slabs suddenly appeared, covering the sky, with a full 10,000 seats encircling into a circle. In the most central area, there was a lawn. Above the lawn, a thick pillar towered. At an unknown time, the Prophet God silently appeared beside Qin Fang, explaining the specific precautions to him. After listening patiently, Qin Fang turned his head to take a look at the ground and immediately shook his head. There won't be any more people to stand on this pillar. Whoever stands here will die on the spot. Prophet God silently did not say anything, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was very meaningful. Ding! Teleportation has begun. Please do not resist. Qin Fang took a deep breath and chose to agree. The teleportation ended. Qin Fang's eyes stood on this pillar. The whole person was dumbfounded. Was it deliberately messing with him? Qin Fang looked towards the Prophet God as if asking for help. The Prophet God then revealed an expression that said, Seek your own fortune, and then took his seat amongst the 10,000 people. In a short while, the portal opened and the number of people above these seats increased. Qin Fang simply raised his head and quietly watched the scene in front of him. At the last second, the members of the 10,000 people round table had all arrived here without exception. The Prophet God stood up and said, Round table meeting of 10,000 people now begins. Read out the first item of the meeting. Introduce the new human emperor. Prophet God began his introduction of me, the 9th human emperor in the history of the human race, who was truly recognized by the seal of the human emperor, achieved divine spirit in the light of 2 years, and created his own lineage of artifact soul artifacts, adding to our human race, uniting with the divine beast clan to save our human race from destruction. The Prophet God introduced for a full 10 minutes before stopping and saying, All members of the 10,000-man round table, if you have any opinions on the 9th human emperor, you may now raise them. None. 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 In 3 minutes, all the members of the round table of 10,000 people expressed their opinions. They had no opinion on human emperor Qin Fang. The second item of the 10,000 people round table. Topic. May I ask the 100 people who have opened the 10,000 people round table, what is the topic? At this moment, the Phoenix City Lord stood up and said, This time, the topic is not for the human emperor, but for the national war. The Asylum City Lord also stood up and said, The requirements for this national war are too simple. May I suggest? Increase the difficulty. A national war? I suggest modifying the rules. For a time, hundreds of deities all stood up, expressing their own dissatisfaction with this national war. The Prophet God, Divine Craftsman Lu Long, and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? It's hard to believe that the topic this time really has nothing to do with the human emperor. It looks like this time it really isn't aimed at the human emperor. A national war? Mount Qixia doesn't pay attention to it at all. Let's hear, then, what they think. The Prophet God stopped the bickering and said, Now, each person will report an opinion. Report it to the summary, and discuss it. The entire process? Qin Fang remained as if he was a statue, standing in place, not knowing what he should do. Qin Fang, didn't the Prophet God say that I should preside? Is that just standing there in such a stupid and naive manner? However, Qin Fang didn't dare to move, and with an expressionless face, he continued to play dead. According to the requirements, Each person is allowed to express their opinions 3 times. When all the opinions were summarized, the prophet God then said, according to the final summary, there are a total of 1,000 opinions that we need to discuss. The members of the 10,000 round table began a heated discussion. Qin Fang stood on this tall stone pillar, and was really considered to be sitting on pins and needles, like an awn on his back. In the end, for a full 5 hours, these 1,000 opinions were finally unified, only for the rules of the national war to be completely changed. In the beginning, Heaven's Destiny's national war corresponded with the blue star broken earth. Simply put, only players participated. Within the countries of the blue star broken earth, if there are any powerful players, that's what counts. If there are none, then it's nothing. For example, if Qin Fang's Xia country is next to the Ming country, the players between the 2 sides will fight 3 battles within Heaven's mandate: solo, group, and legion battles. The specific rules will not be repeated, but now, completely changed. Article 1. For this national battle, all major towns must also participate. Article 2. Participants will only be able to maintain legendary level strength to ensure fairness. Article 3. If the human emperor participates, he is not permitted to use the human emperor seal or the weapon soul artifact. Article 4. It was recommended that the strength of the human emperor be sealed. This modification of the rules made Qin Fang feel a strong sense of malice. Wasn't this still aimed at him? Of these 9 comments, a full 8.5 were directed at Qin Fang. He couldn't help but smell the deep flavor of conspiracy. However, Qin Fang had also thought of a way to break the situation. And before the prophet God could open his mouth, Qin Fang said, I will not participate in this national war, and the regulations of the national war will remain as they are. Are there any objections? As soon as these words came out, the faces of some large towns and mega-town city lords changed. This wasn't right. It wasn't right with the orders they had received. How could the human emperor refuse? Agree? I also agree. A good national war is just a way to liven up the warriors. Why make it so troublesome? Me now? If I still can't see it, I'm a mallet. Isn't this a blatant targeting of the human emperor? Among the 10,000 people, they weren't all bad people. Qin Fang took in the expressions of the 10,000 people and once again said, those who agreed to respect the old rules raised their hands. In an instant, amongst the 10,000 people, a full 4,084 raised their hands. And as for the remaining ones, who still held on to their opinions, more than half of them. Qin Fang could not help but smile and said, please elaborate on your reasons. Why are they all against me? Could it be that because I am a human emperor, I cannot participate in this national war? As soon as these words came out, the city lords of these mega towns opened their mouths noisily once again, interpreting for Qin Fang. Only, this time, Qin Fang did not want to talk more nonsense with him, and coldly said, those who hold opposing views, all of them will be captured. Qin Fang marred. After accompanying you guys for such a long time, it's time to wrap it up as well. The prophet God couldn't help but freeze, and divine artisan Lu Long didn't dare to make a move. These present? These are the pillars of the human race. If they are moved, the whole human race will be shaken. The entire human race would have to be shaken twice. Human Emperor, what qualifications do you have to move us? This is the round table of 10,000 people. Not a place for you to strut your stuff. My human race? We don't need such an overbearing human emperor. Is it hard to believe that you won't give us a chance to speak? I'll propose a brand new topic, the removal of the human emperor. Right. Agreed. Agreed. In an instant, surprisingly, more than half of the members of the 10,000-man round table agreed. The attendees of the entire conference couldn't help but be shocked. The human emperor won't really be deposed. The voting begins. Hurry up and vote. The number of people who agreed to remove the human emperor was large. And in no time at all it exceeded 30, 40, and 50%. On the faces of the city lords of these mega towns, smiles of triumphant conspiracy finally appeared. Qin Fang understood. So, their aim was never to change the rules of the national war, but rather, they wanted to directly depose him all. Now, more than 50%. It looked like he wouldn't be able to become the human emperor. Prophet God, divine craftsman Lu Long also froze. Who could have thought that this instantaneous change would be so fast? Human emperor? This was dismissed? Qin Fang, still on cloud 9, said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you all. What this 10,000 people round table can remove is merely the false human emperor. As for me, you guys don't have the right to depose." In the next instant, the human emperor seal suddenly appeared dripping above Qin Fang's head, and the first human emperor stepped out of it with a difficult expression on his face. How could he have never imagined that the original institution he had set up to restrict human emperors, it was actually corrupt to this extent? Even the top gods could not detect the deepest aura of the members of the 10,000-man round table. But the first human emperor at the half-step super god level? How could he not see it? He saw it clearly. These large towns that wanted to depose Qin Fang, the city lords of the mega towns, were all heck more or less tainted with the aura of the ancient deities. To put it more bluntly, these were puppets of the ancient deities. And the number? More than half of them. Which meant that the highest intelligence centers of the human race were all controlled by ancient deities. No wonder over the years, the wheels of the human race were sliding into the abyss step by step. The first human emperor couldn't help but smile. And then he waved his hand. These mainstays of the human race were instantly captured by him. Probing his memory. Phew. The first human emperor finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. Is this a directive from the heavenly emperor? It was wanting to jumpstart the civil unrest of the human race and take advantage of the chaos to kill Qin Fang. The first human emperor informed Qin Fang of this matter. And Qin Fang suddenly came to a realization. An ancient deity? Surprisingly, they still had such a dark hand. As for why this dark hand was not activated in the previous life, it was probably because the human race in the previous life was suppressed to death by the ancient deities. So naturally, there was no need to activate this part of the backhand. Chapter 757, In Front of Benefits. Deities are nothing. Qin Fang's eyes were as cold as snow, and his entire body was trembling. He had truly never thought that the human race had been corrupted to such an extent. That the human race had become unbearable to such an extent. Phew. Qin Fang took a long time before he calmed himself down and said, "Pass on the human emperor's order to make this matter public and thoroughly investigate all of the human race's genius deities, genius legendary levels, and genius epic levels." Astonishment appeared in the eyes of the first human emperor as he looked deeply at Qin Fang, expressing incomprehension. Could it be that Qin Fang did not understand what he meant just now? Obviously. He had already given Qin Fang many looks all. Why had the first human emperor merely informed Qin Fang of this matter, instead of choosing to make it public? For one, it was because it was a scandalous matter for the human race. And if it were to be spread out, the entire human race would become the laughing stock of the 10,000 races. The self-proclaimed number one race of heaven's destiny, but being manipulated by an ancient deity to grasp the big picture, would simply be a laughing stock. Secondly, it was because the impact of this matter was too great. If it were to become public, what about so many large towns? Super large towns? Who can guarantee that within these towns? Who can guarantee that there are no enslaved legend-rank powerhouses? Who can guarantee that these people will not cause trouble? Who can guarantee that the power can be quickly and accurately replaced? Can't we just stand by and watch them rebel? But the human race now? How can they still have so much energy to calm down the unrest in these towns? Thirdly, because Qin Fang has just ascended to the throne. People's hearts are unstable. This matter? Still have to be suppressed. Using a cold approach. Quietly replace them. So that the right to seamless transition. This is what a human emperor should do. So for the sake of the overall situation, the first human emperor didn't want Qin Fang to make it public, so as not to cause anything bad to happen. However, Qin Fang had even directly ordered it with the human emperor's order. So in that case, even he could not go against the human emperor's order, and had no choice but to make this piece of information public. And not only was Qin Fang going to make it public, he was also going to thoroughly investigate the geniuses of the entire human race. This time, there would definitely be a big mess all. The first human emperor could not help but admonish Qin Fang. Now is not the best time to make it public. Think twice all. This is my proposal. You can refer to it. Qin Fang merely glanced at it. I.e., tossed it aside, and blankly glanced at the first human emperor, a hint of displeasure appearing in the bottom of his eyes. To tell the truth? Could it be that Qin Fang really didn't understand the expression in the eyes of the first human emperor? That was definitely false. He understood. He understood it all. However, this matter could not be handled according to the first human emperor's scheme. It was true that the first human emperor solution was very relevant. But Qin Fang did not adopt it. The human race, already terminally ill, needs fierce medicine and a heavy hammer, instead of a thin stream of water. Let him languish like a dying old man. Such a human race? It may be what you want, but it's not what I want. The first human emperor was in a completely different era from the one Qin Fang was in, and his thoughts were naturally completely different as well. The first human emperor wanted to say something else, but seeing Qin Fang's firm, resolute expression, he could only agree, using the human emperor's seal to stamp the seal, and declaring this matter to the public. Not only the members of the 10,000 people round table, but also all of the human race's deities, all of the human race's members, all of the players, all of the 10,000 races knew about it. Thus, the entire 10,000-man round table first exploded. What? I told you. Why does it feel like they're not right? So that's how it is. Right. 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 I also had this feeling just now. It always felt like they had something up their sleeves. So it's the scouts of the ancient deities. Hee hee. It's not right. It's very wrong. Huh? You guys say? Between us? Could there still be these traitors? My suggestion? Instead of probing if there are still traitors, we should go and meticulously examine the decision-making of the 10,000 people round table, and whether or not it's being manipulated. I seem to have suddenly remembered something. Something about the last human emperor? I have a feeling there's a fake. The members of the 10,000 people's round table began to study the case of the falsehood once more. In the end, it turned out that the last previous human emperor was really vindicated. The last previous human emperor, who went deep into the seal, was there to go and behead the ancient deity, not to release the ancient deity that had been smeared and rumored. Vindicated? But what was the point? The people were already dead. The round table of 10,000 people kept turning up the cases, and it was suddenly discovered that 90% of the resolutions, surprisingly, were all wrong, and were all meant to satisfy the interests of the ancient deities. This time, the entire members of the 10,000-man round table were about to collapse. Especially the first human emperor. He was simply dying of heartache and shame. The 10,000-man round table. This was a system that he had single-handedly established. But by now, it had already existed in name only, and was even used by some ambitious people to do so many things that were harmful to the human race. In a fit of rage, the first human emperor directly said, "Starting today, the round table of 10,000 people will be revoked." Ding. The first human emperor applies to cancel the 10,000 people round table? Do you approve? Qin Fang chose to agree. This was a system that was almost 1,000,000 years old. It should have been eliminated a long time ago. Advancing with the times was the way to go. The ancient 10,000 people round table system that has been passed down to this day is lifted. The 10,000 clans of heaven's mandate, the first to receive this news, literally mocked out loud. Ha ha ha. It's almost laughable. Is this the human race? I feel like the human race can no longer be considered the human race, but rather a subordinate race of the ancient divine spirit race. Haha. What's this? Letting me see such funny news early in the morning. No wonder the human race has been the #1 race in heaven's destiny for so many years. So it's because there are deities helping behind the scenes. The human race? Nothing more than that. Many of the 10,000 races of heaven's destiny were mocking. But there were also some who were praising the courage of the human emperor. This term of the human emperor was not a simple thing. To dare to expose this scandalous matter to the sunlight and let the 10,000 races mock it. This in itself is not a simple thing. This can also be seen from the human emperor's determination. He is completely want to change the human race the heavens mandate native human race. Hearing such news, only felt like the sky was about to collapse. What? The enemy is actually inside? Who could have thought of this? Enemies? Surprisingly taking control of our dynasty? After so many years. Not a single discovery? The old man really must die of shame. Haha. I said how the human race is decaying so quickly. It turns out that the enemy has actually been lurking around for a long time. Countless human race NPCs wanted to cry without tears, looking up to the sky and sighing long and hard, venting the anger and depression in their hearts. As for the human players, they said, can there still be this kind of operation? What a riot. Haha. I want to know what kind of faces the human race executives have at this moment. The #1 news in heaven's destiny. I'm numb. I'm really numb. Is it even possible to play like this? Huh. Qin Fong is a human emperor? I wonder how he'll deal with this situation. Crap. Look guys. Qin Fong even announced the list. This is going to? Completely tearing his face off. There were many smart people amongst the players. Could they not think of the optimal solution? Only what they couldn't figure out was that there was clearly an optimal solution. So why did Qin Fong choose this seemingly wrong decision? As for the ancient gods, they were very surprised. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, countless puzzled voices rang out. Ah! My ancient deity even has such a means? Strong awe. I said why my seal has become thinner and thinner in the last 100,000 years. So it's the Heavenly Emperor Coronet who is secretly making a move. It's a pity that such a powerful backhand was destroyed by the first human emperor. Mart. I can't wait to kill him immediately. But unfortunately, I can't. It's a pity. The chaos caused by the human race isn't that big. The Heavenly Emperor also frowned a little, and couldn't help but look at the god of death, saying, Death, this is like what you said? It's not the same at all. The god of death still had a winning expression on his face as he said, Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. The real show is only starting now. So please watch. The Heavenly Emperor half-heartedly continued to watch. Ding. According to the results of the investigation, the city lords of these large towns and mega towns have all colluded with the ancient deities. Today, all of them will be executed. And starting tomorrow, the Human Prosecutors Corps will be formally established to carry out a thorough investigation of the geniuses of the human race. We also ask for the cooperation of the people of the human race to avoid causing unnecessary panic. If you do not cooperate, you will be warned once, subdued twice, and directly beheaded 3 times. These 2 human emperor orders were all bloody and murderous. For a while, just as the first human emperor had predicted, the vice city lords of these large towns, mega towns, or some kind of generals, or any kind of existences that could wield power anyway, opened their mouths and questioned Qin Fong. The turmoil had begun. Human emperor, isn't this move of yours too much? What is wrong with the city lord of my sheltered town? That he would be unjustly killed by the human emperor? I'm not convinced. My town lord. Ah, you died in vain. You are the greatest evil. To wrongly accuse our town lord of being the gun son of an ancient deity. Do you have any evidence? Yes. Me. Do you have proof? You shall not die. You are the greatest unstable element of the human race. Bluetooth Town, have declared war on the human emperor today, to avenge the hatred of my town city lord. Human emperor, you are perverse, and will surely die today. These voices continue to ring out, and a starburst appeared in the heavens mandate human race, and in just a quarter of an hour, surprisingly, 15 large towns, and 3 super large towns declared their independence to declare war against Qin Fong, and along with the passage of time, more towns declared their independence. The god of death looked towards the celestial emperor and said in an inviting manner, Coronation of the celestial emperor. This is the most poisonous cauldron scheme. In that case, the human emperor he exists in name only. And when these towns gather together and declare the establishment of a brand new human race land, then that will be the beginning of the split of the human race. Once the human race splits and their chi is damaged, the first human emperor within the human emperor seal will definitely have his strength greatly reduced as a result. And when his strength is reduced to become a top god, with the strength of our 9 kings, pitting him down? Isn't it still a breeze? After hearing this, the heavenly emperor laughed and praised. A good idea, god of death. If this matter succeeds, you'll be the first credit. The god of death smiled, happy, as if he was thinking of the moment when he himself became the 10th king. The city lords of the large towns and super large towns in Mount Chixiao were curious. How would the human emperor resolve this unrest? This rebellion? If it was not handled well. It would lead to the division of the human race if it was not handled well. And lead to the demise of the entire human race if it was not handled well. A hint of sulkiness appeared in the eyes of the first human emperor Yin. Human emperor? If we listened to him, how could such a thing happen? Bullshit? He had already decided in his heart that if the human emperor wanted him to go and pacify the chaos, he would definitely not go. Human emperor, you quickly think of a solution. Human emperor, more than 100 large towns have declared their separation from the human race. If this continues, it won't work. Grass. I'm sure there are still spies in these towns. What should we do? What should we do? Human Emperor. Quickly think of a solution. The prophet god walked over and blandly said, Qin Fang, if you can't think of a solution, I'll spell out my old bones to help you quell the chaos. The people of Mount Chixiao were all very worried, including the 8 human emperors, holding pessimistic sentiments. This time, the human race might really be at the end of the line. It was all because of this stupid human emperor. Qin Fang was never worried from the beginning to the end. He had long thought of a solution. Human Emperor Order Number 5, rebellious towns, no matter if they are large or super large, are all considered ancient deity vassals, and are all considered traitors to the human race. And members of the human race will be executed together, if the warriors in the town are able to help take over the town and succeed. The warrior with the highest contribution or the president can immediately take up the position as the town's city lord. And this will never be changed. Mount Chixiao only needs the new town lord to return to the human race, recognize the identity of the human race, and recognize the jurisdiction of the human race. As for how to manage it, then it is all up to you. And you are responsible for your own profit and loss. At first, the attitude of the players towards these rebellious towns held a wait-and-see attitude. And some even wanted to join in and jointly rebel against the human emperor, to see if they could trigger any brand new quests. But the moment these words came out, the entire warriors of Heaven's Destiny were all agitated. All of the warriors, all of the players, turned against the water and joined the camp of justice to fight against the so-called. Simple translation, the towns you fought down? Whether it's large or mega, you are the king of that town. This seal of the human emperor is true and valid for a period of 3 days. If it cannot be conquered, Mount Chixiao will step in and take over everything. Qin Fang also set up a deadline. So the warriors of the entire human race acted with great urgency. Mount Chixiao. The first human emperor couldn't help but say anxiously, Me. What time is it now? You're still playing with just these lowly warriors? Do you feel that they will be able to lighten up these towns? It's simply nonsense. The first human emperor said that it was impossible, while the other human emperors, too, told me to be more serious. And if it was not possible, let Qin Fang apologize, and they would strike together. In response to such remarks, Qin Fang said seriously, This is my solution, and the only solution so far. Within 3 days, if there is no result, I will willingly abdicate. With such serious words having been spoken, what else could the first human emperor say? It could only wait, and even take the initiative to help Qin Fang recover these rebellious towns. After all, one couldn't just watch him abdicate. In the era of these human emperors, there were no so-called warriors who had descended, so they did not know how powerful these warriors were. However, Qin Fang was aware of it all. Such a small number of rebellious towns was honestly not enough to divide, even if the mega towns had deities sitting on them. In the eyes of warriors who were so good at creating miracles, it was nothing. Chapter 758, The Perfect Solution. The entire heavens mandate 10,000 races all express their own opinions on this matter. Is the human race running out of ideas? The human race is handling this matter so childishly? How could they handle it so childishly? This time, a full fifth of the human race's towns have rebelled. It really is a good show. TSK TSK TSK. Who says it isn't? I'll just watch the human race this time. How they'll respond. Letting the foreign warriors cope? That seems a bit stupid. None of the human race's deities are going to strike? Such voices continue to ring out. And there were even good people who analyzed them. The human race's deities are all suppressing the 4 directions. They can't strike. Otherwise, the human race would collapse even faster. By the way, what about a force of 3,000 deities that the human emperor just set up? Look at you. You don't understand. The 3,000 divine spirit army established by the human emperor. You seem to be very strong, but the individual combat power is very weak. They replucked by special means. If they dare to appear alone, they are expected to die instantly. This batch of divine spirit army. It is only when they are gathered together that they are able to burst out their strongest strength. The human race. This one's a pretty good show. All the 10,000 races of Heaven's Destiny did not hold any hope for the human race. In the beginning, no one believed that these players would be able to handle this rebellion. And other than Qin Fang, it was estimated that the entire 10,000 clans of Heaven's Destiny would remain skeptical of Qin Fang's orders. Heaven's Gate City. One of the Heaven's Destiny mega-towns. This place was claimed to be the area closest to the ancient gods, and was considered to be the first, and most solid, line of defense for the human race. Since ancient times, this place has been a place where blood and fire are intertwined and tears and souls are stirred. In this place, the dream demon among the ancient gods was sealed. 10,000 years ago, the seal of the dream demon god was loosened, allowing him to emit a wisp of breath. This wisp of breath successfully seized a genius within Heaven's Gate City, and helped him to fight his way through all the obstacles, successfully advancing to become a half-step god level, and becoming the position of Heaven's Gate City's City Lord. Afterwards, this one's Heaven's Gate City Lord went to reinforce the seals from time to time. And every time he finished reinforcing the seals, the number of his beloved ones would be a bit more. Until the entire Heaven's Gate City's human race executives were all Dream Demon God's vassals. The Dream Demon God began to break through the seals even more recklessly, getting bolder and bolder. And coincidentally, his actions were spotted by the Plague Dharma God. Thus, with a wave of his hand, the Pestilence Dharma God was about to suppress the Dream Demon and kill all of his enslaved subordinate human races. This matter? Because the impact is not very good. So the Plague God chose to suppress. Not announced. Just reinforced a circle seal. However, 1,000 years ago, the seal laid down by the Plague God shattered once again, and a wisp of the Dream Demon God's intent reappeared and began to enslave the human race. This time, the Dream Demon God moved very carefully, weighing the pros and cons of each step, trying not to be caught by the Plague Dharma God in his little maneuvers. Thousands of years of light. The Dream Demon God finally once again cultivated a demigod-level Heaven's Gate City Lord. Originally, the Dream Demon God wanted to slowly figure out, want to make their own strength a little more solid, which is why they want to send a difficult hit, to strive to get out of the trap in one fell swoop. Who knew that the Heavenly Emperor had to let him use his bottom card, letting his pawns target the human emperor. With regards to the human emperor's orders, the Dream Demon God only had one thought: obey. Thus, the demigod-level Heaven's Gate City Lord traveled to Mount Chishia to hold a roundtable meeting of 10,000 people, targeting the human emperor. The Dream Demon God had great confidence in his own enslavement tactics, and he was confident that the human emperor and the rest of them would never see through it. However, he still underestimated the first human emperor. As an imperial beast master, it was really hard for him not to notice slight traces within his sea of consciousness. Thus, the Heaven's Gate City Lord that the Dream Demon God had nurtured with so much effort died once again. The Dream Demon God sighed. So much for being dead. If he hadn't said the Heaven's Gate City Lord, the one who died would probably be him. This matter was over. The Dream Demon God had thought that this matter was also over. The idea deep in his heart was still to accumulate food and once again become king. Who knew that the second order from the Heavenly Emperor had fallen, allowing the Dream Demon God to activate all of his hidden sons, allowing the Heavenly Gate City to fall into rebellion, making it difficult for the human emperor to deal with it. This ploy was personally transmitted by the Heavenly Emperor to the Dream Demon God. The Dream Demon God once again agreed. Within Heaven's Gate City, 70% of the top brass, and 80% of the army in their grasp, were almost all reduced to being slaves of the Dream Demon God. And so, at his command, Heaven's Gate City revolted, declaring that it was breaking away from the human race, and setting itself up as a king. The Dream Demon God was honestly prepared to die. A mega town cannot be in chaos. The human race would definitely send the Plague Dharma God out to completely obliterate him. However, just then, the Heavenly Emperor's voice once again sounded beside his ears. With the death of the Plague Dharma God, the strongest of the human race is merely the constrained first human emperor. A half step at the super god level. Not enough to fear. These words instantly calmed the Dream Demon God's mind. Thus, the Dream Demon God also began to impact the seals. He wanted to get out of the trap. Heaven's Gate City rebelled. 80% of the army became a rebel army, and marched within Heaven's Gate City, trying to get all the residents to join the team that rebelled against the human emperor. Oh! You can also not join. But what awaits you may namely be death. The players of Tianmen City did not agree to this move, and the residents of Heaven's Gate City did not agree either. These local people of Heaven's mandate Heaven's Gate City, in order to fight against the ancient gods, in order to guard Heaven's Gate City. They had given almost everything. And now, surprisingly, They were going to join them in rebelling against the human emperor? This was a denial of their entire lives. Brothers, the human emperor himself ordered that whoever fights the town, it will belong to whoever owns it. This? What are we waiting for? Heaven's Gate City. This is a mega town. As long as we can capture it, we'll definitely be able to eat and drink, and take off where we are. Charge! 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 Tianmen City Lord. This is a rebel. Kill! These rebels. All of them are rebels. Charge! Brothers, killing one is not a loss. Killing two is a blood gain. Such voices continue to ring out. The entire human race within Tianmen City almost went crazy, frantically attacking the city lord's mansion and attacking the city guards. It had to be said that the human race had the upper hand with the advantage of being able to revive indefinitely. The number of city guards was constantly decreasing. Although the city lord of Heaven's Gate City was dead, at this place, there was still an old city lord at the deity level sitting in the town. This old city lord had always been the dream demon god's secret son, helping the dream demon god to do some unseemly things. In order to reverse such a situation, the dream demon god could only allow these deities to step in. The deities, compared to the players, were not too much stronger, so the players began to die in large batches. You human races? Heaven's Gate City Lord was wrong. Our common enemy is the human emperor. Don't ever get confused about our goal. Human race? Truly a humble race. Go to hell, you scum. This deity who was once of the human race, in the midst of the dream demon god's constant enslavement and constant inculcation, had already taken himself as an ancient deity, looking down on any human players, NPCs, only for his words to come out. It was equivalent to a no-brainer. This old boy? You're saying that you're not a lackey of the ancient deities. Grass. This old dog? Definitely a lapdog of the ancient deity. No run. Heh. Humble human race? Could it be that you're not a human race? Even if your master gives you more bones, you are not an ancient deity. You are merely a dog. Dog. He even insulted the word. It's really disgusting. Grass. 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 I'm getting goosebumps right now when I hear about the humble human race. Who? That one was able to kill this deity. Furious voices rang out continuously. After waiting for a long time, no one could be seen making a move. This was a deity. Who could restrain a deity? Since none of you are prepared to make a move, then we, the Ling Tian Guild, will be the ones to make a move. Ling Tian Guild. This was one of the 3 most powerful guilds within the entire Heaven's Gate City. If my Ling Tian Guild is able to kill this deity, we don't want the position of the city lord of this Heaven's Gate City, but we want 10% of the profits. The fact that these words were spoken showed that Ling Tian was still a very intelligent person. Only to see a woman walk out from amongst the Ling Tian Guild. A red dress show with a stunningly beautiful face, while the aura on her body was gentle. If Qin Fong was there, he would definitely be able to recognize it at the first moment. Wasn't this the strongest summoner from his previous life, Moran? Mo Lan, the current #1 summoner of Heaven's Destiny, had summoned a holy beast once in a battle with Qin Fong. But unfortunately, Qin Fong's strength was too strong, and she could only lose. Only a light blue-colored glow appeared underneath the woman's feet. Cumbersome seals were continuously pinched in her hands, and a vortex of teleportation appeared out of thin air in the firmament. This human deity instinctively sensed a hint of something wrong, but it was already too late when he wanted to stop it. Summon, holy beast. Moran's mouth spat out these words. In the next instant, from this light blue-colored contract seal teleportation, a strangely shaped holy beast drilled out. He didn't seem to belong to the Heaven's Destiny world, and was greedily breathing in the air of this place. Attack! Moran gave the order before this holy beast reluctantly fought with this human deity. Dang! 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 The scene was once very shocking, as if the world was about to end. Ling Tian. This matter? How can you be allowed to be exclusive? Our Bai Guild? We have to do our part as well. If we were to kill it, the White Hegemony Guild, would only want 1/10 of the proceeds. Thus, the president of the White Hegemony Guild also used a special talisman, and the shadow of a deity rushed out, fighting with this traitorous deity of the human race, who had long forgotten who he was. Thud. Dang. Dang. 2 seniors? So lively. My Water Margin Guild? Can't lag behind either. only to see a huge mechanical beast rushing out from within the water margin guild. As if it was mechanical, but also as if it was wooden. However, the aura that emanated from it was at the level of a deity. But it was not very stable. Although unstable, for this traitorous deity of the human race, it should be enough. These were the 3 most powerful guilds within the mega towns. And all of them had cast their strongest means, summoning great hands at the level of deities. 3 deities surrounded one of them. And this traitorous deity of the celebrity race was ultimately unable to carry on and eventually died. Before he died, a hopeful light appeared in his eyes as he roared, "Master, save me. Grant me the power to not die." Bang! This traitorous deity of the celebrity race did not wait for the dream demon god's gift of immortality after all, turning into flying dust and disappearing. This was the price of being a traitor. You think your master treats you well, but you don't know? He really only treats you like a dog. The dream demon god had no fluctuations in his heart about this. It was as if he had destroyed a small toy. And he had many more such small toys. With the death of the traitor gods, the players were once again as powerful as ever, clearing out almost all of the traitor city guards. It looked like these 3 guilds were about to recapture the entire mega town, the Heaven's Gate city, when the unexpected happened. The dream demon god had managed to break through the seal after so many years of wear and tear. And after so many years of lying in wait, he managed to break through the seal. And the endless black mist was like a poisonous gas, rapidly spreading to the entire Heaven's Gate city. Inside Heaven's Gate city, it was plunged into extinction. Dream demon god, the top deity amongst the ancient deities. Heaven's Gate city did not know if it could return to its embrace, not knowing the situation. But just in the 3rd hour after Qin Fang issued this order, a voice resounded through the human race. Ding! The human race's territory, Sky Ice Large Town, has been successfully recaptured by player Yu Lai, and has declared that he recognizes Sky Ice Town as an eternal and inseparable part of the human race. Player Yu Lai, a perennial expert who dominated the top 80 of the Hall of Fame, and the Cold and the Rain Guild, which was also the premier guild in all of Heaven's Destiny, was strong. Legendary level existence within the guild? No less than 5. Which is why they were able to recover the entire Sky Ice Town so quickly. As the Heavenly Ice Town was recaptured, Human Emperor Qin Fang's voice rang out decisively. Thank you, Mr. Yu Lai, for your contribution to the human race. You are hereby ordained as the permanent lord of Sky Ice Town. Effective immediately. Buzzing. The shadow of the seal of the human emperor suddenly appeared in the firmament, and a faint golden light merged into player Yu Lai's body, helping him to coalesce into a pale blue-colored seal of the town lord. As of this moment, player Yu Lai has become the city lord of Sky Ice Town. The human emperor's order. His words will be honored. This was 1,000 gold to buy a horse's bones and a standing tree for trust. And the level of madness of the entire human player soared once again. Brothers, the human emperor's words are true. Crap. Permanent city lord. Which one of the human emperors has such great vigor? Isn't this enthroning one feudal lord after another? Isn't the human emperor afraid that these people will turn against him? Hee hee. You're talking as if the human emperor doesn't give it. They can't get it. This matter? It's not said that way. Human emperor. Strong. The first human emperor was a bit mad. This? Is it still possible to play like this? With just these warriors? How could they really recover the city and town of Heaven's Mandate? How did these warriors do it? Regarding this matter, Qin Fang was not concerned. He believed that as long as the warriors did not die, taking down these super large towns was definitely a nail in the coffin. Qin Fang said, for the national war in 2 hours, the rules will remain unchanged. This was the final tone that was not allowed to be changed. Thus, Mount Qixia announced the rules of this national war without any changes. Hidden Earth. Tree of Life exhaled a deep breath. Surprisingly, it was exactly the same as what Boss Big Brother Qin Fang had said. This time, they, 10,000 people, could be said to have the greatest advantage. Chapter 759 The Back of Heaven's Mandate. The rules of the national war appeared. The entire players of the Heaven's Destiny human race. The NPCs said, "Oh, it's still like this. Nothing new. You hit me. I hit you. So boring. Right. This game. Dare to appear a little fresh and fancy. Boring. But still able to beat up the brats. Right. out of breath, mad, although I can't go kill them all. But my blood is hot. The players all vocalized like this. Along with the passage of time, these city lords of these non-rebellious large towns and mega towns in Mount Chixia all looked at the human emperor with shocked colors in their eyes. It was simply because these towns that had declared their independence were being recaptured one by one. All the way through, Qin Fang hadn't even asked Mount Chixia to send out troops. Nor had he asked any other towns to support him. Everything, it seemed, was within his grasp. This is the most powerful. Planting in a tent. Winning by 1,000 miles. That's what a human emperor is. Human emperor. We request to return and defend the town. Human emperor. You are too handsome. It's as if I've seen the complete rise of the human race. These voices, all of them praising Qin Fang, were undisguised. The human emperor had become a benchmark in their hearts. A figure of spiritual faith in general. Human emperor exalted one. I wonder, how did you quench the 3,000 deities? Us? Do we have a chance too? These city lords were the ones who had a clear understanding of their own future. By virtue of themselves, it was almost impossible to become a god. So they wanted to find another way. Yes, human emperor exalt. Please also give us a chance. Human emperor exalt. We really need this chance. Such voices continued to ring out as countless pale city lords knelt down to plead. Qin Fang sighed. If you guys meet a time and space merchant, there might still be a way. Qin Fang finished his words before sending these city lords back. What could he do? He could actually do nothing. It was night. The bright moon hung high, and the starry river was bright. Qin Fang leisurely sat above the clouds, admiring the entire territory of the human race. The prophet god did not know when, but appeared beside him and said, Qin Fang, this human emperor, you are very qualified. Among the successive human emperors that I have assisted over the years, there is almost no one who is more suitable for this position than you. Qin Fang smiled faintly and considered himself to have accepted this argument. The prophet god continued, Qin Fang, what is your next goal? Qin Fang glanced at the prophet god sullenly and said blandly, next small goal. Firstly, to take back the Southeast Region 3, so that I can make a complete name for myself within the human race. In the future, I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. The prophet god nodded. This was completely consistent with his thoughts. With the current strength of the human race, it was more than enough to recover the 3 southeastern regions. This time, the 10,000 people round table was, in the end, because Qin Fang was too young and had no contribution to the human race. Many people, gods, thought that Qin Fang had just ascended to the throne. So they deliberately played bad tricks, wanting to make him unable to suppress the scene, thus causing the entire human race to go out of control. So, Qin Fang's tactics were more shocking than ever. And not only did he succeed in suppressing all disobedience, he even saved the human race, which was facing collapse. The prophet god said, Qin Fang, to recover the 3 southeastern districts, please also let me be a pawn. With hot tears in his eyes, the prophet god bowed respectfully towards Qin Fang, who was the human emperor at this moment. The battle in the Southeast Region 3. The prophet god had not participated in it. This was a lifelong shame for him. Simply because he was not a human. He wanted to participate. He wanted to prove himself. Although the prophet god was a foreign race, his heart had always been in the human race. He wanted to get a piece of recognition. This recognition, the pestilence Dharma god had once given. But as time passed, the 8 words, if they are not of my race, their hearts will be different, once again became the prophet god's affliction. Qin Fang looked seriously at the seer god and said, Senior, I agree to this request of yours. However, I have a story to tell you, and after hearing it, you may have a different view. Qin Fang organized his thoughts and told the prophet god about the relationship between Blue Star and Heaven's Mandate. After hearing this, the prophet god's entire body froze in place as if it was an ice sculpture, and it took a long time before he awoke from this shocking news. In his perception, this was impossible. Heaven's Mandate. It was Heaven's Mandate. How could it possibly merge with another planet? Planet? What is this? The universe. What is this? Qin Fang seemed to look down on everything and said, if you don't believe me, you can go to the back of the Heaven's Destiny to watch it. I think it will give you a different feeling. And when you come back, I'll tell you something else. Heaven's destiny. Although it floated in the universe, it was not a planet, but a huge piece of land. As if it was a continent that had coalesced after the corpse of some great being had collapsed with a bang. The members of Heaven's destiny, all of them lived on the front side of Heaven's destiny. And it seemed that no one had ever been to the opposite side, or seen the opposite side. The four ancient races of the southeast, west, north, and west were all like this for so many years, except for the limited number of divine spirits of Heaven's destiny who had explored the nature of the Heaven's destiny world. The rest of the divine spirits? All of them were just getting by. A hint of confusion was revealed in the eyes of the prophet God, raising his head to look towards the heavens, saying, "This heaven? Isn't it still heaven? Where's the back of Heaven's destiny in this?" As a deity from the ancient times, the prophet God actually had very little knowledge of the world. He had never even stepped out of the human race's territory. It was as if Qin Fang had given the once wild people the story that the blue star revolved around the sun was generally difficult to understand. Even, it would still be blamed for being false and simply impossible to appear. Although there was a certain amount of science in Heaven's mandate, this was certainly not something that would be learnt for the gods. Fake. It was all fake. Without ever talking nonsense to him, Qin Fang summoned the first human emperor and said, "Elder, would you like to go and see the nature of Heaven's mandate?" Within the seal of the human emperor, the first human emperor, hearing all of this, honestly didn't believe it either. After all, the era in which the first human emperor had existed was even longer and more stubborn. Thus, Qin Fang took a deep breath and rose from the heavens with his divine body, taking the prophet God, the first human emperor, to fly beyond the heavens. In the firmament of the heaven's destiny, the prophet God, the first human shout saw the full extent of the heaven's destiny for the first time. It really seemed like the corpses of huge mysterious species. Qin Fang pointed at the areas and explained to them the area where my human race was. The area where the 10,000 races were. You guys see? Why was the plague Dharma God able to allocate the 10,000 races territories so neatly back then? As if they were cut up. Namely because he had also seen the entirety of the heavenly destiny continent. After seeing it, the duo had a concrete perception of with the heavenly faith, and some stubborn ideas in their minds were gradually dispersing. However, it also allowed them to see the crisis. The 9 terrifying existences of the Chaos Clan were continuously devouring the edges of the heaven's destiny, and the area of the leg was already basically almost finished. If these Chaos Clans were allowed to devour it, what awaited heaven's destiny seemed to be being completely devoured and becoming dust in the universe. You guys look at the stars in the sky. Look at the nothingness beneath our feet. Very small. Senior Prophet God, you don't need to dwell on any human recognition at all. This kind of nothingness. You should have a greater goal. You should have a greater stage. Your strength. Your ambition? Could it be that you are satisfied with recovering the 3 southeastern regions? The Prophet God listened and fell into deep thought. Senior, to put it politely, the era that belongs to you is already past. I've been to the so-called netherworld, and I've seen your resentful obsession before, where you wanted to successfully lead the entire human race to the top, completely leading the human race to overpower the ancient deities, but then blame the entire human race for not cooperating with you, always dragging you down and causing your orders to be unable to be thoroughly carried out. You always feel that it's not you who are at fault, but the entire human race. If the human race could perfectly cooperate with you, they would have definitely taken off a long time ago. And it wouldn't be so much of a disappointment to you that the human race has progressed just a little bit at a time when you are disappointed. Your entire people is a very contradictory combination. Haven't you realized that? I hope you understand that every member of the human race is an independent individual. They should all have their own ideas, and should not be subordinate to someone. You are afraid that this person is the human emperor. Even if this person's contribution to the human race is great, it cannot be so. The human race? Every single person is capable of bursting with brand new ideas. And that's what makes our human race radiant. I wonder if you know about the Ant Queen clan. This race? From top to bottom, it only obeys one order, that of the Ant Queen. And the entire race seems very powerful. But what if the Ant Queen dies? The entire Ant Queen clan would fall apart in a very short period of time, or even be exterminated. Fortunately, the human race did not ever develop according to your rules. Otherwise, it would probably end up similar to the Ant Queen clan. You are an extremely egotistical person. And if you don't follow your opinions, it's hard to communicate with you. This was why, when Qin Fang hadn't chosen his option, the first human emperor would storm out. It was because he always felt that things had deviated from his control. And to him, it was no less than a death blow. The first human emperor was silent. Qin Fang patted his shoulder and said, "Senior, I expect you to become a sword of the human race. A sharpest sword. And I hope you understand what I mean. This world is no longer your world. This human race, only I can lead them to the top completely." The first human emperor was silent for a longer period of time. A sword did not need its own thoughts. He only needed to bloom with its own full light when its master used it. Human emperor. If the back of heaven's destiny is really merging with another planet as you said, from now on, I will incarnate as a sword in your hands. Qin Fang nodded his head, and then led them, sinking rapidly, wanting to head to the back of heaven's destiny. Meanwhile, the star god, who was repairing his injuries in the starry sky, detected Qin Fang's aura and could not help but be furious. But to be honest, the star god didn't dare to move. The star god's strength, although he had achieved top god over the long years, he was not enough to look at in comparison to a half-step super god level human emperor. Not to mention beheading a human emperor. As long as he dared to leak even the slightest bit of breath, he would be beheaded well by the first human emperor. Inside the heavenly emperor's order, the star god contacted the heavenly emperor at the first opportunity, asking what should be done. Heavenly emperor, what to do? Cool. Is he able to make a move? No. Can other deities behead the human emperor? No. Forget it. Just let them go. Such a path, needless to say, is nothing more than a visit to the back of heaven's destiny. This place? What's there to see? When the current heavenly emperor had just achieved heavenly emperor, he had once gone to see it. It was bare, and the environment was very harsh. Even he could not stay for a very long time. He could only be forced to leave. This scene, in the eyes of the heavenly emperor, nothing more than the first human emperor, with the prophet god, want to take the new human emperor to see the back of the heavenly destiny. What is this Che, who hasn't been there before? The heavenly emperor certainly thought so, but replied to the star god like this. During the star god's recuperation period, he even paid attention to the human race's human emperor's movements. Reward? The star god himself was dumbfounded. This is the heavenly emperor having a nervous breakdown. Can it still be like this? But the star god also read the meaning within the heavenly emperor's words. Don't scare the snakes. Thus, Qin Fang, the prophet god, the first human emperor, did not encounter any crisis along the way, until the backside of heaven's destiny. The backside of heaven's destiny. Infinite astral winds constantly appeared, leaving endless wounds on the body of the prophet god, tearing and pulling. Dark spatial cracks appeared, which was even more frightening, and all kinds of dangers appeared endlessly. So even the first human emperor could not bear it, not to mention having to guard Qin Fang, the prophet god. However, after wandering around for a long time, there were still some discoveries. Above the endless astral winds, in the center of the endless cracks, at some point in time, there appeared what seemed to be the size of a fist. A blue planet. The first human emperor stopped by a small blue planet. He saw the interior of the blue planet, and also sensed that the blue planet's energy level was so low that he seemed to be able to destroy it with a wave of his hand. On top of this small blue ball, there were quite a number of living beings, and a part of the planet had been completely set into the heavenly destiny continent. The fusion. It really was continuing. It was because of the fusion of the two that it made the conversion of energy smoother. For example, the so-called resurrection. But it was just heaven's destiny's sufficient energy infused into the blue star player's body, deconstructing and creating him once again. This was a unique function open to Blue Star after the fusion of the heaven's destiny continent and Blue Star. After all, the level of the Blue Star was really too low that. The first human emperor looked at Qin Fang in astonishment and said, "Human emperor, don't tell me that you came from this place." Qin Fang nodded his head seriously, although he was also a little surprised. But everything was still understandable. The first human emperor, the prophet god, returned to heaven's mandate in a daze. This news was so shocking that it must have taken them a long time to digest it. But Qin Fang? It couldn't have been that long. So another blow was dealt. The plague Dharma god is dead. This time, it's completely dead. As soon as these words came out, the first human emperors, the prophet gods, jumped from one shock to another, even more shocked. Plague Dharma God? How could it possibly die? I don't believe it. It must be false. Plague Dharma God. It's impossible to die. These two were very certain. At the same time, Blue Star's Sky City announced, this national war is connected to the territory of the Broken Earth. A victory in the national war. The territory under your jurisdiction directly belongs to the victor. Chapter 760, The Origin of Sky City. When Sky City made such an announcement, the entire Broken Earth was shocked along with it. What? I didn't hear it wrong. This was the voice of the entire population of the Blue Star Broken Earth. Crap. Not giving us any way to live. This is forcing us to die. You guys look at it from another angle? This might be a consolidation of the resources of the Blue Star Broken Earth. Maybe when a unified dynasty emerges, we'll also be able to get more benefits. Hee hee. This is a great opportunity. But it's also a great challenge. A great wave washes away the blood of heroes. Charge. Build a nation. Let's declare a nation as well. The players of Broken Earth had originally expressed their doubts about Yang Cheng's sudden founding of the nation. But now, there was no more doubt in their hearts. Humph. Still dare to say that Player Me is not an internal player. Yeah. Otherwise, how did they know that they were going to build a country? Are you guys stupid? The internal test is the internal test of Heaven's destiny, not the internal test of Sky City? This decision? Is it hard to believe that it was also set up by Sky City ages ago? Stupid. Right. How do you think? It's really out of tune. In an instant, the entire Broken Earth was built as long as it reached a range of 3,000 miles in circumference. Buzzing. Endless robots flew out from the top of the Sky City. And according to the established procedure, they levitated above the major territories of the Broken Earth with expressionless faces. Acting as referees in general, the people of the Broken Lands raised their heads and looked towards the silver-colored light in the sky. It was a silvery glow, captured through technological means to be able to accurately see its interior, as if it were an orb, but with what appeared to be a flesh and blood eye on top of it, spinning around animatedly, watching what was in front of it. Who knows what this thing? What's the function of it? This is the controllable dark matter robot. If the battle is lost, the robot will release an infinite amount of dark matter, destroying all life within the territory without causing any harm to Blue Star itself. The moment such a voice came out, the controllers of these territories were instantly shocked. This? Don't be too terrifying. Controllable dark matter? Right now, many people in the Broken Lands didn't even know what dark matter was. From this, it could be seen that the technology of the Sky City had reached some terrifying level. This Broken Earth has never lacked stupid people. The Wolf Kingdom. This was a kingdom that had just been established. And the level of technology then? It had already reached the level of controlled nuclear fusion, controlling a vast area of 10,000 miles. This was an extremely rare thing in this day and age. But perhaps it was because the leader of the Wolf Kingdom was too arrogant. So he wanted to take action against this robot of controlled dark matter in the firmament, and even wanted to dissect it to see if he could also control the technology of this item. Powerful attacks continuously erupted towards the controlled dark matter robot. However, a silver light flashed, instantly causing all of these terrifying attacks to fall short. Attack encountered. First warning. Please stop your foolish behavior immediately. The silver-colored dark matter robot mechanically issued such a voice. How could the leader of the Wolf Kingdom hold back when he was so humiliated? So he decisively ordered, use the strongest attack to make this dark matter robot turn into nothingness. The light blue-colored laser carried the might to destroy everything, wanting to destroy it completely. Attack encounter. Second warning. Stupid human. Stop what you're doing. With a thud, the king of the Wolf Kingdom used a nuclear bomb that exploded in the firmament, and a terrifying mushroom cloud appeared at once. Waiting for the smoke to clear, an icy system tone sounded. Warning is invalid. Opening destruction mode. With a thud, a cloud of invisible air burst out from within the machinery of the controllable dark matter. As if the air was gently blowing, it swept across the entire Wolf Kingdom in an instant. And this time, the living beings within the entire Wolf Kingdom, as if they were petrified, froze in place. Poof! The breeze gently blew. These humans, like terracotta warriors, instantly became fluttering willow flakes and disappeared. becoming dust in the sky and earth. The entire living beings of the wolf kingdom, including being cockroaches and whatnot, water bear bugs and whatnot, all dead. But similar to the building general dead things, this has not had any change. Still maintain the original appearance. The entire wolf country became a dead city. Such an event, the Sky City naturally had to turn on the mode of live broadcasting, proclaiming its own power. And also to avoid some trouble. Buzzing. A dark canopy appeared in the blue star's firmament, constantly looping such an image, even annotating different readings, acting out the situation in a colorful manner. When the complete reading was finished, the entire life of the broken earth was plunged into a dead silence. This, it could be called a terrifying means of the gods. Gulp. Destroying everything in an instant. So strong. Sky City. It turns out to be so strong. This, the Sky City's orders seem to be imperial orders. The city in the sky makes the rules, and those who don't follow them are beheaded. What the hell? It looks like the only way is to fight to the death. Fear, boundless fear, became the innermost thoughts of every resident of the broken earth. The most crucial thing was that they still didn't dare to show it for fear of being liquidated. Qin Fang exited the heavenly destiny and also saw the dark matter robots in the firmament. In his heart, he was in awe. In his previous life, it seemed like this kind of thing had never appeared. This, if he lost the match directly, wouldn't he be cleared by the dark matter robots? Then in the end, what could be left of the broken earth? This shouldn't be what Sky City wants. What Sky City wanted was a unified broken earth, not an unmanned broken earth. This terrifying energy of dark matter, for him, it could be easily dodged and wouldn't even have any effect on him. But the residents of the entire Yang City would die without a single one left. Who is it? Who gave this order? Thinking so, Qin Fang couldn't help but ascend to the Sky City. He wanted to look for Schwetzinger and ask for clarification. Inside Schwetzinger's room, Qin Fang stepped in for the third time. Big brother Qin Fang. You're here. Schwetzinger was as happy as ever, exchanging pleasantries with Qin Fang, family long and short, sharing with him recent pictures, even pictures of Qin Fang's parents. After a long time, Qin Fang then inquired, whose idea was this dark matter robot? Why was it so? Schwetzinger looked seriously at Qin Fang and said, Big brother Qin Fang, the water in this Sky City is much deeper than you think. The fusion of the blue star and the heavenly destiny began a long time ago. And the gods of the heavenly destiny sensed it a long time ago and began to lay out their plans. According to my understanding, the blue star in the past was not just this big. At the very least it was as big as 100 of the present day. Although it still can't be compared to heaven's destiny. It's still not as big as a mere fist-sized planet compared to heaven's destiny. The Qin Fang of the past was the first to discover the blue star. So he extracted 80% of the blue star's life breath for his own cultivation, repairing his own injuries, causing the entire blue star's breath, body size to collapse, and lowering it by 80%. The blue star, a planet of this one, although it has a very low grade, has a special power that even heaven's mandate does not possess. If the divine spirit of heaven's destiny is allowed to fuse it, its strength can be taken to the next level. This strand of power is called a super heart, which can help half-step super god levels advance to become super god levels. There are only 9 portions of this power, and the Qin Fang of the past swallowed 5 portions exclusively, leaving 4 portions left. In the beginning, this was a secret that no one knew about. Ever since, after the first heavenly emperor achieved the super god level in Blue Star, this place, that is, was no longer a secret. However, the countless existences of the heavenly orders, although they knew that there should be such a mysterious place as the Blue Star, where exactly is it? Yet no one knows. Even in heaven's mandate all searched, but not found, until the appearance of the Plague Dharma God. The Plague Dharma God also made use of the power of this place. And that's how he achieved the super god level, in order for the human race to have one more ally. The Plague Dharma God informed the evil god of this place. And so, the evil god also achieved the super god level by virtue of such power. As of this moment, there is only one last power left in this place that can help gods achieve the super god level. Only, after searching for so many years in this place, I have not found anything. It seems, there is simply no third portion of power in general. After listening to Schwetzinger's introduction, A bold idea inexplicably appeared in Qin Fang's heart. This netherworld. How could it be described in such detail with Xueqing? The power to achieve the super god level seemed to have accumulated in the netherworld. Having said that, Qin Fang was unmoving on the surface. Qin Fang said, after talking for half a day, "This isn't the point." Xueqing continued. The first heavenly emperor disappeared strangely. At the moment when the heavenly cord was in full bloom, he left his seal and disappeared. And no one knows of his whereabouts until now. Is the first heavenly emperor still alive? It's all a mystery. It's just that before the first heavenly emperor disappeared, he left behind the coordinates of the blue star and declared that there is a chance here to help gods advance to become super god level. Only this coordinate? Only open to every single heavenly emperor. When the second heavenly emperor learned of this secret, he was ecstatic. But he didn't know how to conceal it. And it was detected by the 9 kings such as myself. Thus, the heavenly emperor, whose strength was still at the half-step super god level at the time, was overthrown by our 9 kings. The second heavenly emperor died. There was no room for doubt about that. Only that before he died, divided this secret into 9, each giving it to the 9 kings. The 9 kings of the ancient gods. Each knows only part of the secret. And the 9 kings have different minds. It is impossible to talk openly and honestly together to explore this place. So, this place is unlimited stranded. It wasn't until I was coincidentally hit hard by the past Qin Fang and fell to the blue star that I understood everything. Qin Fang was a bit confused. He was a bit confused. This time? It didn't match up at all. You were the first heavenly emperor's 9 kings. And after the second heavenly emperor died, you returned to the period of the first heavenly emperor? How is that possible? Xueqing bristled and said, "Oh brother Qin Fang, have you forgotten that I am the god of time?" Only then did Qin Fang slap his head. Right. Are you trying to return to the past and probe the first heavenly emperor's course of action, thus determining the location of the blue star? Xueqing nodded, and everything seemed to become clear. I arrived here by chance, but because my memories were sealed and my divine body was sealed, I didn't obtain super god level power either. It's just that after I awakened, I detected many familiar powers, such as the god of cause and effect, the god of space, and this place. Surprisingly, there are a full 8 more. The 9 kings of the ancient gods. All of them. All together. However, perhaps because of the search for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, have not found the opportunity to break through. Bored, and unwilling to completely retreat, which left 8 divinities in this place. During this period of time, under boredom, the 9 gods fabricated the human race, making them slaves, and controlling them to keep on conquering, constantly probing for traces of super god level power. But alas, none of them gained anything. As time continued to pass, the number of the human race continued to increase. Coupled with the slumber of the 8 kings, the human race gradually broke away from the control of the gods. And these 8 doppelgangers, although they were slightly less powerful than the main body, were able to wield power in the blue planet. They quickly built up the Sky City, towering above the rest, establishing the 8 great clans and controlling everything. And my existence was not hidden from them. So we, the 9 kings, jointly established the 9 great families here, and jointly took charge of the Sky City. If we encountered major events, we decided together. It's peaceful on weekdays. With the technological boost from Heaven's mandate, Sky City's technology skyrocketed and eventually managed to lift off. This time, the reason why the robots of dark matter were used was because on the one hand, the human race had lost their reverence for the gods and needed to be punished. On the other hand, there's a claim that can't be detected, as long as 50% of the humans of the blue planet are allowed to die. The last portion of the super god's power will appear. Therefore, the 9 kings opened a meeting and agreed to the implementation of this topic. Qin Fang. Although I was extremely against it on top of the meeting of the 9 kings. Please be considerate of me. After all, I am a human being and I only have 1 vote. After Xueqing finished her explanation, Qin Fang finally knew the causes and consequences of the establishment of the Sky City, and why the robots of dark matter had appeared. Qin Fang could not help but laugh out loud and said, "So? Everything in Blue Star was established by you guys. Ah, in that case, I still have to thank you. The 9 kings, they are still really high and mighty." Qin Fang's words clearly carried a deep emotion. with disdain and disgust. Schwetzinger did not seem to be able to hear it, and returned to the topic. Qin Fang, I am willing to accompany you in guarding this last portion of the super god's power. Qin Fang looked at Schwetzinger without moving. At this moment, why did he feel that Schwetzinger was so strange? Zinger, don't worry. When I find the last portion of super god's power, I will definitely send you to achieve the super god level. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he left this place. This trip to the Sky City had made Qin Fang understand a lot. If what Schwetzinger said was true, then when he first ascended to the Sky City, this Nine Kings doppelganger should have detected him. In that case, a lot of what Schwetzinger said would be untenable. 3 times he had ascended to the Sky City, and the answers that Snow Clearer gave him each time were more shocking than ever. This was the real awe. This blue star? Who would have thought that there was such an importance? As Qin Fang left, the 8 Kings doppelgangers immediately descended into Schwetzinger's room. Chapter 761 The Past Life and Present Life of the Elf God Race. The King of Causes and Fates looked at Qin Fang's body and said with strong scorn, "This person's background origin? It's very strong. Are you sure you can grasp it? Time?" The King of Space also couldn't help but say, "Sister, this person? It's not simple, I feel that he has sensed something. Should we wipe it out in advance, lest there be any trouble?" The King of Fate straightened his hair and smiled. "I feel that Qin Fang seems to be getting out of your control. Time." A winning smile appeared at the corner of Schwetzinger's mouth as she said, "The Qin Fang of the Blue Planet, and the Qin Fang of the Ancient Era? These are 2 completely different species. If it was the Qin Fang of the Ancient Period, I might still be afraid. But the Qin Fang of the Blue Planet? I can easily toy with him. After all, in a sense, Qin Fang is also considered a product of our fabrication." This sentence, in fact, was not incorrect. The human race of the Blue Star was created by the 9 kings out of boredom. As for Qin Fang, he was born into the human race under some specific circumstances. Schwetzinger looked around and said with a slight regret, "It's just a pity that after so many years, none of us 9 kings have even discovered this last portion of the super god power. Where exactly is it? By the way, you guys wouldn't have found the share of the super god's power long ago and deliberately hid it from me." The 8 gods present each shook their heads, stating that it was impossible. A trace of icy coldness appeared on Schwetzinger's face as she said, "I hope so. Otherwise, I don't mind returning to the past and killing all of you." Such threatening words froze the 8 kings without a single one of them daring to retort. The god of space said again, "Sister, do we really want to wipe out 90% of the Blue Star's living ants?" Schwetzinger nodded her head and said, "Mum, try it. Maybe it's because there are too many mole crickets that we haven't been able to perceive the last portion of the super god's power." The god of causes and effects said, "I agree. But I personally feel that the probability of success is very low. After all, we haven't been able to make any gains in all these years." Schwetzinger gave him a blank look, telling him to shut his crow's mouth. "This time, we will definitely succeed." The 9 kings once again said something else and gradually withdrew from within Schwetzinger's room, each returning. All of this was captured by the shadow of Qin Fang's dragon of time and space, which was shared in real time. Within Yang City, Qin Fang muttered, "The relationship between these 9 kings seems to be very complicated." Although Qin Fang was very reluctant to believe that the white moonlight in his heart was a liar. But the facts seemed to be pointing towards his inference. All of this, it was all false for the everlasting king of time to move a tiny bit of time to bully its own feelings so that it would die to help her. What was that worth? Perhaps everything about itself had long since been captured by Schwetzinger. He, the humble wretch, after experiencing so many things, especially the time precipitation of returning to the past, Qin Fang was no longer the love brain of the past. He wanted to live. The threat of the ancient Qin Fang. The threat from the ancient gods. The threat from the uncertain rainy night. These people? These existences? They all seemed to be targeting him. Qin Fang could only rely on the bits and pieces of truth he had pieced together to restore everything that happened back then. Based on the clues Qin Fang had learnt so far, it went without saying that the greatest threat was definitely Qin Fang from the ancient times. But the Plague Dharma God Senior had used his own life to seal it, buying himself a bit of time. This, for the time being, did not need to be bothered with. The biggest crisis at the moment, on the other hand, was the national war. The ancient gods. No. The ancient 9 kings. If Qin Fang wanted to break the situation, it seemed that he could only unify the Blue Star as soon as possible, and then clear out these ancient 9 kings. Phew. Qin Fang attempted to summon the seal of the human emperor. If the first human emperor could descend here, this matter, it would be easy to solve. Ding. Insufficient authority. Unable to summon. Now, Qin Fang could only rely on himself. With his blacksmith strength of a primary god so far, the level of a time dragon of an intermediate god, he really wasn't enough in front of the 9 kings. Strength. Everything was still a matter of strength. His strength. Too weak. What to do? Should he seek the help of the evil god to completely decapitate the 9 kings? Seemingly, there was no need. Anyway, Blue Star and Heaven's Mandate would eventually merge together completely. No. What Shui Qinger let itself see? Must it be real? What if it was part of the deception? Ancient King of Time? Laying out such a long period of time? Was his purpose really just for a share of the power of the super gods? Could there be a greater scheme? Ding. You have successfully returned to Heaven's Mandate. With such doubts, Qin Fang went to look for the evil god at the first opportunity. In the private territory, the evil god was already drunk and limp on the ground, his mouth murmuring dreamily. Qin Fang relied on the evil god's side and did not care about his state. He spilled his heart out to him. Teacher, I always feel blocked in my heart lately. It seems that everything is not as calm as I imagined it to be. Everything is surging with dark currents. With my power, I really can't clear the haze on the road ahead. This road? It's really hard to walk. Teacher, are you listening to me? Can you give me some guidance? A trace of clarity appeared in the evil god's eyes, and he took the initiative to hand Qin Fang a pot of strong wine, saying, life is like this. It's right to have troubles, and it's right to have difficulties, such as if your life is mediocre. What should you do? Would you be satisfied? What you have to do now? Everything is worth it. This is what you want to see. The scenery you want. The plague Dharma god was willing to sacrifice his life in order to help you. This was his choice. You don't need to carry such a heavy yoke. The more you carry, the less you can get instead. You are Qin Fang. The simple Qin Fang. You're not the only prince of a 9th level planet. You're not an ancient deity. You're not some so-called human emperor. You're just you. The teenager of the Blue Star. Qin Fang. Utilize the power around you. And you are the strongest. Xiao He is your chance. He has followed you from the very beginning. Should you not consider Xiao He's strength? The Dragon of Time, on the other hand, is your doppelganger? Shouldn't you consider that as well? You shouldn't just see yourself. Should you contact a few allies? Individual strength is always small. You need more helpers. After listening, Qin Fang mused. Teacher, I want to shorten the cooldown of the Time Dragon's skill. I want to return to the ancient times again. I need strength. Li Qi pulled out from his pocket and threw Qin Fang 3 gems that were the color of egg yolk, but contained a strong power of time. This is the Time Cooling Stone, which was born when ancient Qin Fang touched the power of time when he descended back then. It can help the Time Dragon evolve, and it can also help him shorten his cooling time. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Time Cooling Stone *3. Qin Fang took these 3 copies of Time Cooling Stones from Li Xia's hands without any hesitation and summoned the Dragon of Time to feed him one. Ding! The Dragon of Time has been promoted to become an advanced god. The divine body of the Dragon of Time was even more magnificent, and each of its scales was even brighter, carrying endless lines. Ding! The time-traveling cool-down is complete. Elder Evil God. I don't know, and I'm not sure if I'm the protagonist of this piece of heaven, but I'll try my best. Qin Fang took a deep breath and no longer hesitated as he once again returned to the past to explore what this vanished history was really like. Ding! Is time traveling activated? Initiate. Ding! Please set the time. 5,100,000 years ago. Qin Fang set the approximate time and returned to the past for the second time. During this time period, ancient Qin Fang had already crashed into the endless sea for nearly 10,000 years of light. The heavenly raccoon had also claimed the title of emperor. The divine spirit abyss was constructed, and the ancient deities had become the entire continent, the only race that would not die. Qin Fang descended into a primitive forest. Every tree here was towering into the clouds, incredibly thick, and the smallest leaf was bigger than Qin Fang's body. Ding. Congratulations on successfully arriving in the past. Ding. You may stay here for 1,000 years of light. Ding. You are currently in the territory of the ancient deity, wood god, dense forest of life. Ancient deity, wood god? Qin Fang's mind quickly searched for this deity. It seemed like he had never seen or even heard of it. These trees seemed to have retrieved Qin Fang's aura. Suffing, not long after, a stunning woman in a green robe, filled with a strong life aura, descended on this place. Looking at Qin Fang with a dubious glance in her purity. Puzzled, she said, "Can you play with me?" Qin Fang blurted out, "I can." He casually dealt with it twice. But his heart was filled with vigilance, even thinking of how to suppress the wood god. Ding. Your goodwill with the wood god +1. This time, it was Qin Fang's turn to be surprised. Wood god? Could it be that it was a deity that had just been born? With skepticism, Qin Fang said, "Fellow Taoist, is it hard to believe that you just took shape?" The stunning woman was astonished. "How do you know?" Qin Fang instantly had an idea in his heart. And while playing with the wood god, he said, "I don't know if you know about the Heavenly Court and the Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Raccoon?" The stunningly beautiful woman shook her head, indicating that she did not know. She had only just transformed into her form not more than half a year's light. During this period of time, Qin Fang was the only living being she had seen. In talking to her, Qin Fang understood everything, and the wariness in his heart was also decreasing. And in constantly explaining to her about the outside world, he was also increasing his goodwill with her. Ding. Your goodwill with the wood god has reached 100. Intimate. Perhaps it was because the wood god had just been born and was good at fooling around. The goodwill brushed up quickly, rubbing up against each other. Formal acquaintance. I'm Qin Fang. What's your name? For me, you can call me Mu Xian. Heart of 10,000 trees. Qin Fang and Mu Xian had been strolling within this huge forest for several days. And Qin Fang had finally learnt the location of this place. It was right next to the Buddha clan, belonging to the junction of the two sides. And it was estimated that the power of the Heavenly Court had not yet spread to this place. The Buddha clan hadn't attacked this place either, so the wood god was able to live in peace here. But when the ancient gods and the Buddha clan noticed this place in the future, the wood god's situation would be in danger. Qin Fang also didn't hide anything at all, informing him of his own concerns and whatnot, and also allowing the wood god to plan ahead. Qin Fang said, "With your current strength as a primary god, you can't defeat any one of these two forces. Unless you are able to use the method of creating races to rapidly increase your strength. Or you can join the only one of the two sides." The wood god fell into deep thought. She could actually feel Qin Fang's heart. From the beginning when Qin Fang was wary, to the present day when he was unsuspecting and without any wariness, the wood god was able to feel it all. This was also one of the reasons why she was willing to communicate with Qin Fang. The wood god frowned. Creating a race? How should it be created? Qin Fang began to make things up. According to your form. Or change the form and give life. It is considered successful. This specific process requires you to sense it yourself. The wood god sketched out the most basic forms in her mind. And eventually, she had an idea. Thus, the wood god began to create the race. While Qin Fang, on the other hand, he was continuously forging divine artifacts, upgrading his own level, and improving his strength. Both of them began to increase their strength. In the beginning, Mu Xian still searched for Qin Fang from time to time. But along with Qin Fang's growing fascination, the number of times that Mu Xian searched for Qin Fang became fewer and fewer. Eventually, after 500 years, Qin Fang's forger rank managed to rise to the peak of intermediate god. And Woodheart also managed to condense an entirely new race. Mu Xian said in surprise. Big brother Qin Fang, I've succeeded. These 500 years of spending time with each other had caused the relationship between Mu Xian and Qin Fang to grow closer, even intimate. Qin Fang immediately stopped the forging in his hands and smiled as he took the initiative to hold Mu Xian's hand and went to look at the race she had created with her. In the depths of the dense forest, Qin Fang merely glanced at the race created by the wood god and his entire being exploded. Wasn't this the elf god race? From the appearance, to the scent, to the wings, everything was so familiar. Everything was from memory. Could it be? The elven god race was actually created? This was a race that was powerful enough to compete with the Heavenly Emperor and the ancient Divine Spirit race. Suddenly, Qin Fang was relieved. The human race? They were also created. But didn't they still succeed in overthrowing the ancient Divine Spirit race? Qin Fang picked up Mu Xin and heartily exclaimed, "What a powerful race! The wood heart is indeed the strongest." Qin Fang briefly checked the strength of the wood heart, and it had soared to become a senior god. As expected, the stronger the strength of the race created, the higher the achievement. In the time to come, the wood god and Qin Fang worked together to care for the growth of this race. Qin Fang, what do you think? This race? What race should it be called? The wood god wanted to hear Qin Fang's opinion. Qin Fang said, "How about calling it the elf god race?" The wood god thought carefully and agreed to the name of the race. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed once again, and Qin Fang's level as a forge master had managed to break through to become a senior god. On this day, Qin Fang came to the wood god's side with a slight heartbeat and told her everything. "I am the future. Now, I have to go." After 1,000 years of being together, if one were to say that Qin Fang hadn't had feelings for the wood god, it would be absolutely false. It was due to this unbreakable affection that this made Qin Fang refrain from exploring the outside world and concentrate on accompanying the wood god. "Qin Fang, there are still 2 more chances to come back anyway." Right. I'm also pulling in the wood god here." "Wood god?" The strength is also very strong. The corners of the wood god's mouth also brought on a smile. She had known this for a long time, saying, "Qin Fang, I will wait for you in the future. But when that day comes, I want you to marry me." Qin Fang was just about to make a promise when the power of time disordered and pulled him back to reality. However, at the last moment, the wood god still saw Qin Fang's mouthing, "I am willing." This made the wood god's heart couldn't help but be happy. Chapter 762 Wood God's Terrifying Strength. As Qin Fang returned to the present, the corners of his mouth unconsciously brought on a smile. This 1,000 years of light had, to put it bluntly, allowed Qin Fang to experience the feeling of being sweetly in love. The wood god's purity, innocence, and sunshine, every bit of it made Qin Fang swoon over it. This also allowed Qin Fang to successfully comprehend love as an emotion. In the past, even with Xue Qing'er, even in his 2 lives, Qin Fang had never comprehended it. But now, he had comprehended it. Ding. 57 minutes left until the start of the national war. For some unknown reason, Qin Fang looked in the direction of the life-dense forest, and suddenly wanted to go search for the wood god. 1,000 years of being together, not moving an inch. Such feelings were pure and fiery. Only, Qin Fang clicked on the Heavenly Destiny map to check the location of the life-dense forest. 500 years of vicissitudes. Who knew about this place? Is it still there? Ding. Is it traveling to the Jedi, life forest? Qin Fang froze? When did this place become a Jedi? The definition of a Jedi: 1. The existence of a super strong person inside. 2. Not permitting any gods to enter. And 3, at the very least, it had to be able to pit against a super god level powerhouse. And to be able to accomplish these 3 decisions. This was rare in the whole of Heaven's destiny. Could it be that it was the wood god? As Qin Fang was thinking about it, the voice of the space golden dragon rang out at the right time. "Lord, is it teleporting to the Jedi, life forest?" Qin Fang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. And he was a little hesitant. For Qin Fang, his feelings for the wood god were scorching and moving. However, for the wood god, this single feeling had spanned a full 5 million years. The wood god? Still remembered Qin Fang? What if it didn't remember Qin Fang? Or maybe something else had happened in these 5 million years? What if the wood god had fallen in love with someone else? All of these things were possible. And it was possible that one could be scared of being near one's hometown. As he was thinking about this, the space golden dragon suddenly launched a teleportation. Qin Fang only felt that his body shook and the sky spun. And when he awoke again, he had already appeared in a familiar scene. The ancient trees here, even more heavenly, even more massive, even more turquoise. Vicissitudes, and with a strong breath of life even more powerful. Each plant have become 5 million years old. This blade? Enough to be as big as a house. Huh? The scene of this place? It seems that it has not changed. Qin Fang looked around the circle. Suddenly found that, in addition to the width of the trees, height, The breath of life has changed. Other than, without any change, and even the breath emitted in the air, are very similar. Qin Fang followed his memories, and headed to the wood god's residence, with a slight apprehension in his heart. Along the way, Qin Fang's mind kept floating back to the bits and pieces of his relationship with the wood god, and his mouth was filled with a beautiful smile. Here, he had once swung on a swing with the wood god, and the laughter of the two of them was perfectly imprinted. Here, he had once barbecued with the wood god at this place, and Qin Fang had accidentally scorched it, causing the wood god to laugh. Here, every area where Qin Fang had stayed with the wood god was well protected, with almost no damage, just as it was 5 million years ago. This place? It seemed like it had not been eroded by time. Tears suddenly appeared in the corners of Qin Fang's eyes. 500 years? It was enough for these things to rot, let alone 5 million years of light behind this. There must be someone who was silently paying for it. For the first time, Qin Fang felt like an arsehole himself. Not long after, Qin Fang arrived in front of his residence. Here, it was still the same as 5 million years ago, without any changes. A light and elegant treehouse, embellished with leaves of emerald green color, an exquisite forging furnace, and not even a single speck of dust had fallen. Inside the room, there was a stunning woman cleaning. Qin Fang took 3 steps and pushed open the door. Unfortunately, what met Qin Fang's eyes was an unfamiliar face. Qin Fang froze with a hint of coldness, his forging hammer cupped in his hand, threatening to strike at any moment, and said, "Who are you?" This stunningly beautiful woman turned around, and when she saw that it was Qin Fang, she could not help but cover her small mouth in shock, and cautiously said in a tentative manner, "Father God?" Qin Fang completely froze. This title was the only title that the elf god race called him. Could it be that the woman in front of him was an elf god race? Qin Fang probed carefully. Pale green-colored skin, pointed ears. Surprisingly, she really was an elf god race. Huh? This era? Didn't they say that the elf god race had all died out long ago? As Qin Fang was thinking so, he only saw the stunning beauty in front of him excitedly say, "Father God, I'll go inform Mother Goddess. She'll be very happy." Saying this character's young girl namely playfully drilled into the giant wood and disappeared. Qin Fang stood dumbfounded. For a while, he was a bit at a loss for words. His mind was constantly wording what he should say to the wood god when they met later. Not seeing each other for 5 million years? Should he apologize first? Or should he tell the wood god? Qin Fang began to think wildly. Not long after, Qin Fang's only felt that his eyes were surrounded by a refreshing coldness, and then plunged into darkness, only to hear a familiar voice ringing beside his ears with a touch of warmth. "Qin Fang. Guess who I am?" Qin Fang lightly sniffed the fresh scent of the grass and trees. His mind was greatly calmed, and his cluttered thoughts were immediately emptied as he said, "Xian. It's me. I'm back." Mu Xian let go of covering Qin Fang's eyes, and stomped her feet lightly, seemingly dissatisfied, saying, "Oops. You guessed it again. So fine. I'll forgive you this time." Qin Fang opened his eyes, and saw the wood god. She was almost unchanged from 5 million years ago. She was still so lively and cute. The corners of her mouth still carried a sunny smile. Her eyes were full of love and peace. It seemed that the years had not caused any effect on her body. Qin Fang couldn't hold back any longer, and as he held Mu Xian in his arms, he said with a sobbing voice, "I'm sorry, Xian. I'm sorry." Mu Xian, on the other hand, patted Qin Fang's shoulder and said, "Qin Fang, it's all right. I said I would wait for you, although cultivation is very boring. I have found that only in the midst of cultivation can I not feel the passage of time." The wood god's words were easily spoken, but Qin Fang understood the bitterness involved. The wood god smiled and said, "Besides, for so many years, I've always had you with me. Although I know that it's all the future you. I'm already happy." Qin Fang understood everything, the future him, and returned to the past, repaying the wood god with practical actions. Qin Fang could not help but hug the wood god even tighter and said, "Xian, we will never be separated." Only after a long time did Qin Fang get down from the wood god's body, as if he were a sloth. Still unwilling to part, the wood god said, "National war? Aren't you going to participate?" Qin Fang froze and said, "Xian, You're still concerned about these things? The wood god blankly glanced at Qin Fang and said, From the first time you entered the heavenly destiny, I have captured your aura. And there were several times when I stood far away from you and quietly watched you. Could it be that you didn't even notice me? Facing the wood god who had initiated a small temper, Qin Fang did not dare to say a word and could only admit his mistake. Mu Xian squeezed her small fists and said, Forget it. Forgive you. Who let your strength be too low to know anything? As soon as he talked about strength, Qin Fang couldn't help but ask the wood god in doubt, saying, Xianer, what is your current strength? This life-dense forest? How did it even become a Jedi? The wood god smiled mysteriously. A terrifying pressure burst out from the wood god's body in a flash. This was the aura of a super god level? And it wasn't an ordinary super god level. At the very least, it was an existence that had already taken 7 or 8 steps on the path to super god level. Qin Fang was instantly shocked and said in disbelief, Xianer? You've actually advanced to the super god level? How did you do that? Didn't you say that a divine spirit of heaven's destiny needed the blue star super god's heart? Only then can they break through? The wood god said. Well, it's true. After you left, I kept creating races. And finally, within 10,000 years, I was able to raise my strength to the top god level. So I left this place and went to travel around the heaven's destiny continent. Although I wasn't the strongest, self-preservation was definitely not a problem. And the 10,000 years of traveling allowed me to deepen my understanding of creating races. And I managed to advance to become a half-step super god level existence. Only, on that note, stuck. Later, when the heavenly raccoon became the first ancient deity to advance to become a super god level, I went to seek advice from him. Who knew? The heavenly raccoon unexpectedly made a move on me all of a sudden, saying that my body possessed the aura of the dragon of time and space. Although my strength was strong, I was still not enough to face the super god level heavenly raccoon. And just at the moment when I was about to be captured, you descended from the sky and saved me, and then gave me a wisp of the aura of the super god's heart. And with this, I also managed to advance to become a super god level. After promoting to become a super god level, I was able to clearly feel that in this world, there were only 2 super god levels, the Sky Raccoon and I. Thus, the Sky Raccoon every few days, it was necessary to battle with me, wanting to take me as his wife to consolidate his rule. Qin Fang crushed his teacup. Heavenly Raccoon? How dare you steal his wife from someone, Qin? Mu Xian playfully said. What's wrong? Jealous. Qin Fang waved his hand, indicating that he was not, and signaled for Mu Xian to continue. The heavenly raccoon kept on stalking him. And once again, you never came to this place, and directly gave the heavenly raccoon a brutal beating, causing him to completely give up on the idea, and even bluntly saying that if the heavenly raccoon dared to come again, you would absolutely obliterate him regardless of anything else. From that point onwards, I have designated the entire life forest as a forbidden land, and no one is allowed to enter. If they came in, I would obliterate them all from the level of the origin. And over time, the prestige of this place spread. Qin Fang nodded frequently, sort of understanding, and brought on a few good feelings towards his future self. Not bad. He still knows how to save the day. Qin Fang backhandedly hugged Mu Xian once again and said, In the future, I want you to protect me. Mu Xian. I'll be with you all the time. I miss you so much. Qin Fang. Mu Xian suddenly displayed her true feelings and hugged Qin Fang. Her feelings for Qin Fang were still scorching hot. And even after so many years, they had not changed, but instead had become even more mellow. What about the elf god race? Outside, I've fallen out with the elf god race. How can I deal with it? This 8-winged elf king still had a deep hatred towards him. This problem, it has to be solved. There's no need to worry. The elf god race in the outside world are originally militants that I drove out. Even if they all die out, I don't care. As for the 8-winged elf king, no. Give you a copy of the power of the contract. With that, you can easily obliterate him. Qin Fang accepted the share of the contract power and said, The elf god clan outside is a very powerful force. Mu Xian was unimpressed and said, Very strong? Is it as strong as the elf god clan that I carefully cultivated? 8 half-step super god levels. 99 top gods. 1,034 senior gods, 5,000 intermediate gods, and 10,000 primary gods strong? Qin Fang's entire being seemed to be petrified by Medusa. This? Just kidding. Exiner? Don't you tell me? This is the entire force under your hand? So astounding? The wood god shook his head, and Qin Fang's heart then dropped. Oh, that's good. Scared me to death. Can you not be so frightening? Is this still a power that a human being can grasp? This is simply stronger than the power of the Heavenly Emperor. This is only the power of the elf god race. I have also created 9 different races. The strength of each of them is basically able to equal the strength of the elf god race. Huh? Qin Fang. What happened to you? Pa. Qin Fang directly fainted. Good heavens. How many surprises was the girl he casually teased and gave his true feelings going to bring him? This? Surprise? No. Ecstasy. Qin Fang said. Exiner. Are you sure such a strong power? Are you even able to mobilize it? The wood god made some calculations and said seriously. Why not? They are all my children. Qin Fang said. For such a long time? Is it hard to believe that they won't turn against life? Won't they betray you? Mu Xian shook his head and said. No. The races that I created, I would brand them with their bloodline. And I was able to strangle them. From the root. Over the years, there have been quite a few rebellions. And so, they became the sustenance of the life forest. For example, if I give you permission, namely the bloodline brand of the elf god race, you are able to easily wipe out any member of the elf god race. These living beings that I created, I didn't want to wipe them out, but they threatened my life. Qin Fang couldn't help but freeze when he heard the wood god utter these words. This kind of thought. It seemed like the ancient gods. The human race? Wasn't that what the ancient gods had created? Wasn't it the existence that threatened the ancient gods? In this world, what absolute justice is right or wrong? It is only a threat to one's own existence. Different positions, different perspectives on the problem. Naturally, there are also the so-called opposites. The behavior of the wood god? If it were any other ancient deity, Qin Fang would have condemned her and even struck her down. But now, surprisingly, Qin Fang couldn't get angry, and even felt that it was deserved. Ding. The national war is about to begin. Do you want to participate? Participate. Qin Fang looked towards the wood god and said, Wait for me for a while. I'll go join the national war. Qin Fang's heart was suddenly in turmoil. He didn't know what he had been holding on to. What exactly was it? Exactly what meaning was left? Ding. For the first game of the national war, your opponent is the Stick Country. Qin Fang's thoughts finally retracted some. Stick Country? It still needed to be hammered. National War single match game 1 opponent, 8-winged elf king. Qin Fang froze. Ah. There's no need to be so spiritual. Is this coming? What is this? 8-winged elf king. It's been a long time. Above the ring, the figures of both sides gradually solidified. Thus, Qin Fang saw the 8-winged elf king, who was full of rage, and whose strength had reached the level of a high god. The 8-winged elf king smiled fiercely and said, Do you know that I've waited for revenge? How long have I been waiting? Chapter 763 Big Stick Country's Roller Coaster Ride. The 8-winged elf king's aura caused a great sense of oppression on Qin Fang, causing his breathing to be a bit irregular, which was eased only when the time dragon's aura swam around his body in a circle. Ding. The national war has officially begun. Ding. According to the rules of the national war, every 2 hours, 1 game is opened. 12 matches will be opened on a consolidated daily basis. Victory will advance, and failure will result in withdrawal from this national war. Note, the rewards of this national war adopt the reward accumulation system. For every victory, you can choose to withdraw the rewards, or seal the rewards. Warm tip, the more times you seal your rewards, the more generous the rewards will be, and there is no upper limit to the rewards. Warm tip, the more times you seal your rewards, the more generous the rewards will be. A series of system beeps rang out, instantly causing the players to spit. Ugh! This rule. It smells so good. Haha. If it wasn't for the threat of Sky City, I really wanted to transform into a gambling dog. Forget it. Still can't gamble. 12 matches per day? 2 countries at a time? I guess it won't take long for us to die. The strong man in our city. Please also stand up quickly and fight for your country. Such voices rose and fell, constantly resounding. In the face of this kind of disaster, one could only rely on others. This feeling of powerlessness. Who understands? National Battle Live Streaming Room. In the beginning of this national war, the attention of the players was not high. But since Sky City released the statement that the failed kingdom would be wiped out, these players could not help but pay attention. Even panic filled the air. To die. To die. The beings within the kingdom selected for the 2x2 competition began to endlessly panic and even riot. After all, if they failed, what awaited them could be wiped out without mercy. As for the participants, each and every one of them was incomparably nervous, fearing that the entire battle would fail due to their own reasons. Phew. The first wave of the kingdom battle did not select us. It seems like we are still able to survive a wave. The members of the kingdoms that hadn't been selected had celebrated in their hearts before hiding. Huh? You guys, look at player Me's opponent. It seems to be very strong. Who cares? I'm dying. Whatever. If it was before, player Jean's battle would definitely have countless players watching. But now? Who cares about him? When everyone is minding their own business. The outside world? It was already chaotic. Under the threat of death. Who can still maintain their sanity? Adding to the fact that they were already a mob group, they couldn't help but become even more chaotic. Now, 3 more hours of life would be an orgy for them. Burning, killing, looting. All the major towns are in such a state of misery. No one can stop it. Nor can they. The kings of these kingdoms ascended to the top and tried to stop it. But all they waited for was insults and even beheadings. This was human nature. In the end, the kings of the kingdoms were only able to compromise, saying, "Please give these strong people of heaven's destiny a chance to participate in the national war." To avoid not having participated in the national war yet, i.e., dying under your chaotic sticks. These people, although they had lost their minds, they agreed to the program. It seemed that in their hearts, there was still a glimmer of hope. Brothers, I actually still don't understand the rules of Sky City. Once we lose, is it the lives of our entire kingdom? Will it all be erased? A large number of eyes that cared for mentally handicapped children were cast over at these words. Ugh! Your country is dying and you're dying. And you're asking such a childish question. No way. My aversion to stupidity is kicking in. Ah. No. 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 Is there still heavenly justice? Is there any king's law? Who will save us? Ah. This is really too stupid. Ah. Sky City. I curse you not to die. Dark matter robots. Right. Dark matter robots. Since you won't give us a chance to live, then, let's all die together. Quite a few of the people of the kingdom. All of them began to attack the dark matter robots. Alarm. Alarm. Under the alarm, several more kingdoms were destroyed by the dark matter robots. At this moment, the entire broken earth was filled with smoke and plunged into endless chaos. Except for Yang City. Yang City seemed to be the only pure land. Inside Yang City, there were mostly women. And they were all women who had died once before and had no concept of death. Especially when the Black Widow calls out from the top. Everyone responds, reassuring the Black Widow that Yang Chung will not be in chaos. Even if some people want to mess directly by the Black Widow. All by these women to the space to chop. Let them die. Kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey. Yang City. So hard to establish the order. Absolutely cannot be chaotic. This was one thing. As for the other, it was having confidence in Yang City. Under Zhang Ming's continuous operation, Yang Chung had almost brought together the top 50 experts in the Hall of Fame. This was Yang Cheng's greatest strength. Even in a national war, who would be able to compete with him? Maybe, in the end, the one who united the broken earth? It would be their Yang Chung. With such a fantasy, how could Yang Chung be in chaos? However, the first national war threw a huge pot of cold water on the members of Yang Chung. How do I feel? City Lord's opponent? It's so much stronger than him. Yeah. Do you guys think City Lord will still be able to win? Bah. Please take back your question mark. Can he? Bah. It will definitely be able to. City Lord is just invincible. A deity. This person must be a deity as well. Well, one who can make the City Lord treat him so seriously must be a deity as well. The entire broken earth was in chaos. The players of Sky City too, fell silent, and many of them retained their sympathy for the situation in Broken Earth, snapping at the world and not understanding why Sky City was so cruel. Some of the childish ones even went to question their fathers, wanting their fathers to stop this killing behavior, but were told by their fathers, some things, not they can decide all. This world is very mysterious. They seem to be very powerful, in charge of everything in the Sky City, but only they know, behind this, what role they play. Father, is it really not possible? Don't you feel that this is too cruel? Demon child, don't you understand? This matter, it's not something I can sway. If the people of the Broken Earth don't die, it's us who will die. Can you put away your childish nature and do one thing properly? From today onwards, lock up the eldest young master and forbid him to take a step out of his room. Someone come, beat this rebellious son to death for me, lest he invite trouble for my Huang family. The current national war did not involve Sky City. However, the lively level of Sky City was no less than that of Broken Earth. The ones who had the most confidence in the Eight-Winged Elf King were none other than the members of the Stick Country. The Eight-Winged Elf King was exiled into the void, and when he reappeared, he was already in the Blue Star Stick Country, only with no strength at all, as if he was a waste, only with the help of props to land on heaven's destiny. He is a high god, the Eight-Winged Elf King. The Eight-Winged Elf King didn't know what had happened to him, but he knew in his heart that if he wanted to take revenge, it seemed that he could only rely on this national war. Thus, he could only join the Stick Country and help the Stick Country participate in this national war. The executives of the Stick Country were very courteous to the Eight-Winged Elf King. After all, he was really too strong. This is the bottom card of our higher god. One. Really one. This Broken Earth. It's going to all belong to our big Stick Empire. Really cool. What ancient China. In the end, nothing will be left, and it will still be my big Stick Empire. The higher god brought them a strong self-confidence, and even made them long for the desire to unify the entire Blue Star. Me? I've heard that he's strong, but running into a high god? May I ask how he can break it? The situation of the Broken Earth. Even if Qin Fang was not clear about it, he was able to roughly guess some of it. At this moment, he didn't bother to think about that much, but silently looked towards his opponent, the Eight-Winged Elf King. The Eight-Winged Elf King at this moment was completely different from what he had seen before. 2 years ago, the Eight-Winged Elf King had just been conceived, with a flesh and blood body, a handsome appearance, 8 wings on his back, and was able to induce a burst of astonishment when he raised his hands and threw his feet. Especially the aura of a natural-born emperor. It made people feel ashamed of themselves. The eyes were full of compassion. Starry, compassionate, and full of hope for the future. When the elf god race reneged and tore up the agreement with Qin Fang, he rose up in defiance, even if Qin Fang took the initiative to take action against the elf god race, to the point of exterminating the race. His heart still retained a trace of guilt towards Qin Fang. However, now looking again, the 8 wings on his back transformed into wings of steel, and his entire body also had steel armor attached to it, interspersed throughout, as if he was a fighting machine. The features seemed to have been corroded, leaving only half of the face behind, looking hideous and gruesome. The entire person's aura was filled with infinite resentment, as if it was about to coalesce into substance and break through heaven and earth. His eyes spewed fire as he stared at Qin Fang with a deadly stare, itching to tear a piece of flesh from his face. The 8-winged elf king roared, only to hear the 8 wings behind him humming and trembling, the aura that belonged uniquely to a divine artifact stirring out, saying, Do you know what I have suffered all these years? Do you know what I have survived with? Yes, by virtue of the endless anger towards you. The elf god tree of my clan sealed me alive within the elf god realm and banished me to the void in order to cover my escape, preserve my bloodline, and survive the fire of the elf clan. Do you know what I endured all these years? Within the elven god realm, there are no living beings other than me. I can't even find someone to talk to. Moreover, the flow of time within the god realm is completely different from that of the outside world. And I've been inside for 20,000 years. Do you understand the concept of 2,000 years? It's driving me crazy. The more he said, the more distorted the 8-winged elf king's face became. Epileptic, making him even uglier. For 2,000 years, I could only keep devouring divine artifacts to continuously raise my strength. And the longer time passed, the more I was afraid that with your talent, in case you were stronger than me, what should I do? So, I took another route, and eventually turned myself into this inhuman, ghostly appearance, in order to completely obliterate you all. I'm sure that you were able to become a god within 2 years, which is honestly out of my expectation. But my strength? Yet, it has reached advanced god. This round, you lost. I think I should be able to obliterate you at will now. Go to hell. Seeing that Qin Fang was surprisingly expressionless, the 8-winged elf king became even more furious. Me? Don't you feel that you are wrong? Do you know why I joined the stick country? I just wanted to run into you in the middle of a national war, defeat you in a dignified manner, imprison you, and also make you endure the pain I have suffered all these years. The hatred of extermination is deeply rooted in my memories. In my mind, I remind myself all the time that I must kill you. I must make you pay for your blood. The human race must also be extinguished. When I have the ability, the human race? All go to hell. The 8-winged elf king was a little hysterical as he roared, pointing at Qin Fang's nose, constantly muttering to himself, looking just like a madman. Qin Fang had no ripples in his heart, and only felt that the 8-winged elf king was ridiculous and pathetic. At this moment, Qin Fang looked at him, yet he was not looking at him. The 8-winged elf king? It was so similar to himself. He was also living in hatred, living under the control of others, living according to the instructions of others. This was similar to his life? How similar? The 8-winged elf king looked at Qin Fang and said, You don't give me a look that. You don't care. Hold me today. I will kill you first to sacrifice my flag. When the living beings of Yang City saw the epileptic 8-winged elf king and heard his hateful words, they could not help but admire Qin Fang even more in their hearts. Original? The city lord had actually exterminated the elf god race? How strong a means must this be? Zong Tu and the others watched quietly, and the corners of their mouths could not help but turn upwards. This was Qin Fang. However, the ordinary people could not perceive the power of the 8-winged elf king. They were able to perceive it. When they faced Qin Fang, they felt as if they were facing a lofty mountain, giving them a heavy sense of oppression. However, when they faced the 8-winged elf king, it gave them a feeling as if they were facing the sky. Zong Tu were all a little skeptical. Big brother Qin Fang will be able to win? Shui Qinger's eyes cast down. She couldn't help but be surprised. 8-winged elf king. Surprisingly, is it still alive? The feathered wings behind the 8-winged elf king flapped continuously, as if they were cutting through space. Their might was astonishing. Qin Fang raised his hand and glanced at the bloodline contract in his hand. 8-winged elf king. If you are willing to admit defeat, I can spare your life. These were the only words that Qin Fang uttered. The 8-winged elf king laughed fiercely and said, Has your head been kicked by a donkey? How could you even say such words? Qin Fang shook his head and sighed, activating the bloodline contract of the elf god race. The moment the 8-winged elf king's sharp blade was about to fall on his head, the powerful figure of the 8-winged elf king turned into a bubble and disappeared, becoming history in the heavens and earth. The 8-winged elf king died. Silently, the entire National War live broadcast room was silent. This was? How about just killing the 8-winged elf king? Move, what kind of tampering? Crap. Am I blind? No. It's not right. It's only been a second. How did it die? Heaven and earth. I just blinked. What happened? I remember that this 8-winged elf king is a terrifying high god. What happened? What exactly happened? The executives of the stick country couldn't help but darken their faces when they saw the scene in front of them. What? Why did they die? What has happened here? Is it hard to believe that the 8-winged elf king's strength was disguised? I don't believe it. Absolutely impossible. The Big Stick Empire's executives hurriedly went to probe the player's situation, only to see a ball of bubbles that disappeared from the nutritional pod. Chapter 764 Half-Step Super God Level Dragon Fawn of Time and Space. The Big Stick Country was instantly plunged into a deathly silence, and panic couldn't help but surface in everyone's hearts. This was their magic weapon to overcome the enemy. But it was destroyed just like this? Then? The end that awaited them? What would it be like? This is only the end of the first battle. There's no rush. We'll still be able to turn the tide? Right. Even if I'm strong, he's only one person. He can't participate in the following matches. The final victory still belongs to us. As far as I know, the entire Heaven's Destiny has never had another player town other than me. And the 3 legendary level characters of my Big Stick Empire can definitely flip the game. Yeah. At this stage now, an epic level is able to be king. And a legendary level? It's invincible. Everyone, don't panic. The final victory is definitely still ours. Somehow, even if the once great Stick Empire had been destroyed, the newborn humans on this land could not help but inherit their arrogant and cocky nature, not knowing what to expect. Fortunately, because of the break in civilization, they didn't rob the registered trademarks of the Spring Festival. However, this was only their good wishes. After the single-player match, Xia finished crushing the Big Stick Empire. For the team match, who would have thought that a clean sweep of peak legendary ranks, just one step away from being able to become demigods, or even deities. In the Legion match, there were all legendary plus epic levels, and the majority of them were legendary. So what? How can we play? The 3 legendary level powerhouses of the Big Stick Empire were trembling in fear, as the 2 sides simply weren't of the same caliber. In the end, the Big Stick Empire failed miserably. Now, the eyes of the entire Broken Earth gathered here, wanting to see what happened to the defeated empire, only to see the robots of dark matter in the vault of the sky, suddenly releasing a sea of dark matter's aura, impacting towards this territory. The gods that would gasp for air became flying ash in an instant and disappeared, leaving behind only lone buildings that stood in the wind. The Big Stick Empire, completely becoming history. Ding. Xia wins. Ding. The territory of the former Big Stick Empire belongs to Xia. If any living beings enter, they will all be wiped out. This was a sort of protection for the victorious country. But it also made it clear that Sky City's tactics were the same. It just wanted them to go to hell. Completely. This scene was broadcast live all over Blue Star, and the populace of the Broken Land saw it all, and were directly stunned. However, an even more chaotic madness began. Anyway, they were all going to die later, so it would be better to indulge in a good time before they died. Having suffocated for so many years of living, it was finally time to put a happy ending to life. Right? Thus, the Broken Earth shattered even more. Even the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, which was claimed to be the most solid, was breached, enjoying its final revelry to the fullest. The evil of human nature was violently magnified countless times at this moment. In response, Qin Fang showed indifference. Somehow, perhaps because he had become a god, perhaps because he could play with the world at will, perhaps because he had a feeling of empathy, he did not have much mental fluctuation towards such a scene. If he couldn't find a way to break the situation, and couldn't ascend to the realm beyond the super god level, what awaited him? It would also be death. The entire Broken Earth, too, would perish. It was nothing more than these living beings dying earlier. Qin Fang returned to the wood god's side and said, "If I want to rapidly increase my strength, I need to capture items that contain time, or living beings. Xian, I hope you can help me." Life was like a flat boat on top of the ocean. Everyone, as all ferrying above the raging and turbulent waters. Sometimes, it seems that if one is too merciful, the one who will ultimately be destroyed will be their own. At this moment, it seemed that the matter of the shattered earth had stimulated Qin Fang. It seemed that something else had stimulated Qin Fang, giving him the idea of scrambling across. The power of time, which he had brought about, should naturally be ended away by him as well. Mu Xian looked seriously at Qin Fang and said, "Well, I will help you." As Mu Xian waved his hand, the 10 most powerful races appeared from the endless dense forests. And the moment they saw Mu Xian, they bowed, showing their submission, although they deliberately suppressed it. Qin Fang could still feel the terrifying power hidden in their bodies, which was simply capable of shattering the sky in this area. To them, Mu Xian was their mother goddess. And even after such a long time had passed, the light of the mother goddess's eyes still rested on their bodies, causing them to rejoice. Not only that, the eyes they looked at Qin Fang with were also very different, carrying a scorching general adoration. Qin Fang could not help but inquire, "This? How is it possible for such a small endless dense forest to cultivate so many half-step super god level powerhouses?" Mu Xian smiled mysteriously and said, "You have to ask yourself. I once asked you this question, And your answer was, "This is a gift that you left to the future past you." This sentence was hard to understand. Still, Qin Fong understood it in seconds. This was the future Qin Fong, returning to the past, with the help of everything in the future, left him with a fortune. Mu Xian stepped forward and said softly, "I need the clansmen who control time within the clan to sacrifice the power of time to your father god." These words carried a forced command. However, none of the clansmen among these 10 major races resisted, and all of them readily agreed. For so many years, the future Qin Fong had arrived here many times. And these clansmen were no strangers to Father God, and were even grateful to him. If it wasn't for the Father God, many times, they would have directly exterminated their clans. Father God, not to mention the need for the power of time. Even if it were to take our lives, we wouldn't even blink an eye. Father God, it's been a long time. Your strength? Why has it regressed so much? Huh? This seems to be the Father God of this time and space? Father God, have you returned? Father God, we miss you so much. Within this cry, it wasn't hard to hear that these clansmen were on good terms with Qin Fong, and that Qin Fong's prestige was very high among them. In the next instant, a full 186 clansmen who were in control of the power of time stepped out from amongst the clansmen, with a vague pride between their brows, and stood fixedly beside Qin Fong as they said, "Father God, we are willing to dedicate the power of time for you." The strongest of the clansmen of these 10 clans, who had mastered the power of time, it was already at the half-step super god level. And the weakest were still clueless children, roughly 7 or 8 years old, yet they were righteous. And all of them stepped forward. Qin Fong took a deep breath. His heart mixed up as he said, "This world, if it is under my control in the future, I will definitely resurrect you all." This was Qin Fong's promise. And these clansmen smiled happily as they said, "Father God, we are waiting for this day." Qin Fong summoned a huge body of the power of time, and his spiritual energy poured into it, controlling this huge body. Buzzing, the time fragments within these clansmen turned into streams of light and merged into the dragon of time * Fong's body, causing his aura to expand, causing his level to rise. Advanced God, Top God, Half-Step Super God level, Half-Step Peak Super God level. Along with the completion of the sacrifice, these clansmen turned into flying dust, and the Dragon of Time * Fong's rank was completely stabilized at the peak of the Half-Step Super God rank. Even when these clansmen died, they faced it with a smile. This made Qin Fong feel a heavy weight. What they were thankful for, not him, but the future him. And he? It was the future him who bore the favor, which all needed to be returned. Qin Fong bowed deeply towards the direction where the clansmen had disappeared. "Father God, we understand the heavy burden you are carrying. The safety of the heavenly destiny is all tied to you alone. Father God, we all understand. After preparing for so many years, we are waiting for Father God's words, to go on a journey. After raising our spirits for so long and gaining so many favors from you, now, it's also time for us to pay. Father God, you mustn't have any psychological burden. This is our choice. Mother God, when are you going to marry Father God? We're all waiting." At this moment, even the wood god could not help but blush, her eyes secretly looking at Qin Fong as if she wanted to see his reaction. Qin Fong looked seriously at the wood god and said, "I still have 3,000 years of life left. When the Qin Fong of the past awakens, I might namely die. Are you still willing to be with me?" The wood god stepped forward and took the initiative to hold Qin Fong's hand, saying, 3,000 years of light is already not short. I am willing to accompany you until the collapse of heaven and earth. Qin Fong held the wood god's hand back and said with deep emotion, "Well, when I take back the southeast 3 regions, I will marry you in splendor. Xiner. Mom, I'll wait for you." The wood god nodded her head gently. She believed in Qin Fong. "Qin Fong, I'll help you prepare for the battle." Mom. After saying that, Qin Fong could no longer hold back his inner thoughts. And the half-step peak super god level dragon of time and space traveled throughout the entire long river of time. The long river of time and space seemed to be unable to carry the half-step super god level dragon of time and space. And the waves swept continuously, as if it was extremely bad weather, as if they wanted to force Qin Fong back and prevent him from entering the long river of time. In the end, Qin Fong's huge body finally fell into the long river of time. and this feeling of rejection only diminished a lot. However, Qin Fang also felt that the long river of time was like a narrow river, unable to bear Qin Fang's huge body. This feeling was like locking an adult in a narrow cabinet, and it was difficult to move. Very uncomfortable. The dragon of time and space fiercely scurried out from the river of time and space, hovering above the entire river of time and space. At this moment, his huge body could no longer be hidden from the eyes of the entire Heaven's Destiny half-step super god level, which all landed at this place. A half-step super god level time and space dragon? How is this possible? This is fake, right? What is the situation? A space-time dragon? How could it achieve a half-step super god level all of a sudden? This doesn't seem to be the Divine Beast Clan's dragon of time and space. How come I'm on his body? I feel a trace of the human emperor's aura. As this smattering of words fell, the entire Heaven's Destiny's half-step super god levels all panicked for a minute. It couldn't really be a human emperor. The long river of space and time once again began to riot, seemingly unwelcoming the dragon of space and time. At this time, the true asterisk dragon of time and space appeared and said with a hint of urgency, hurry up and leave this place, or else the long river of time and space will all collapse due to your presence. And at that time, the entire timeline of Heaven's Destiny will be disrupted. Now, the half-step super god level powerhouses of the entire Heaven's Destiny all ate a big melon. This half-step super god level dragon of time and space? Surprisingly, it really was the human emperor. Though, how did he manage to do that? A human emperor? But a blacksmith of a mere primary god. How could he possibly possess a half-step super god level strength doppelganger? This was like a child who had not yet been weaned, wielding a hammerhead of hundreds of Jin, or even thousands of Jin was generally laughable. Something that was completely impossible to discover alright. Qin Fang didn't really the dragon of time and space say much. He controlled the body of the dragon of time and space, and swam continuously towards the downstream of the long river of time. He wanted to take a look at the future. However, along with Qin Fang's movement, the entire surface of the long river of time and space, infinite cracks appeared, seemingly like a piece of jade that was about to shatter. And the storm became even more violent, 1,000 feet high, as if it was capable of destroying everything. The broken fragments of time, constantly slapping in the long river of time, became shattered. The long river of time at the very end even began to collapse. Ever since the long river of time had appeared, this was the most terrifying riot of the long river of time, and the closest to destruction. Buzz, the Heavenly Emperor's magnificent body, was the first to appear, calmly looking towards Qin Fang. I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible, or else if the long river of time collapses, the consequences of this are not something you can afford. The several hidden super god level existences all revealed their figures, only that they all covered their true faces, making it impossible for people to know who they all were. Leave, or else the long river of time will really collapse. Depart. Such voices rang out continuously. These were all super god level existences. As for half-step super god level, it was not yet possible to wade into the river of time. In the end, the evil god's huge body descended on this place, and the super god levels present were suddenly as skinny as their younger brothers. Qin Fang, retreat. Once the long river of time collapses, the past you will awaken in an instant. Qin Fang controlled the body of the time dragon and eventually retreated. As for whether he saw a glimpse of the future, it was anyone's guess. The half-step transcendent god-level dragon of time and space departed, and only then did the long river of time gradually regain its calmness. Time possessed a very magical power, and the wounds sustained just now were being continuously repaired until they were completely new. Qin Fang returned to the heavenly mandate, and immediately declared as the human emperor. Starting today, the human race is at war against the ancient divine race. Please also withdraw from the southeast 3 regions. Or else, when the human race's soldiers come to the city, everything will die. This smattering of words appeared, instantly causing the ancient gods, and causing the entire members of Heaven's Destiny to burst into laughter. The human race? On what basis? Is it hard to rely on these 100 or so deities? With over 3,000 losers? Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. The human race? This kind of weak race. I really don't know what they developed on. Weak and arrogant. The human emperor's head. Has he not been kicked by a donkey? Such words constantly rang out, comparing the human emperor to being unbeatable, but only half-step transcendent god level. Transcendent god level existences showed hesitation in their eyes. A half-step super god level time dragon? Such an existence was enough to shelter the human race from recovering the 3 southeastern regions. If a war really started, under the same level, no half-step super god level would be a match for the human emperor, facing the dragon of time. It seemed that they could only wait for death. What should we do? Should we go to war? Inside the Heavenly Emperor's order, we request to go on an expedition to teach the human race a lesson. I feel like the Northwestern lands? Not bad. I'm going to cooperate with the god of space and bring down the Northwestern lands of the human race. Yes. 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 The human race has the most delicious flavor. I'm going to eat enough this time. Ignorant and fearless beings were everywhere. God of space, these fools. Don't come and get involved. Otherwise, even he have to die too. Chapter 765, Beating a Half-Step Super God Level. Northwest Land. He, the god of space, had managed it with great difficulty, but must not be crumbled by this group of fools. Really retarded at this kind of moment, but also to go and fight hard with the human emperor. The god of space's cold words rang out. The Northwest Land doesn't need your help. I'm able to take down the human race alone. The moment these words came out, even if these gods wanted to get involved again, they had to give up. What's the point of playing with this? I don't care. I'm going to put up a fight anyway. Yes, I'm going to fight the human race as well. The human race is so weak. Why don't we just crush them completely? These deities simply didn't understand. Eternal lifespans hadn't allowed them to grow a little bit of brains, instead becoming even more retarded and cerebral palsy. Divine Beast Clan? What the hell? Right. Even with the help of the Divine Beast Clan, if we completely unseal it, they will have to kneel. Statistics. How many ancient deities have been unsealed? To start a war. This was the thought of all the ancient deities. However, there were also some that keenly sensed something was wrong. Silent, quietly watching. If there were benefits, fish for them. If there were dangers, just retreat. The human race's deities were also a bit baffled in the face of the human emperor's sudden declaration of war, expressing their incomprehension. With the current strength of the human race, even defending the city is a bit insufficient. And the human emperor? How dare you think of pioneering? Your brain isn't terribly sick, is it? These deities access the human emperor seal one after another, indicating their own views. Human emperor seal. The moment the first human emperor successfully advanced to become a half-step super god level, a brand new function was unlocked, imitating the heavenly emperor's decree and opening up the human race's chat function. All the deities of the human race could log onto the human emperor seal and communicate with the human emperor, even as a group. This was what it took to keep up with the times. Human Emperor Eminence? Are you sure you want to go to war with the ancient deity clan? This was the heartbeat of all the deities of the human race. Sorry. They really don't want a big war. The humiliation of the 3 southeastern regions. The wounds inflicted on the human race by the ancient deities? It wasn't even finished licking it yet. If they insist on fighting, what awaits the human race? It would be extinction. Human Emperor. I hope you can think twice. Yes. Human Emperor. What is your bottom line? Can you tell us? Within the seal of the human emperor, dozens of deities spoke in unison, asking Qin Fong. Human Emperor exalt. The human race cannot afford any battles right now. Qin Fong. I advise you not to start any trouble lightly. Even with the help of the divine beasts, we are not strong enough. Besides, the divine beasts clan is not of our kind, and their hearts are bound to be different. It's impossible for you to succeed if you just rely on the seal of the human emperor. If the seal of the human emperor is lost in this way, you will really become a great evil. The prophet god also came to advise Qin Fong not to fight. Now was not the best time. Qin Fong was silent. He did not give any reply. Ding. The elf god race is willing to sign an eternal non-betrayal covenant with the human race, and the 2 sides will be friendly for generations to come. Ding. The bamboo and wood clan wishes to sign a covenant of watchfulness and mutual assistance with the human clan. Ding. The Pendragon clan wishes to sign a never-betrayal pact with the human clan. Ding. The system beeps kept ringing out. A full 10 of them. And the entire heaven's destiny could not help but be surprised. These 10 races? How come I've never heard of them before? The elven god race? Isn't this the race that used to arm wrestle with the heavenly emperor? But didn't I hear that it went extinct? The human race? Thinking that by gathering a few small tribes, they will be able to fight against us? It's really sad. These? Not enough for us to kill. These 10 tribes? Is it really not afraid of death? At a moment like this, it still dares to venture out. Such voices constantly rang out. Even the human race could not help but be baffled. This did not know what was going on at all. Inside the human emperor seal, you and others can just stabilize the 8 directions. Sit back and watch me take back the southeastern 3 regions. The human emperor's magnificent and majestic tall figure descended into the vault of the southeast 3 regions through the dragon of space. All of the 1,000 ancient deities in the southeast region 3 had their brows furrowed slightly as their gigantic deity silhouettes appeared, confronting Qin Fang. At this moment, the national wars didn't even seem to smell good anymore as the eyes of countless players converged on this place. I advise you to leave this place. Otherwise, what awaits you is death. Humble Griffin. Human Emperor? Bullshit human emperor. A primary god's human emperor is still really weak. Here, we are hundreds of top gods. I wonder, Your Excellency? How will you cope? Human Emperor. Since you took the initiative to send yourself to death, then today, you don't have to leave. The ancient deity wrapped Qin Fang's silhouette in it, preventing him from escaping. This time, it seemed like the best time to behead Qin Fang. Qin Fang stood with his arms folded and said, You guys? Do you really think that you're sure of me? Me? Your human emperor seal. We are not afraid. After these words were said, the half-step super god level god of causes and fates descended in the firmament. This was the bottom line of the 3 southeastern regions. In order to prevent the human race from attacking and reclaiming the southeast 3 regions, this place, at the very least, 2 half-step supergod level existences were in attendance. This time, it became a decisive weapon to block my human emperor seal. Yes, my human emperor seal is very strong, capable of summoning the first human emperor at the half-step supergod level to help sit in the town. But the ancient deities in this place are a full 2 half-step supergod level powerhouses. Qin Fang let out a soft sigh and said, The 2 of you look like you're set on me. But your wishful thinking is probably going to come to naught. Where is the Elf God clan? Where is the Bamboo and Wood clan? Where is the Coiling Dragon clan? Qin Fang kept shouting. The 10 clans. He shouted all of them. 8 half-step super god level existences stepped out from the Elven God clan, standing quietly behind Qin Fang, releasing an aura like an abyss or a prison, as if they were able to sink the entire heaven and earth. The Bamboo and Wood clan was slightly weaker. Only 7 half-step super god level existences had stepped out, towering behind Qin Fang, as if they were stone statues, although they appeared to be motionless. But with a glance, it was as if they had fallen into an infernal hell, sinking down into it, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves. The Coiling Dragon clan, the 10 clans, 78 half-step super god level powerhouses, all stood behind Qin Fang, somewhat astringent, somewhat wild. Qin Fang raised his hand and said, This is my world. In the next second, these 78 half-step super god level powerhouses released their aura at the same time, and the King of Causes and the King of Fates instantly felt a terrifying storm that was too much for them to bear, and they continuously retreated. The 3 southeastern districts were even collapsing, becoming fragments and turning into the most basic particles in the heavens and earth. Kill and recover the southeast 3 regions. Qin Fang flicked his fingertips, and these 78 half-step super god levels instantly struck. In 3 breaths, the battle ended. The entire southeast region 3 could no longer perceive any aura of the ancient deities, including the soldiers and whatnot under their seats. All of them were decimated and destroyed. The 3 southeastern districts were restored. The King of Causes and Fates couldn't escape, and were imprisoned in general with the top deities who had been strutting their stuff a moment ago, but were now fleeing, with terrified faces, with 78 half-step transcendent deity level seals that they simply couldn't break free from. Qin Fang condescendingly went to look down on them once again and said, Oops. I see all of you. You're not particularly strong. How did you become my prisoner so quickly? These top gods were truly afraid. In the past, the 9 kings were already very terrifying existences in their minds. and the slightest mishap that angered the 9 kings would mean that they would suffer extinction. But now, there were 78 existences at the level of the 9 kings. Wasn't that bullshit? As for the 2 9 kings, they were also shocked, feeling that things were out of their expectations. Is it real? Why did it feel so false? Even after becoming a prisoner, it still felt fake. Human Emperor, where did you get these tricks? This little trick of yours can fool others, but can't fool me. I am. Ha ha ha. These deities didn't believe it. So Qin Fong threw the Elf King a wink. Snap. It was no more difficult for the Elf King to pinch an ancient deity alive than it was to pinch an ant. Continue. Snapping. The Elf King crushed 7 or 8 ancient deities in a row. All of them were top god existences. And the Elf King didn't pinch them to death randomly, but used a special rule power to cut them off from above the origin. Even if they could be resurrected. But the ones that reappeared? It was no longer them. Each of the top gods had endured extreme pain before they died. The King of Causes and Fruits, Are you sure you want to make a grudge against us? If you are willing to spare us, Fate and we can spare you. The King of Fate also added. Right. Qin Fong? You have to think about this national war. With these words, it clearly took on a hint of threat. The corners of Qin Fong's mouth revealed a smirk as he said, Do you know what I hate the most? The King of Causes and Fruits clearly sensed a hint of something wrong. Qin Fong said, What I hate the most is when people threaten me. Saying this, 78 half-step transcendent god-level existences lashed out at the same time, completely tearing the God of Causes apart. From their level of the origin, tearing apart his consciousness. Even if he was resurrected again, he would no longer be him. The King of Fate was silenced at the side, not daring to say a word. This scene was seen by the entire 10,000 races of heavenly destiny. And the look of horror on their faces? Couldn't hide it in any way. What is this? 78 half-step super god levels? Where did all these super god levels come from? Why are they in cahoots with the human race? Right. The mechanical Buddha race is strong. But it seems like they have to kneel in front of this powerful race. Scary. Scary. Really scary. The ancient deity clan, this time, is mentioning steel plates. The ancient deity's clan only has 9 half-step super god levels. And the human emperor's side? That's a full 78. Wow. Look! The King of Causes and Fates has been killed. In all these years, I've never seen the 9 kings die. I wonder if the 9 kings can still be resurrected after they die. The players of Heaven's Destiny were abuzz about this. The ancient divine race, within the heavenly emperor's decree, fell into a deathly silence, as if it had fallen into the ice fields of the far north. Human emperor? How? This was the deity that had once screamed the fiercest. And at this moment, he? The most abashed. Afraid of being liquidated by me. The human race? How can you contact such a powerful 10 races? No. These 10 races? Where exactly did it come from? Don't recognize it. But it can only cower. Within the heavenly emperor's decree, no more gods propose to fight the human race to the death. A situation like this? The human race not taking the initiative to exterminate the ancient deity clan? This was all good. Why don't we make peace with the human race? For the sake of so many years. Maybe we'll be able to make peace with each other. I'd rather be sealed again. Right. I haven't broken through the seal yet. For a while, the deities who hadn't yet broken through their seals had strengthened their seals on their own, unwilling to face such a powerful human race. Who could think this backwards? The ancient 10,000 races, the first to show their submission with the human race. The human race? Truly nothing but the first race of heaven's mandate. I knew that the human race was the strongest. I, the wolf spider race, am willing to submit. That's right. My 9 rabbit clan is also willing to submit to the human clan. I, the Yin Wang clan, declare that since ancient times, we are an inseparable part of the human clan. This was the attitude of the 10,000 races. The moment the human race was strong, these collectively submitted. The moment the human race was weak, they left again in droves. As for the human race itself, honestly, whether it's a high-end deity, or even babbling children, all of them revealed shocked colors. They themselves couldn't believe it. They weren't even sure why the reinforcements from the human race were able to be so strong. This was simply strong beyond measure. 78 half-step super god levels? Who would dare to think that? One half-step super god level of the human race? That's all it takes to ensure that the human race's legacy remains intact. Now, there are so many more allies? Didn't this mean that the human race could walk sideways? Qin Fang summoned the half-step super god level dragon of time and space, and cast the art of time, as he continuously sped up the King of Fate's time, as if he wanted to take a look at the future from within his eyes. The scenery within the King of Fate's eyes constantly changed, as if time was constantly being lost. Qin Fang kept watching, and eventually, he captured a glimpse of the future. In the eyes of the King of Fate, the future Qin Fang died in battle. This, Qin Fang found it hard to believe. Could it be that the future was really set, and could not be changed? The breath of the King of Fate weakened, and he eventually blew himself up. The power of time and the power of destiny continuously flowed through his body. And in the end, the collision between the two forces caused the King of Destiny to completely die as well. 9 kings? This was a half-step super god level existence. Although the Heavenly Raccoon had also helped them build the Abyss. But then, the time it took to be resurrected was unlimitedly prolonged. And it had to be 3 million years at the very least. Pouring? The yellow flowers and vegetables are cold. Blue Star. Sky City. The detachment of the King of Causes and Fruits sought out Xue Qing'er and questioned her about the fact that I had destroyed his original. This matter? How should it be accounted for? If you don't give an explanation. This matter? Can't get through it. Xue Qing'er glanced at the King of Karma's eyes were filled with an expression of caring for the retarded. Your original body was killed? Keeping you? What use is there for it? Is it hard to watch you add to my problems? As the words fell, Xue Qing'er wouldn't be able to pinch the King of Causes' doppelganger to death without blowing off steam. Before throwing her eyes on the King of Fate's doppelganger, the King of Fate's doppelganger immediately fell to his knees and crawled to Xue Qing'er's side, humbly kissing her paws and asking her to forgive herself that everything was his fault. Xue Qing'er was very flattered by this, and thus forgave the so-called King of Fate's doppelganger. However, Xue Qing'er couldn't help but murmur. Qin Fang this is. Where did he draw on such a strong force from? Chapter 766 The Fifth Heavenly Emperor's Secret Schemes. Xue Qing'er expressed her disbelief at this. The power of this force far exceeded her knowledge. It simply couldn't exist. Mind you, even if he had died so many times in his life, Xue Qing'er was as if she was a time passer, constantly watching and checking. Qin Fang? When did he make a deal with this force? If this was a deal? Qin Fang in this? What was the price paid? Xue Qing'er began to think wildly. She even wanted to return to Heaven's mandate and ask Qin Fang about it face to face. However, in the end, Xue Qing'er still held back. Now, it wasn't enough to startle the snakes. How could Xue Qing'er think? Qin Fang had returned to the past, successfully befriended Mu Xian, and the two of them were in love with each other, and would be getting married in the near future. The 78 half-step super god levels had crushed all the ancient deities. Qin Fang officially declared, the 3 southeast regions. Return to the human race. Retaliation from the ancient deity clan was welcome at any time. At this moment, the human races in the southeast region 3 that had not withdrawn in the first place, and had been enslaved by the ancient deities were each filled with tears. What? The human emperor actually came to rescue us? I've heard some of this new human emperor's deeds before, but I never thought that it would be so quick. Awesome. Truly awesome. The human race. My Southeast Region 3? It's returned again. Whoa. This day. I've waited for too long. Don't make a fool of yourself. It's less than half a year in total. When these words came out, some crying voices came to an abrupt end. Right. Half a year of light? It's less than that. Brothers, since the 3 southeastern districts have been restored, are we going to punish the traitors? No matter where. As long as the human race is enslaved, traitors will appear amongst the human race, helping the slave masters and working together to enslave the human race. Kill. Must be killed. Gods killed? Not even as many as these traitors have killed. I'll strike now. Not killing wasn't enough to spread the anger of the people. So, blood erupted once again. Qin Fang, in regards to this, directly asked 70 half-step super god levels to help out with great efficiency. The Heavenly Emperor watched silently at this scene, not saying a word. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, a deathly silence fell. After an incense stick was burnt, The Heavenly Emperor voiced out. Ancient deity clan. Go into full hibernation and avoid the front of the human clan. When he said this, the Heavenly Emperor was very powerless. And it was a hopeless move. 78 half-step super god levels? That was simply more than the number of half-step super god levels in the entire Heavenly Destiny combined. How could it be messed up? Furthermore, 2 of the ancient deities had already died. Would the remaining 7 kings still dare to fight? Can they still fight? Hibernate? This is the best method. Investigate. Whoever can find out the followers of this batch of half-step super god levels. Bestow the throne. 7th king. Keep a low profile lately, lest you be blocked by the human emperor. Tianyang town. From the gods to the people. All of them were very excited in their hearts. Just because? The human emperor was from their town. Ding. Big congratulations for Tianyang town today. Ding. Congratulations to the human emperor. System beeps sounded one after another. And the rewards continued. The human emperor is mighty. President is mighty. Boss is mighty. The 3 southeastern districts. Was this a light recovery? In the eyes of the older generation of deities, the 3 southeastern districts would at the very least require the efforts of 3 generations. And only after the human race's deities had achieved thousands of positions would they be able to successfully reclaim them. Who knew? The human emperor's speed was surprisingly so fast that he actually advanced this speed by 1,000 times. For a time, the human emperor had truly become the emperor of the human race. And from the old man down to the children, between the streets and fields, all of them were passing on Qin Fang's mighty name, and had even compiled songs for people to sing. Ding. Your reputation value plus 100. Ding. Your reputation value plus 100. Ding. Your reputation value plus 100. Such voices beside Qin Fang's ears kept ringing. And it didn't take long for Qin Fang's reputation value to reach the heights of the 8th human emperor, with 50% of the populace recognizing the human emperor from the bottom of their hearts. Recognizing him. Within the Heavenly Emperor order, it was suddenly inexplicably lively again. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor? I guess it's not okay. I can feel the seal loosening. I guess the human emperor is coming to execute me. Heavenly Emperor coronation. I'm going to die. I hate it. Why did I reinforce the seal just now? Crap. These half-step super god levels? Shameless. Half-step super god level? How dare they strike at us? Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. Help. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, noisy voices continued to ring out. But they only said so many 2 or 3 sentences. I.e., they fell silent. The Heavenly Emperor heard and understood. And so did the other deities. This was the human emperor's attempt to wipe out the ancient deities, going so far as to send 78 extremely powerful half-step super god level powerhouses to strike one after another, laying their hands on the sealed ancient deities in the middle of the human race's territory, in an attempt to wipe them out completely. Qin Fang, these dregs have been amongst the human race for far too long. It's time to completely remove this rubbish. The 78 half-step super god level existences were like locusts crossing the border. Only what they ate. Merely ancient deities. Each of the beheaded ancient deities was like an egg with its yolk shaken off, unable to be resurrected for at least 1,000,000 years. This was the use of the origin rules. As for the ancient deities that controlled the power of time, they were uniformly imprisoned, waiting for Qin Fang to send them down. These 78 half-step transcendent god levels were fast. The Heavenly Emperor knew in his heart that he could no longer be a shrinking violet. Otherwise, he, along with the entire ancient deity clan, would become a joke. The Heavenly Emperor condensed a shadow, as if it was substantial, and descended in front of Qin Fang, saying in a slightly tired manner, "My ancient deity clan is willing to restrain and withdraw from the fight with your human clan. I wonder, what price do we need to pay before we can make you stop?" Qin Fang silently looked towards the Heavenly Emperor. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, thinking about those years when he was weak, merely hearing the name of the Heavenly Emperor. With his abundant imagination, he felt his body trembling and seemed to be crushed to death. And then he was slightly stronger, because forging the Heavenly Emperor divine artifact and personally sensing the strength of the Heavenly Emperor allowed him to know his own insignificance and understand that he was merely a pawn who was able to take advantage of anyone. Along with the passage of time again, he didn't know when, Qin Fang had already been unable to bear any fear of the Heavenly Emperor. Until now, he had been able to face the Heavenly Emperor directly, not panicking in the slightest. and was on par with the Heavenly Emperor. Who knew about the sorrows of this journey? The Heavenly Emperor looked calm and ordinary, as if he was an old man next door. Qin Fang looked at the Heavenly Emperor blandly and said, "After so many years of hatred between the two clans, you want to dissolve it so lightly? Do you think it's possible?" The Heavenly Emperor's emotions were slightly shaken, forcibly suppressing his emotions. He said, "Everything in this world has a bargaining chip. And the failure to talk is simply because there is not enough of a bargaining chip. So go ahead and say, what do you want?" Qin Fang modeled himself after the plague Dharma god and started to make tea, signaling the Heavenly Emperor to take his seat. The Heavenly Emperor was anxious in his heart. How could I have any free time to drink tea with you? In a single cup of tea, the ancient deities under his command might all be dead. Looking at Qin Fang's childish techniques again, the Heavenly Emperor could not help but say, "You? It's far worse than the pestilence Dharma god's tea-making techniques. Besides, you are what you are. Why would you want to learn from the plague Dharma god?" Qin Fang's mind was in turmoil, but he still managed to finish reluctantly, saying, "Please also ask the Heavenly Emperor to take a small seat, and wait until all the ancient deities within the human race's realm have died out. Then you and I will talk again." The Heavenly Emperor was a bit bewildered all of a sudden. He seemed to have pushed the human emperor a bit. This kid? The heart of the heart was a bit small. A quarter of an hour. 78 half-step super god levels returned, standing behind Qin Fang like guards, glaring angrily at the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor expressed that he did not care. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, all of them were now dead except for the 7 kings, as well as the god of death, and the star god, who had begun their resurrection journey. The Heavenly Emperor exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, "Human Emperor, since you're rushing to kill all of them, I, the ancient deity clan, don't need to talk about moral righteousness. You have to know? The 7 kings plus I whose bonds have been removed are such a headache-inducing force. Just you wait. From today onwards, you will not be able to live in peace." The Heavenly Emperor whisked his sleeves and prepared to leave with boundless fury. When he returned again, it was estimated that the human race would have to die a large number of deaths. Qin Fang smiled at the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "Doesn't the Heavenly Emperor coronation want to know? The 4 Heavenly Emperors of the past? Where have they all gone? Don't you want to know? How to achieve beyond the super god level?" Qin Fang's words carried an extremely seductive nature. The Heavenly Emperor stopped at once, sat down expressionlessly, and took a sip of the tea that Qin Fang had just poured. Qin Fang said nonchalantly, "I used to be the elder brother of the first Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Raccoon. The god of space should also address me as elder brother. And we cultivated together at Mount Qixia." The Heavenly Emperor first let out a laugh of shame, then thought of Qin Fang's doppelganger, the dragon of time and space, and immediately closed his mouth. Not to mention, this kid? It was still really possible, using the dragon of time and space to return to the past. The Heavenly Emperor had already brainstormed everything. The scepter of the Heavenly Emperor in your hand also has something to do with me, as well. Seeing that Qin Fang's words couldn't stop, the Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but interrupt him, saying, "I'm quite pressed for time. Are we getting down to business? All of this has to start from the past me. Now, Blue Star has the resources to achieve the super god level." Qin Fang informed the Heavenly Emperor of all he knew, word for word. And as for how the Heavenly Emperor chose, it was not for him to decide. The Heavenly Emperor was silent for a long time. He really hadn't thought that in the middle. There were so many twists and turns. He looked at Qin Fang and said, "Human Emperor? You're telling me all this? What does it mean?" Qin Fang once again poured a cup of tea for the Heavenly Emperor. He said, "I don't want to give Shui Qinger the super god's heart of Blue Star. And there are many parts of this history that are false. So I want to re-twist it back, or even change some of it." The 5th Heavenly Emperor. To be honest, he was already late and had already missed the train. But Qin Fang still wanted to give him a position. Why? Because his strength was low. The titular Heavenly Emperor was only at the super god level of strength. Such strength seemed strong. But how can I trust you? I feel like you're trying to make me cannon fodder. The human race, all of them are untrustworthy. The Heavenly Emperor was still cautious, not seeing a rabbit before he saw it. I can give you specific coordinates. I know the location of the last copy of the heart of the super god. Qin Fang had just finished saying this, when the Heavenly Emperor's original body suddenly crushed space and stepped out from the other end, his face full of rampage as he laughed. Human Emperor. You're still too naive. Do you really think that I don't understand this part of history? I'm waiting for you is this sentence from you all. This was the Heavenly Emperor's own body, directly descending to this place. Snap. The Heavenly Emperor's original waved his hand, and the 78 half-step super god levels present were all sanctioned, making it difficult for them to move in place. This was the might of the super god level. In front of a super god level, even a half-step super god level, it was also merely an ant. A brilliant light flashed within the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor. This hibernation for so many years was finally going to succeed. This was the Heavenly Emperor, the only one who had the will to be the only one to be the only one. He looked at Qin Fang with disdain and great pity, saying, "Do you know why the god of time is unwilling to return to the heavenly mandate? It's because of what I told her. That the power to achieve the super god level exists in the blue star. And this silly girl, who even believed it, actually stayed in the blue star for so many years. Unfortunately, her luck is not very good. So many years, without any gains. Human Emperor. I'm telling you now, what exists in the blue star is not at all the heart of any super god, but the heart of the cosmic level. If used, it will surely be able to achieve beyond the super god level. Do you know what this means? It means blue stars past? At the very least, it's a cosmic civilization of level 6 or above. Qin Fang. Human Emperor? You mustn't treat all of them as fools. I see you? It's only a bit stupid. Stupidity. Even though I have known for a long time that you are a bit retarded. But at today's glance, you really are still retarded. Forget it. I'll take pity on you and inform you of all the causes and consequences. This one copy of a universe-level power only exists in 6 copies. The first Heavenly Emperor got a copy, and is also the good second brother you are talking about. Now I don't know where he is hiding. As for his strength, I reckon it's at least a half-step universe level at the very least. The third Heavenly Emperor got a copy, and is also hiding it somewhere unknown. The fourth Heavenly Emperor got a copy, and is also hiding it. Finally, then, there is the Plague Dharma God, the evil god. That's already 4 copies of universe-level power. For the remaining 2 copies, the future you managed to take one, while the last one was taken by the past you. Isn't that shocking? Why do I know so much? The Heavenly Emperor unabashedly spat on Qin Fang's intelligence. Huh? Just this? Still dare to play with him? Die without even knowing how? Such as if it's a mere portion of super god level power? Is it worth our 5 celestial emperors front and back? I just bullshitted with you so much. Can I guess that what you said are all lies? And you know the location of the last copy? Simply retarded. Guess what I believe? The information I want is that the Plague Dharma God is really dead. Thank you, Qin Fang. This information is very important to me. These 6 copies of the power of the cosmic level, when integrated into a deity, can help them achieve the cosmic level. However, if they die, the power of this one copy will also fall out and be picked up and absorbed again. This is my chance. Forget it. The Qin Fang of the past didn't kill you. It's better to let me do it. After all, your intelligence is really touching. It's better not to waste the air. Go to hell, Human Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor suddenly turned extremely crazy, stretching out his hand, about to crush Qin Fang to death. However, as soon as the Heavenly Emperor's original body made his move, he suddenly felt an even more powerful force suddenly lock onto him, making him feel frozen in space and unable to move. Surprise and fear appearing in his eyes. No. How is it possible? Chapter 767 Confessions of the Balanced Heavenly Emperor. This was Woodheart striking out. Woodheart, whose strength had long since reached the 8th rank of the super god level, easily subdued the 5th Heavenly Emperor, who was also at the super god level, but was only 2 ranks. And the 2, for sure, were not an order of magnitude of existence. The Heavenly Emperor struggled to struggle. Heaven and earth visions constantly appeared. The 9 hells, the 33 heavenly palaces, thousands of deity shadows, constantly attacked. However, no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to break free from Mu Xion's palm, being captured in it. Difficult to move. The Heavenly Emperor looked towards Qin Fang with a hint of fear on his face. This brat? It seemed to be tougher than he had imagined. He also looked at the stunning woman behind Qin Fang. and was puzzled in his heart. When did this kind of strong person appear in heaven's destiny? How come he never knew about it? Who could have thought? This brat was hiding such a backhand. Insidious. Truly insidious. It looked like his perception of the human emperor in the beginning was all wrong. This brat is not simple. Qin Fang stood up, dusted off the stained dust, exhaled a breath, and looked at the heavenly emperor flatly, saying, "Thank you, heavenly emperor, for your generosity in explaining to me, which has allowed me to understand a lot about the history of the blue planet, and the history of the heavenly mandate." This was a bureau. From beginning to end, it was a setup, the purpose of which was to lure the fifth heavenly emperor in. Qin Fang's understanding of the past was too little, which made him how to fight back, and he had no choice but to let the fifth celestial emperor enter the game, and with the help of his mouth, know some of the history. At first, Qin Fang was doubtful. This fifth heavenly emperor? Would he know too little and waste this bureau of his? Who had thought that this fifth heavenly emperor is also the olding goods? He knows everything clearly, but is just hibernating it. Even when Qin Fang ordered 78 half-step super god levels to crush all the gods to death, the heavenly emperor did not appear. Even if he appeared, he pretended to beg for peace, so that Qin Fang would continue to underestimate him, only to be in a constant state of condescension. Only when, after 3 attempts, the heavenly emperor was certain that the plague Dharma god was truly dead, did he make a bold move, wanting to kill this foolish human emperor in one fell swoop. In this, perhaps it was because the heavenly emperor knew that Qin Fang was too stupid and had told him quite a few secrets. This secret was what Qin Fang wanted to hear. For this reason, he did not hesitate to risk his life. The heavenly emperor also understood everything in an instant. It was only that both sides had gained something, and since he knew Qin Fang's true colors, it wasn't too much of a loss. Qin Fang. Who is this? Aren't you going to introduce them? The corners of Qin Fang's mouth brought on a sweet smile as he said, "This is my fiancé. From the endless forest, Mu Xian." The heavenly emperor inexplicably widened his eyes, rather in disbelief, and eventually exclaimed, "Qin Fang, you are awesome." At this moment, how could he not understand? The endless forest, a forbidden land that even the first, second, third, and fourth heavenly emperors had not been able to bring down after millions of years of constant endeavor. This place could definitely be considered one of the most powerful and mysterious regions. Who knew? Was this actually under Qin Fang's command? A super god level? 78 half-step super god levels? The strength of this strand? No wonder. This kid returned to the ancient times? Just what other layouts did he leave behind? No. Other forbidden places? Did it also have something to do with Qin Fang? The fifth heavenly emperor couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Qin Fang continued, "Heavenly emperor, you and I don't need to be in a state of ink. How about this? If you tell me everything you know, I'll let you live. I, Qin Fang, am a man of my word." The heavenly emperor pondered for a while, and glanced at Woodheart again. Mu Xian spread his hands, indicating that he would listen to Qin Fang in everything. The heavenly emperor's eyes dripped, as he seemed to understand what Qin Fang wanted. In this way, the heavenly emperor said, "Qin Fang, I hope you can keep your word. Where do I start? Well, I know. Why don't we start with my identity? I am the fifth heavenly emperor of the ancient divine spirit race. Qin Fang, do you know my essence? Do you know which rule I am the embodiment of?" Qin Fang shook his head, started the fire once again, cooked tea, and listened quietly. "I was born at the end of the third heavenly emperor. That is, about 2 million years ago. And I was once a weak deity as well. But the rule I control is quite something, balance. It is a rule that is not weaker than fate, karma, or even stronger than them. My ability is to force balance. Even if his strength exceeds mine, I'm able to match his strength. But unfortunately, the strength can't be more than 3 orders above me, or it will fail." Mu Xian nodded her head. Just now she felt an aura of force balance that seemed to lower her strength and flow into the heavenly emperor's body. But because of the weaker rules of this aura, it was dispersed by her casually, which ultimately led to the failure. Instead of joining the heavenly court, I continued to cultivate alone, constantly raising my strength. And in the end, I became a top balance god, and also possessed the initial ability to defend myself. and I just wanted to take a look at the greatness of the heavenly destiny. But who knows? As soon as I came out of the mountains, I came across the heavenly court's internal turmoil. The third heavenly emperor inexplicably disappeared into thin air, causing the heavenly court to be leaderless. And this heavenly emperor's position, whoever wanted to be it. So a great melee broke out. At that time, I was young and vigorous. Plus my strength was small. So I also joined this rebellion, wanting to fight for the position of the heavenly emperor. Top god. I thought I was strong. But facing the 9 kings? Still as if they were ants. They were. At that time. That is, half-step super god level strength. Luckily, their eyes didn't fall on my body. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that they would have died on the spot. This battle was fought for a full 1,000 years. Straight to the point where the heavenly court collapsed and fell into the heavens. Everything became extinct. And the heavens crumbled. But there was no winner or loser. And in the end, the fourth heavenly emperor, the Chaos Giant God, appeared and put an end to everything. Qin Fong muttered, Chaos Giant God? Why does it feel like I've heard of it before? The heavenly emperor added, Chaos Giant God? This is a legendary race. According to the rumors, it is the bloodline left behind by the overwhelmingly powerful person who opened up this side of the heavens and earth. Possessing unspeakable might in every move, he appeared out of thin air all of a sudden. And no one knows where he came from. However, at that time, the Chaos Giant's strength reached the super god level. With his own strength, he managed to suppress the 9 kings plus endless deities, and managed to ascend to the position of heavenly emperor. Under the coercion of the Chaos Giant God, I joined the heavenly court and built a brand new heavenly court alongside other deities, even fabricating races once again to create brand new beings. Some deities were in love with the old and created races that were still the same as before. But others created completely new races. In short, the heavenly destiny continent once again regained its vitality. The Chaos Giant God was not keen on the control of the heavenly court. He seemed to be looking for something. At that time, I didn't know. And it was only when I achieved the moment of the heavenly emperor that I realized that what he was looking for was the manuscript left behind by the first heavenly emperor, a record of how to achieve the cosmic level. This copy of the record? Only those who have become heavenly emperors have the right to look through it. The fourth heavenly emperor should have found it. After the Chaos Giant God achieved the fourth heavenly emperor, he once communicated with the 4 ancient races. But no one knows what they exchanged, except that after they finished talking, the entire heavenly destiny entered a developmental period of 100,000 years of peace and quiet. I also managed to use this period of time to advance to become a half-step super god level. The heavenly emperor sat down opposite Qin Fong, picked up the hot tea, and drank it all in one go, as if he was reminiscing about something. After achieving the half-step super god level, I was named the 10th king of the ancient deities. But at the same time, I also felt the sorrow of the 9 kings. After my strength was promoted to become a half-step super god level, there was surprisingly no further growth. No matter how hard I cultivated, no matter what methods I used, I was unable to survive close to it. And so, we 10 kings often got together to discuss how we could achieve the super god level, and what secrets were hidden within. In this way, time passed once again for 100,000 years, with no gains for us. In the end, I realized, what is it about not being able to break through to the super god level? But it's just a restriction that the first heavenly emperor put on us. This dog? It really isn't human. Marred. The 5th heavenly emperor laughed continuously, filled with mockery of the heavenly raccoon. But there was also a meaningful smile. Qin Fong, do you know what the abyss is that allows deities to remain immortal? Qin Fong pondered for a while and said, I don't know. But with such a great benefit, the cost must be great as well. The celestial emperor said, this abyss of immortality is a restriction for deities. A restriction of the heavenly Tao. Again, I have to marvel at the whims of the first heavenly emperor, the heavenly raccoon, as well as the hands-on ability of the amazing celestial, daring to think and act, worthy of being the majestic lord who unified the divine spirits of heavenly destiny. No one knows how heavenly raccoon managed to do this. He was able to communicate with the will of heaven and earth, opening up the abyss and allowing the divine spirit's origin to rest on the rules of heaven and earth. If such rules do not dissipate, then the deity will not die. And even if it is killed, it will be able to consume the power of the rules to recover within a very short period of time. this rule of heaven and earth. Although it is a kind of protection, at the same time, it is also a great restriction. Firstly, the highest strength of a deity that possesses the divine spirit abyss shall not exceed the half-step transcendent God level. Because if you reach the transcendent God level, you will be able to take charge of the rules of this article, instead of being controlled by the rules of this article. Secondly, it's my guess, and I don't know if it's true. These divine spirit abyss, it will devour the origin of these deities and strengthen itself. Even a half-step super god level is no exception. Only, I'm a little confused as to what the use of the rule power constantly growing is. It wasn't until I connected the first heavenly emperor to the power of rules that I somewhat understood. You say? Could these rule powers be transformed by the heavenly raccoons? The heavenly raccoon is the so-called will of heaven and earth. With this one argument, even Qin Fang could not help but be startled. And then she began to ponder the feasibility of it. Hee. You really don't say. There really was that slight possibility. When the heavenly emperor saw Qin Fang pondering, he did not disturb her. It wasn't until Qin Fang said to continue that the heavenly emperor spoke. In order to break through to the super god level, one can only ruthlessly sever the connection between oneself and the rules, and then employ stronger means to reconnect your bond with this rule, and eventually succeed in mastering the rules of this one, which will enable you to break through. This matter? It's easy to say, but to do? It's hard. Throughout the ages, it's estimated that I'm the only one who has succeeded. This method? I also once told the other 9 kings. But they? Don't believe it. Or maybe there are some deeper other considerations. By the way, the last god of causes and fates, this unlucky person, had once experimented with it and eventually died. And 1,000,000 years ago, the brand new king of causes and fates, who had just been birthed, died again because he provoked you? Died again. By the looks of it, his luck really isn't good anymore. In the 400,000th year of the 4th heavenly emperor's reign as heaven's destiny, I managed to ascend to the super god level. I was spirited. I wanted to fight the chaos giant god and compete for the heavenly emperor's position. Who knew? When I stepped into the 33rd heavenly court, the chaos giant had long disappeared, leaving behind only a letter, as well as the heavenly emperor's scepter, and the heavenly emperor's seal. The celestial emperor's scepter, which is an aggregation of rules, can help control the life and death of these deities, even at the half-step super god level. Now, I realize how terrifying the heavenly raccoon is to be able to control everything with just the scepter. The seal of the heavenly emperor. This is the credentials of the heavenly emperor's orthodoxy, as well as the path to becoming a heavenly emperor, similar to your seal of the human emperor. Shucks. Your seal of the human emperor. That is, it was forged in imitation of the seal of the heavenly emperor. Internal? Only the virtual shadow of the second heavenly emperor exists. This also proves from the side, the second heavenly emperor is dead. The other 3 heavenly emperors are all still alive. At that time, I was in line with you now. Although I had achieved the heavenly emperor, although I was complacent, although I was high above the rest, I didn't know anything about it. I spent 100,000 years in a muddled manner, and even though my reputation had reached the extreme, I was very uneasy. The source of this uneasiness, namely, where have the first 3 heavenly emperors gone? Will they return again? After their return, my position as heavenly emperor? Will it still be secure? With such thoughts in mind, I began a journey in search of history. I want to piece together from amongst the fragments of history. Amongst these heavenly emperors? What exactly happened to them? Why did they all disappear? Where did they all go? Will they ever return? Finally, the emperor's heaven was not disappointed, and based on the information I consulted, I surmised the clues. That is, the truth of the universe level. Ever since I was promoted to become a super god level, I namely thought that the super god level was the pinnacle, and could not go any further. But the truth tells me that above the super god level, there's also the cosmic level. These heavenly emperors, they all go after the cosmic level. They all want to transcend this piece of the world. The first time I left the heavenly orders and watched them in the middle of the universe, I was shocked. Is this the full picture of heaven's mandate? It turned out that even if I had achieved heavenly emperor, I was still so small. Thus, I also established achieving the cosmic level as my lifelong goal. I probed into the secrets of the so-called blue star. However, just as I was about to strike, the human race suddenly awakened, and a succession of super god level and even universe level powerhouses appeared, which completely disrupted my layout. And in the end, I was sealed by the plague Dharma god. In a flash, 1,000,000 years of light has passed, and the splendor that belonged solely to the human race is falling. Qin Fang, do you want to know how glorious the human race was during the plague Dharma god's era? That was truly a great age that belonged exclusively to the human race. Really, I suggest that if you have the time, you must return to the past to take a look. The Heavenly Emperor? Surprisingly, he was reminiscing about this era. Any era is like the tide. There are ups and downs. It is impossible for a dynasty of 10,000 lifetimes to emerge. Alright, Qin Fang, after telling you so much, I hope you were able to gain something. Chapter 768 Qin Fang's Grand Marriage. Qin Fang stood up and bowed towards the 5th Celestial Emperor, saying, "Thank you, Celestial Emperor, for clearing up my confusion. I have finally filled in the gaps in this part of history." This caused the Heavenly Emperor to be very surprised and said with a smile, "Qin Fang, you really are a wonderful person." Qin Fang smiled faintly and vocalized, "Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. I know that there are some truths mixed in with your words, but it has already brought me not far from the truth. By the way, your true self? Got it?" Qin Fang's sudden words caused the Heavenly Emperor's body to stiffen, squeezing out a smile and saying, "Qin Fang, what are you talking about?" "I don't know." Qin Fang laughed and said, "Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. All of you are foxes of 1,000 years. Don't pretend. Could it be that you have been cultivating bitterly for millions of years? Has my father's strength only reached the 3rd stage of the super god level? Who are you fooling? This is too fake." The Heavenly Emperor eyed Qin Fang's unflinching demolition and said, "You brat. I really underestimated you. To be able to guess my true strength?" Qin Fang said, "It's not that hard to guess. After all, your strength? It's right where it's placed. Besides, if you're acting, please act a little better. It's too fake. Forget it. Let's not mention this matter. The cosmic level heart? Got it?" The Heavenly Emperor shook his head and said, "How could it be that easy? My true essence probed the blue star 3 times, but there are still no traces of it." Qin Fang said again, "The 1st Heavenly Emperor? Traces of the 3rd Heavenly Emperor? The 4th Heavenly Emperor? Any detections?" The 5th Heavenly Emperor continued to shake his head and said, "These 1,000,000-year-old tortoises. Each and every one of them is hiding too deeply." Qin Fang nodded his head, letting Mu Xian loosen this false principle of the Heavenly Emperor and said, "Senior, I'm sorry for what I did just now. In a few days, I will be getting married to Xian. If you are free at that time, you are welcome to come and observe the ceremony." In the face of Qin Fang's gracious invitation, how could the Heavenly Emperor refuse it? And bluntly said, "Yes, I will definitely be there." These two? No one ever mentioned the so-called ancient deities again, as if they didn't exist at all. The 5th Heavenly Emperor left. Qin Fang looked at Mu Xian and inquired, "Xian, what do you think of the Heavenly Emperor's words just now? What percentage of them can be believed?" Mu Xian pondered for a while and gave an answer. "About 70%. I am able to ensure that it is correct. But the remaining 30%, I guess he made it up in order to interfere with our sight." Qin Fang said, "Well, it's pretty much the same as what I thought. This old fox, still powerful." Even though Qin Fang had the historical accumulation of past years, he was no match for these old foxes. The 5th Heavenly Emperor returned, and the evaluation of Qin Fang in his mind skyrocketed, from the stupidity at the beginning, to the level of being difficult to deal with. This brat really underestimated him all. This time, it was the Heavenly Emperor who had underestimated him, and that was why he had suffered such a great loss. Blue Star. The 5th Heavenly Emperor's original figure coalesced out of nothingness, looked in the direction of heaven's destiny, and muttered, "Qin Fang? Sure enough, someone who came out of a 9th level world. It can't be that simple. Even if it's a remnant localized with a blue star, it's not to be underestimated." The Heavenly Emperor finished speaking and got busy once again. This share of the cosmic level heart, he was determined to win. As for the death or life of the ancient deity clan, what did it have to do with him? It was nothing more than a bunch of pawns. Besides, the so-called ancient divine race? Who could guarantee that it wasn't a race created by others? Qin Fong looked at Mu Xian and said, Xian, once upon a time. History? What was it like? Mu Xian's eyes were like stars as she looked at Qin Fong and said, I don't know much about the history of the past. After all, for so many years, I have never left the endless forest. Qin Fong nodded his head and simply stopped asking, saying, Xian, 3 days later, I will marry you and promise you a future of 3,000 years. Mu Xian nodded with a slight hint of shyness. Ding. Starting from today, the scourge of the ancient gods is completely cleared. The human race will enter a brand new era. Ding. Starting from today. Ding. The system beeps kept ringing out, causing the entire human race to suddenly boil over. Did you guys see that just now? The 78 personal guards of the human emperor's coronation have completely eradicated the ancient deities underneath the ground of my Tanxing city. Not just you guys. The ancient deities in the underground of our large towns have also been eradicated. Human emperor is bullish. The human emperor is mighty. Long live the human emperor. Holy shit. Why do I feel like I'm not playing the same game as Qin Fong? This brat? Surprisingly so strong? The voices of the players kept ringing out. The most excited? None other than the NPCs of Heaven's Destiny. After so many years of looking forward to something, a male lord had finally appeared and succeeded in accomplishing this great event. The heyday is coming. It seems like we're going to return to the Plague Dharma God era. Human Emperor me. Truly a generation of majestic lords. The human race, once again, stands at the peak of the 10,000 races. Cool. Really cool. Every single human clan member was as if they had drunk a bottle of ice water on a 3-volt day. It was very refreshing. It had been so many years. Although the human race still nominally said that they had suppressed the ancient deity clan. But, in the end, the human race had still declined awe. And quite a few races were foolishly trying to drive the human race off the #1 throne. Now, because of me, they dream on. The human race will always be the strongest. The ancient 10,000 races, all of them sensing the deaths of the ancient deities within the human race's territory, directed another wave of rainbow farts at the human emperor of the human race. Groveling, they requested the human emperor to be gracious and remove the ancient deities within their territories as well. As for this, if it was an ordinary human emperor, he would definitely agree to it, showing off the prestige of such a big clan as the human race. But Qin Fong? No. If a deity melee breaks out within your clan, you can ask the human race for help, and the human race will definitely not stand idly by. This was Qin Fong's attitude. At first, the gods of Mount Qixia expressed their incomprehension. Such a good opportunity to proclaim the might of the human race? How could the human emperor give it up? But as Qin Fong weighed the pros and cons with them, these deities then understood. Now, the human race has no internal or external problems. It's the best time for development. These ancient deities are a constraint for the other 10,000 races. Is it hard to make your race as well be at the same starting line as us? Silly or not? Besides, what can we gain from helping the other 10,000 races clear out the ancient deity crisis? We can't even get a sincere compliment. So let's forget about it. It's not pleasing to contribute. Whoever wants to go. I'm not going anyway. After listening to Qin Fong's explanation, these deities sighed at Qin Fong's wisdom. No wonder Qin Fong was able to make such great achievements as the human emperor. If it was them instead, it couldn't be done. Having first recovered the 3 southeastern districts, and once again cleared away the scourge of the ancient human deities, Qin Fong's prestige among the human race had reached the level of the Plague Dharma God's year. And it was as high as the sky, so that even a 3-year-old child would be able to speak the name of the Emperor of Humanity after hearing about it by ear and by sight. This was the greatest recognition for Qin Fong. Within Yang City, the last wave of promotional discounts had just begun when Qin Fong had once again made a mark. And so, an even more ruthless promotion came. Big Brother Qin Fong is mighty. Hey, in this world, there's no such thing that Big Brother Qin Fong can't do. Awesome. Awesome. You guys say? How did Qin Fong do this? Who knows? All I know is that now, I'll have to look up to Qin Fong. Forget it. Don't think about that much. National war? Old me is dying. I'm going to go for a quickie at last. Someone who was once in the same era as Qin Fong. Now, one could only look up to him. And even One could not even see his back anymore. In this era, it was as if Qin Fang was on a rocket, moving forward too fast on his own, to the extent that it was jaw-dropping. Now, there's no way anyone would still say that Qin Fang is an internal player. Right. Your family's internal test? So ruthless. Heaven's mandate, there's never been such a thing as an internal beta test. Please also disbelieve the rumors, and don't spread them. Qin Fang sorted through the information he had gathered and gained a whole new understanding of the history of Heaven's destiny, and the history of Blue Star. These two worlds? Were they really spliced together by Rainy Knight's hand? The Time Merchant. What was his identity again? Qin Fang controlled the body of the Dragon of Time to absorb the power of time within these ancient deities. And although he hadn't broken through to the super god level, he was not far behind. Tearing and pulling. Space was ripped apart as the figure of the true Dragon of Time descended upon this place. Qin Fang. After not seeing you for such a short period of time, I didn't realize that your thighs are already so thick. How about it? Do you want to consider covering me? The true Dragon of Time and Space snickered. And Mu Xian couldn't help but glance at her, which instantly made her not dare to speak any more nonsense. Qin Fang shook his head helplessly, telling her not to talk nonsense. Right. Qin Fang. What are your plans for the next period of time? Qin Fang said. I plan to get married to Xianer before I consider anything else. The true Time Dragon said. Ah? Are you sure? Qin Fang looked at Mu Xian's figure and nodded firmly. I'm sure. The true Dragon of Time and Space said. Since that's the case, congratulations first. There's something that I wanted to tell you. But since you're going to get married, I won't add to your problems. After you're married, then we'll talk about it. After saying that, the true Dragon of Time and Space turned around and was about to leave. Seeing that Qin Fang didn't stop her, and even went to search for Mu Xian on his own, the true Time Dragon couldn't help but get anxious and said, Qin Fang, don't you really want to know what's going on? Qin Fang's face was filled with black lines as he said, Big sister, you were the one who just said that you would tell me after my big wedding. The true Dragon of Time and Space returned once again and couldn't help but say, Qin Fang, I still have to tell you now. I've excavated the tomb of the third heavenly emperor. How about it? Are you interested in going to mess around with it? Qin Fang froze in disbelief. What? The third heavenly emperor's tomb? Is he dead? My goodness. People are still alive, aren't they? Qin Fang informed the true Time Dragon of the news that the third heavenly emperor was still alive. The true Dragon of Time and Space immediately felt a chill run down his spine and stammered a little. My heavenly lord. Then whose tomb am I digging? Qin Fang pursued. What did you find in the tomb? Is there any information that is worthy of my hand? The true Dragon of Time and Space was slightly embarrassed. I just came across the partition stone, and I haven't entered it yet. Qin Fang gave him a blank look. This? Just this? You dare to say that you have excavated the tomb of the third heavenly emperor? But I've found something too. Look! The true Dragon of Time and Space condensed to shadow. And as Qin Fang watched, his eyes couldn't help but lock onto an object in the lower left corner. This was the fragmentary material of the Time and Space Merchant's bag? It couldn't be that the third heavenly emperor had something to do with the Time and Space Merchant? Was there a connection? Or is it that the two of them were originally one person? Qin Fang thought so, his thoughts flying to the sky. Check. I'll go with you. But not now. Qin Fang gave the true Dragon of Time and Space such a reply, and then watched her leave. Mu Xian descended to Qin Fang's side. I can sense that you want to go very much. You don't have to care about my feelings. Qin Fang carefully wrapped his arms around Mu Xian and tenderly said, How can you let me not care about your feelings? My love. Mu Xian suddenly felt warmth in her heart. Qin Fang once again wrapped his arms around Mu Xian, and together they watched the design of the wedding costumes, venue and so on. As for the national war, Qin Fang left for a short while every now and then to behead his opponents, lest the night grow long. Broken Earth. The national war was still continuing, and every now and then, countless beings still died and became past tense. Sky City was continuously creating killings. Heaven's mandate. Ding. The human emperor is about to get married. Ding. The human emperor is about to be married. Ding. The human emperor is about to be married. Such a system tone was sent. causing the entire heaven's destiny to be in an uproar once again. Human Emperor? About to get married? Who is his bride? This news, too, came too suddenly. What? Have you heard the news? I heard it. The Human Emperor is actually getting married. Who's so happy to be able to marry the Human Emperor? Wow. This is a step to heaven. Whose woman is it? Who has inside information again? No. Who is the bride? When is the wedding? Such inquiries constantly appeared. In an instant, the Human Emperor's wedding. That has become the hottest word so far. Above the interactive section, all are such articles. The number of likes is frighteningly high. Broken Earth. Sky City. A smile, if any, appeared at the corner of Shui Qing'er's mouth as she lightly said, Qin Fang boy? Moved to true love. Kinda knows how to create surprises and make a first cut. But do I have to agree? Boring. Really? A toad wants to eat some swan meat. Shui Qing'er's smile, playful, carried a strong disdain and mockery towards Qin Fang. Yes, with her status as the ninth king. She was however supposed to look down on Qin Fang as a native. After all, Qin Fang was merely a remnant. Yang City. Black Widow had also learned of this news. She was expressionless. But inside she was thinking, the bride? Could it be her? Although Black Widow knew in her heart that the likelihood of this matter was extremely low. But what young girl didn't like fantasies? Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life and others have even begun to set up the wedding venue and help Black Widow customize her wedding dress. In their opinion, Boss Qin Fang's bride? Besides Black Widow? Who else could it be? Even the entire populace of Yang City thought the same way. Everything was being prepared. The third day of the start of the national war. 70% of the kingdoms in Broken Earth had disappeared. The kingdom where Big Brother Fang was from, because of the strong players, managed to hold on for so many waves and still existed. But he was also sort of in tears. Big Brother Fang had held on for so many years, and planned for so many years in order to unify the broken lands. Who knew that in the end? Surprisingly, it couldn't compare to Sky City's meddling? All of his plans have come to naught. Now, it seems to be only to go then. See who insisted on a longer time. However, there must be no more time left. During these 3 days, something had also happened that horrified all the players, along with their deaths in the Broken Earth. But, within Heaven's destiny, they were resurrected once again. Only, each person only had one last life. What in the world is going on here? Chapter 769, God of Creation, Rainy Night. Ding. Blue Star and Heaven's mandate have preliminarily fused. Ding. Heaven's destiny has recorded your identity information. You have been resurrected for the last time in Heaven's destiny. Ding. Please cherish your life. This death will never be resurrected again. Such a system tone rang out, causing the entire players of Heaven's destiny to fall into a daze. Which Big Brother can explain this to me? What does this so-called heavenly fate fusion mean? Yeah. Didn't I die? Or was I killed by a terrifying dark matter robot? What a real feeling, I feel like I still have flesh and blood. It seems like I'm not human anymore. I've been reincarnated into the race within my game. What a real feeling. I don't understand. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Who can help explain? Above the interactive section, such questions kept appearing. But the people who could explain? There were very few. Well, no one is able to explain. I'll wait for another minute. After a minute, I'm going to start talking nonsense. Right. Isn't this bullshit? I have a bold guess. Do you guys think that Heaven's destiny is the real world? And that's why we were resurrected? Are you kidding me? Isn't Fate of Heaven a game we play? Bullshit. That's one of my guesses. I also feel it's impossible. What's going on right now? How do you explain that? Is it hard to believe that the previous Blue Star was the nightmare? Countless voices of speculation kept ringing out, and the interactive section became more and more lively. And in just an instant, the number of messages namely broke through 999, 999 plus. And it was still increasing every minute and every second. The 10,000 clans were also very puzzled by this matter. These warriors? They had always thought that they were guests from other worlds. Who would have thought that these guests, now, were actually in line with their identity, and had also become native residents? What on earth is going on here? Are you able to introduce us to the situation of your original world? This time, a collision between the two civilizations began. Yeah. Can you tell us a bit about it? Human race? What kind of race is that? Huh? Did you say you were from the blue planet? What kind of place is this? City in the sky? The broken land? So unfamiliar. Never heard of it before. The native people, the 10,000 races, heard these words and expressed their difficulty in comprehending them. At that very moment, the voice of the first great race of heaven's destiny, the human emperor, rang out. This matter? Please be at ease. I am able to explain. Qin Fong uttered these words, and the players present instantly quieted down, quietly waiting for Qin Fong's words. Buzzing. Qin Fong's gigantic figure suddenly appeared in the firmament, and even if he was situated in the most remote corner of heaven's destiny, he was still able to see Qin Fong's figure. This was the increase that Mu Xian had given him. Otherwise, with Qin Fong alone, he would not have been able to do this. Qin Fong opened his mouth, and his voice seemed to be like booming thunder, constantly transmitting, clear and with supreme majesty. The world that all of you are currently in is called the Heavenly Destiny Continent, a world of the third level, and the Blue Star World. It also truly exists, and is a world of the first level, the worlds of both sides, with the help of the God of Creation, Rainy Night, are gradually merging, striving to allow the two to create a bright future. After Qin Fong finished speaking, he paused for a period of time, leaving the populace of Heaven's Destiny, the populace of the Blue Star. Time to ponder. Interactive section. What? Why do I feel like I can't understand? The Heaven's Destiny world? Blue Star world? Fusing with each other? What the hell is this talking about? You guys? Understand? I don't understand anyway. Not all of them were able to understand this amount of words. Right? Just now, the human emperor said Rainy Night? He's the god of creation. Is it because I didn't wake up? This is too much bullshit. Rainy Night? Isn't it the number one in the Hall of Fame? God of creation? Is there any relation between the two? Forget it. Can you not lie to me? You're just saying that all of our consciousnesses have been uploaded to the clouds of Heaven's Destiny. It's also very understandable. The players' puzzled voices continued to ring out. Qin Fong's gigantic figure shifted slightly as he said, I'll give you all a short narration in words that I understand. Rainy Night, once the sole survivor of a level 9 world. His strength has reached the cosmic level, which is a profound and unfathomable realm. Even if the world collapses, he is able to survive alone in the universe, and is even capable of destroying galaxies with a wave of his hand. This person? Controlling a vast amount of small worlds. Heaven's Destiny, Blue Star that is one of them. In order for him to allow the two to merge, in order for the Heaven's Destiny world to be promoted to become a world of the 4th level, this is how he allowed the two worlds to begin to merge. This process of fusion? In order to avoid contradictions, trouble, Rainy Night purposely used to import in the form of a game, so that everyone can accept this setting more simply, while Heaven's Destiny used the traditional legend, the Heavenly General Warrior. It makes it good for both sides to accept. Rainy Night's plan is constantly being implemented, and the two worlds have been merging since 5 million years ago. By now, it's finally a preliminary fusion. During this period, all sorts of magical changes have arisen that everyone needs to understand with extraordinary vision. For example, the terrifying greatness controlled by the gods of the Heaven's Destiny world is real, and the means of being able to overturn rivers and destroy the heavens and the earth at every turn also exists. After all, the Blue Star world is merely a level 1, while Heaven's Destiny is a level 3. I don't know if all of you will be able to understand if I explain it like this. Qin Fong's words were like falling leaves, gently fluttering down, and the entire beings of Heaven's Destiny immediately entered a deathly silence. This? Who understood all? I seem to understand a little. Astronomy, sci-fi enthusiasts seem to understand. I also understand. You still understand quite quickly once you accept the mythological setting. So that's how it is. Awesome. Awesome. Rainy Night, this is really a masterstroke. This broken earth. I don't want to stay in this life. Since the heavens have given me a chance to start over, I'll definitely treasure it. Work hard, upgrade hard, and strive to become a human being. It had to be said that the people of Blue Star were still quite adaptable to the unknown world. After listening to Qin Fong's introduction, 30% namely accepted the setting and were ready to watch it properly. However, there were quite a number of players who were skeptical of Qin Fang's words. Qin Fang? Are you lying to us? Rainy Night? Creation God. I still don't believe it. Unless you can make Rainy Night come out and prove it yourself. Right. Look. On top of this list, Rainy Night's ranking is only second. Not as good as yours. Is it possible that you are stronger than Rainy Night? A 9th level world? So fake. And the sole survivor of a level 9 world? What the hell? Don't believe it. I just have 2 words. Don't believe it. It's definitely fake. Rainy Night. Come out and explain it to me in person. Creatures like Kung Fu are everywhere. Even something as bizarre as coming back from the dead couldn't change their nature. Yeah. Rainy Night. Come out. Rainy Night. We're summoning you. Creation God. I shucks. Rainy Night? Qin Fang is also really daring to make things up. Uh-huh. Who would believe it? You guys say that? Isn't this a lie? Rainy Night. Get your arse out here. For a while, all sorts of abusive words rang out. Even the natives of Heaven's Destiny could not help but frown at Qin Fang's words. Especially the deities of the ancient 10,000 races, who spoke out to tear down Qin Fang. I am the old ancestor of the giant god race. What are you talking about? Human Emperor. I'm sorry. I've lived for 5 million years, and I never knew that this side of the world, there are still creation gods. Right. Human Emperor. Don't make things up. A creation god? It's simply impossible for that to appear. It's all false. How come I've never seen one before? Human Emperor. Make believe. Yellow Mouth. If there really is a creation god, please even ask him to come out for a look. These ancient deities that had survived for a long time had questioned Qin Fang, stating that it was simply impossible for there to be a creation god. They? Almost contemporaneous with Heaven's mandate? Why was there no creation god in sight? The true asterisk dragon of time and space also couldn't help but burrow out of the void, looking at Qin Fang with horror in his eyes, saying, Qin Fang, don't scare me. Are there really creation gods? Can it be that we were all created? The 5th Heavenly Emperor's silhouette also recoalesced in front of Qin Fang's body at the very first moment, inquiring with a touch of skepticism. Qin Fang, all of this is false. Isn't it? The god of creation doesn't exist at all, does it? The prophet god? Divine craftsman Lu Long and the others were also the first to send messages to Qin Fang, inquiring if what he had just said was true. These existences, they were all unwilling to believe it all. To be honest, they would rather believe that they had evolved from the sea than believe that they had been fabricated. Qin Fang was just about to explain everything, when suddenly, the vast blue sky of the firmament coalesced into a huge human face, eerie and terrifying, but with a mysterious touch. This was none other than the Rainy Night face. As the controller of this small world, he was able to control everything. The sky, the earth, even the gods of this place. The fusion of Blue Star and Heaven's Destiny has become an established fact. Who wants to resist? I don't mind obliterating anyone. Rainy Night's words were icy cold, carrying an indifference that was going to annihilate everything. Playing God? Who is it? Who's behind the curtain? Get the hell out. Even though you're pretending, you're still leaking out the cracks. Questioning voices that weren't afraid of death rang out. Even? There were also deities. Qin Fang silently shook his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. It really is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. To be in such a hurry to reincarnate, Rainy Night also did not talk nonsense with them. Like a sea of spiritual power locking. Those who dared to voice their doubts just now were all decimated. In a breath. The Kung Fu masters were almost all dead. The people beside the Kongjins? All were stunned. It was a direct vaporization. Completely disappearing. As if they didn't exist at all between the heavenly fates. This time, the entire Heaven's mandate was quiet. The fusion of the two worlds has reached a critical moment. Whoever destroys it, I will kill. Rainy Night left behind such a sentence and disappeared silently. A needle could be heard in Heaven's Destiny. From the super god level to the lowest black iron. All of them were stunned. A creation god? Surprisingly, it really exists. My faith collapsed. How can this still be? It's over. I feel like I'm going to die. You. What kind of thing is this? A creation god? Rainy Night is actually a creation god? No. No. If rainy night is a creation god? Rain lightning? What is it considered? Countless questions kept appearing. Even? There were also curious people who purposely established the Creation God organization. The sole purpose of the organization, that is, was to dig up all information about the Creation God, so that the 10,000 races could understand the Creation God. The fifth heavenly emperor shifted his eyes towards Qin Fang and said, Creation God? What realm is that? Do you know? Qin Fang shook his head. This kind of operation, to be honest, had surpassed his knowledge. The third and fourth heavenly emperors hidden in the shadows were very excited. A creation god? Surprisingly, it really existed. Surprisingly, it was true. As for the first heavenly emperor, he was silent, still doing his job. The fifth term's heavenly emperor muttered, You say? Above the cosmic level? Could it be the realm of a creation god? These words seemed to be inquiring about Qin Fang, but it was as if he was asking himself. However, no one could give him an answer. The fifth heavenly emperor had disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Crap. I can feel that the heavenly destiny is going to change drastically. Integration between races. That's a problem, What do you guys say? Will a war break out? If Heaven's Mandate and Blue Star wanted to completely integrate culture, economy, thoughts, and even strength, these were the focus of integration. In order to avoid conflicts from arising, Qin Fang ordered at the first opportunity, the Heaven's Mandate human race will build the supergiant town, the Blue Star, expecting to accommodate the nostalgic Blue Star populace. Integration? It was necessary. But it would take time. Violent fusion was undesirable. Qin Fang's words were already considered rather subtle. Those who don't want to participate in fusion, I'll give you a place to develop on your own. Heaven's Mandate. If there is any conflict between the people of Blue Star during the fusion process, everything will be carried out in accordance with the laws of Heaven's Mandate. I hope that I can understand. These words immediately caused Qin Fang to attract endless tirades. Grass. Qin Fang. Are you a Blue Star person? Yeah. You're asking us to follow their laws. Aren't you trying to get us killed? Shattering the earth? Burning and plundering? No offense. But now? You're asking me to follow the law. Sorry. Can't do it. Right. Qin Fang. Which end are you from? Mard. You're really going to be cursed. Such voices kept ringing out. And in response, Qin Fang directly ordered the 3,000 deities of the human race that had just been promoted to enter every town of the human race, and gave them a deadly order. Those who do not follow the rules, behead. Being abused non-stop. Qin Fang's temper came up and he said, Mard, did I give you face? Have you forgotten? Lousy is the human emperor. Moreover, I'm still the leader of the Thug Corps. Since the soft ones you guys don't want, then go to hell. Once these words came out, in addition to the coercion of force, killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey, these Blue Stars people were suddenly at peace. From today onwards, the 10,000 races are unblocked, and all races can communicate with each other. Qin Fang ascended to the heights and spoke out once again. The mandate of heaven. It was time that it should enter a whole new chapter. The plague Dharma god had divided the 10,000 races, which was based on a variety of considerations. And now, Qin Fang had released the restrictions on the 10,000 races, which was also based on multiple considerations. And it could only be said that there were different scenarios for different times. Half-step transcendent god-level dragon of time and space, asterisk Qin Fang plus the first human emperor plus Mu Xian plus the 10 strongest races. The human race? Deservedly the number one race. No. The number one overlord. Chapter 770. Pre-wedding preparations Bridewood Heart. The fusion of the 10,000 races. This was not a whim of Qin Fang, but a decision made after deep thought. The 10,000 races? It had been divided for too long. And even many of the human races merely knew about the 10,000 races, but never knew exactly which races they were. Besides, if Heaven's destiny wants to develop rapidly, the integration of all races is the only way. The collision between various civilizations, which can make the whole Heaven's destiny to live up. Who said that this continent couldn't give birth to a true savior? Qin Fang's words caused the entire heavenly destiny to boil. Crap. The fusion of all the races. Will the old man even be able to wait for it in his lifetime? The human emperor. Truly a majestic lord of the heavens and the earth. The fusion of all races. This means the greatest collision. Will this be able to hold up? Awesome. Awesome. This human emperor is truly broad-minded and possesses great confidence in himself. Strong. I'm ready for fusion. I wonder when I'll be unsealed. Countless members of the 10,000 races looked forward to it. But there was also a large group of 10,000 races members that stated that it was simply nonsense. We are closed quite well. We don't want to interact with other races. Right. We don't communicate with other races. Whoever likes to go goes. Weak races like us? Is the human emperor not giving us a chance to live? Right. If the fusion of all races is opened, war will definitely be the main theme. At that time, our fate will be even more miserable. Grass. Can you guys understand my feelings? The human emperor really deserves to die. There were quite a few such voices. This was also normal. After all, a policy. It was impossible to satisfy all of them. It would always allow some people to become the enjoyers of vested interests. And it would also allow a group of people to be able to be the restrictors of the rules. Or even die. This is the reality. Nowadays, the integration between the 10,000 races would definitely do more good than harm. Dare I ask the human emperor? With the fusion of the 10,000 races, do you allow battles between the great races to occur? How should we, the weaker races, conduct ourselves? I still ask human emperor to be compassionate to us and give us a way to live. Human emperor. Please. This was the questioning and pleading of 7 or 8 small races, united to Qin Fong. This had to be asked clearly. Otherwise, they would rather not open the fusion of the 10,000 races. The powerful races couldn't help but start shading. A million years of respite? You guys are still so weak. Who's to blame? Right. That's right. We have been lying in wait to cope with this day. Why should you be able to get what you want just because you cry a little? Unfair. Truly unfair. Within the endless deities, Qin Fong was distracted by the endless bickering. This matter? Why was it so difficult to deal with? For her part, Mu Xian smiled in a light and elegant manner and said, Qin Fong, in these 5 million years, the races that I have created have had such encounters countless times. And my way of handling this is like this. After Mu Xian's explanation and enlightenment, Qin Fong was instantly enlightened. Taking Wuhart's advice, he formulated brand new supplementary rules. 1. If the difference in strength between the 10,000 races is greater than 10 times, it means that fighting is not permitted to break out. Otherwise, the human race will step in and remove this race that is causing trouble. 2. Only 3 times a year may a war be initiated between the races. 3. The weaker races will set up standards of assessment. And if they fail to do so, they will be allowed to be annexed. 4. This was Wuhart's tactic, protect the interests of the weak in the early stages. And then when they were able to separate themselves from the rest, once again, allow them to compete fairly. This time, these weaker races, no longer having anything to say, could only fight their way to the top. Qin Fong, the opportunity has been given. If you can't catch it yourself, you can't blame me. Ding. The barrier of the 10,000 races is open. The barrier of the 10,000 races? It had to be an orthodox test passing human emperor using the seal of the human emperor and possessing the strength of a half-step transcendent god level. And there had to be 7 or 8 half-step transcendent god levels under his command, operating together, in order to be able to open it. This was also the pestilence Dharma god's protection of the human race, preventing them from opening the barrier of the 10,000 races due to their lack of strength, and causing the human race to be caught in the middle of a war. Now, with the strength of the human race, Qin Fong could completely not be false. Buzzing. The barrier restricting the realm of the 10,000 races completely disappeared. Countless members of the 10,000 races were crying tears of joy, constantly breaking into other territories to breathe the free air of other races. This time, the 10,000 races were as if they were completely liberated. For these millions of years, they were as if they were prisoners, sealed in different domains. And now, finally unsealed. This kind of emotion, who could understand it? From now on, the sky was high enough for birds to fly, and the sea was wide enough for fish to leap. As the former residence of the human emperor, Tianyang Town was the first large-scale town to respond to the call of the human emperor. Members of the 10,000 races are welcome to do business and trade in the Tianyang Town and exchange ideas. And members of the 10,000 races are welcome to travel to the Tianyang Town and enjoy the charm of the human emperor's former residence. Mr. Zhuge Tianwang was the first to release such a statement. and it was heartfelt and full of inviting words. This is just a beginning. Just a quarter of an hour. The small composition that was issued. The focus is 2 words, welcome. Tianyang Town. Made a good start. Other human towns also followed suit, welcoming the members of the 10,000 races. Integration started in silence. The Blue Stars' national war? It was still continuing. Only this time, the various countries participating in the national war were no longer so terrified. Instead, they were very open in their hearts. It's okay to lose and still be able to restart your life in heaven's destiny. Not bad. Really not bad. This national war? Boring. Yes, it's really boring. The Blue Star populace were all in a very good frame of mind. And there were even some who started to think about the future of Blue Star. Hey, what do you guys say about the final victor of the national war? After he becomes the absolutely unrivaled emperor, who will he rule when he looks at the devastated and broken earth? Maybe in the end, the Sky City will also rain down a cannonball that will successfully collapse his imperial dream. What do you guys feel? Right. It makes sense. I feel the same way. It's really funny to think about it. These people of the broken earth were just comforting themselves, when suddenly, untimely voices rang out. You guys? What on earth are you calculating? Truly a bunch of retards. The members of our Sky City? What about the fact that we're still able to keep resurrecting? We're still players in our own right. And we're still able to keep making trial and error. Even if we keep dying, our achievements are definitely higher than yours. The moment these words came out, the revelry of broken earth was instantly brought to an end. These were, truly, solid words. At Mount Chisha, it was being constantly busy. And basically, the deities who were close to Qin Fang were all busy. The big wedding of the human emperor. This was by far the biggest thing for the entire human race. If it wasn't for the fact that the other deities still needed to guard the 4 directions, all the deities of the human race would definitely be in place. The prophet god was consulting ancient texts and said, for the human emperor's big wedding, 3,000 golden lotuses are needed to adorn the ground. Divine artisan Lu Long, on the other hand, was flipping through another ancient book and said, no, that's not right. According to the ancient book I have here, the human emperor's grand wedding will require at least 9,000 golden lotuses to embellish the ground. Thus, the two fell into a disagreement, with neither being able to convince anyone. This made the entire progress very slow. Often, in the light of a day, the details of 3 or 4 were not yet pushed out. Forget it. Why don't we inherit the ancient system? Let the first human emperor give us a good lecture on how it should operate. The first human emperor was filled with black lions. The moment of his grand wedding was also arranged by the ceremonial officer. How could he remember it? As for the human emperors after the second term, all of them were like this, only able to remember a general idea, such as the most impressive point. The 9 human emperors kept piecing it together, combining it with the ancient texts. And in the end, they really pieced it together. Ancient human emperor classical wedding. When Qin Fan learned about this, he had said many times not to break the bank, not to waste time, and to keep everything simple. But the deities of the human race didn't agree. They had said outright, Qin Fan now was not only representing his personal face, but the face of the entire human race. And so, a grand wedding, which was about to begin on Mount Chisha. The prophet god was just about to rehearse the wedding for the first time, when a big problem suddenly occurred to him. After so many days, the few of them still didn't know who the empress was. Just how many were there? Wasn't this bullshit? Thus, the prophet god rushed to ask Qin Fang. Qin Fang mildly glanced at Mu Xian and tenderly said, my wife, Mu Xian. The prophet god didn't know who Mu Xian was, but still spread the word widely so that the entire heavens mandate would know, the wife of the emperor of men, the empress of the human race, Mu Xian. Ding. 1 day from now, human emperor Qin Fang and Mu Xian will be getting married. Please observe the ceremony. Invitations will be delivered later. Ding. 1 day later, human emperor Qin Fang and Mu Xian will be married. Ding. 1 day later. This flash of sound rang out. But there were no waves within the heavenly fate. Nothing more than a sigh of relief. Woodhart? Who is this? How come I've never heard of him? Never heard of it. Don't know who it is? Boring. The human emperor's big wedding is just that. Who cares? This is what the general public thinks. I don't have a deep relationship with you. I naturally don't need to bother with you. However, there were also some speculative ones, who used every means possible to want to know who Mu Xian was. In that case, they would also be able to cater to Woodhearts, likes to customize different gifts. Who knows the wife of the human emperor? Who likes precious stones? Or rare undersea treasures? Give a gift and try to mix things up. Hey, where is the human emperor's wedding being held? I must go. People's thoughts were different from each other. Some wanted to flatter Qin Fang, expecting to soar to the heavens. But there were others who were silent, and did not want to have any relationship with Qin Fang. However, the Yang City members of the Blue Star Broken Earth, in a horrified mood, were the first to pass such news back. This news, which had been transmitted throughout Yang City at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the people who were hanging the big red happy lanterns, they were at a loss for words and froze in place. The vendors who were originally smiling with joy at the corners of their mouths, serving sheep soup to their guests, also could not help but stop their movements in their hands. The street jugglers, when they first heard such news, even made a rare mistake. Like a wooden tire and stone statue, the city guards of Yangcheng, each of them clenched their fists and fought for the Black Widow. What's going on? How could Qin Fang be willing to hurt someone so much? What? Is this news true or false? Ah, City Lord's big wedding. But the bride isn't even City Lord Qin Linger? I don't believe it. I really can't believe it. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life instantly ordered that no one was allowed to tell Black Widow about this news. Within the boudoir, Black Widow was fiddling with her wedding dress. It was made by her own hands, and was the source of motivation that had been supporting her for so many years. She carefully stroked every stitch, her eyes full of happiness. She seemed to have seen a happy life with Qin Fang. She had even planned out how many children she would have in the future, and what their names would all be respectively. Thinking about it, Black Widow blushed with shame and hid herself behind her wedding dress. A posture of a little girl, although deliberately hidden. But the paper ultimately cannot wrap the fire. Qin Linger eventually learned of this news, and no one knew what was going on in her mind. All that was known was that she had locked herself within her room. She locked up the wedding dress that she had personally embroidered and made herself, and seemed to have locked up her hot heart as well. It was night. She appeared within Yang City with an expressionless face, exuberantly saying, "City Lord's big wedding. This is a day to be happy about. And since City Lord has become a god, we should all the more follow his lead and go out on the battlefield. Yang City will always be Qin Fang's staunch backing. I know that some people are being indignant on my behalf. But what is there to be indignant about? You guys say? Under the heavens, how many women can there be that are worthy of our City Lord? And to be honest, I would like to see it." The Black Widow left, as if she was afraid of not being able to suppress her emotions. The entire Yang City all sighed. Vice City Lord Black Widow is still too kind. Even after City Lord Qin Fang had done such a thing, she was still able to choose to forgive. Compared to Black Widow's feigned calmness, Shui Qinger was somewhat hysterical. She couldn't figure it out. Obviously, Qin Fang had already been charmed by her. But why? Would he suddenly choose to go and marry someone else? Besides, Shui Pleaser would not allow her forbidden descendant to be cut off by another woman. Knowing that Qin Fang could be her hope of achieving the super god level, there was no room for error. Absolutely no room for error. Qin Fang must be firmly controlled in her own hands. With this thought, Shui Qinger descended to Yang City and forced Qin Fang to return. She wanted to ask for clarification. Let Qin Fang return to Yang City within one instant stick of time. Otherwise, the entire Yang City will be buried with him. This was the Sky City's coercion. Ding. Hidden Earth is calling you with a communication. Ding. The Tree of Life is calling you with a communication. Ding. In a moment, at the very least 70 to 80 communications rang on Qin Fang's side. And he instantly knew something was wrong. After listening to what Zhang Tu had to say, Qin Fang gave an explanation to Mu Xian, and still chose to return to the Blue Star. Ding. You have returned to the Blue Planet. Qin Fang had just returned to the Blue Star. And the first thing he did was to check if he was able to mobilize the Human Emperor seal. Ding. You are unable to mobilize the seal of the Human Emperor due to current limitations. Qin Fang tried again. Can he mobilize the half-step transcendent god-level space-time dragon's detachment? Ka ka ka. It was as if the detachment of the dragon of time and space had been pinched, unable to pass through the narrow tunnel and return to the blue star. Now, it seemed that Qin Fang could only face Schwetzinger with his own strength. Phew. Qin Fang took a deep breath and finally stood in front of Schwetzinger. Chapter 771 Qin Fang's 5 million years of miserable life. In the firmament of Yang City, Schwetzinger's world-renowned and absolutely beautiful figure stood still. Her light blue long skirt set her off as a dusty and immortal. Between every move, she showed the breath of youth. Only that above her jade-congealed side face, she was filled with sulkiness, as if she was a princess who had been abandoned. She quietly waited for Qin Fang's arrival. She wanted an explanation. Within Yang City, on the other hand, there were some whispering voices. Crap. A flying immortal. No. That's not right. Didn't the human emperor say that just now? Heaven's mandate is merging with the blue star. It's a deity. What? Deities are already able to appear? Hee hee. This woman. I seem to know her. Yes. 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 I know her too. I've seen her once before the moment City Lord went on a trip with her. Is this the City Lord CP within the game? Is it hard to believe that it's her that the City Lord wants to marry? Accompanied by the cruel words coming out of Schwetzinger's mouth, threatening to destroy the entire Yang City. These populace once again fell back. Right. 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 Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could City Lord fall in love with her? Should we ask City Lord Qinlinger to come out and take a look? Quickly contact City Lord I don't want to die. You guys say? What should we do at this moment when the gods appear? These players? Basically all of them had played Heaven's Destiny, and they all possessed a certain level of knowledge about the fearsome nature of the deities. At every turn, they were able to destroy the heavens and the earth, destroying cities and pools. Who wasn't afraid of this? Even if Yang City's defense was already considered not weak. But compared to the gods? I guess it still can't carry To be honest, within Yang Chung was a panic. Countless players had the same emotion, fear. Black Widow was the first to hear such words, as she held her head high, and her eyes gazed at Schwetzinger in the sky. This person? She knew him. And at one point, he was even her imaginary enemy. After all, Qin Fang did not hide his pursuit of Schwetzinger in the slightest within the game. Even if Black Widow was blind, she was able to hear and see But today? Why was this little girl so aggressive? When Black Widow thought about it, she seemed to understand. This person should also be a victim. After all, when Qin Fang was so good with her, within Yang City, who knew about it There were even some sneaky, which were known to many players of Heaven's Destiny Even, there was once an article about Qin Fang. Schwetzinger, Lang talent. Daughter. Envy. The clicks on this article were very high. This was the love that countless obsessed men and women were envious of at the time. Who knew that now? The woman even blocked the door. If this topic is spread out, it is absolutely explosive. Black Widow actually had a feeling of sympathy. With the help of her flying machine, she descended into the sky above Yang City and couldn't help but inquire. Are you also here for the human emperor's wife? My opinion is to respect Qin Fang's choice. Schwetzinger looked at Black Widow with a very playful look in her eyes and said, You haven't recovered your memories yet? Then, I'll give you a hand. As she spoke, Schwetzinger gently lifted her jade finger, and light pink-colored light flickered, merging into Black Widow's body. The memories that were sealed within the Black Widow's mind flickered continuously, and she clutched her head. Her expression twisted in a million pains. Yang Cheng's high-tech means of attack was aimed at Schwetzinger at the first opportunity, firing an attack. However, this ordinary means simply couldn't even get close to Schwetzinger's body, and it directly muted. This left Hidden Earth and the others at a loss for words. Even if they were to contact the Heavenly Chi Pavilion, they also closed their mouths in a rare manner, stating that they would not take on this single business. It seemed that the living beings of Yang City could only wait for death. After a long time, Black Widow's expression ceased to be painful and turned expressionless. Her eyes complex as she looked at Schwetzinger. Is this a memory from previous lives? Schwetzinger nodded and said, Well, how does it feel? Black Widow thought for a while and said, A very good experience. This feeling. Very good. Schwetzinger once again said, I'm helping you. Black Widow once again felt the sea of memories merging into her, and the aura emanating from her body gradually aligned with Shui Qing'er. No, not Shui Qing'er, but the god of time amongst the ancient deities aligned. Until eventually, Black Widow's main consciousness awakened, and within her eyes, she could no longer see confusion, and what she had was merely endless calmness. She looked toward Shui Qing'er and said, "Does anyone else know about this matter?" Shui Qing'er shook her head. Black Widow and Shui Qing'er stood side by side, waiting for Qin Fang together. This scene caused the entire populace of Yang City to look dumbfounded. What on earth was going on here? Why was their city lord standing together with this person? Could it be? Was this the legendary attraction of the same disease? When Qin Fang arrived, he was also a little puzzled when he saw such a situation. He could not have imagined that such a situation would arise before his eyes. Qin Fang had even thought of settling the matter of Shui Qing'er first and explaining to Black Widow once again. But now, it seemed like there was no need for that. Qin Fang stood still and said, "Do you two have anything you wish to ask?" While Black Widow was silent, Shui Qing'er responded forcefully, "Marry me, or else I'll kill the entire populace of Yang City." Qin Fang spread out his hands, with a scummy look on his face, and said, "Between you and me, it's already impossible. As for the populace of Yang City, it doesn't matter. They can still be resurrected within heaven's mandate anyway. By virtue of the human emperor? Could it be that I still can't protect them?" The members of Yang City were dumbfounded. I thank you, Lord City Lord." Shui Qing'er raised her voice and stepped forward 2 steps, staring into Qin Fang's eyes and asked, "Say that again? Have you forgotten the sea and mountain oath between us? Have you forgotten the little bits and pieces between us? Have you forgotten the memories of our 2 lives?" These words were like heavy hammers. However, Qin Fang skillfully dodged them and said in a very calm tone, "Oh, I remember." His words changed, and his entire body was like a sword unsheathed, sharp and compelling. "But all of this? Wasn't it all arranged by you? Did you really think that I didn't know?" As Qin Fang pressed on step by step, it was Shui Qing'er's eyes that flickered with a touch of panic as she said in slight surprise, "Qin Fang? You've recovered your memory." As soon as Shui Qing'er's words were uttered, the disappointment in Qin Fang's eyes showed, and he laughed out coldly, saying miserably, "It's actually true? Shui Qing'er, tell me what's true. What is false?" Qin Fang did not roar hysterically. Instead, he was very calm. This, he had guessed it long ago. Now, it was nothing more than seeking some confirmation. Shui Qing'er was also a little annoyed. What? It was hard to believe that Qin Fang was deceiving her just now. Grass. Qin Fang silently lit a cigar, smoked it, exhaled smoke rings, and blandly inquired, "Shui Qing'er? No, god of time. From when did you set your eyes on me? Furthermore, how many times have I died? How many times have you intercepted me?" Qin Fang wanted an answer. A true answer. Shui Qing'er took a deep breath, raised her hand, and easily cupped the primary god strength Qin Fang in her hand, as if she was cupping an ant, controlling his life and death, and said bluntly, "Forget it. Seeing as you're about to die, I'll just tell you, humble wretch." This scene was invisible to all the living beings in Yang City, being closed off from everything by Shui Qing'er. Only the 2 of them, entering within the otherworldly space. Shui Qing'er no longer hid it. Her entire aura became profound and incomparable. Her eyes were no longer filled with pure love, but rather, they were filled with the grandeur of intrigue and cunning, the wisdom of the pearl in the palm of one's hand, the ability to plan and strategize, and the ability to win from 1,000 miles away. This was really the first time Qin Fang had seen such a Shui Qing'er. "I've been in the Blue Star for more than 5 million years. Could it be that I'm really an idiot? Could it be that I really couldn't advance to become a super god level? This is all fake. A mere super god level. If I wanted to, I could break through the realm in an instant. Or even, a half step to the cosmic realm is not a matter of concern. All these heavenly emperors want to achieve the cosmic level? Could it be that I don't want to? My layout is even more far-reaching than theirs. You know, I descended to the Blue Star earlier than even the first heavenly emperor, the heavenly raccoon. I have to say that this place is truly blessed with a unique nature. I just descended. Namely, I absorbed a wisp of ancient Qin Fang's breath and achieved the half-step super god level. By the way, Have you seen ancient Qin Fong? At first, when I saw him, he was also in the likeness of a statue. Only the aura of time that emanated from him was incomparably dense, allowing me to break the realm in an instant. Half-step transcendent god level. This is truly an obsessive force. Even after so much time has passed, I'm still obsessed. I kept cultivating with the help of the ancient Qin Fong stone sculpture in my slumber. And in just 1,000 years, I had the feeling that I was about to break through to the super god level. However, just as I wanted to achieve the super god level, I suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong. This feeling was as if I was bound to die as soon as I achieved the super god level. Thus, I suppressed my desire for a breakthrough alive and took the initiative to decapitate myself, splitting myself in two and dropping my strength to the level of a high god. Although my strength fell, the feeling of death that had been staring me in the face disappeared. I cultivated once again, and when both of my doppelgangers were ready to break through to the super god level, a terrifying force swept over me, nearly decapitating me. Luckily, I stopped in time and split my bilocations once again. This feeling, it kept coming back, so I kept cutting the split. Now, even I don't know how many bilocations I have. Every single one of those bilocations is half-step super god level in strength. When the heavenly raccoon descended, he thought he was highly intelligent, concealing everything from everyone, and silently advancing to become a half-step super god level, wantonly laughing maniacally. But he didn't know that everything he did was in my eyes watching. But, ever since he broke through to become a super god level, I have lost information about him. After all, my true strength is only a half-step super god level. Qin Fong did not believe a single word of this statement. The third heavenly emperor descended. The fourth heavenly emperor descended. And all of them used the power of this place to break through to become super god level. And then disappeared. No one knows where they went. As for me, since I have never made a breakthrough, I was fine with it. But after so many years? After all, I detected a hint of something else. I suspect that their disappearance is somehow related to the ancient Qin Fong. Perhaps, these three heavenly emperors died long ago, or became prisoners of the ancient Qin Fong. These words had shaken Qin Fong. Perhaps, there was really such a possibility. I have not sought out their corpses, so I have not drawn any premature conclusions. These are all trivial matters. And one of the strangest things to me is namely this: the ancient Qin Fong stone sculpture awakens every once in a while, precisely going to behead a person who is incomparably similar to him, and then devouring the remains of him. This person? Also known as you. At first, I was very confused. Decapitate you? Devour you? What could ancient Qin Fong obtain? Who knows? The ancient Qin Fong was surprisingly persistent, and every 1,000 years, it had to behead you once. As if chopping down straws. Very punctual. After observing for 1,000,000 years, I seemed to know something. Thus, I also secretly joined the ranks of those targeting you and beheading you. At first, I merely only dared to approach you and get close to you. Who knew? As soon as I got close to you, it was a big deal. My cultivation speed, surprisingly, rose by leaps and bounds. In the end, I couldn't help but devour you in one bite. And in an instant, my comprehension of the power of time violently increased by a large margin. Now, I finally understand what your effect is. It's simply a modern version of the Tang monk's meat. Thus, I beheaded and devoured you 10 times within 1,000 years of time. Who knew that this seemed to have touched some kind of restriction set up by the ancient Qin Fong, causing him to awaken prematurely. And just like a pale dog, he kept probing the surroundings, seemingly wanting to find the person who kept mutilating you. At that time, I was terrified, fearing that I would be targeted by the ancient Qin Fong and later be beheaded. I have spent millions of years with him, and I know his terror best. Fortunately, with a strength of only half a step at the super god level, I managed to escape without being targeted by the ancient Qin Fong statue. Ancient Qin Fong probed for 1,000 years, and it was only when Qin Fong began his next stage of reincarnation that he once again transformed into a statue and fell into a deep sleep. Thus, I began my probing of the ancient deity Qin Fong, and every 1,000 years, Qin Fong died 7 times, which seemed to be the limit of what he could tolerate. If he died more than 7 times, cracks would appear in the stone statue of the ancient Qin Fong. And if he died 9 times, the stone statue was on the verge of shattering, or even breaking outright. Therefore, In the light of 1,000 years, I only beheaded you 7 times, while the ancient Qin Fang, on the other hand, devoured you once. With the influence of your and ancient Qin Fang's accelerated cultivation, I remember that in just 50 years, I possessed 100 different bilocations. In the years to come, that number still keeps increasing. You brat? Steal your joy. Even though I decapitated you. But every time? It's all a serious love affair with you. Even taking the initiative to give. But it's just devouring you once. What do you have to be dissatisfied with? With these words, Xueqing. No. The ancient god of time said it as if it was justified. It was as if Qin Fang should become their ration. After hearing this, Qin Fang's entire being understood. So, his life was so miserable. Ha. 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 As Qin Fang laughed and laughed, he suddenly cried, unable to stop the flow of tears. Miserable. How can one word be miserable? The ancient god of time then waved his hand and said, What are you crying for? After so many years, you are like a repeater, without any new tricks. Before you die, you always cry. I'm tired of watching you. Forget it. It's better to send you to transcendence again. This 1,000 years. This is your 5th death. And I'm still able to devour you twice. Xueqing spoke so casually. Qin Fang suddenly stopped crying and looked at Black Widow. This? It's also your doppelganger? Specially sent to kill me. Xueqing nodded her head and said, Unfortunately, she's not useful. I wonder if it came to mind. Black Widow was Xueqing's. No. To be precise, the ancient god of time's doppelganger. He has suffered for 5 million years. I wonder if you all guessed it too. Chapter 772. The 3 great celestial emperors gathered together. Xueqing laughed, her mockery showing through, saying with a very deep dislike, What did you expect? Qin Fang's expression that seemed to be laughing, not crying, froze, and suddenly he said evilly, Then me? It's not a loss. After all, Black Widow's body? Really good. Xueqing looked at Qin Fang's lewd expression, and instantly knew the dirty thoughts in his heart. Xueqing said indifferently, It's nothing but skin. Forget it. It's better to send you to the afterlife. After devouring you, maybe I'll be able to have another half-step transcendent god-level doppelganger. Xueqing wanted to crush Qin Fang alive to avoid a long night's sleep. Qin Fang was not the least bit flustered and suddenly smiled as he looked towards Black Widow and said, What about a one-day husband and wife? Do you want to watch me die? Black Widow blankly glanced at Qin Fang. She was devoid of any reaction, and was even a little eager to devour the remnants of Qin Fang's body. Qin Fang spread his hands and said, You are really heartless. But this is good. The last trace of connectivity in my heart has been lifted. Originally, I was still wondering how to explain to Xiner. Xueqing said, Go to hell. Qin Fang looked into the void and said, Second brother, hurry up and show yourself. Save your good big brother. Otherwise, I'm going to die. The moment Qin Fang's words came out, Xueqing's heart instinctively felt a hint of something wrong. Qin Fang? Was this talking to anyone? Second brother? Where did Qin Fang get a second brother? Could it be that there were still survivors in the 9th level world? No. This place was an otherworldly space that she had condensed. And no one would ever appear here. Even if they were here, it was also impossible to come in without going through her senses. Could it be that Qin Fang was bluffing? Xueqing thought a lot in an instant. Unable to help herself, she increased the strength in her hands. And Qin Fang immediately felt incomparable pain, as if all of his bones were being squeezed together. His internal organs were almost about to explode, and blood was being spat out continuously. Qin Fang used all his energy to hold a few words from between his throats. If you don't make a move, I will really die. The address left by the plague Dharma god before he died? You don't have to wonder about it. Qin Fang expressed his indifference, as if he had already put life and death at risk, not even using his defense. Caw caw caw. Qin Fang spat out chunks of his internal organs in a large mouth, his life breath rapidly decreasing, and a deathly gray color filled the air. The words of this plague Dharma god before he died. This was his greatest bargaining chip. Xueqing clearly felt a touch of cold wind appear behind her, and when she turned her head back, the overwhelmingly magnificent figure of the first heavenly emperor, the heavenly raccoon, at some point, had already stood behind her. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Shui Qing'er coldly and said, "Time. Let go of Qin Fong. I can spare your life." The god of time. Even though so many years had passed. Even though her layout was also very far-reaching. Even though her strength had already surpassed the Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Raccoon to a certain extent. In her heart, she still had deep scorn. Or one could even say fear. Towards the first Heavenly Emperors. After all, the Heavenly Court was such a big mess. But the Heavenly Raccoon had single-handedly established it. Black Widow's figure silently merged into Shui Qing'er's body, allowing her strength to instantly break through into the super god level. An aura that did not melt into this side of heaven and earth erupted. As if she was like an empress. She pinched Qin Fong's neck and looked towards the Heavenly Raccoon, saying, "What if I say no?" The Heavenly Raccoon regained her composure and looked at her flatly. The super god level is not the limit, ah. As he spoke, the Heavenly Raccoon revealed a strong aura, as if the universe was destroying. An indescribable collapsing aura pressed down on Shui Qing'er's body, causing her to spit out blood, her aura wilting. And she felt the rift-like gap between her and the Heavenly Raccoon. Shui Qing'er felt it. And to be honest, instead of panic appearing in her eyes, on the contrary, she laughed loudly, with a touch of madness. "Heavenly Raccoon? Haha. I knew that you hadn't broken through to become a cosmic level yet. If that's the case, what am I afraid of you for? Fusion it is. Great thousand-stream divine art." Shui Qing'er's voice was wild, unrivaled, although her spine was bent. However, her expression was incomparably exuberant. In an instant, an infinite amount of seven-colored rays of light presented themselves from all directions of heaven's destiny, as if they were meteors, rapidly descending to this place. These were all the bilocations of the ancient god of time, all of them containing a very dense power of time within their bodies, and were completely similar to Shui Qing'er's appearance. These bilocations transformed into streams of light and merged into Shui Qing'er's body, making her aura deeper and deeper, more and more terrifying. And even the Heavenly Raccoon frowned frequently, as if really underestimated the god of time all. According to the unveiling words of the ancient gods, time is honored. Space is king. If it wasn't for Qin Fong's appearance, causing the Heavenly Raccoon's transformation, and then causing the entire history to change, perhaps Shui Qing'er was the true Heavenly Emperor of the ancient deities. She had such a talent, as well as such abilities and ambitions. Shui Qing'er's aura grew stronger and stronger, her hunched body gradually straightening up, and she even began to suppress the Heavenly Raccoon in reverse. Shui Qing'er was very proud, saying, "The great thousand streams divine art. This is one of the strongest skills that I have self-realized over the course of 5 million years. Its only function, to help me fuse the 10,000 paths and successfully break through to become a half-step universe level. For so many years, with the help of Qin Fong's corpse, Qin Fong's stone sculpture, I have continuously cultivated. Do you know how fast I have progressed? Do you know how many half-step transcendent god-level doppelgangers I have condensed? 10,000. A full 10,000. What kind of concept is that? Perhaps the entire heaven's destiny. The entire blue star would have to submit to my feet." Shui Qing'er enjoyed this feeling of strong power so much that her eyes were filled with disdain even as she looked at the Heavenly Raccoon. "Sky Raccoon? You haven't been doing too well after all these years. Haven't even broken through to the half-step universe level? By the way, if you're so weak, don't come forward, lest later on, you'll have to stay as well." Shui Qing'er's strength rapidly soared. Beginning stage of the Super God level. Super God level middle stage. Super God level high stage. Peak of the Super God level. When her strength reached the peak of the Super God level, she then perceived that the Sky Raccoon's strength was only the peak of the Super God level, which led to the mockery just now. Between the peak of the Super God level and a half-step universe level, this was like a watershed. Some people were stuck here for their entire lives, but there were others that were able to break through with ease. For example, the god of time, Shui Qing'er, who had been building up her strength for so many years, had broken through directly from the half-step super god level to the half-step universe level, directly spanning a great realm that was unimaginable to normal people. Half-step universe level. At this realm, one was already able to mobilize the blue star and mobilize 50% of heaven's destiny's power against the enemy. She is already equivalent to half a creation god. God of time, Shui Qing'er was able to clearly sense that the universe level was already not far away from her. as long as she was able to seek out the power left behind by the dead plague Dharma god. A breakthrough was on the cards. The heavenly raccoon was so overwhelmed by the pressure of her half-stepped universe level that it was on the verge of death. Qin Fang took a look at this situation. His entire being was dumbfounded. No way. Ah, old chap. Are you that weak? You're joking about this. Can it be that after so many years, you still haven't broken through to the half-step super god level? From the moment Shui Qing'er told her the story just now, Qin Fang had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that the first, third, and fourth heavenly emperors, who had broken through to become super god level in the blue planet, had been targeted by an existence hidden in the blue planet that was super powerful and terrifying, and thus had been enslaved? It was actually quite possible. And who was the strongest among the heavenly orders? Of course, it was the ancient Qin Fang. Therefore, Qin Fang's guesses were as follows. The heavenly raccoon. The third and fourth heavenly emperors descended upon the blue star and broke through to the super god level. The ancient Qin Fang, who was in slumber, sensed a certain threat and brazenly struck out to take down the three of them and enslave them, while the plague Dharma god used his own lifespan as a price to successfully seal the so-called ancient Qin Fang. The sky raccoon and the others? Naturally, they were also able to get out of the trap for a short period of time. The pestilence Dharma god's bargaining chip? Since he had said it out loud, these people would definitely arrive at this place. As a matter of fact, Qin Fang had gambled correctly, and the heavenly raccoon was standing on the side, watching the battle. But the only thing that Qin Fang had failed to do was that he had overestimated the strength of the heavenly raccoon. He had overestimated the strength of the heavenly raccoon. A mere peak super god level? What are you doing flitting back and forth? Isn't that bullshit? Now, you have to die too. Although the heavenly raccoon was bent over, his eyes remained calm and his breath remained stable as he looked towards Qin Fang and said, "Give me the secrets of the plague Dharma gods dying, and I will save you." The moment the heavenly emperor said this, Qin Fang instantly understood what it meant to be an old silver coin. This guy's strength? Definitely above the half-step universe level as well. For that matter, it was because he wanted the secrets of the plague Dharma god before he died. Qin Fang did not open his mouth, but instead looked to the other two sides and said, "Two seniors? Since they are all here, don't hide. Come out and meet them all. Otherwise, it's not easy for me to tell the secret." The third heavenly emperor, the fourth heavenly emperor, also removed their disguises and stood frankly beside Qin Fang. At this point, the three heavenly emperors, who had disappeared for the longest period of time and had the most far-reaching layout among the ancient deities, had all revealed themselves. And together with the Dragon of Time, the four of them surrounded Qin Fang from all directions. The first heavenly emperor, heavenly raccoon, didn't seem to care and seemed to have known about these two, had lurked beside him. However, Shui Qing'er was horrified. Huh? These three heavenly emperors had actually been hiding beside her all along? She hadn't even realized it. The moment she thought about it, Shui Qing'er felt a wave of chills. Wasn't it true that all of her privacy had been seen by these three old men? Under a wave of anger, Shui Qing'er unleashed her half-step transcendent god-level might to her heart's content, as if it was a gale of wind that descended upon these three heavenly emperors. The first heavenly emperor, heavenly raccoon, suddenly straightened up, regarded Shui Qing'er's mighty pressure as nothing, and said, "Forget it. I won't play along with you. Time. For so many years, we've seen everything you've done. It's not bad, but it's only as good as good. You don't really think that ancient Qin Fang doesn't know that it's you who has been harvesting Qin Fang's life, right? No, he knows everything. Only that he doesn't want to bother about it. Instead, he wants to wait for you to become a cosmic level, and then swallow you in one gulp. Stupid woman. Really don't know what you're being arrogant about. Furthermore, don't you feel that this so-called great thousand streams divine art that you perceive is very strange? This was deliberately passed down to you by ancient Qin Fang, deliberately allowing you to unite. Foolish woman." The heavenly raccoon despised Shui Qing'er with extreme mockery, revealing to her all of her inner small-mindedness and exposing it bloodily to the sunlight. Shui Qing'er's entire body tensed up. Could it be true? As much as she wanted to refute it, the experience of some of these things was not at all different from what the heavenly raccoon had said. Could it be? She was the most proud of her making a fortune in silence? Was she actually under someone else's watchful eye? The third heavenly emperor is a thin little old man. Immortal style. A green-colored lapel robe. As if an old god. Crane hair. Childish face. Spirited. Giving people the feeling as if the dome of the sky is collapsing. Terrifying. This, definitely, was also a half-step universe-level strength. He did not bother to look at the retarded Schwetzinger, but instead looked at Qin Fong and quietly said, Qin Fong? Since you pointed us out, we'd like to really hear most something. The fourth heavenly emperor, the giant god, was very tall and lanky. Every inch of his body was filled with explosive muscles underneath. He looked naive and bald, with a circle of animal skin around his lower body. But the old scheming and calculating mind within his eyes was deeper than even the third heavenly emperor. Even the heavenly raccoon had once suffered from him, and his losses were not small. Qin Fong? If you tell me the last words of the plague Dharma god alone, I will definitely let you live these 3,000 years of light without any worries, so that you and your little daughter-in-law will be able to spend 3,000 years in peace. The third person's heavenly emperor said. Humph. Childish. Qin Fong. If you believe him, I would only doubt your intelligence. The heavenly raccoon also vocalized. Good big brother. Huh? How about you tell me? The two of us? Who's with who? Isn't it? Between 3 words. The 3 heavenly emperors struck out at the same time, wanting to snatch Qin Fong from Schwetzinger's hands. However, Schwetzinger quickly reacted and said, Humph. 3 heavenly emperors. Good calculation. Although I am being watched, I should be better than 3 slaves. Schwetzinger wasn't a fool. She instantly understood the joint, and the hand that squeezed Qin Fong's neck squeezed tighter. These 3 heavenly emperors had disappeared for such a long time? Where could they have gone? Naturally, they had been slaved by the ancient Qin Fong. Schwetzinger couldn't help but curse out an expletive. Grass. They are all phoenixes that have fallen into the grass. No one should laugh at anyone. Besides, the 3 of you? Nowadays, you're only half-step universe level. I'm not bad either. This secret, who will die of deer, is yet to be known. Schwetzinger rather had a grandiose air of fighting 1 against 3. The first, third, and fourth heavenly emperors, seeing that Schwetzinger wasn't getting her grease on, said, Time, or not. Let Qin Fong speak the last words of the plague Dharma god, and then we'll each do our own thing? Let's see who will be able to steal the show and become a cosmic level. At such a moment, Qin Fong couldn't help but interject, saying with a hint of provocation, I will only speak to the strongest heavenly emperor. The fourth heavenly emperor blankly glanced at Qin Fong and said, Qin Fong, it's such a time. There's no need to play the trick of killing 3 men with 2 peaches. Right? You want us to kill each other, and you pick up the pieces in the end. What are you thinking? Qin Fong's heart thumped. This fourth heavenly emperor was really difficult to deal with. Schwetzinger increased the strength in her hands, telling him not to play any tricks, or he would be the one to suffer in the end. Chapter 773 Unknowable Land. Qin Fong was honest. There was no need for him to be dishonest. After all, 4 peak half-step universe level powerhouses were staring at him. Once the 4 half-step universe level deliberated, they finally decided, let Qin Fong speak the last words of the plague Dharma god, and they'll each grab the chance to advance based on their abilities. Agreed? Agreed? The third heavenly emperor took out a handful of silver needles from his bosom and said, Qin Fong, this is the bone-cutting silver needle insect. Its usage is very simple. It will be like a larva, piercing into your bone marrow, traveling around in it constantly, causing great damage, and will ultimately devour your bone marrow and bones. And because this deep into the marrow of the pain from the outside world cannot be stopped at all, cannot stop the pain, unless you kill yourself. This is my most proud of the means of punishment. How many iron bones of the man are unable to withstand the pain, and ultimately ask me to kill him? I wonder if your excellency can cope with a few of them? As the words fell, 3 larvae similar to silver needles bit a small opening from Qin Fong's body, entering deep into his bone marrow, and began to gnaw. At first it was crunchy, not feeling pain, only an itch that went straight to the bone marrow, wanting to scratch, but unable to do so. It was very uncomfortable. When this silver needleworm first starts crawling in, it will come with its own anesthetic effect. It won't make you feel too much pain, but later on, it's the beginning of hell. You wait slowly. The third heavenly emperor had an evil smile on his lips as his hands and feet kept roaming around Qin Fang's body, seemingly enjoying the process of Qin Fang's masochism very much. He even told Shui Qinger to close the barrier, so that the people underneath Yang City could watch and see how fragile and untouchable their city lord was. Is this the city lord? No. This isn't the city lord. The city lord is a deity. How could he be ravaged so easily? Where is city lord Qinlinger? Why has she disappeared into thin air as well? These 4 people? Just who are they? Forget it. No matter who they are. I have to go save city lord. Within Yang City, several humanoids piloted flying machines, wanting to go save the city lord. However, the third heavenly emperor merely gave a single look, which caused their warships to disintegrate and explode in the air. Listening to the voices within Yang City and destroying their fighting hearts allowed the third heavenly emperor's perverted desires to reach their greatest fulfillment. The populace, who had a strong bond with Qin Fang, still wanted to ascend the dome of the sky to die. But they were stopped dead in their tracks by Zhang Tu, who roared, "Don't you all understand? With our strength, it's impossible to succeed. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices." Did Zhang Tu not want to save Qin Fang? He wanted to. But he also understood that with his strength, it was simply impossible to do it. Not long after, intense pain swept through, making Qin Fang feel as if there were countless steel needles inside his body that were constantly piercing itself, at a rate of 1 stroke per second. The punishment was rapidly applied. Pain. Extreme pain came, causing Qin Fang's body to curl up into a crab in a split second, twitching continuously in pain. The veins on his face rippled out. His 5 senses seemed to be iterated together, giving him a very creepy feeling. Qin Fang. This is only the first grade of pain. Later on, it will only be promoted to become the 2nd grade, until the final 9th grade. You slowly savor it all. Don't worry. We have plenty of time. But what if you are willing to talk? I can give you a pain. This kind of pain was definitely described as 15th grade pain. But Qin Fang was still gritting his teeth, unwilling to make any sound. The third heavenly emperor gave Qin Fang a good shout. "I like tough guys like you. How about this? I'll give you some more." With that, another 8 of the silver needle insects appeared and merged into Qin Fang's body. The pain doubled. Cold sweat broke out all over Qin Fang's body. His body had begun to twitch unconsciously, and his spirit was on the verge of lapsing. Zhang Tu gritted his teeth. He had sensed that Qin Fang was going to die and could only say, "Let the first batch of test subjects strike." Suddenly, from the depths of Yang City's underground, 9 peerless women flew out, with determination in their eyes, rushing up to the sky, wanting to rescue Qin Fang. However, these 4 half-step universe-level existences tackled them at the first opportunity, probing their bodies. Even Qin Fang? All went unattended, instead leaving him to his convulsions on the side. The first Celestial Emperor, Celestial Raccoon, said, "This is different from the human race created by our heavenly destiny. It seems different." The third heavenly emperor frowned. "This is clearly a human race created by us as well. So why has this power appeared within their bodies?" The giant god heavenly emperor. "This power? It seems to come from within their bodies? Should we probe carefully?" Although Shui Qinger didn't know what they were talking about, she was able to know that it was absolutely impossible for the human race she created to grasp such a powerful force. A mortal body? Surprisingly, it possessed a strength comparable to that of a gold rank. It wasn't strong, but it was enough to be surprised. Shui Qinger cast her eyes towards Yangcheng. By the looks of it, this city? It's still hiding quite a few secrets. The 4 cosmic levels began to probe the source of the power of these humanoids. And in the end, all 4 of them turned pale, and did not dare to probe again. The power within these humanoids was actually linked to a certain unknown place. Exactly where was it? They only probed a little bit. And then, they felt a great aura pass out, making them feel small. They were half a step into the universe level. They were half-stepped universe level. This? What kind of secret is the human race hiding? And? Was this still the human race they had created? If they were able to find out where this power was, with such a strong power, it could definitely help them become a true universe level. The third heavenly emperor, who had pinched this one's human race to death, sensed the traces of power within her body, wanting to know to what region this smattering of power had returned, only to see that from within her body, A touch of light blue-colored light appeared, merging into the unknown location of the blue star. The 4 great cosmic levels tried to probe, but were unable to succeed. This scene caused the 4 great half-step universe levels to be shocked. What? Was there even a place in Blue Star that he didn't understand? This area that contained terrifying power? Where exactly was it? The heavenly raccoon also pinched a woman to death, once again sensing where this power had returned. This power was so well hidden that they couldn't detect exactly where it was. 3rd place. 4th. 5th. They probed for a long time, but in the end, they were unable to know. Suddenly, the 4th heavenly emperor said, "What do you say? Could this place have something to do with the final words left behind by the plague Dharma god?" Thus, the eyes of these 4 people once again fell on Qin Fong. Oops. Qin Fong is already dying. He can't die. As Schwetzinger spoke, a touch of the power of time flowed round to Qin Fong's body, and time regressed. Qin Fong's state returned to its peak, but the extreme pain was also once again excruciating. "Qin Fong, are you sure you still don't want to speak? This is already the 5th grade of pain, Not bad. I respect you as a man." The 4th heavenly emperor also took out a reddish worm from the space he carried within himself. This is a spirit compulsion. It's better to let it devour Qin Fong's memories, and tell us what the last words left by the plague Dharma god were. But by devouring Qin Fong's spirit, he will also die. Schwetzinger's eyes lit up in agreement. The 1st celestial emperor, Tian Raccoon, then said, "I need to gather a touch of spiritual power and enter the spirit compass to supervise the entire process." Schwetzinger and the 3rd celestial emperor also expressed the need to do so. As for Qin Fong's death or life, they did not care in the slightest. The 4th heavenly emperor agreed, and then he was ready to release the spiritual compass into Qin Fong's eyes, allowing him to devour Qin Fong's spiritual energy. At that moment, a familiar but flirtatious voice sounded behind the 4 of them, saying, "Aya, if you want to know my last words, why don't you just ask me yourselves? Why are you trying to make things difficult for Qin Fong?" Schwetzinger directly said, "Get lost. Don't get in the way." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Who was the one speaking? Why did it feel so familiar? The 4 of them turned around, and to their surprise, they saw the plague Dharma god, who was supposed to be dead, but at the moment was fully restored as before, standing peacefully behind them, even playfully greeting them and looking at them and smiling. Ah! Ah! The 4 half-step universe level powerhouses were immediately startled to know the death of the plague Dharma god. This was something that the 3 heavenly emperors had seen with their own eyes. In order to seal ancient Qin Fong, the plague Dharma god had sacrificed his life. But why? The plague Dharma god at this moment had appeared again? Not only was it the plague Dharma god, but the shadow of the evil god also appeared, and with a gentle fishing stroke, Qin Fong, who was being tortured and locked up by 4 half-step universe levels, silently appeared in the evil god's hands. The evil god slightly checked Qin Fong's condition and said, "Little fellow, you guys are still quite ruthless." As he spoke, the evil god managed to remove the silver needle worms from Qin Fong's body, helping him recover from his injuries. Qin Fong weakly opened his eyes. Seeing the evil god, he wasn't surprised. Instead he said, "Teacher, you've come to save me." However, when he saw the pestilence Dharma god, he inevitably shook and said in surprise, "Senior Pestilence Dharma god? You didn't die, What's going on here?" The Pestilence Dharma god was just about to pretend, but he heard the evil god dismantle the stage, saying, "This old kid has also studied the immortal mysteries of the ancient gods, and has also left a backhand for himself. Only that our 2 abyssals are just not in the heavenly destiny." Qin Fong understood, but then again, he didn't seem to understand. However, the 1st celestial emperor Sky Raccoon understood completely, and he said with great excitement, "2 seniors? You guys are placing the mark of immortality in the unknowable place of the blue star. Right. Only the one in that place has sufficient power to be able to make a universe-level plague Dharma god resurrected in a short period of time." It had to be said that for a heavenly raccoon to be able to become a heavenly emperor, he really did have a certain degree of ingenuity. These things merely shed traces of it. And he, surprisingly, he was able to deduce the final result. This person was really strong. with a brain that was sufficient. Qin Fang, Xueqing, the third and fourth heavenly emperors, all expressed their confusion. What were they saying? How could they not understand? The plague Dharma god was also unavoidably surprised, and said in astonishment, "You have probed into the unknowable land?" The heavenly raccoon nodded his head, and then turned his eyes towards the human race within Yang City. Probing his hand, a woman who had opened the dragon's spine was brought to the plague Dharma god's face, saying, "We have also just probed, and the human race has even linked to the unknowable land by opening the spine." The surprise in the plague Dharma god's heart was no less than that of a sky raccoon. One must know that the unknowable land was a secret place that he and the evil god had only discovered under their achievement of the cosmic level. Who could have thought the human race had such a talent, being able to actively link to the unknowable land? Is this still a good thing? Wouldn't this mean that all members of the human race could become supergod level? Or even half-step universe level? The plague Dharma god and the evil god looked at each other, killing intent appearing in their eyes, as they wanted to clear out this trouble. An unknowable land could not be chaotic. Qin Fang spoke. "This method is something I probed out, based on the heavens mandate native? Deduced it." As soon as Qin Fang said these words, the first celestial emperor, Celestial Raccoon, left at once, his voice being infinitely stretched. "Two seniors? Qin Fang is my elder brother. I did not use force against him just now." At a moment like this, the heavenly raccoon admitted that Qin Fang was his elder brother again, and directly stated that he had not moved against him just now. This was also a means of self-preservation for fear of being liquidated. The plague Dharma god, the evil god, did not make a move to leave him behind. The third heavenly emperor took a look at this situation and said nothing, directly fleeing, but was left behind by the plague Dharma god, saying, "What's the hurry? Since you're treating my words as if they were falling on deaf ears, I naturally have to give you a good reception as well." The plague Dharma god had once said, "If you want to make a move against Qin Fang, you are not allowed to bully the small with the big." But there were some people who didn't seem to take his words to heart. Xueqing, the fourth heavenly emperor, also wanted to leave quietly, and was also left behind by the evil god. After tormenting Qin Fang for such a long time, did he want to leave without even saying an apology? How could there be such a good thing? You guys shouldn't go too far. We three half-step universe level. Facing you guys? It's not as if we don't have a fighting chance. Xueqing colored and mobilized her full strength, and the wind and clouds changed. The third and fourth celestial emperors were forced to get on this one's pirate ship and work together to fight against the plague Dharma god and the evil god. Although the plague Dharma god, evil god, was younger than all of them, the two were highly accomplished. The evil god said indifferently, "It looks like the three of you don't have any concepts of the universe level. How about this? I'll only strike once. If I can't take you guys, I'll let you guys go." The three gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "Let your horses come." They didn't believe that they wouldn't even be able to carry a single strike from the evil god. The evil god raised his hand, and the entire power of heaven's destiny was mobilized. Countless rules of evil energy crushing down, while the half-step universe level rules that the three had mastered were laid to rest in an instant, without any movement. This was the crushing of the rule level. The three half-step universe levels really did not carry a single blow from the evil god, becoming dolls and prisoners in the hands of the evil god, as in Qin Fang's state just now. The plague Dharma god looked at Qin Fang and said, "How do you want to move them?" Qin Fang pointed at the third heavenly emperor and said, "This silver needle insect. I think he should also taste it." Then he pointed at the fourth heavenly emperor and said, "This spirit compulsion. I think he also wants to try it." As for Xueqing, I don't know if the two seniors are able to break her apart. I want the dragon of Rantine to devour them one by one and achieve a half-step universe level. Chapter 774, True History. The plague Dharma god straightened up and said, "Good." Snapping, a full 90,000 silver needle insects entered within the third heavenly emperor's divine body. The intense pain, instead of making him feel pain, on the contrary, it also made him enjoy it very much. The smile at the corners of his mouth kept on smiling, as if it was saying, "Any more and I'll be able to withstand it as well." This made Qin Fang call out pervert. No, it was even more perverted than perverted. Tough guy. Proper tough guy. The fourth heavenly emperor was implanted with a spiritual compulsion, and was also expressionless. The plague Dharma god probed and informed Qin Fang. The fourth heavenly emperor has already integrated all of his spiritual power into his body. His mind is empty. Qin Fang was once again surprised. Holy shit. Another ruthless person. As for Xue Qinger, she was not as refined as these two. Under the operation of the plague Dharma god, countless detachments were being constantly dismantled and then sealed one by one. Xue Qinger was panicking. She could feel that her strength was continuously decreasing. She panicked and hurriedly begged Qin Fang. All sorts of different doppelgangers with different emotions and different states. Qin Fang. Ah. Please spare me this time. I promise that there definitely won't be a next time. Qin Fang. What about one day's husband and wife? We've been friends for so many years. Please. Qin Fang. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Mard. Why don't we all go to the same place? I'll contact ancient Qin Fang right now. It's better for me to promise to be devoured by him than to cheapen you. Brother Qin Fang. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Each and every one of Xue Qinger's doppelgangers gave off different sensations. Some were hot. Some were coy. Some were shy. And some were unrestrained. Even the evil god couldn't help but sigh. Qin Fang. Why don't you take them all? In that case, your life after marriage will also be very colorful. Especially the two-person world between husband and wife. Such a lewd smile from the evil god was really disgusting. However, Xue Qinger seemed to have grasped the straw that saved her life, and directly said, Qin Fang, I can satisfy all of your knowledge, comprehended on your own. Instead of being moved, Qin Fang felt the white moonlight in his heart completely destroyed. Senior plague Dharma god? Is it still capable of being faster? Buzzing. The figure of the dragon of time and space appeared and began to devour the power of time within Xue Qinger's body. Dang. When the first hot Xue Qinger was completely devoured, the dragon of time and space flickered with a bright light, achieving the super god level. The second Xue Qinger's bilocation. The third Xue Qinger's bilocation. The aura of the dragon of time and space was strengthening. A drink and a peck were all determined by the heavens. During these nearly 3 million years, the snow clearer had continuously devoured the power of time within Qin Fang's body. And in the end, it still returned to Qin Fang's body in this form. The third heavenly emperor. The fourth heavenly emperor looked on, with numbness in their scalps. This kid? Still really ruthless. So incapable of compassion? Eh? The pestilence Dharma god glanced at them. And these two half-step universe-level powerhouses immediately ouched and cried out. Their expressions screwed together, as if they were suffering great pain. In the end, Xue Qinger was completely sealed by the plague Dharma god into 10,000 small 7-colored beads, which were handed over to Qin Fang. The plague Dharma god said again, These? It should be enough for your doppelganger to achieve a half-step universe level, giving him some ability to defend himself. The evil god added, What? Just self-preservation. That's nothing. What you have to do is to save everything. And your primary god position has to be raised quickly as well. For such a long time? Why are you still hanging around at primary god? Get a grip. You can't ask us two old men to come and save you every time. Qin Fang nodded his head, accepting the lesson with a false sense of humility. It looked like he would have to return to the past a few times again. Oh. Alright. You two get lost. Next time you commit a crime at my hands, I will definitely give you a good look. The plague Dharma god lifted the restrictions on these two and told them to get lost. A crisis targeting Qin Fang was eventually lifted successfully with the help of the plague Dharma god. The evil god, Xue Qing. It had completely fallen into Qin Fang's sustenance. Qin Fang watched the third and fourth heavenly emperors leave before he could not help but ask. Two seniors? Can you tell me about the unknowable place you just mentioned? What kind of places were you talking about? Seeing that Qin Fang was truly interested, the plague Dharma god coalesced a set of tea utensils and signaled for Qin Fang to take a seat as the natural ice spring boiled and the aroma of tea overflowed. Qin Fang? With your current strength, it is not yet the moment to know this. But we have decided to tell you after careful consideration. It's also good to equip you with a certain level of cognition to avoid common sense mistakes. The unknowable land is Blue Star's deepest hidden secret. Bar none. Blue Star isn't as simple as you and I think. He's definitely not a world of a simple level. Before the two of us have been promoted to the cosmic level, the perception of Blue Star was very one-sided, thinking that the Blue Star was merely blessed with heaven and earth. It was merely the fact that there was an ancient Qin Fong from a peak level 9 world that had strayed here and dispersed its body's aura. And that was why it seemed to be very divine. And it was even able to help the two of us to successfully advance to become cosmic levels. However, along with our strength getting stronger and stronger, the two of us were gradually discovering that our promotion to become a cosmic level was not because of the ancient Qin Fong, but because the blue star was hiding a great secret. So, the two of us spent 100,000 years, or even 500,000 years exploring. And only then did we discover, Blue Star is actually hiding an unknowable place. This place contains a huge secret. To put it simply, the world of the Blue Star is like an egg. The planet you see is merely its shell, and the interior is where its true essence lies. The unknowable land, on the other hand, contains all of Blue Star's essence. According to our deduction, it is highly likely that the Blue Star is a world of the 8th level that has never hatched. This is because only a world of the 8th level would be able to hold so many universe levels. Half-step universe levels. Even, there's also the possibility that it's the hatchling of a level 9 world. It wasn't the ancient Qin Fong that made us, but the Blue Star that made us. And the Blue Star? It's also achieving ancient Qin Fong. Logically speaking, if it was an ordinary level 1 planet, it wouldn't have been able to carry far ancient Qin Fong's divine body and help him recover from his injuries, let alone help him achieve the cosmic level. Everything behind this is traceable. It is possible that the Blue Star was deliberately chosen by ancient Qin Fong. The evil god drank the strong tea in his hand like a cow and added, "Hey, Qin Fong. Guess, does Rainy Night know the secret of the Blue Star's unknowable land? Guess again? Does ancient Qin Fong know the secret of the unknowable land?" The answer is yes. These two, both of them, are aware of it. Only that they are both. This deduction is also something that the Plague Dharma God and I have thought about and verified for a long time. And only then was it finally determined. To be honest, Heaven's Destiny, Blue Star, each have a chess player, respectively Rainy Night, ancient Qin Fong. These two brought different peak 8th order, and even 9th order worlds, and both wanted to devour and fuse away their respective worlds. But because of their similar strengths, no one was able to succeed. Qin Fong was shocked. What? This Heaven's Destiny. The Blue Star is actually all rank 8, or even rank 9 worlds at the very least. Without bothering to look at Qin Fong's shocked expression, the Plague Dharma God continued. There should have been a great battle between these two. Only in the end, all of them were heavily injured. Rainy Night returned to Heaven's Destiny to heal, and ancient Qin Fong returned to Blue Star to heal the blood that dripped from the two of them, because it possessed an extremely strong spirituality, divine power, combined with the original spirituality of the top worlds. That's how each of them achieved us. The 10,000 races within these two worlds. Have you not noticed? The races of Heaven's Destiny and Blue Star are highly similar. Only, the races of Heaven's Destiny are a bit higher ranked and wield a bit more power, while the 10,000 races of the Blue Planet behave in a very ordinary manner. When the Plague Dharma God said this, Qin Fong then reacted that it was really like that. But why? The evil god continued. The blood of the Rainy Night, ancient Qin Fong, was spilled in both worlds. So the 10,000 races are highly similar. For example, the divine race. We speculate that this could be the blood of the Rainy Night that was left behind. Then, there's the mechanical clan. For example, we suspect that it was left by the blood of ancient Qin Fong. The Plague Dharma God also followed the evil god's words and kept adding. Qin Fong's 3 views directly exploded. This? The creation gods were actually them? Qin Fong followed his thinking and asked a silly question. Why have the two of them been around for so many years? Why didn't they take the opportunity to strangle each other again and completely unify the two worlds? In that case, wouldn't the celestial destiny Blue Star be able to go even further? The Plague Dharma God gave him a blank look and said, Do you think that cosmic levels are that easy to kill? Do you think that the people left behind in peak level 9 worlds don't carry a tiny bit of cards on them? Do you think that battles between cosmic levels? Is it that simple? Do you know how many galaxies would collapse and reorganize? This series of rhetorical questions directly dumbfounded Qin Fong. Qin Fong himself felt as if he did seem a bit dumb himself. Although neither of these two can kill the other, they both have their own plans to make the two worlds merge. The two of them? They did it silently. The Blue Star and Heaven's Destiny are really merging. Perhaps after the complete fusion, There will be a shocking battle to set off. Phew. Qin Fong exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, as he seemed to understand. Qin Fong suddenly frowned and inquired. That's not right. Since the races are similar? Why are the races of the Heaven's Mandate so strong? The Plague Dharma God said. Now the topic is returned to the unknowable lands? The blue star exists in the unknowable lands? Then does Heaven's destiny possess an unknowable land? Qin Fong nodded his head affirmatively and said. Possesses. In fact, with a little thought, one was able to figure it out. Whether it was Rainy Night or ancient Qin Fong, they were all remnants of 9th level worlds, and without a powerful force behind them to guard them. Would they dare to flaunt the world? Could they not hide this 8th level world origin? Therefore, Heaven's destiny disguised itself externally as a level 3, while Blue Star disguised itself externally as a level 1. To cover their ears, Qin Fong seemed to have thought of something and said, The first Heavenly Emperor? Can it be that what was discovered was the unknowable place of Heaven's Mandate? That's why he left in a hurry. The evil god nodded and said, Well, it should be. This kid? The reaction is still quick. Extrapolating the unknowable land from the Blue Star human race. And then hearing you say that the Heaven's Mandate human race also possesses the ability to open the Dragon's Ridge. So that's why it dawned on him to search for the Heaven's Mandate's unknowable land. If this kid is given the opportunity to find the gap in the Heaven's Mandate unknowable land based on the clues, it seems like it's just around the corner for him to become a cosmic level. The evil god, Plague Dharma God, praised the first Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Raccoon. Highly. Qin Fong lightly ejaculated. He seemed to have heard something unimaginable. What? Is the unknowable land still capable of breaking and gaping? The Plague Dharma God filled Qin Fong's second brew of tea and said, The unknowable land is also very fragile. It is also capable of being broken, but only if your strength has to be at the peak of the cosmic level, and you know the entrance. The unknowable land of Heaven's destiny. I blindly guessed that it should have been broken by ancient Qin Fong, or Rainy Night's stronger opponents. So it led to the leakage of the essence of the internal seal, which allowed Heaven's destiny to be promoted to become a world of the 3rd level. And it also led to the Heaven's destiny and the Blue Star. Even though the species are the same, the Heaven's destiny, because of its higher level, has a higher level of the species, which is higher than the Blue Star, and it is stronger than the Blue Star. Qin Fong understood. So it was like this. Heaven's Mandate, the secret of the Blue Star, was completely solved. Rainy Night. Ancient Qin Fong is the chess player. We can only be considered chess pieces. And chess pieces also have temperaments. So perhaps we will also be able to completely overturn this smattering of the chessboard. Qin Fong understood. The mandate of heaven. The thousands of species of the Blue Star. To put it bluntly, we're all fighting to cross over. All seeking a chance to live. When ancient Qin Fong, Rainy Night completely obliterated each other, then I'm sure that the species of these two worlds would be at the point of death. After all, these species were all made from the blood of the two. Aren't you afraid that this species is a backhand left behind by the other party? It must be good to completely remove it all. Qin Fong understood. And he took a deep breath. What about me? What am I considered to be? Any answers? The Plague Dharma God pondered seriously and said, About you? We merely have a guess. But we can't be sure. Qin Fong simply sat on his butt and said, Tell me. 2 seniors. I can bear it. The evil god said. You? It should be a part of you that was stripped off alive from ancient Qin Fong's body by Rainy Night and thrown to you 5 million years later, wanting you to be a means of restraining ancient Qin Fong. We suspect that the ancient Qin Fong also laid out such a backhanded plan, wanting to sanction Rainy Night. But now, we still don't know who the backhand that ancient Qin Fong left behind is. The evil god was puzzled, but the Plague Dharma God didn't shy away from it, and directly said, It's me. I'm affiliated with a part of the Rainy Night, but I'm in agreement with Qin Fong, and also possess my own thoughts. Thoughts? I want to be independent. I want to. At this moment, the evil god, Qin Fong all dropped their jaws in shock. Ah, is it even like this? P.S. For more details, please watch Plague Dharma God of Online Games. The Plague Dharma God said, Qin Fong, you should know me best. Have you been affected by the ancient Qin Fong? Qin Fong shook his head woodenly. The Plague Dharma God followed up. The same goes for me. Let us work together, and succeed in breaking through the barriers of this. Break out completely. And from then on, the sky will be high enough for birds to fly, and the sea will be wide enough for fish to leap. The plague Dharma god was yearning for freedom, but his entire life was extremely unfree. Qin Fong nodded solemnly before asking the biggest question in his heart. The so-called Netherworld? Isn't it the land of the unknowable? Chapter 775 National Battle Semifinals. The plague Dharma god froze, before laughing heartily and saying, Qin Fong, how could you have such an idea? The Netherworld? It is a special independent existence, not an unknowable place. Although, the two also possess a certain connection. The Netherworld that you and I once entered, in the strictest sense of the word, it can be counted as a corner of the broken heaven's destiny unknowable land, carrying the grudges of beings above the heaven's destiny legendary level. And with the power accumulated in that place, it was able to allow you to successfully break through to become a super god level. Although you have not yet broken through to become a super god level, you already possess such a base. Qin Fong understood, finally figuring everything out. However, Qin Fong still had a new question, saying, Elder Plague Dharma God, why are we able to freely enter and exit the heavenly destiny, the blue star, while the other deities? Yet they are unable to do so? The evil god pulled out the fine wine from his arms and took a painful sip, saying, It is because we possess the original aura of heaven's destiny, as well as the original aura of the blue star. That is why we are able to travel at will. You, for example, have absorbed the power of the heaven's mandate netherworld. And you, yourself, are a being born from the blue star, which is why you are able to pass at will. It dawned on Qin Fong that this was the case. Heavenly raccoon? Is it really possible to become a cosmic level? The plague Dharma god said. Well, 8 or 9 times. A heavenly raccoon? It's also considered one of the few people whose talent can compare to ours. Only a little bit of poor luck. So that's why this never broke through. This time the unknowable land of heaven's destiny. Even if it's his chance. Qin Fong, you have to understand. Only when your strength reaches the cosmic level will you be considered to barely have a sliver of the possibility of executing a chess piece. Otherwise, in this life, you will be a chess piece. Qin Fong was a little greedy and said, Can I enter the unknowable land to cultivate? Rapidly increase my strength? The evil god directly said, Impossible. You're different from all of us. You're on the path of forging. You need to constantly comprehend before you can arrive at the peak. You need to forge cosmic level equipment before you can perfectly advance to become a cosmic level. A cosmic rank of your kind should be the strongest amongst us because, even though we are universe level existences, but why is there a gap between us and Rainy Night, an ancient Qin Fong? Namely because they have a set of universe level equipment, while we do not possess. Although we have broken through to become a cosmic grade, our equipment is still peak super god grade. We, for one, need your help in forging cosmic level equipment. Qin Fong understood, and he only felt a heavy responsibility on his body. However, he was still puzzled as he inquired, Teacher Evil God, aren't you majoring in forging? The evil god shook his head and said, Forging? It's my minor. The rule I truly major in is still the rule of evil, which has reached the cosmic level. Qin Fong, you don't need to be too stressed out. You still have 3,000 years left. Besides, the fusion of these two worlds will not succeed overnight. We have waited for so many years. We don't mind waiting for tens of thousands of years more. Qin Fong nodded his head. Ding. National War. The 88th game is open. The number of human beings that existed in the Blue Star had become fewer and fewer, and the territory occupied by Yang City had become larger and larger. However, the members of Yang City did not go out after all, and still stood firm in Yang City. This huge blue star was silent and eerie. Qin Fong bid farewell to the evil god, the plague Dharma god, and participated in this national war. Crushing. Still crushing. The national war did not possess any deities, and it was easy for Qin Fong to behead them. Victory. There was another area that was obliterated by the dark matter robots. Ding. National War. The 89th game opens. The national war was nearing its end. The entire blue planet was now left with 4 regions that still had living beings. The first region was naturally Yang City, with Qin Fong as the strongest representative. The journey was completed with extreme crushing and victory. The second region, on the other hand, was the team led by Big Brother Fong. Although they were stumbling and perilous along the way, but also still persevered to the end. The third region, the Alliance of the Western Nations, was said to have a god being born. The fourth region, the Alliance of the Southern Redheads, it was said that there were deities born as well. Qin Fong took a deep breath and watched the battle with all his heart and soul, participating in the battle. In the end, there were only 4 teams left, and the elimination was conducted by drawing lots, with the semifinals and then the finals. Semifinals, the Big Brother Fong region versus the Red Hair Alliance. Yangcheng versus the Alliance of the Western Nations. The winning sides, once again, played the final. Dang. The battle begins. In the semifinals, the team led by Big Brothers Fong ended up defeating the Southern Red Hairs Alliance. Who would have thought that Big Brother Fong would hide so deeply? And that there were a full 3 deities in their team. With a crushing stance, they managed to take this battle and advance to the final. Waiting for an hour, the system beep sounded, and the second semifinal opened. Ding! National War. The 100th battle opens. In this one, Qin Fong fought the Western Nations to the death, and his opponent was clearly a deity that had reached the intermediate god level, scaring Qin Fong. Because this deity, surprisingly, it made him feel a sense of danger intertwined with death. This was a divine spirit of destruction that had been piled up by combining the power of the west of the entire blue star and exhausting all of its resources, controlling the rules of destruction. Qin Fong, I have heard a lot about you. This was a man who was 8 feet tall, as if he was a lanky giant, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, naturally carrying a burst of oppression, opening his mouth, buzzing and vibrating and saying, giving people a deafening feeling. This person Qin Fong no. The strongest person in the whole of the West. Claimed to be never defeated, tore broken. Chinese Hall of Fame. The rainy night is honored. In the Western Hall of Fame, Tober was the king. These two really seemed to be 2 mountains, letting people look up with their heads held high, but saw the existence of the back of the neck. Tobacco once shattered the dreams of a group of people. Even in the heavenly destiny, he is similar to Hanging General. Promotion speed is almost the same as Qin Fong. Only become a god. Then Qin Fong a step later. However, he was also a latecomer, achieving intermediate god. And he even inherited a set of top god's equipment, living to beat Qin Fong out of breath. Although Qin Fong had been promoted to become a senior divine blacksmith in the ancient times, he was too busy these days, and had not yet forged a senior equipment and succeeded in his promotion yet. So he was, therefore, weaker than Tobacco. The entire populace of the West had pressed all their hopes on Tobacco's body. If Tober won, the West would devour the East and succeed in living. While if Tober lost, they would all have to die as well. Torbreak, be sure to win. We believe in you. Tober, you can do it. Yes, that's it. Grab Qin Fong's big face and hammer me. Qin Fong won't last long. We can do it. Tober, you are our light. God, our civilization cannot be destroyed. It must not be destroyed. It seemed that their prayers had played a certain role. Qin Fong's great battle with Tober was only 3 breaths, that is. He was suppressed. And then he was crushed, pressed to the ground and violently beaten, basically without any room to fight back. Dang. Tober violently threw a punch, blasting Qin Fong's cheek. Dang. Another punch, blasted at Qin Fong's waist. A weak point attack. Blood had begun to spill from Qin Fong's mouth. Yang City. City Lord. But you must hold on. Yes. City Lord. You must hold on. If City Lord dies, they all have to die. No. City Lord is undefeatable. How could he possibly fail? Yes. City Lord is mighty. City Lord is undefeated. I believe that City Lord is absolutely powerful. Although Qin Fong was at a disadvantage at the moment, the people of Yang City still unconditionally chose to believe in Qin Fong. Big Brother Fong was also watching the battle. Only his eyes were filled with disappointment. Huh? Is this the extent of it? It looked like the final victory belonged to him. Although this is different from what he had expected. But it was always extremely good to be able to unify the entire blue star. Qin Fong spat out the blood in his mouth and looked at Tuo breaking, saying, "It really is for your face." Self-destruct? Self-destruct for me. In an instant, a full 9 pieces of divine artifacts shone with a brilliant light like a great sun, exploding beside to a bro. The shockwaves of the explosion simply destroying everything. Absolute defense. Only to see Torbreak cross his arms in front of his chest. One leg stomping in front, and one leg stomping behind, forming an absolute defense. Dang. 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 9 rays of light that were enough to heavily damage a primary god. In front of Torbreak. Did not cause any damage, merely causing faint ripples to appear on the defense in front of him, which faded away in an instant. Torbreak rushed out once again, pinching Qin Fang's neck and ruthlessly stomping him to the ground. Weak? You turned out to be so weak. Thought you were strong. Haha. Go die. Go die. Qin Fang. From today onwards, your legend will become a thing of the past. Qin Fang was blasted with a hammer, and his brains seemed to be knocked out. Boom. Qin Fang bombarded the divine artifact once again. However, the absolute defense of the Tor breach was able to withstand it absolutely. Qin Fang tested 8 times. A full 72 pieces of divine artifacts exploded themselves, and Torbreak remained unharmed. Torbreak's self-confidence exploded, and the entire person felt like he was going to make history. Big Brother Fang saw this scene. He smiled disdainfully. Qin Fang? It really couldn't. However, Qin Fang got up once again, spat out his broken teeth, and said, I wanted to have a good fight with you and hone my fighting skills. But since you chose to crush me with your strength, then fine. I won't pretend anymore. Appear, Super God Tyr, the dragon of time and space. Torbreak laughed out in shame and said, Isn't it just summoning a pet? Who wouldn't? Appear, divine beast of greed. Suddenly, from in front of Tobacco's body, a mass of shadows emerged, somewhere between substance and nothingness, staring viciously at Qin Fang, seemingly wanting to devour his flesh and blood. Qin Fang used the divine grade skill, Probe, Greedy Divine Beast, Intermediate God. It was clearly another divine beast of an intermediate god. To know that an intermediate god's tobacco breaker was already hard enough to deal with. But there was even an intermediate god's divine beast. Wasn't that bullsh*t? Big Brother Fang's expression had become grave, as if he was pondering on how to defeat Intermediate God Torbreak plus Intermediate God Beast. Torbreak, Qin Fang. If you're afraid, surrender of your own accord and I can give you, and Yang Chung, a hard time. The super god level dragon of time and space, as if because of the breakthrough, rather had a feeling of returning to the basics, as if it was a crystalline golden jade, hovering with Qin Fang's side, staring indifferently at the tobacco breaker plus god of greed in front of him, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Tober, forget it, or go to hell. Qin Fang wanted to say something to him, but after thinking about it, it was better to send him to his death. The super god level time dragon shone with a lavender light, as if it had frozen time. Tober plus greedy god beast were imprisoned in place, and with a blow of a clear wind, these two instantly turned into pieces and disappeared. Ding. You are dead. Ding. You have been resurrected in Heaven's destiny. The intermediate god Torbreak managed to resurrect at Heaven's destiny, his face full of amazement. Honestly, he didn't understand how he had lost. What was going on here? How did Qin Fang win against him? Not only was it Tober, but the entire members of the Alliance of Western Nations also left their last words before turning into flying dust. Grass. What happened? Who can explain it to me? Grass. What happened? The words were all broken because Dark Matter's robots had sent them to Heaven's destiny. Within Yang City, the cheers were like a mountainous roar. I was right up until Lord City Lord will definitely be able to buck the trend. Right. Right. Uh-huh. Awesome. Lord City Lord is really the best. Now, only the final is left. I wonder if City Lord can triumph. Huh. Where's Vice City Lord Black Widow? How come until now? Haven't seen it yet? Such voices continuously resounded. In the next second, Qin Fang's grandiose voice resounded within Yang City. Black Widow has died in order to save me. From today onwards, Hidden Earth has become the first City Lord of Yang City, overseeing all things, and only needing to report to me. These words, the entire members of Yang City all heard. The heart called Black Widow's high righteousness. This is love, And then they responded decisively to Roy, agreeing with Qin Fang's decision, and agreeing to Zhang Tu becoming the new City Lord. Zong Tu was still a bit confused. Ah, what is this? City Lord? This was a bit of a high status. He was a bit unable to grasp it all. He just wanted to refuse. But Qin Fang didn't want to hear it. After leaving behind the words, "I say you can do it. You can do it," he disappeared. Right now, with regards to Blue Star, Qin Fang still had one more secret he wanted to know. This Tianji Pavilion? What exactly was the origin? Qin Fang rushed into the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion station, and based on the traces left behind by the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion, he ascended to the Sky City. This Tianji Pavilion? Could it be that it was the property of the Sky City? It really was possible. In the end, Qin Fang followed the clues and stepped into the headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. The Heavenly Chance Pavilion was hidden in the middle of the entire Sky City, a hollowed-out area that could be called the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. This place was the core of the entire Sky City. The Research Center, the Weapons Center, the Defense Center, and so on? It's all here. It was like a hub. And there were even 7 ancient divine kings waiting for Qin Fang. When Qin Fang took a look, could this not be understood? Why was the Celestial Chi Pavilion powerful? Why did you want anything? Whether it was within the Heavens Mandate or outside of it, the Heavens Mechanism Pavilion would be able to get its hands on it. So that's how it was. Qin Fang, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Shui Qing'er once told us that if she died at your hands, let us give you the entire authority of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. I wonder, has your strength reached the super god level? The ringing of these words caused Qin Fang to freeze. This? Had Shui Qing'er even thought of so much? Chapter 776 Number 1 in Yang City. The King of Causes and Fruits had died in Qin Fang's hands, and the King of Time was also considered to have died indirectly in Qin Fang's hands. Therefore, now, there were only 7 kings left. Qin Fang summoned the transcendent god-level Time Dragon and stared at them. You guys? Don't you want to resist? The current me isn't as strong as you guys think. Qin Fang said so, while the 7 kings shook their heads, stating that they did not want to be enemies with Qin Fang. The King of Time once surmised to us that if we were to make an enemy of you, we would surely die without a single one of us left. But if we did not make an enemy of you, we might still be able to survive. Right. Although you are not ancient Qin Fang, who can know that you are unable to go against the odds? Qin Fang, you are very strong. It is possible that you just don't know it yourself. The King of Time once saw the future, and also said many strange and weird words. Right. Qin Fang, I remembered. The Dragon of Time told you to go to this node 3 million years ago to find her. She said she had something important to tell you. 3 million years ago? Qin Fang was a little confused and fell into deep thought. Only after a long time did Qin Fang come back to his senses. It looked like there was still a need to make a trip. Qin Fang, this is the control hub of the Celestial Chi Pavilion. Qin Fang, this is the key to the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion's treasure vault. Qin Fang, this is everything. Was too smooth. Not only did the 7 kings not put up any resistance, instead, they actively cooperated and helped Qin Fang control the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Qin Fang? Heavenly Chance Pavilion. Take your time. We're leaving. See you in Heavenly Fate. After the King of Destiny finished speaking, the figures of the 7 kings turned into bubbles and disappeared without any lingering. The 9 kings were here, originally for the chance to advance to become a super god level. But now, Qin Fang had already become the master of Blue Star to a certain extent. So what was the point of them staying here? It would be better to leave and go to Heaven's Destiny to find their chances. In saying that, the King of Time was already dead. And the ones oppressing them were dead? Is it hard for them to be martyred? The 7 kings returned to Heaven's Destiny and meddled away. Honestly, with the current situation and with their strength, it seemed like they would be cannon fodder anywhere they went. Qin Fang was alone in the heavenly orders, controlling such a large power. In order to ensure a smooth transfer of power, Qin Fang went to the treasure pavilion first. Tianji Pavilion's treasure vault. This was the area that he had longed for the most in his previous life. It was called the 100 Treasure Pouch, and it had all the resources for everything. Qin Fang entered it and took a look. From the super divine equipment used at the super divine level, down to the divine positions that could help deities break through, countless resources were available. It was no exaggeration to say that this amount of resources would be more than enough to help the human race of Heaven's Destiny, the human race of the Blue Star. to cultivate 10,000 deities. Even, they were also able to have 1,000 directly promoted to become intermediate gods. Even Qin Fang, as the second richest man in Heaven's Destiny so far, did not dare to say that his worth could match that of the Heavenly Chi Pavilion. With this batch of resources, Qin Fang prioritized the use of Yang cities, assessed players, in a bid to promote them to become deities, and later control the Heavenly Mechanic Pavilion. To be honest, right now, Qin Fang's manpower was severely lacking, and he simply couldn't grasp such a big spread as Tianji Pavilion. Even if he allowed Zhang Tu and the others to ascend to the Sky City, Zhang Tu and the others wouldn't be able to grasp it. A strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake. The 9 great clans founded by the 9 kings had gone through quite a few iterations over the years, and were deeply rooted and intricate within the Sky Pavilion, and had long since infiltrated the entire Sky Pavilion, unless Qin Fang was able to make a major blood change, replacing everything in Tianji Pavilion. However, what Qin Fang lacked the most right now was manpower. Qin Fang had emptied the treasure vault of Tianji Pavilion, and waited for his team to be groomed to take over Tianji Pavilion once again. Within Yang City, Qin Fang's exhausted body fell. Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, and other players who were in the same period as Qin Fang came forward and comforted him. We are all responsible for Black Widow's death. Big brother Qin Fang, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Right, Qin Fang, you have to pull yourself together. The entire Yang City now? Still looking at you. Qin Fang handed them a smile and told Zhang Tu to manage Yang City properly. Right, Zhang Tu. Focus on the spine of the human body's great dragon. The spine of the human body's great dragon had something to do with the unknowable land. This was a key point, and it might even be possible to use this to completely trip up ancient Qin Fang. Boss, I will. This project. Hidden Earth was also really very concerned about it. Now, it had to be a little more attentive. Qin Fang exchanged pleasantries with the crowd before locking himself within the dark room. He needed to quiet his mind and think about some things. The impact brought to him by the plague Dharma god, the evil god, the first heavenly emperor, Xueqing, the Black Widow, and so on, really shouldn't be too great. All of this information needed to be integrated. Ding! The last national battle has begun. Please prepare both sides. Qin Fang stepped out from within the darkened room. His eyes regained their clarity, and the corners of his mouth took on the familiar smile again. Sunny, warm, and full of affinity. Zhang Tu looked as if the past boss Qin Fang was back again. In the light of these 3 years, Heaven's Destiny had undergone a sea change. And so had Blue Star. Who could have imagined 3 years ago that the once sold out and buried his father, Zhang Tu? Now he had also become the city lord of the largest city in Heaven's Destiny. Who could have imagined? The Tree of Life, which was on the verge of death, would become the #1 priest of Heaven's Destiny. Who would have thought? The current Yang City, with its strong soldiers and horses, was capable of completely overthrowing the entire world at any time. Qin Fang took a deep breath of the Blue Star's air and said, "The last battle. Let's put an end to all of this once and for all. Yang Cheng will never be defeated." Qin Fang roared out, and the entire Yang City was infected, shouting after him, "Yang City will never lose. Yang City will never lose. Yang City will never lose." The last national battle opened. First match. Single player, King versus King. Big Brother Fang versus Qin Fang. On top of the luxurious and incomparable ring. This was the 4th time Big Brother Fang met Qin Fang head-on. Staring at him. Qin Fang, from the first time I saw you, I could tell, this son is not a creature of the pool. Once he meets the wind and clouds, he will turn into a dragon. I wanted to recruit you, but you refused. Thinking about it now, not having taken you by force was the biggest mistake I've ever made. You're not just a cash cow. You're a true opponent. Perhaps. I didn't even think back then that you and I would meet in this way now. Qin Fang also looked at Big Brother Fang. This was a lord. But unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. This was the era that belonged to Qin Fang. From the birth of life, it belonged to Qin Fang. The current me? Able to kill you with ease. You are not my opponent. Big Brother Fang's strength was only a half-step god level. And facing a super god level like Qin Fang, it seemed that the only thing he could do was to wait for death. However, Big Brother Fong was not worried in the slightest. And with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he said, "Naturally, I'm not your opponent. But what I'm going to do? Merely an inferior horse against you. A superior horse. I believe that my subordinates can help me create miracles. From the time you started competing in Yangcheng until now, every single battle I have ever carefully studied. I'm even familiar with every single person's little moves. In the solo matches, 10 matches, I'm confident that I'll be able to win 6 of them. As for the team matches, the strength of our two sides should be 50-50. But for the Legion matches, I have absolute certainty of victory. I wonder, are you aware of a set of legendary grade equipment, the Legion Halo equipment?" Qin Fang's mood was austere. The Legion Halo equipment, which he naturally knew about, was known to be the strongest legendary grade set. A superset that was formed by combining 1,000 pieces of peak legendary grade equipment. So one could imagine how terrifying it was. And its effect was very unique. Additional attributes. A very strong additional attribute. It was almost able to raise the strength of these 1,000 legendary players to 1,000 demigods. This is truly the most powerful Legion equipment. This equipment? In his previous life, he remembered that it was the 10th year that it appeared. But in this life, it even appeared right now. And it was also taken into the hands of the Big Brother party. Wasn't this bullshit? Well, awesome. However, you seem to have forgotten about my old line. Big Brother Fong suddenly laughed and said, "I remember. Isn't it just blacksmithing? However, you want to forge 1,000 pieces of peak legendary grade sets in such a short period of time? It doesn't seem very likely. Does it? Oh, right. There are still 30 minutes left in time." Big Brother Fong had a face that owed him a beating. And with a wave of his hand, Qin Fang obliterated him. It was really croaky. The single-player match continues. After his death, Big Brother Fong was still not panicking. He was winning. In the end, the results of the single-player match were exactly as he had expected. Yangcheng had won 4 matches, while Big Brother Fong's team? 6 victories. Yangcheng was instantly in trouble. What? Why do I feel like our members have become weaker? No, it's not that we're weak. But our opponents are also strong. Where are the 3 deities under Big Brother Fong's command? How can we fight this? The team match later? What to do? Who has a solution? Where's the city lord? Where did he go? The people of Yang City panicked. Really panicked? From the beginning, Yang City had arrived at the finals with a crushing attitude. All the way through. Now, it was surprising that it had lost in the single-player match. This made the hearts of the entire population of Yangcheng could not help but cast a layer of shadow. At this time, the pressure was given to Hidden Earth. Hidden Earth thought for a long time and adjusted the candidates for the team match. For the team match, the players of Yangcheng put their lives on the line. They had to fight for their lives. They were going to die. In the end, Yangcheng managed to pick up a win. A win and a loss. With a solid economy. Now, it was down to the final Legion match. Within Heaven's Destiny, the people who originally belonged to Blue Star saw the final live broadcast. With indescribable feelings and mixed feelings in their hearts. Hey, these 2 teams? Which one to support? So torn. These 2? Both are culprits. I don't even want to support. Damn. It's better to let them dogfight. The Big Brother party had even opened the champagne early. Qin Fang? What else was there to fight him with? In order to ensure victory in the Legion match. The Legion Halo equipment. He waited until the last wave to use it. In order to give Qin Fang a fatal blow. Ding. For the final Legion match, please have both members take the stage. Yang City debuted 1,000 peak legend ranked players. The Big Brother sides' forces were not too far apart. Both sides took the field for the final match. Legion Halo equipment. In an instant, the 1,000 legendary players from the Big Brother side activated their matching legendary equipment at the same time. And their attributes began to soar, eventually reaching a level of 999,999,999. Just a fraction of a point away from being able to become a deity. This was the terrifying aspect of the Legion's equipment, causing the entire team to undergo a metamorphosis. Big Brother Fong began to malfunction non-stop. Laughing playfully, Qin Fang, how else can you fight me? Go to hell. At this moment, the entire Yang City stared at this scene and sighed in their hearts. Hey, can't stop it. Really can't stop it. Big Brother Fong's forces. They actually still retain such a backhand? Unexpected. Really unexpected. AI. Let's just wait for the resurrection within the heavenly fate. See you in heaven's destiny. Brothers. I can't think of any turning points. Hey. This time? It's the forces on the Big Brother's side that are superior. Spitting blood. Really spitting blood. Such voices kept ringing out. Then, when the people of Yang City looked up, they suddenly saw a horrifying scene. Only to see that the 1,000 participants of Yang City, who also wore the same type of legendary grade equipment at the very first moment, began to rapidly merge between the surges of light, and in the end, coalesced to become 100 true deities in the firmament. Qin Fong, heir. The dialogue that Big Brother Fong had just had with him had given him a whole new way of thinking. It was very difficult for a single legendary grade equipment to attach a god grade void. But as in the case of Legion equipment, it seemed like it would be a lot simpler. And so, Qin Fong forged these 1,000 pieces of the same batch of Legion equipment in a very short period of time, letting the players of Yang City wear them. And now look, the effect was surprisingly good. 100 deities? All of them have been summoned. 100 deities. This is the shadow of 100 deities. Just by emitting a terrifying aura. These demigod-level existences? That is, they knelt. When Big Brother Fong saw this scene, the champagne he had just drank into his mouth suddenly spewed out, and his entire body slumped above the screen, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What happened? Why was Qin Fong still able to make a desperate comeback? Really unscientific. Really unscientific. Qin Fong? What kind of demonic spell did you cast? If not, why not say that the villain died of too many words? If Big Brother Fong hadn't said so many words to Qin Fong before the match, Qin Fong really wouldn't have known that he was even hiding such a big card. And now, he could only say that he had done it on his own. Kill for me. Qin Fong's orders seemed to have penetrated the obstacles of time, space, and descended on top of the spatial ring. The deity silhouettes of these 100 bits instantly went out, as if it was a massacre. And in just 30 seconds, the 1,000 legend level, no, the 1,000 powerful demigod level existences at the end of the increase of the Big Brother side of the force were all chopped down. Between 100 million and 99,999 million. It may not seem like a big difference, but it is a world of difference. Ding! Congratulations to Yang City for winning the final national war. This smattering of system beeps fell, signaling the complete end of the national war. The dark matter robots made their move and successfully cleared the area controlled by the forces of the Big Brother side. At this point, the entire Broken Earth was left with only Yang Cheng's territory. And the population of the Broken Earth? No more than 10 million. How to reproduce? This seemed to have become a big problem. We won. The final victor is us. We are the victors. Who can tell me why we were able to win? Yeah. I'm a bit confused. I really don't understand. Despite winning, the entire populace of Yang City was still dazed and unaware. In the end, it was still Zhang Tu who proclaimed a wave of Qin Fong's greatness, and that the reason why they were able to win was all due to Qin Fong's power to save the day. Chapter 777 Sky City Collapses. What? Are you able to say that again? City Lord Qin Fong in half an hour? Forged a full 1,000 pieces of legendary grade Legion equipment? The production team's donkey wouldn't dare to blow it like that. Do you guys believe it? Anyway, I do. Believe it. City Lord Qin Fong is invincible. Qin Fong, as a deity, forging legendary grade equipment was not a breeze. Blowing his breath and forging it successfully, Yang City was like a sea of joy. Crazy. Really crazy. Qin Fong descended to Yang City and had a grand party with the people of Yang City who were still alive. On this night, no one in Yang City slept. All were celebrating the aftermath of the calamity, celebrating the greatness of Yang City, celebrating Qin Fong's invincibility, the entire Blue Star populace of Heaven's Mandate. Although they couldn't see Yang City's revelry, they could probably think of it, and they couldn't help but feel jealous in their hearts. In the end, it was surprisingly Yang Cheng who took the final title. This dark matter robot? Couldn't it be damaged a bit? Destroy Yang City as well. A planet that's all about neatness. Why are they able to continue living there? Yeah. I suggest that all the towns in Sky Destiny be destroyed. Sky City? It's still there. They need slaves too. Yang City is great. These members of the Blue Star of Heaven's Destiny could only say sour grapes when they couldn't eat grapes, and began to maliciously smear the members of Yang City and the City of the Sky. Ancient Qin Fang's sealed land. Rainy Knight's body and film were sealed to nothing, and he frankly stepped into this place. Ancient Qin Fang opened his eyes without showing a single trace of his breath and said, Rainy Knight. This time? It seems like I've won. Rainy Knight let out a light heap, only to hear, Oh, is that so? No. It's not yet known who the deer will be. Between these two bigwigs, it seemed like there was some kind of agreement that existed. But the specifics were yet to be known. Ancient Qin Fang said, Then wait a little longer. I'll see what else you can arrange. Sky City. The patriarchs of the 9 great clans gathered for a meeting at the first opportunity after the victory in the national war. This was a huge conference hall, up to 100 meters high, 4 square, full of a sense of technology, all kinds of high-end display equipment, all assembled, almost able to see the entire Sky City, and even the entire region of the broken earth from this place. Decoration is very simple. Lapis lazuli pavement, wild skull embellishment, the internal establishment of round tables and 9 positions. At this moment, all 9 people were seated, in no particular order, fiddling with the information in their hands. Suddenly, a white-haired, nearly earthbound old man coughed twice and said, As if the rumors have really appeared. Mulao? What should we do? Is it hard? Your ancestors? The 9 people present all nodded their heads, indicating that they had left these 9 great families ever since they were created. Every single family head understood in their hearts that they were merely an advocate, and above them, there were gods. In so many years of inheritance, there were also many pricks who seemed to have forgotten the existence of the gods, without any respect. And then, that is, they were wiped out. Not just wiped out him alone, but the entire family. For a deity to resupport a family? Is it hard? It's like when a dog disobeys. It's natural to slaughter it for meat. Therefore, every family head of the 9 great families was trembling with fear and treading on thin ice, fearing that they would be targeted and then wiped out. Each one of them was like a machine, strictly completing the task set out by the deities. These families? Willing to be enslaved? No, they were not willing. Even if this right was originally given by the gods, they still did not want to be slaves. They held great power. They were at the so-called peak, so they wanted the so-called freedom even more. And they wanted to move this big mountain above their heads even more. This is human nature. However, the yoke of the gods was like a cage in the ground, imprisoning them to death, making them unable to move. And they couldn't even catch their breath. When they thought that there was such a strong deity above their heads, they all shuddered and felt as if their entire being was going to explode. But a few hours ago, they actually felt the shackles behind them suddenly loosen. The cause of this was namely because when Mu Lao burned incense and wanted to ask the deity how he should deal with this matter of Yangcheng, he surprisingly did not receive a response in a rare instance. To know, in the entire history of Sky City, this was extremely rare, and had only occurred once. Which time? It was only after waiting for a quarter of an hour. The deity still responded. But this time, from the time they communicated with the deity until now, a full 4 hours had already passed. And they even, during this period, they also took the initiative to communicate with the deity, wanting the deity to reply. But there was no reply. This reminded them of a rumor. If there was a day when the Sky City was unable to contact the gods, it would mean that they were free. This rumor, I don't know when it appeared, and I don't know who passed it out. But after so many years of it, it was still being spread. This allowed the heads of the 9 great clans to develop a dash of trust. Well, what about your thoughts? Shall we wait a little longer? This was the innermost thoughts of the family heads present. They still wanted to wait. After all, this was a deity. If they suddenly returned, wouldn't they just die? Anyway, the deity has never sent word. Why don't we destroy this so-called Yang City as well? Let's see if the deities will return. The appearance of this voice had caused them to have a touch of desire to test the waters. It was still really possible. Shall we? Try. Let's vote by a show of hands. In the end, the result of the vote was 3 against and 6 in favor. The plan to destroy Yang City. Begin. Mu Lao pressed the button in his hand, and the robots of dark matter that had originally disappeared suddenly appeared, releasing terrifying particles of light, recklessly destroying all life within Yang City, including an ant that was also destroyed. In the next second, the human beings who were originally talking and laughing with Qin Fong were transformed into bubbles and photoelectricity in an instant and disappeared. Qin Fong froze. His world seemed to be frozen. Endless feelings surged up in his heart. But he didn't know how he should express them. How could he have never imagined that such a thing would happen? The wine in his cup. It was still hot. However, his heart was incomparably cold. In an instant, his aura became incomparably furious. In a flash, his eyes turned incomparably cold. Suddenly, his aura became furious and boundless. Sky City. Damn Sky City. Qin Fong began to roar. He wanted to go and smash the Sky City. He wanted to vent this anger in his heart. His eyes were scarlet. His desire for destruction was high. Roaring. With a dragon's roar, Qin Fong summoned the transcendent god-level dragon of time and space and rushed to the top of the Sky City. Without any skill to speak of, he just smashed, smashing the entirety of it to pieces. Thud. 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 Batian wanted to stop it. After all, his relationship with Qin Fong wasn't too bad. Dang. The dragon of time and space threw its tail, and Batian directly died, along with his family. They were also destroyed together. The female family head of the Elf Guild, who also wanted to plead for mercy, was also decimated by the time slash of the dragon of time and space. The 9 family lords, all of a sudden, realized that they seemed to have incurred a terrifying existence. But Sky City wasn't a vegetarian either. Thus, the Sky City's highest-end technology continuously greeted Qin Fong's body. But unfortunately, in the end, it merely caused a tiny ripple on Qin Fong, not even managing to break his skin. On the contrary, it completely enraged Qin Fong, first hacking to death the patriarchs of the 9 great family lords. Everything in the Sky City was smashed to pieces, and the living beings in the Sky City were completely removed. How could these human races, these living beings, resist the might of the super god level? Dang. Qin Fong destroyed everything, and the Sky City crashed down. He quietly sat paralyzed amidst the ruins of the Sky City, his mood indescribable. Crying? It seemed that there was no crying. Was there any unhurriedness? There didn't seem to be any joy either. The dragon of time and space? Can it help me reverse Yang City? The super god level dragon of time and space mobilized all the divine power in his body, wanting to reverse everything. However, in the end, it could only give up. This power, it exceeds the range of his ability. Unless he could advance to become a cosmic level. This scene was unknown to the entire players of Heaven's Destiny. However, the people of Yang City were astonished. Ah, weren't we just drinking? Why have we suddenly arrived at Heaven's Destiny? Grass? Is it hard to believe that we died? Crap. Who killed us? Is it hard to believe that Sky City still made a move on us? Check and see if our brothers and sisters are around. Within the Sky Sun town, the hidden Earth quickly stabilized the situation and probed the situation. In the end, they had to accept this fact. The entire Yang town had been destroyed. Other than Qin Fong, all of the human race was here. However, fortunately, they had appeared in the heavenly Yang town. Or Qin Fong City Lord. I wonder, City Lord, how is it going? Sky City? It's really disgusting. Damn. Grass. Can Sky City be unreasonable? Yeah. We clearly won the final national battle. Together with these words from the people of Yang City, an uproar rose above the interactive section. Hee hee. The final champion was even wiped out. Interesting. Haha. Is it hard to believe that my prayers were answered? Interesting. Really interesting. I wonder how things are going in Sky City. Right. Where are the players of Sky City? Come out quickly. I want to know. How is your situation? The players expressed that they were very happy. So the mood was much better if that was the case. However, the next second, heavy news came. A player from Sky City said in horror, Qin Fong has gone crazy. He's attacking Sky City. As soon as these words came out, the people of Yang City couldn't help but start worrying about Qin Fong's safety. This was the Sky City, which had always been an invincible existence in their hearts. Qin Fong? Their city lord? Would it be able to make it? Along with the increasing number of Sky City players, the latest news was also bursting out, eventually calling in the most shocking news of all. The Sky City has collapsed, and none of the living beings inside has survived. At this, the entire Blue Star population of Heaven's Destiny was silenced. Crap. The Sky City even collapsed? Cool. This kid Qin Fong. Not bad. Right. Compared to Qin Fong, I hate the Sky City even more. Right. I remember a lot of Sky City scumbags. Enroll me. I have to kill you one by one. Haha. Scumbags of Sky City. You guys will one day also fall into my hands. All of a sudden, the conflict activated. Sky City. Broken Land. This was an irreconcilable conflict that no one could avoid. Ancient Qin Fong was so happy that he was practically dancing, looking towards Rainy Night and saying, "You see? I've won. Apart from Qin Fong and the two jumped-up clowns of your Heaven's Destiny. Blue Star? No more traces of you and me exist. The Blue Star, the living beings of Heaven's Destiny, were all transformed by the blood of the ancient Qin Fong. The Rainy Night. These beings, which had always been a tie between the two, had to be completely removed. For Blue Star, these deities were like moths, and moths that snooped on the unknowable lands. Ancient Qin Fong naturally had to send them all away to Heaven's Destiny, so that they could drill and devour the essence of Heaven's Destiny's unknowable lands. Ancient Qin Fong, although he could not control the 9 kings, he was able to control humanity. He spread the news that destroying the human race would enable the power to break through to the super god level to be dispersed. And these 9 kings? Still, they didn't just fart around and start a national war to destroy everything. And then, the 9 kings died and fled, leaving his Blue Star anyway. And then, the second rumor was initiated, allowing the 9 family heads of Sky City to destroy Yang City and complete the final extermination. Even Qin Fong's attitude, performance, he had counted on it. Sky City destroyed Yang City, and Qin Fong in turn destroyed the entire Sky City. Everything was under his control. Up to this point, apart from Qin Fong, there were no more human beings. No living beings in Blue Star. Countless robots of dark matter were continuously probing and eliminating these living beings, sending them to Heaven's Destiny. The purpose of this national war was to fulfill this one purpose. Looking at it now, it was a complete success, and every step was within his expectations. Rainy Night faintly vocalized, "You have won." However, Qin Fong's parents are still alive and being guarded by him. Ancient Qin Fong took a look. In front of him, there were indeed 2 points of light still retained. This was the power of the super god level, which was also retained by Qin Fong at the beginning of the war. This was perhaps his only thought. Qin Fong's parents, who were stroking his forehead, informed him, "Everything, just from the heart. Even if it is wrong, you have to stick to it as well." These 2 old men, perhaps the ones who saw the most thoroughly, from the shattered earth to the Sky City, to the great change in heaven and earth. In every single incident, they had worried for Qin Fong and prayed for him. They understood Qin Fong. "Qin Fong, you can do it. Mother is the dumbest. She doesn't know what to tell you." Ancient Qin Fong frowned. A huff appeared in his eyes and said, "It doesn't matter." After saying that, the terrifying might of the unknowable land instantly penetrated the bodies of Qin Fong's parents, causing them to become particles of light in the heavens and earth as well. Qin Fong's parents had not uttered a third word after all. That is, they died alive in front of Qin Fong. Qin Fong lost his voice. He wanted to hiss, but he was unable to make any sound. He wanted to destroy everything, but it was as if he was a fool, bouncing around in place. Ancient Qin Fong. Ancient Qin Fong. Qin Fong knew who had struck, but he was unable to do anything about it. Ancient Qin Fong expressed his indifference and said, "You see? It's easy." Rainy Night smiled faintly, and did not look at far Ancient Qin Fong as he left straight away. Far-sighted Qin Fong. "You think you won? Actually, you lost." Chapter 778. The wedding is underway. Snapping. A deep blue vortex appeared, and the 3rd and 4th heavenly emperors were forcibly thrown to the Heavenly Destiny continent as well. As of this moment, only Qin Fong was left in this pale blue star so far, and he was alone in the world. Ancient Qin Fong was certainly sealed. But he was happy with himself. 5 million years have waited? 3,000 years. Is that long? It's just a nap. If it wasn't for the rainy night that woke him up, ancient Qin Fong would never have awakened. Qin Fong, who had been destroyed everything, stood up, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and landed on the heavenly order at an extremely fast speed, offering a bounty for the divine position, and giving orders with the human emperor's decree to explore the whereabouts of his parents. Blue Star? He hadn't protected the two old men, and the Heaven's Destiny continent. He didn't want the tragedy to repeat itself. What? Qin Fong's parents were killed. Crap. What exactly happened to Blue Star? I heard that Qin Fong's parents are also in Sky City. Did he kill his parents in passing when he was in a killing frenzy? It makes sense. Your deduction. I feel it's very correct. Yes. Yes. It's very likely. Human? Always speculating about others with the utmost malice. Making up rumors about what they have in mind. They wouldn't care about your death, and would only think of the smoothness of his fabricated lies. Especially since this part of the group also had a grudge against Qin Fong. The words were even more vicious. Killing your father and mother? But it's very powerful. Hee hee. I'm really laughing. Qin Fong? So powerful. But I suggest you properly cut open your heart to see if it's black. The human race of the Sky City. Naturally. Needless to say, Qin Fong had destroyed everything for them. They should have spent their entire life in fine clothes and food. However, now they had become rats shouting to be killed, and could only flee in panic. How could they not hate Qin Fong? The more hatred in his heart, the dirtier and more disgusting the words became. In the face of such rumors and insults, Qin Fong did not respond in any way. He now only wanted to search for his parents. The entire human race of Heaven's Destiny were all busy. After all, the human emperor's might in their hearts had reached its peak. From the bottom of their hearts, they wanted to help their human emperor. In just the light of a pillar of incense, Qin Fong's parents were sent to Tianyang town unharmed. Only then did the boulder hanging in Qin Fong's heart slowly fall. At the same time, he also honored his promise by granting him a divine position to help him become a god. Although these two old people were merely his parents in this life, they were the ones he remembered the most and had the deepest bonds in his heart. The two old people? Definitely can't afford to make a mistake. Qin Fong's mind calmed down, and he embraced deeply with his parents in this life. Tough on you two old people. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Qin's father and mother. Their eyes were filled with pity. Qin Fong? All these years. Endured too much all. Qin Fong. Go, and do what you think is right. Qin Fong nodded his head. Within Yang City, he saw quite a few familiar faces. He couldn't help but bow to them, saying, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. If only I had been able to probe a little more carefully. City Lord? We never blamed you. Besides, didn't you help us take revenge? Yes, City Lord. You don't need to have such a big mental burden. City Lord. Sky Sun Town. We're more comfortable then. We don't dare to be like this. The destruction of the Sky City is the greatest gift to us. Right, City Lord. Sky City. This is the most disgusting. Destroying it. We are all very happy in our hearts. The members of Broken Earth? Which one of them didn't hate Sky City? These two sides were generations of hatred that simply could not be dissolved. Especially now, the players of the towering Sky City are being hunted down by the human players of Broken Earth. You know? Right now, Heaven's Destiny. A death could be a real death. Even if Qin Fong was the human emperor, he didn't want to bother with such things. After all, in his heart, there was also no favorable feelings towards the Sky City. Could it be that because Qin Fong was a human emperor, does he have to become a holy mother? Ding. The prophet god has dialed your communication. Do you agree? Agree. Human emperor. Your wedding has been prepared. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. On time. Location, Mount Qixia. And please don't be late. This wedding will be broadcast live for a century, and will declare the might of our human race to the entire heavenly order. Qin Fong, heir. Agree. Agree. Qin Fong arranged for the two old men, and only then did he call Zong Tu aside alone. Zong Tu, who had just become the Vice City Lord of Yang City, had not even had 2 days of fun yet, i.e. death. This definitely had to be compensated for. So, Qin Fang arranged for Zhang Tu to follow Zhuge Tianyan to learn well. Look well, if learn well. After Zhuge Tianyan advocated the position of this Tianyang city lord, it will be you. Zhang Tu's face is full of bitterness. He feels that it seems like he can't survive Zhuge Tianyan. Zhuge Tianyan has already become a god. He was still at the peak of the legend rank, and had yet to touch the threshold of becoming a god. Zhang Tu, the most important thing you currently have at hand is also two things. The first thing, carry the research of the human spine great dragon for me. This is related to whether we will later, whether we can live or not. The second thing, raise our strength as much as possible. At the very least, we must have tens of thousands of deities above us. I'll give you the right to be second only to Zhuge Tianyan in the entire Tianyang town. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact Yuza. He'll help you. Zhang Tu, the one I trust the most amongst this heavenly fate is you. Do well. Zhang Tu nodded seriously, promising to live up to Qin Fang's trust. Qin Fang arranged these things and headed to the endless dense forest. The moment he saw Mu Xianer, a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. Naturally holding Mu Xianer's small hand, he strolled with her in the middle of the dense forest, and shared with her about the blue star. Tired, Qin Fang leaned his body casually against a rock and closed his eyes to fake sleep, while Mu Xianer gently pinched Qin Fang's shoulders to help him relieve his fatigue from these days. Qin Fang only felt comfortable sleeping, and when he awoke, he stretched his back. Refreshed, looking again, the entire endless dense forest had become a sea of red. Very joyous. Above every tall tree, all of them were covered in red ribbons, as if tassels were hanging down from the sky. The members of the 10 tribes danced as if they were the elves of heaven and earth, and countless joyful words descended from the sky as if they were raindrops, moisturizing the earth. And the joyous atmosphere spread throughout the endless forest. Qin Fang could not help but sigh. What a heartfelt design. When he retracted his sight from the distance, his entire being froze. So beautiful. Only to see that Mu Xianer had already put on her blooming dress, and was dancing in the middle of the sea of elves, taking Qin Fang's mind and soul completely away. This dance that was enough to wreak havoc in the world, seducing the soul, and making Qin Fang's eyes simply unable to move away. The phoenix crown and haze cloak woven by Mu Xianer over the endless years fit her perfectly, setting her off like a dusty goddess, towering above the rest. And between her knitted brows and her smile, she showed off her magnificent temperament. When Hard Child looked at Qin Fang laughed. This smile let Qin Fang understand why Zhou Yuang will beacons play the vassals. This smile let Qin Fang understand why from now on the king does not early morning. This is a kind of suffocating beauty. This is a kind of beauty that makes the whole providence difficult to sustain. Mu Xianer strolled to Qin Fang's side and said sweetly, "You're awake. Qin Fang, let me take you to Mount Qixia." Qin Fang nodded woodenly. Mu Xianer smiled brightly and said, "Look at your silly face. Haven't you seen me before?" The several elders of the Elven God clan began to wait on Qin Fang to change his clothes. According to the human emperor's rituals, Mu Xianer had tailored a human emperor's robe for Qin Fang. The python robe was embroidered with gold silk. The human crown was entwined with blue jade, and the purple gold boots with dragon skin and auspicious clouds stepped on the ground. It perfectly set off Qin Fang's aura of a human emperor. Mu Xianer smiled heartily and said, "Qin Fang, you are so majestic." Qin Fang condensed a water mirror and viewed his entire body. Very satisfied, Mu Xianer tore through space, and the spatial passage that arrived directly from the endless forest to Mount Qixia coalesced. It was a scene that could be described as vast. 76 half-step super-god-level existences from the endless forest coalesced into a boundless bridge of light, carrying Qin Fang and Mu Xianer as they slowly stepped through. 100,000 deities coalesced into deities, creating boundless fireworks that acted as a backdrop. Nearly 1,000,000 half-step super-god levels each carried endless accompanying dowries, acting as a platoon. The green rain of joyful words continued to fall, transforming into petals the color of crimson. 10 million legend-ranked clansmen beat gongs and drums, causing the entire heavens and earth to quake as the festive atmosphere continued to rise. This dance? The members of the human race of Mount Qixia could not help but feel ashamed of themselves. In comparison, Mount Qixia was very cold. Apart from the hundreds of human deities and the thousands of legend-level existences, There were no other members of the arrangement, although it was modeled after the scene at the first Heavenly Emperor's wedding. But compared to the battle in the endless forest, this is simply a child's game. Not to mention the preparation of fireworks alone. Not enough 10 minutes to put it? Not to mention the petals that were prepared, fluttered once, and were gone. The prophet god is a bit anxious. This wedding event, if he screwed up? If he messes up this wedding event, will the Emperor of Man not be a bad husband in the future? He would be a sinner for the ages. The first celestial emperor had also eaten and seen before. But with this kind of battle in the endless dense forest, he was also taken aback. Turning his head, he saw the anxious eyes of the prophet god, as if he was about to discuss with him what he should do now. The first heavenly emperor shook his head. He didn't know either. This face of the human emperor seemed to be lost for sure. Seeing that the Bridge of Light was getting closer and closer, it was necessary for Mount Qixia to make an appearance. But, surprisingly, no powerhouse on this side was able to receive such a scene. The prophet god was on the verge of crying. This doesn't follow the rules. The human emperor's big wedding. The entire heaven's destiny 10,000 races were watching. And at this moment, they couldn't help but start discussing it. Wow, what a shocking movement. Is this the rehearsal of a super god level getting married? This is too shocking. Hee hee. How come the human race hasn't moved yet? Yeah. Shouldn't they be receiving the bride? How is it still in a read you standing stupidly? It is difficult to let the goddess directly into the Qixia mountain. This can be a bit bullying. What kind of rules are these? Human race? This time it's not done too properly. The gods of the 10,000 races of heaven's destiny frowned and expressed their incomprehension. Is it possible that the threshold of the human race is so high? This wedding of the century. The prophet god opened the live broadcast early. At this moment, the entire heaven's destiny and other human races also watched it. Also could not help but issue a questioning voice. Why is there still no response from Mount Qixia? Where is the prophet god? At a time like this, shouldn't they go and greet it? Oh, I see. The status is not equal. Among the human race? It seems like there really isn't an existence that can match Mu Xianer's status, worthy of being the human race that knew the human race best. This time, all the 10,000 races understood. For so many years, the strength of the human race hadn't grown at all, and had even regressed. All because of the fact that all of their spirit had been spent on this business of messing with classes. Mu Xianer pinched Qin Fang's palm. Her footsteps couldn't help but slow down. This would be uncharacteristic if she really entered the hinterland of Mount Qixia directly. Qin Fang was puzzled. What's going on here? Why are you pinching me? Why aren't you walking? Huh? Why is Mu Xianer giving me a wink? What does it mean? Goodness. It's my first time getting married. How do I know what you mean? Qin Fang felt like he was going to explode. In the end, he had no choice but to have Mu Xianer send him a voice message. And only then did Qin Fang understand everything. But he didn't know how he should solve it either. At that very moment, a section of colorful light bridge linked out from the vault of the sky, even more dreamy and beautiful than the one that Mu Xianer had condensed. And the two bridges connected perfectly, which caused Mu Xianer to let out a sigh of relief. The prophet god, the first heavenly emperor. You looked at me. I looked at you. All of them did not know who had struck. Dang. Dang. Knock. Infinite rule fireworks evolved in the vault of Mount Qixia. Higher ranked, more splendid, and more eye-catching than the fireworks condensed by the endless deities. Countless petals with the power of rules gradually fell. Not only beautiful, but also able to enhance a tiny bit of cultivation. High and low, and even blowing, pulling, playing and singing. But also directly from the long river of time to fish out the 10,000 races of the most suitable to sing, and began to play to their heart's content. Mount Qixia instantly became a place of radiance, becoming the center of the entire heavens mandate. Within the live broadcast room, countless young girls of the human race went crazy. This was the correct way to open a wedding. Wow, 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 wow. I'm going crazy. This is too spectacular. I was the one who was wrong about Mount Qixia just now. It turns out they were waiting. So beautiful. Mount Qixia is so bold. When the heavens mandate 10,000 races saw this, how could they not understand who had struck? The entire human race? other than the universe-level evil god. Who else would be able to do it? The huge figure of the evil god appeared, a calm smile on his lips as he said, "Today, I will officiate Qin Fang's marriage. I wonder if that is enough." Qin Fang immediately bowed, expressing his gratitude, and said bluntly, "Teacher, you are naturally qualified." Qin Fang. Mu Xiner stepped on the light ladder and entered the hinterland of Mount Qixia. The prophet god? The first heavenly emperor then breathed a sigh of relief. So close. Luckily, the evil god saved the day. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. The prophet god made his entrance and said, "The wedding will be opened in a pillar of incense. Please enter the spectator races. The invitation for the human emperor's wedding has long been sent out. All races. All received. As for how many races can come today, as for how many races will be able to come today, it depends on whether or not these races know what they are doing. Ancient Spirit Race. Fifth Heavenly Emperor congratulates the human emperor on his wedding, and sends a gift of congratulations. 10,000 years of blood glory fruit *9. The Mechanical Buddha Clan. Special gift. Mechanical Buddha Heart *9. Sea Tribe. Songhai Clan. Milan Clan. The 8th Human Emperor, with a half-step super god level of strength, was at the mouth of Mount Qixia, constantly making noises and announcing which races had arrived. Chapter 779 Heavenly Destiny Mode Divine Spirit Copy. Divine Artisan Lu Long was in charge of guiding these guests to their seats. And incidentally, the gifts that were given were all included in the treasury. It had to be said that none of the gifts sent by the 10,000 clans were very expensive. Let's just say that the Thunder Clan sent this blistering Thunder Xian Flame Stone, which was of high value. Once the divine craftsman Lu Long to 10 million copper coins of the price of the purchase have not been purchased. But now, the Thunder Clan has sent a box of 100 or so. This, too, was able to see the determination of the Thunder Clan to ally with the human race. Another example was the Peaches of the Goddess of Life Clan. It was said that a single one was able to prolong one's life by 1,000 years. How many old men of the human race at the legendary level could only hope for it? Now, there were a full 1,000 of them, pink in color, and they looked very refreshing. The most shocking thing for the divine artisan Lu Long was the Beijian Tiger Clan, sending a full 10,000 Beijian cores. This thing? But it was the genius embryo of the hegemonic Tiger Clan. This is like 10,000 divine beast eggs, and is willing to be driven by the human race. For each of the gifts, divine artisan Lu Long registered them, and sent them into the treasury. In the end, all the 10,000 races of heaven's destiny, without exception, came to attend the human emperor's wedding. The human race is currently the only hegemonic race in the heavenly fate. Who dares not come? Aren't you afraid of being liquidated in the future? The 10,000 races took their seats one after another, and the prophet god only felt refreshed when he saw the scene. A flourishing world. A flourishing world for the human race. Such a scene, even the ancient god race of that year had never done it all. The mechanical Buddha race, the chaos god race, and the other 4 races definitely didn't give a damn about the ancient god's race. The prophet god showed up and greeted these people from the 10,000 races. His tone couldn't help but be condescending. His gait, and his look, all of which made people very upset. The human deities guarding the 4 directions, looking at the humble appearance of the once hostile races. Their hearts were so refreshed. Please remain calm. The wedding celebration will begin immediately. The prophet god finished speaking. That is, he went to prepare for the wedding process, making sure that no accidents would occur. Qin Fang and Mu Xian, in a very short period of time, had an overall rehearsal. Ding! The celebration has officially begun. Dang! Splitting. Fireworks exploded in the firmament. Above the ground, firecrackers sounded. Gongs and drums. All sorts of festive music continuously sounded. The bride replacing the red robes, covering her head and face. A typical Chinese wedding. Above the high platform, dressed in festive retro clothing, MC opening. An opening. That is, let the festive atmosphere reach its peak. In this neon phoenix flying below. Please high hall. Both parents of the new couple on the stage to take their seats. Please groom on stage. The bride, Mu Xian, slowly enters the banquet hall with the help of the matchmaker. Seeing the scene in front of them, Qin's father and Qin's mother had already smiled from ear to ear, finally seeing their child's big wedding. Their task was considered complete. When all the processes were completed, Qin Fang. Mu Xiner was also considered to be thoroughly married. The rite is complete. Qin Fang was just about to assist Mu Xiner to step into the bridal chamber, when all of a sudden, Rainy Knight's figure descended here and said with a smile, Old brother Qin Fang's big wedding? How can you not invite old brother? This really gives old brother a chill. Qin Fang frowned. The evil god's eyebrows rose. All of them could not guess the purpose of Rainy Knight's arrival here. The prophet god, the first heavenly emperor, already didn't know what to do. To receive? So vociferous? Some of the meaning of the face awe. The guests present, even more so, are directly sitting upright. This one? But the legendary heavenly destiny of the Lord God of creation awe. If this leaves any bad influence, is not when to die do not know. However, as the visitor was a guest, Qin Fang still smiled and said, Elder brother Rainy Knight, won't your arrival make this small place, Mount Qixia, a place of splendor? Quickly, please also take your seat and be seated. Rainy Knight smiled with the corner of his mouth and said, Old brother Qin Fang is too polite. I am here today, mainly because I want to announce one thing. From today onwards, the 10,000 races will enter 1,000 years of peace. And after that 1,000 years, a great war will start. In the end, only one intelligent race can remain. Others? All of them will be weakened in divine power, intelligence, and become beasts. Just like the blue star. This was not a discussion, but a notice. Taking advantage of Qin Fang's big wedding, and the moment when all the 10,000 races had arrived at this place. This matter was announced. As soon as these words came out, all the members of the 10,000 races present changed their faces drastically. Panic, worry, fear, and other endless emotions filled the air in an instant. And the patriarchs of some of the weaker races even fainted on the spot. This is like a death sentence. Only 1,000 years of light left to live. After 1,000 years, there was only one race left. This was even more terrifying than the Blue Star's national war. There were 1,000 words in the hearts of the 10,000 races. But at this moment, they didn't dare to say a single word in front of them. But it was the God of creation. The last time the God of creation was powerful and easily destroyed everything. It was still fresh in their minds. By the way, I will open the biggest copy of the 10,000 races deities so far. And those who pass will all become gods, with no limit on the number of places. So I hope that in this millennium, the strength of all the 10,000 races will be able to make great strides. Just as Rainy Knight's words fell, a force of rules formed in the heavens and earth, as if a butcher's knife was hanging above the 10,000 races, causing the members of the 10,000 races to palpitate while not knowing what was going on. Although the prophet god had switched on the live broadcast, at this moment, the broadcast became snowflake-like, and other than those present who could hear it, all the other members of the 10,000 races could not hear it. By the way, Qin Fang, for the second time, I wish you a happy wedding. This is sort of a gift from me to your future children. Even if the heavens and earth collapse, even if the human race fails in the end, your children will be able to preserve their intelligence and survive. As he spoke, a warm jade the color of egg yolk floated into Qin Fang's hand. Qin Fang held it tightly and solemnly said, Thank you. I appreciate it. Rainy Knight looked round and said softly, Don't blame me for being heartless. This is the inevitable order of history. One last thing. For this battle, universe level is not allowed to intervene. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. These words were specifically addressed to the evil god, Plague Dharma god. After all, the current universe level? There were only the two of them. The evil god wasn't sad or happy, and nodded his head expressionlessly. Considered agreeing to Rainy Knight's request, getting the desired reply. Rainy Knight's figure turned into light and disappeared. Only after Rainy Knight left did the members of the 10,000 races present feel that the feeling that was enough to suffocate people just now disappeared, and when they touched their backs, all of them were covered in cold sweat. Their legs couldn't help but tremble. This feeling, it really was too soothing. Human Emperor. I'm sorry. Thunder obligation. Need to return and deliver this message back. Human Emperor. Once again, we wish you a happy wedding. But we can't wait any longer. So this will not be a bother. Human Emperor? Sorry about that. We need to leave. This news, it's too shocking. And we need to pass it back. In an instant, All the 10,000 races spoke out, not caring whether Qin Fang agreed or not, and leapt at the first opportunity. Countless light flashes fired out and disappeared into the sky. Within a few breaths, all of the members of the 10,000 races were gone, and Mount Qixia was in shambles. The prophet god, the first human emperor, and the 100 human race deities all had bitter faces, not knowing what to do, and looked towards Qin Fang. Qin Fang was also torn at the moment. This was his wedding day. Could it be that he was going to abandon Mu Xianer on his wedding night to discuss the future of the human race with the prophet god and the others? This was unfair to Mu Xianer. But if he didn't abandon Mu Xianer, it would be very irresponsible for the human race. So how could he choose? It was very difficult for Qin Fang. He looked at Mu Xianer, tangled to the extreme. Mu Xianer just wanted to smile and say something encouraging. The evil god suddenly interrupted her. Looking at Qin Fang, he said, "It's not like the world is going to end tomorrow. Qin Fang, tonight, you are the biggest. You go into the cave first. The rest of the things, tomorrow. Or you take the time to arrange it. The wedding night, you can't leave any regrets." The evil god's words, which hit the heart directly, as if they carried a special magic, caused Qin Fang, Mu Xianer, and the gods present to calm down all of a sudden. Right. What were they dwelling on? Could it be that just because of Qin Fang's night, the human race was going to be destroyed? The human race, once again, resumed its thriving and joyful atmosphere, sending Qin Fang, Mu Xianer, into the cave. The 10 major races under Mu Xianer's command guarded Mount Qixia, guarding the surroundings of the human race. They proved their attitude with practical actions. The news of the 1,000 years promise traveled back to the entire 10,000 races at an extremely fast speed. Only, the attitudes of the 10,000 races varied. But the most were still questioning. What? A war of the 10,000 clans? So terrifying? Only one race can remain in the end? Are you kidding? Where did that news come from? Yeah. I don't believe it. How come you went to the human emperor's wedding once and became bewitched? A war of all races. Ridiculous. When it's really ridiculous. I don't believe it. This person is still weirdly good. Knowing that I don't have long to live. Deliberately lying to me. Who believes it? This was the great war of the 10,000 clans. Where in the 5 million years of heaven's mandate had such a terrifying battle taken place? However, in the next second, the entire heaven's destiny suddenly appeared with Rainy Night's huge shadow. And he directly announced as the terrifying god of creation. The heavenly fate is about to enter the end times. After 1,000 years, the war of all races will end up leaving only one in the Hui race, while the rest will be reduced to beasts and machinery. The moment such words came out, the entire heaven's destiny went quiet. Immediately, a sea of terrifying voices erupted. What? It's actually true? I threw up awe. What to do? What to do? Only 1,000 years of light left to live. Crap. Did all the gods of creation appear? Just now my perception was surprisingly right. This sword, surprisingly really exists. What to do? What to do? Who can save us all? Can we take back our orders? Panic filled the air once more. Grass, who do you think you are? Go to hell. I'm not afraid of you. You're trying to interfere with me. Somehow, there was still an ungrateful race that dared to provoke Rainy Night. The cost of this? It was obvious. The entire race was wiped out, and heaven's destiny was muted once again. This person? Mo isn't a fool. This is what you don't understand. I know this teenager from the 3-footed golden toad race. His parents and brothers, all of them were killed by the clan. Do you think he's stupid? The truth is otherwise. He is trying to get Rainy Night to help him take revenge. You see, the god of creation was only concerned about his majesty not allowing provocation. But he didn't have any insight into this. This wave of this kid's in the atmosphere, to the point that he made the entire race make amends to him. Crap. This story. I've heard an original, After being bullied in the middle of the family, he went so far as to assassinate the emperor, and was sentenced to execute all 9 clans. 66666. This also caused a ripple in the heart of the supreme ruler of the 10,000 clans. But there must not be an ungrateful all. The strong clan leader used the clan leader's order, banning speech. For a while, they followed suit, fearing that some cerebral palsy contraption would appear again. Ding. The largest copy of the deity is open. Pass it, and you could become a god. This one of the system beeps. Also kind of let countless players' hearts give a sigh of relief. As long as the effort? 1,000 years of light. Is it still impossible to become a god? At one time, all the races felt the urgency, felt the imminence. The Mechanical Buddha clan. The entire clan prepared for war. The Thunder clan. The entire clan prepared for war. The Songhai Legacy clan. The entire clan prepared for war. The Broken Divine Spirit clan. The entire clan prepares for war. The fifth Heavenly Emperor was perhaps the most anxious. After all, the ancient Divine Spirit clan? He and the 7 kings are the only ones left. The others have all been killed and are being resurrected. Is it possible to deal with small minions, also let them on the field? It's not humiliating enough. The 7 kings coincidentally asked him what to do about this matter within the Heavenly Emperor's order. However, the 5th Heavenly Emperor was not in the least bit anxious. Sipping fragrant tea, his tone was very calm. What's the hurry? Someone will step in. Don't worry. The 7 kings were full of doubts. Who would make a move? Looking at this situation, it doesn't look like someone will make a move. The 5th Heavenly Emperor curled up a bit in the middle of the seal and said, "You guys don't need to care. After some time, you'll naturally understand." Yes, the 5th Heavenly Emperor, still retired in the seal set up by the Plague Dharma God, and was dead set on not leaving. This was a battle for the entire race. And the 1st Heavenly Emperor was still alive? Why should he be allowed to resist? Let him be a salted fish at ease. That said, the 1st Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Raccoon, was searching for heaven's destiny to find an unknowable place. Perhaps it was because of the brokenness of the heavenly destiny's unknowable place. The Heavenly Raccoon spent a day's time and succeeded in exploring it. This is the place of the abyss of the endless sea, known as the place of the return of the ruins, swallowing all the rivers of the heavenly destiny. Who would have thought? This place was actually the gaping hole of the unknowable land. Oh, even the Heavenly Raccoon could not believe it. But in the end, it was forced to believe it. Returning to the ruins, the Heavenly Raccoon had once explored. But because of the factor that the suction of the black hole was too terrifying, in the end, he gave up. To know that at that time, he had already become a super god level and still felt the threat of death. Subsequently, when the Heavenly Raccoon achieved the peak super god level, he had also come to probe once and still felt 10,000 dangers. Even though his cultivation had now reached the half-step universe level, he still felt the same, feeling as if the abyss in front of him was a huge mouth that was going to devour everything he had, leaving him with no chance of survival. This time, the Heavenly Raccoon probed again, and he stealthily sensed the 2nd level of the returning ruins. Perhaps there was the unknowable land, just as the Heavenly Raccoon wanted to abandon everything and break into it. The 3rd Heavenly Emperor and the 4th Heavenly Emperor descended beside him. Aya, Elder Sky Raccoon, you're in such a hurry. Is it hard to believe that there's something hidden underneath the returning ruins? To be honest, these two people didn't intentionally follow the Heavenly Raccoon, but rather, the Rainy Knight's announcement was too frightening, and they wanted to find the Heavenly Raccoon to discuss how they should respond. Who knew? Seeing the sneaky Heavenly Raccoon, there is something fishy. Absolutely fishy. This definitely has to fry him off, in case he can know something mysterious. Right. Tion Raccoon Sr. If there are good things, you can never forget us all. After all, we are the same Heavenly Emperor, isn't it? Chapter 780, the 5th Heavenly Emperor's Great Opportunity. The Heavenly Raccoon smiled lightly and said bluntly, "Under the returning ruins lies the secret to advancing to become a cosmic level." When these words came out, the 3rd and 4th Heavenly Emperor's eyes first glowed before maintaining a skeptical attitude. Senior Heavenly Raccoon, don't lie to people. This place? It doesn't look like it's capable of being super divine in any way. Yeah, I feel like we'll die the first time we step into it. The returning ruins? This was the forbidden place of the 1st heavenly destiny. From ancient times to the present, all those who entered it without exception died, and no one ever reappeared. Therefore, it was normal for these two to be skeptical. The Heavenly Raccoon then spread his hands and said, "If you guys don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. How about this? How about I go in first and explore for you guys?" Hearing this, the 3rd and 4th Heavenly Emperors looked at each other and exchanged opinions. Senior, it's better to come together. Since the Heavenly Raccoon dared to enter, what else was there to be afraid of? The Heavenly Raccoon looked at them, as if he was looking at a stone sculpture and said, "Under the returning ruins? It's merely my deduction. As to whether or not it'll work out, I don't know. And there's a possibility that I'll die from this. Are you guys sure?" "Certain." "Sure. Being at the same half-step universe level. You dare to enter?" "We don't dare." "Isn't this bullshit?" The Heavenly Raccoon said again. "If the three of us? We all sink. What about the ancient gods? If we can't break through, we might just degenerate into beasts that only know howling." The Heavenly Raccoon was not the least bit skeptical about the ability of the creation god Rainy Night. The third and fourth Heavenly Emperors were also silent. Right. 1,000 years of light was long, to say the least. But to say it was short, it was also really short. If they failed, the degradation that awaited them would simply be worse than death. What about the fifth Heavenly Emperor? Yeah. His strength shouldn't have reached the half-step universe level yet. Anyway, he can't control this breakthrough opportunity. So it would be better to let him preside over this great battle. It's nothing more than giving him some favors. As fellow Heavenly Emperors, these three still recognize the ability of the fifth Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Raccoon pondered for a moment and said, "It can be done." As they spoke, the three Heavenly Emperors then descended to the sealing place of the Plague Dharma god at the very center of the human hinterland and sat down with the fifth Heavenly Emperor. The fifth Heavenly Emperor was lazily lying on the ice jade bed and picking his feet, from time to time flipping through the yellowed books in his hands. But he seemed to have anticipated the arrival of the three Heavenly Emperors. The tea was ready. Only, it was a bit cold. This scene made the Heavenly Raccoon and the others frown. Was this the current Heavenly Emperor? How does it look? So obscene. The fifth Heavenly Emperor was slightly elated in his heart. As expected, the previous Heavenly Emperors all came. Balance, Demon God? Balance. I didn't expect that the fifth Heavenly Emperor would be you. Talk? You don't need to pretend. Balance. We see you know your roots. What do you have to pretend? The three Heavenly Emperors were so vocal. But it also made it impossible for the fifth Heavenly Emperor to put on this show. He only had to get up and make tea once again. I don't know what orders the three seniors have for visiting this place. Ah. What the kid is able to accomplish, he will definitely not shirk and ensure that it is done. The fifth Heavenly Emperor placed his own posture very low, not only because he was not of sufficient status, but also because he could feel that these three gave him a feeling as if they were a bottomless abyss. Terrifying and abnormal. We this time? It's to help you take the final victory of the 10,000 Races Death Contest. As fellow Heavenly Emperors, I hope you can give it a go. The ancient deity must be the final winner. In the face of such words, the fifth Heavenly Emperor, however, said, "Seniors, you guys are really overestimating me. How can I have the ability to do this all? Under my leadership, the ancient deities were sealed by the human race. And now, all of them are even all killed off by the new human emperor. I'm really not able to do this. Besides, my strength is also too weak. I heard that the human race has joined hands with the Endless Forest. Woodheart has already arrived at the peak of the super god level. I fought with her and failed. It doesn't matter if I die. I'm afraid of spoiling the great event of all seniors. For something this big, it's still necessary for all of you seniors to personally handle it. This way, I'll step down this ancient god race. Without all of you seniors, it really won't work. I, the Balance Demon God, am willing to become a pawn, to saddle up for all of you seniors, and make a small contribution. The glory of all of you seniors is always knocking on my door. Ah, thank you, seniors." The fifth Heavenly Emperor flattered, completely devoid of any Heavenly Emperor's majesty. After the three Heavenly Emperors heard the fifth Heavenly Emperor self-reporting, their hearts were also bottomless. This one can really be a waste. The Heavenly Destiny's ancient divine spirit was given to him? Is it really possible? Why do I have a feeling it's not too good? Just as the third and fourth Heavenly Emperors were doubtful, the Heavenly Raccoon directly clapped his hands. The secret of achieving a half-step cosmic level, in exchange for you wholeheartedly helping the Ancient Divine Spirit Clan to get through this time. If the Ancient Divine Spirit Clan becomes the only intelligent race, then I will guarantee that you will be able to become a cosmic level. These words were like heavy hammers that fiercely bombarded the fifth Heavenly Emperor's chest. A straight face immediately appeared in his eyes as he said, "Elder Heavenly Raccoon, are these words true, and can you provide proof?" The Heavenly Raccoon said frankly. I am the proof. Within this brocade bag is a way to help you become a half-step universe level. The fifth Heavenly Emperor made a gesture to take the brocade bag. But the Heavenly Raccoon withdrew it and said, Where is your promise? In a flash, the third and fourth Heavenly Emperors only felt that the aura of the balanced demon god in front of them had changed, and was no different from them, looking down on the world and not caring about anything under the heavens, only that the might was somewhat lower. This was the Heavenly Emperor. Right. This kid was able to become the fifth Heavenly Emperor. How could he be a general and nameless person? Everything just now might be his disguise. You? Very good, not bad. Fooled me. The third and fourth Heavenly Emperors did not hide their own eyes. It was also that he had become a Heavenly Emperor for a relatively short period of time. Otherwise, he could definitely achieve a half-step universe level. The fifth Heavenly Emperor said, Seniors are flattered. The late generation is also standing on the shoulders of all the seniors, and picking up the pieces of wisdom. The Heavenly Raccoon threw the brocade bag in his hand to the balanced demon god, and turned to leave. Right now, he really didn't want to talk nonsense. He wanted to transcend. He wanted to become a cosmic level. Otherwise, he would always be an ant. The Heavenly Raccoon and the other three Heavenly Emperors left. The fifth Heavenly Emperor couldn't wait to unwrap the brocade pouch in his hand, and studied it carefully. When he finished reading, his entire body froze in ecstasy. There was actually such a strong way to rob the heavens and achieve the cosmic level. Yes, it was to rob the heavens by force. At this moment, the fifth Heavenly Emperor's admiration for the Heavenly Raccoon had truly reached its peak. This one was a true genius. Caw. The fifth Heavenly Emperor took out the Heavenly Emperor's scepter. This object, he had always thought that it was merely a means to enslave ancient deities. Who would have thought that this could even be the easiest way to break through to the half-step universe level? It was only at this moment that he understood the layout of the Heavenly Raccoon. The rules between the ancient deities and Heaven's mandate were complementary and mutually fulfilling. Ancient deities helped to strengthen the power of the rules, while the power of the rules could also resurrect ancient deities. This matter was known to the fifth Heavenly Emperor. However, what he didn't know was that the rules, surprisingly, they were extracted from the Heavenly Fate one by the Heavenly Raccoon, and then weaved together, eventually binding with the ancient deities. The stronger the ancient deity was, the stronger these rules were. However, these rules did not belong to the Heavenly Fate, but to the Heavenly Raccoon. To put it more simply, the entirety of the ancient deity's clan was not bound to Heaven's mandate, but to the Heavenly Raccoon. No wonder for so many years, the fifth Heavenly Emperor had always felt the ancient deity clan's divine spirit power constantly draining away, but didn't know where it had drained away to. The reason why the ancient divine spirit clan had been getting weaker and weaker for so many years seemed to have been found. The reason then was, the Heavenly Empress was getting stronger and stronger. No wonder just now, the Heavenly Raccoon gave him a feeling as if it was a true cosmic level, no longer weaker than the plague Dharma god. The fifth Heavenly Emperor crushed his scepter, and a flash of a small passageway coalesced. As he stepped into it, it was as if he had entered a net, and countless rule powers constantly flowed around him, colorful, each as if they had taken on the appearance of a spiritual body. And from time to time, they playfully touched him. This scene silenced the fifth Heavenly Emperor. This was because the likeness of these rule powers were, exactly the same as the ancient deities. This meant that from now on, the rules were the ancient deities, and the ancient deities were the rules. No, this was accurate. It should be that the rules belonged to the Heavenly Raccoon, and the ancient deities all belonged to the Heavenly Raccoon as well. Heavenly Raccoon? One person is a clan. So many ancient deities. For so many years. All cultivated for the Heavenly Raccoon. Helping the Heavenly Raccoon arrive at a realm unimaginable to ordinary people. The fifth Heavenly Destiny couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine after sensing this terrifying secret. Who would have thought? That the Heavenly Raccoon would have played such a game of chess that it would bury the entire ancient divine spirit race. The fifth Heavenly Emperor adjusted his mindset with great speed as he followed the direction of the flow of rule power and descended to a platform. This place, once the core of the convergence of the rules of the 10,000 paths, was also the area where the Heavenly Raccoon cultivated. It was also this place that was able to help the fifth Heavenly Emperor achieve a half-step universe level. The prerequisite for achieving the half-step universe level one needed to comprehend at least 90,000 different rules. For so many years, why did the fifth heavenly emperor not hesitate to seal himself in the hands of the plague Dharma god? But he just wanted a quiet environment to comprehend the power of rules at ease and achieve a half-step universe level, or even a universe level. Only, I don't know if it was because his talent was too poor or what. Not to mention advancing to become a cosmic level. He had only just managed to achieve an intermediate super god level, not even arriving at the pinnacle. As soon as the fifth heavenly emperor sat down on his knees, the power of the rules of this place was like a swimming dragon, constantly drilling towards his body, making him feel that his realm was rising by leaps and bounds. Ding. You have successfully comprehended the flame rule. Ding. You have successfully comprehended the ice and fire rules. Ding. You have successfully comprehended the rule of darkness. This speed was truly as refreshing as flying. Fifth heavenly emperor. No wonder the heavenly raccoon is so strong. This place? Even if you put a pig in it for 1,000 years, he would be able to become an overwhelmingly strong person. The balancing demon god quickly settled down and began his cultivation. The heavenly raccoon and the other 3 heavenly emperors once again returned to the returning ruins. The heavenly raccoon directly said, "The 2 of you, when you enter it later, each of you will be at peace with your fate. And if you die, don't blame me." The 3rd heavenly emperor, elder heavenly raccoon, "Please help out more." The 4th heavenly emperor also said, "Within the returning ruins, there are many dangers. You and I will support each other. This is also for the good of the ancient god race." These 2 promoted to half-step universe level later than the heavenly raccoon, so naturally their posture was slightly lower. The heavenly raccoon did not say anything and turned into streams of light to break into the returning ruins. The 3rd and 4th heavenly emperors did not hesitate and jumped into it right after them. The returning ruins were devouring the endless seawater, and they followed the river, going deeper and deeper. However, at an unknown time, the water of the stream within the returning ruins suddenly disappeared and became endless darkness. The darkness was interspersed with terrifying pressure and pulling force, and even more unnameable forces. So many different forces, contradictory with harmony, making the 3 heavenly emperors feel incomparably uncomfortable. Boom! The equipment worn by the 3 heavenly emperors at the peak of the super god level were all torn to shreds, becoming fragments and scattered all over the place, before being compressed again and becoming powder. Danger! 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 100,000 rules surrounded the body of the heavenly raccoon as it once again swooped down towards the ruins. The 3rd and 4th heavenly emperors also condensed over 93,000 channels of rule power to protect their bodies and followed him down. The further down they went, the more terrifying this mixture of forces became. The rule barrier of the 3 heavenly emperors was completely suppressed, and vaguely, it would shatter at any moment. In the end, the 3 heavenly emperors turned into shadows and black dots, disappearing into thin air in the returning ruins, and no one knew if they had managed to reach the unknowable land. With regards to the 3 heavenly emperors' moves, Rainy Knight had watched the whole thing in his eyes, only that he didn't stop them. If these 3 were able to become cosmic levels, they would be good helpers for him in the future. This huge universe, cosmic level, has been able to become a side of the hegemony. The top 9 levels of the galaxy world only 10 cosmic level. As for the ordinary, a cosmic level, that is considered to be level 9. The reason why Heaven's Destiny and Blue Star were able to give birth to so many cosmic levels was actually very simple. These 2 worlds were originally level 9 worlds. The ancient deity's clan, completely silent, without any news. Tonight, the human race was almost sleepless. The human race is inherent in the mandate of heaven. Each felt diffuse about the future, while the populace of the Blue Star said, "Ah, it's still coming." The people of the Blue Star had just experienced a death, and now, it seems like they're going to experience it again in the near future descent? Wasn't this bullshit? Where is the human emperor? Why don't you come out and show us a clear path? Right. Human emperor. We need the human emperor. You guys, the human emperor is getting married today. Can't you just stop? Old me is about to die, and the human emperor is still in the mood for hemming and hawing. Old me simply wants to hammer him to death. Isn't the human emperor just working for us? Get the hell out. These voices kept ringing out. Human nature, by nature, was selfish. If a person is not for himself, heaven and earth will be destroyed. This was the truth taught by Father. In the face of such nonsense, The prophet God said that he couldn't endure it. Mard. There is still 1,000 years of light left. Do you have to wait for this night to quarrel with the human emperor? It's really inappropriate, Niz. Kill. Directly kill for me. Prophet God Senior. You are prudent, the human race since ancient times. Do not get offense by words,